Chapter 1 Rebirth. Ending a day of intense work, Zhang Did shook off his groggy head and let out a long breath of relief. He was the only one left in the large office, and the silence was somewhat depressing. The square dance music in the square downstairs rang out at the right time. It was long past the time for him to leave work, and Zhang Did light himself a white sand cigarette. As a man in his 30s, every day doing a add-up job, in the unit to be a good employee, at home to be a good father, a good husband, a good son, and at this moment, all he wanted to do was listen to the square dance music downstairs and be quiet, smoke a cigarette. In addition to the metal in front of him, there are cigarettes and music. The cell phone suddenly vibrated, and a message popped up. Congratulations! Your participation in the Back to the Past crowdfunding activity has won the prize. You will enjoy the qualification to go back to the past. To confirm, please reply 1. Zhang Did smile bitterly. He hadn't won a lot of prizes over the years. What with laptops, Apple phones, cars and houses. But if you take it seriously, you can lose. Nowadays this era, full of sets it doesn't matter. Zhangdu nowadays the bank card is empty, and the last dollar inside WeChat is involved in that crowdfunding, which is obviously a scam. Even if it was a scam, there was no way it could squeeze a penny out of him. So, Zhang Did quickly replied 1. A minute later, the phone screen flashed and a settings screen popped up. Please select the rebirth mode. To start a new life, please press 1. To relive old dreams, please press 2. A very mechanical yet very melodious female voice came out from the phone. Zhang did some thinking and pressed 2. A progress bar appeared on the cell phone screen, slowly running forward. Zhang Du stared at the cell phone screen and thought to himself, holy, this game interface is pretty much the same thing. Suddenly, there was a flicker in front of his eyes. The lighting on the ceiling went out, and even the computer that was still running just now shut down. Zhang did look at the lights outside the window in confusion. The power actually went out. After his eyes became familiar with the darkness, Zhang Duo pressed out the cigarette in his hand, intending to go home. The cell phone on the table suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A milky white light shot towards Zhang Duo and slowly enveloped him in it. Zhang Du's eyes widened and his first thought was, MD, my cell phone is poisoned. Until his whole body was shrouded by the light. A fierce electric current attacked his brain without warning. Zhang Du was convulsing. His mind was blank. The muscles of his whole body were like being strangled by a meat grinder, and the intense pain caused him to open his mouth, but he couldn't scream out. This damn cell phone virus still has aggressiveness. Zhang did his last thought before passing out. I don't know how long he had been asleep. A minute? Or 10 years? Zhang Du had been in a coma, sometimes feeling pain in his heart, sometimes feeling warm all over, as if he was basking in the sun in the middle of winter. Slowly, there seems to be some consciousness. The head is still drowsy, as if a large iron ball pressed on the head. Hands and feet do not seem to be very obedient. The scenery in front of the eyes from the blurred gradually become clear, but still a pale. Do get up. It's noon. A familiar voice came from beside his ears. Zhang Duo followed the voice and stared at the person who was talking in front of his bed, and seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world. Bouncing up from the bed, too late to put on his slippers, Zhang Du stepped on the floor with his bare feet, grabbed the person in front of him with both hands tightly, and shouted, Holy, you're Wei Shuai. The person Zhang Du opened his eyes to see was actually his brother Wei Shuai, who slept in his bunk in college. Moreover, the Wei Shuai in front of him was actually still 18 or 19 years old and youthful, still wearing the khaki jacket of Benelux. Zhang do not believe everything in front of him, surprised half a day to close his mouth. Wei Shuai looked at Zhang Duo suspiciously, and touched Zhang Duo's forehead. Duo air, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Zhang Du stared with wide eyes, puzzled for half a minute, then let go of his tight grip on Wei Shuai's hands and sat down disheveledly on Wei Shuai's bed, and in front of him was clearly the dormitory from his college days. Burying his head into his spread hands, he thought to himself, it's over. He's ing crossed over. How to do? My wife and child are still over there. Shuaier, got a cigarette? Zhang Du lifted his head feebly and said. Wei Shuai took out a crumpled pack of soft white sand from his pocket and handed one to Zhang Du, then lit one himself. Zhang Du took a deep drag on the cigarette and asked, what year is this year? What year is it? Wei Shuai was uncertain. I'm asking you, what year is this year? Zhang Du's emotions got a little out of control and asked loudly, 1999. What's wrong with you, doer? Wei Shuai didn't care about Zhang Du's loss of control and asked with concern, 1999? I chow. Zhang Du sat up from the bed and shouted loudly, 1999. Beijing has not yet hosted the Olympic Games. The U.S. president is still Clinton. The yuan against the dollar is still 8:1. And now go to apply for a QQ number or a 6-digit one? What the hell is QQ? Wei Shuai was confused by Zhang Du, and began to regret taking him to see his hometown yesterday. Wei Shuai and Zhang Du are from the same small county, although they didn't know each other before, but because they were in the same class and dormitory after entering the university. They became best friends. Yesterday, the older hometown senior invited them to dinner. Wei Shuai will Zhengdu also called to go. During the two have drunk a lot of wine. I did not expect to wake up. Zhengdu the wine has not woken up. Or so perverse. Zhengdu look at a puzzled face Wei Shuai. Thought, you kid those years do not know how many pure love girls will use QQ Huajua, and now actually ask me what QQ is? In the memories to find the situation of the internet, the two of them contact QQ is relatively early, but also to the end of the year 99 when the school backstreet will have the first internet cafe. The two only counted contact to the internet. Now the weather, obviously still summer, should be their own into the university soon. A very powerful dating program. On the computer. Have a chance to take you to play. Zhang did shake his head and simply replied. What should happen would still happen. Even if he didn't tell Wei Shuai. After a couple months they would still go to the internet cafe at the back door of the school to learn how to type, chat on QQ, and meet netizens. Thinking of this, Zhang did a sudden flash of light in his mind. Yes, I chose to revisit the old dream mode. What should happen will still happen. I still return to the original read the university. The best dead friend in the university period will still be by my side. Does it mean that I will still meet my former wife who followed me to live a dull life? Or will I give birth to that smart and cute son with my wife in my previous life? Zhang Du after confirming that he really is reborn. For the 17 years after 1999, the only thing he cannot let go of is his wife and children. Parents must be in 1999, and heavier than before the birth of the parents more young and healthy. Thinking of this, Zhang Du clenched the fist in his hand. Well, since I was reborn in 1999, I will definitely get back what belongs to me. And I will also make everyone around me live 100 times better than their previous life because of me. And I will make my life 100 times more gorgeous. Ha ha, fight. Su Young. Zhang did exhale a mouthful of turbid air from his chest and shouted. Chapter 2 No more chewing buns. Alright, next time I won't call you to drink anymore. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth and go eat lunch. The cafeteria is closing. Wei Shuai shook his head helplessly and said, Shuaier, I want to be on the Forbes rich list, to pick up the prettiest stars. Trust me, you'll get rich following me too. Zhang did quickly put on his bedside clothes and spoke with a fluttering brow. His body now was much thinner than when he was in his 30s. After all, he often stayed up late to play games and ate hungrily. However, youth is capital. Zhang Du felt that at the moment his whole body was full of strength, and his eyesight had returned to a piece of clarity. Unlike 17 years later when he looked at everything in a fog because he was always on the computer and cell phone like that. I believe in you. Less nagging. Otherwise there really won't be any food in the cafeteria later. Wei Shuai said perfunctorily. Zhang Du washed up in 3 tries, felt the wallet in his pocket, and saw that there were still more than $200 inside. Zhang Du remembered that the monthly living expenses in college were about $600 to $700, which was actually quite a lot in this third-rate university in 1999, but he still often couldn't eat. When you have money, you always spend a lot of money, and at the end of the month, there is only a little money left to eat a few days of steamed bread, sometimes even have to starve on 2 days, to survive to the family to give the next month's living expenses. Zhang did and fished out a black cell phone from his body, and couldn't help but marvel. Holy, Philips Palm Pilot, this is Zhang Du's first cell phone in his life. Bought a second cell phone. In 1999 when cell phones were not popular it was very windy. Yes, it's your palm. I don't know what to think. Even nibble 2 months of steamed bread, just to buy a cell phone. Wei Shuai said disdainfully. Zhang Du thought about it. Back then, in order to buy this cell phone, he gnawed on steamed buns for more than a month to save money, and then Wei Shuai couldn't stand to watch, so he asked Zhang Du to follow him to eat. 2 people eat, but also smoking. Soon Wei Shuai's living expenses are also almost spent. The 2 people together again gnawed a week of steamed bread, only to simmer to the home to them to play living expenses. Zhang Du looked at Wei Shuai, Shuai child. Thank you. As an old man in his inner 30s, experiencing too much of the yakuza, betrayal and deception, it was only at this moment that he understood how precious this kind of unrequited brotherly love was. Alright, cut the crap and go eat. Breakfast hasn't even been eaten yet. I'm starving to death. Zhang Du and Wei Shuai walked out of the dormitory and rushed to the cafeteria. The familiar scenery along the way, a familiar and long-ago face, made Zhang Du sigh inwardly. After playing 2 meals in the cafeteria, both with 1 meat and 1 veggie, the duo began to feast. Cafeteria food portion will not be very full, but the taste is really not bad. Even if later Zhang Du out of society, eat half of China, still miss the alma mater's cafeteria. Soon the 2 of them finished the meal in the plate, because they did not eat breakfast, and are 18 or 19 years old, the most able to eat, seem a little unfulfilled. Zhang Du remember his height in the first 2 years of college also grew 2 or 3 centimeters, but in the end it is still less than 175, and Wei Shuai is even more shabby. has not been able to get to 170. With some of the students in the field compared to it is really too short. What's more, Jung-do always liked to play basketball. As an amateur player can basically KO all 175 below all the opponents, but encountered more than 180 height has absolute advantage. There is no way, since now reborn again. Of course, to seize the opportunity to supplement enough nutrition, try to let yourself grow taller. So Jung did ran to buy 2 more meals and 2 bottles of fresh milk and put them on the dining table. Holy, doer, according to this way of eating, we'll soon have to go chew on steamed buns again. Wei Shui said worriedly. Eat it. You won't be allowed to nibble on steamed buns again. Schweier, remember, we will never gnaw on steamed buns again in our lives. From today onwards, we will eat 3 meals a day, go to bed early, get up early, and exercise, and then make a lot of money on the side. Jung did said with a big grin. Are you kidding me? Until 17 years later in the world, what can't you do to earn money? Would still be harboring in the dormitory every day and chewing on steamed buns? Make money? How to make money? Going to the street to hand out flyers? Or go to KFC as a part-time job? How much money can I earn? Wei Shui asked in confusion. Handing out flyers and going to KFC were almost all the part-time jobs he could think of at that time. Zhang did scratched his head. Well, let me think about it. There's always a way. Although Zhang Du knew the big trend of development in 17 years, but in front of him was still a penniless third-rate college student with only 200 yuan on him. Even if he knew that the houses in the imperial capital would rise dozens of times after 17 years, but he had no money to invest, and even more so he could not liquidate it. So what could he do to turn the first bucket of gold quickly? As long as there is money, Zhang Du have confidence to earn a fortune that he did not dare to imagine in his last life. A meal to 2 people cannot hold out before stopping. Wei Shui touched the bloated stomach, said to Zhang Du, a moment in the afternoon class you go or not? Ah, I'm not going. You go. Answer the roll call for me. I still have some things to take care of. Zhang did think about it and said, looking back on his college career, he felt that he really didn't learn much specialized knowledge, and basically didn't use specialized knowledge after graduation. On the contrary, the university years often soaked up the library, allowing himself to develop a very good reading habit. In his last life, after graduation, first of all, he found a magazine job, and then went south to the deep blue city to do advertising copywriting, and then later his family arranged a career in a small county. A mix is more than 10 years, and from then on, nothing. The youth is barren. Wei Shui's professional but learned well. After graduation went to a design company, from the ordinary drawing workers do, stay up late every day to 12 o'clock, and finally mixed into the company's chief design, annual salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, but carrying a mortgage loan, the days are also living in a tight situation. Zhang do feel that the habit of soaking the library can be retained. As for professional courses, or make money first, in 2 more years, the university expansion, the market is not a lack of college students, only a lack of innovative entrepreneurial talent with ideas. 17 years of prophetic advantage. Zhang Du can start a business in too many industries. Separated from Wei Shui at the entrance of the cafeteria, Zhang Du chose a boulevard leading to the back of the school. This university is directly under the Ministry of Forestry. The campus is lush and green, decades of annual growth, so that the tree branches on the school road to cover the growth of the sky. The school road on both sides of the tree, regularly covered with public telephone booths. Seeing the phone booths, Zhang did remember that he should make a phone call to his home. He took out his Philips Palm Pilot and dialed home. The phone rang for many times without being answered, making his mind a little messy and worried. Then he remembered that his parents should be at work right now, so he dialed his father's cell phone. Something wrong? The familiar voice of his father came from the other end of the phone, and as soon as he ordered, Zhang Du almost cried out. Nothing, Dad. I just want to make a call home. You and Mom are all right. Zhang Du's voice was a little choked. Fortunately, reborn over. His parents were still there. All good. We don't need you to worry. Take care of yourself outside. Are you still used to eating at school? Will you go home for the National Day? Father spoke on the other end of the phone. Dad, I'm fine. I'm not going back for the National Day. You and Mom take care of your health. I'm hanging up now. Good. Do you have any money left? Do you have enough for living expenses? I'll get you some more if it's not enough. Father asked. Dad, don't worry. I still have money. School life is quite good and not expensive. Zhang did said. Alright, just hang up then. Long distance is quite expensive. Chapter 3 Appointment. After Zhang made the phone call, he saw the newsstand next to the school road and bought a copy of Sports Weekly in passing. In 1999, when the internet was not yet developed, reading the Sports Weekly was his habit. When he opened the newspaper, the front page was a story about Yang Chen, who in 1999 had scored 7 goals in the German First Division and was the top scorer for his club. Eintracht Frankfurt. Jung Do was a fan of Yang Chen in his previous life, and he stayed by the TV to cheer for him in every broadcasted match. In the school road next to the selection of a quiet stone bench to sit down, open the newspaper, read up with great interest. After all, in the latter days of the internet developed information explosion, newspapers are already rare. More than 10 years have not read the newspaper so quietly. Zhang Du read very carefully. He is carefully adapted to the world after rebirth. The newspaper report about Yang Chen mentioned Frankfurt's relegation situation and the possibility of Yang Chen's transfer. Relegation? Zhang Du had a flash in his mind. Frankfurt's miraculous relegation that year. The game where they beat their rivals 5-1 was very impressive in his mind. Yang Chen scored the first goal, and in the end the relegation was successful, and Frankfurt's fans even rushed into the stadium and pulled up all the grass on the stadium. Zhang did think of how to grab his first bucket of gold now. The newspaper said that this season's Bundesliga would end this weekend, and the relegation suspense would be revealed soon. Zhang Du clearly remembered the score of the last game of Frankfurt. Can go directly to the betting company to buy the score plate? That is a good opportunity to make a profit. Thinking of this, Zhang Did immediately stood up, toward the school outside to go. Zhang Du read this university from the city is very far, and in the domestic internet has just started in early 1999. A cybercafe are not yet. Zhang Du want to find reliable betting sites on the internet. Must go to the city to find a cybercafe can be. In his last life, Zhang Did both fans and gamblers, not less to the betting company contributed a lot of money. He is also very familiar with some large foreign betting sites. Only, now that the internet was not developed, he couldn't be sure if those websites had entered the Chinese market. Tossed more than an hour. Zhang Du finally in the city center to find a called NetTide Internet Cafe. Zhang Did pay $10 to the webmaster. On the machine. At that time to go to the internet cafe internet access does not require an identity card. Internet cafes are still a novelty. The entire internet cafe only less than 30 square feet. Set up more than 10 sets of computers Ben 3. Most of the computers are empty. The entire internet cafe is completely free of the hustle and bustle of the latter days. Zhang Du skillfully opened the computer. Click on the IE browser. Enter the URL of Baidu, but found that it cannot open. This just remembered that there is no Baidu company. Their founder Robin Li is still in the United States at the moment. Zhang Did shake his head, opened the Google site, and then began to search one by one impression of the betting site. Because the domestic internet has just begun, many sites are not yet in Chinese. Of course, will not support the RMB payment. Zhang Du search and think of an old betting network, and finally found a site that has entered the Chinese market, and hastily completed the registration. Entering into the betting interface. The interface layout is slightly simple. The game is not as much as the latter day, is a simple handicap, European disc and score disc. The weekend's Frankfurt match has been opened. The scoreboard Frankfurt 5-1 win odds as high as 1-101. That is to say, Zhang Du pressure $100. You can win more than $10,000. Seeing this attractive odds, Zhang Did smile. This time the betting company will be planted. Last life won me so much money. Now it is time for you to out of blood. Zhang Du again into the game description inside look at the deposit and withdrawal method. Basically in the last life is almost the same. Just at present only support ICBC's internet banking. Other domestic banks have not yet provided internet banking services. Zhang Did see that the conditions on this site had basically matured. So he got off the machine, came out of the internet cafe, and went directly to an ICBC savings center down the street. The savings center was not big, with only 3 or 4 counters. Zhang Did casually walked to a counter, filled out the form and handed it in. At the counter sat a beautiful woman with long hair. In her early 20s, her long hair was casually tied behind her head, a few strands of pick-dyed hair hanging down casually up to the tip of her straight nose. Her crimson lips made people want to see her eating bananas or cucumbers. Her upper body's bank uniform was very snugly fitted to outline her alluring curves. A competent and beautiful woman. Zhang Du look a little lost in thought. After the rebirth of the eyesight has been restored to 1.5. See clearly the beautiful woman's chest plate written on the xiaoran. Xiaoran clearly sensed Zhang Duo's dull gaze on her towering parts. A displeased expression appeared on her face, and she took the form that Zhang Duo handed over to her, and then gave him a blank look. Zhang Du was a little embarrassed. It had been a long time since he had lost his temper staring at a beautiful woman like this, perhaps because this body was still a virgin. The reaction to beautiful women was a bit strong. Xiaoran quickly helped Zhang Du with his business, handing over the account opening information and the new bank card to Zhang Du. Beauty, are you free tonight? Zhang Du didn't know what was wrong with him today. A sentence came out of his mouth. Xiaoran's beautiful eyes crossed and gave Zhang Du a look. Sorry, not free. Then when are you free? The feeling of being rejected by a beautiful woman made Zhang Du find his way back to his youthfulness. His heart crossed and he decided to die. Old lady is not free at any time. You little brat. You don't study well and learn from others to pick up girls. Quickly go back to school. Xia Ran's apricot eyes turned horizontally at Zheng Du and said viciously, "Holy, who are you calling small? Who are you to say I'm small?" Zheng Du was unforgiving. He had lived for more than 30 years and was actually being called small by a little girl in her early 20s. Alright, I won't argue with you. Whenever this card of yours fills up with $1 million, Lao Ao will make a date with you. Don't say that old lady doesn't give you a chance. Although Xia Yu was beautiful and boundless, her temper was really fierce. Good. This is what you said, haha. Don't you regret it when the time comes? Zheng Du immediately replied when he heard Xia Ran say this. What was the concept of $1 million in 1999? Zheng Du knew that $1 million at this time could buy 2 suites in the 4th Ring Road of Beijing, or a one-time payment. This might be a goal that would take many years to accomplish for others. And Zheng Du planned to earn this million this weekend. Good. Old lady is a man of her word. Don't make my old lady wait until you're 70 years old. Xia Ran simply did not believe that Zheng Du could earn $1 million. Just now when the card saw Zheng Du's information, is still only a freshman student. Even if he can earn so much money is also more than 10 years later. You wait. Zheng Du picked up his card and walked out of the bank door. Xia, quite the charmer. This is the 5th hitchhiker today, right? When Zheng Du walked out of the door, a female sales clerk at the counter next to Xia Ran said with slight jealousy, "No way, Sister Lu. It's just a little kid from Linde. What do you know? Which like Sister Lu you are. Married are still so many people chasing." Xia Ran changed her vicious attitude just now and answered nicely. Chapter 4 Crowdfunding. Zheng Du walked out of the bank entrance and started to think of ways to get money. Just now, he deposited the only $200 left on his body into the new bank card. But $200 is too little. Even if he buys a score of handicap can be flipped 100 times. It is only more than $20,000 for the heart to do great things for him. This money is still far from enough. He is not going to be able to get the money from his family. Definitely not. The family at most give a few hundred or thousands of dollars at a time, and then more will not be able to explain. And Zhang Do know his parents have been very frugal. Every month income is a fixed salary. If he used too much here, his parents will be more frugal. Find a friend to borrow? That also certainly not. Their former friends are the same age, basically are still in school. Each squeeze so 1 or 200 to him is not a problem. Finally, Zhang did think of the latter-day very popular crowdfunding, the same as borrowed, but promised to give the debtor more return. In front of the high yield should be able to raise some money. Back to school, Zhang did immediately use the phone to contact his cell phone number of friends, because it is still only a freshman. Zhang do not know many people. More than 10 friends in addition to the same dormitory Wei Shui, Wang Xiaojian, Huang Guan, and is the sophomore age of Li Yi, Zhang Shui and other hometowns. These are the latter with their own very iron friends, and then is Lu Sha and other several basketball players together. After all, crowdfunding is not so understandable nowadays. To ask others to take money out and give it to him, it still requires more trust. After more than 30 years of life baptism, Zhang Du naturally understand this trust is rare. He decided to give all his friends who took money out a promise of 2x return. From Saturday's game there are still 3 days. After winning money from the betting site, withdrawals also need about 2 days. 5 days to return 2 times. Zhang Du think it is still more attractive. I made an appointment with my friends to have dinner at the back door of the school, and told them about crowdfunding at the table. Zhang Du has been working in the institution for more than 10 years. Reborn still cannot change the habit. There is something that needs to be helped by friends. First invited friends to dinner. Although the body is already penniless, but Zhang do not worry about the cost of meals. On the one hand, he will soon earn a large sum of money from the betting site. On the other hand, enrollment in more than 2 months. He and Wei Shui not less in that restaurant. The boss has long been familiar with them. Oh, a meal money is absolutely no problem. There was still some time before dinner. Zhang did run to the school friend's restaurant to say hello to the boss in advance, and then ran straight to the library. Throughout his entire college career in his previous life, Zhang Duo felt that the most meaningful thing he did was to soak in the library, a habit he did not intend to change. Lightening his steps, Zhang did arrived at the reading room and casually picked up an advertising journal and read it. This was a relatively professional magazine with many successful advertising case studies. In his later life, Zhang did read too many of these books in the school library before he went to Deep Blue City to find a dopey job as an advertising copywriter. Soon, Zhang Du was mesmerized, and after a period of work experience, he looked at these theoretical books again, and had a sense of enlightenment. Advertising is actually a very meaningful and challenging work. So much so that there is a popular saying in the advertising world, if you don't want to be a president, be an advertiser. Use your creativity and creation to change people's lifestyle and consumption habits. This is Zhang Du's later life understanding of advertising, but also once in an interview, relying on this sentence to impress the interviewer, so as to be among a 4A advertising agency. but the reality is always crueler than the dream. Never-ending overtime and dark drafts have long worn out the passion of a young man who loves advertising. This life Zhang Do certainly not go to do advertising, even if this life cannot be the president. Now reading this book is more of a hobby. Just when Zhang Du was mesmerized, a fragrance came from his nose, and a short-haired girl wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans sat next to him. She was seen carrying a large light gray satchel, which probably held a Walkman, and a white headphone cord extended from the satchel to her ear. Her ears were completely covered by her short hair, and Zhang Duo couldn't see the logo on the headphones. But Zhang Duo was sure that this girl was a rich second generation. A random Walkman in '99 would cost more than $1,000, almost equivalent to Zhang Du's living expenses for half a semester. The girl put her satchel on the desk in front of her, sat down close to Zhang Du, then smiled at Zhang Du and pointed to the stack of advertising journals in front of Zhang Du. Seeing that the girl was holding the same kind of periodicals as him in her hand, Zhang Du knew that he had brought several issues of the magazine to his desk, and that people had looked for them after they had finished reading one issue without any more. So, he smiled politely and handed all the magazines on the table to the short-haired girl. Time passed quickly. It was about to be dinner time. Zhang Du looked at the watch on his left wrist. The time had come to 5:15 p.m., so he stood up and walked out of the reading room. The appointment with his friends was at 5:30 p.m., and Zhang Du didn't have the habit of being late. The short-haired girl looked at Zhang Du's back as she hurriedly left, slightly surprised. Since entering the university, I often soak in the library, like the quiet and calm atmosphere here, but also often encountered some boys take the opportunity to hit on, handing notes and so on. I did not expect that the first time I took the initiative to make contact with a boy, people did not have any reaction. Zhang Du came to the school friend's restaurant. Friends are not yet come. Ran to the restaurant cash register and took a packet of Hibiscus King, opened and handed one to the restaurant owner, Lao Su. This meal in a few days with you to pay the bill. To be portion you can get a little bit more. I called more than 10 people it. Lao Su nodded. Don't worry, Zhang Du, they are all friends. Just as Zhang Du was chatting with Lao Su, a loud laugh came from the restaurant door. Holy, Duer, what kind of airplane are you on? Such a big show? The people who came were Zhang Du's hometown friends Li Yi and Zhang Shui. Li Yi and Zhang Du were also very iron buddies in the latter days. He was the kind of person who could stick his neck out for his friends, and had always taken much care of Zhang Du. It's fine, there's a little something I want to ask my brothers to help. And another thing is that I also want to get together with the gang. Zhang Du while pulling out the body of the Furong Wang, to come a few friends to hand over. While said, counting his previous life, many of these friends hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, and even Wei Shui, who had the most contact with him, couldn't see him more than a few times a year. Not long after leading Li Yi and Zhang Shui into the reserved box, people arrived one after another, and the box began to bustle. Chapter 5 Sincere Friends. Zhang did see that everyone had arrived, so he cleared his throat and said, that, everyone is here. I came to Linda not long ago, thanks to all of you to take care of me, although I don't have a lot of friends, but to know you all I think it's really good. The main reason I invited you all to dinner today is that there is something I would like to ask for your help. Just say what's the matter. Don't hold nonsense. Li Yi exclaimed. Is someone looking for trouble with you? You tell me who it is. I'll go talk to him. Zhang Du was not at all chagrined at being snatched by Li Yi. He knew that Li Yi was not bragging. He knew that Li Yi wasn't bragging. He was really being looked for by others back then. And then Li Yi came out to help him fix it. Li Yi's secondary school is also in this city. Read the secondary school with a group of people often go out to fight. Once actually also a local district boss to beat over. Broke out some fame. Although he is a foreign student, but in this three-tier city among the gangsters is still a little famous. Later on, his family was afraid that he would continue to learn from the bad, so they had to ask for connections to stuff him into this third-rate university again. Brother, yet don't be anxious. Hear me out. No one is giving me trouble. It's me who wants to do some small business, but I don't have the capital. I want to find everyone to raise a little money, no matter how much is lent to me. I only need 5 days to double it back. Everyone is still a student. I understand if this matter is a yes or no from everyone. It doesn't affect our friendship. Zhang Du stood up and looked around the crowd and said, Zhang Du, I'm sorry, I just remembered that I have an appointment. I'll leave first. That money I'll go figure it out for you tomorrow. A ball player of Zhang Du's stood up and said, finishing without waiting for Zhang Du to say anything before leaving. Then a few of the players who came with him also found excuses to leave. Regarding their departure, Zhang Du also still smiled in response. If it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have anyone to look for right now, he wouldn't have called a few of them. The opportunity to make money had already been given to them. It was their own fault for not fighting for it. By the time there were 4 or 5 people left in the box, the people in here were basically all very close to him in later life. Although many of them would not have contacted each other for many years, but their feelings were still very good. Do brother, what kind of business do you want to do? Whatever you do, count me in. I haven't paid my tuition for this semester. Here's more than $2,500. You take it. The fat man in the same dormitory, Huang Guan, spoke a nice Mandarin. Okay, fatty. Zhang Du didn't say much. He knew that those who were willing to help him at this time were all iron brothers. Duer, you know I don't even have enough money to live on, but I will definitely support you if you want to do something. I have 500. Is it enough? Wang Xiaojian asked. Zhang Du nodded. No matter how much it is. I'd like to thank you for your trust, and as I said, I'll double it back in 5 days. Okay, I just asked my family for $6,000 yesterday to buy a computer. Since you are in a hurry to use the money, take $5,000 over first. I'll keep 1,000 for myself. I don't want to double the money back. When you make money, please drink on the line, Li Yi said proudly. This buy computer $6,000. Zhang Du have the impression that in his previous life is also this time. Himself and Wei Shuai and Li Yi, Zhang Shui 4 people every day to mix together to spend the day. Soak the city's best disco, in the best hotel room, to the end of less than a month's time to the $6,000 spent all the money. This will definitely not happen again in this life. And when Zhang Du take it to bet, this money will be infinitely magnified. I still have 1,000 here, Zhang Shui also said. I only have 500 left. Why don't I go borrow some for you tomorrow? Wei Shuai also said in a difficult manner, as if he was sorry for having contributed less than his other friends. Well, nonsense is not much to say. Anyway, after 5 days, I certainly will not let everyone's disappointment. Borrow money can borrow how much to borrow how much. I'm not afraid of things to get big. Zhang Du feel warm in his heart. Brother or brother-ah, began to be glad that he was chosen as the old dream revisit mode. Otherwise miss loved ones and friends, even if he can be reborn to stand to the peak of life. And what is the meaning of it? After saying that, Zhang did open the beer that had been prepared long ago. 1 bottle for each person. Let's not get drunk today. After a few rounds of fierce fighting, the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. Fatty Huangguan leaned over with a big tongue and said to Zhang Duo, Brother Du, tell the brothers, what kind of business are you planning to do? Is it so profitable? It's not that the brothers don't believe in it. I'm just curious. Yeah, Duer, tell the brothers a little bit. So mysterious? Don't worry, the money promised to you will definitely not be less. We'll support you even if you go into arms trafficking. Li Yi, who had never been afraid of a big deal, was also slightly drunk. Zhang Du had already drank 3 bottles of beer, but his mind was still clear. It looked like his drinking capacity had increased after being reborn. He knew that if he told the truth now, no one would be at ease. After all, the money for ordinary college students is a large amount of money. But in the face of these brothers who have experienced the test of time, Zhang do not find an excuse to deceive them. Zhang Du light a cigarette for himself, and then looked at all the friends with a sincere face and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you now. What I can say now is that I am 9% sure to earn money. If you all must have me say it, then the night after tomorrow, we'll get together again, and I'll tell you all about it as it is then. Okay, if Duer doesn't say anything, he may have his own hardships, so let's all just wait until the day after tomorrow when we get together again. Come on, brothers, let's go. Wei Shuai stood up, held the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said, come, let's go. I'll do it first. Li Yi stood up, tilted his neck, and cleanly toasted. After drinking and eating, Li Yi again proposed to go to karaoke, which got a unanimous response from everyone. Zhang Du, on the other hand, excused himself for being dizzy from drinking and didn't go, and all the good friends separated. Walking alone in the early lights of the school backstreets, Zhang Du hands inserted bags walking aimlessly, recalling his previous life with these friends is so carefree through the university life. Yes, now everyone is not yet 20 years old. There is too much youth, too much hormone, too much free time to spend. Only, in their previous life, no one told them how miserable the bitter be life after graduating from college really is. Wait until life teaches them how men should take responsibility, how to work hard to earn money to support their families. They will also be like Zhang Du, like mindless fun. Zhang Du decided, today to help him these friends, in the future we'll have to let them follow their own to earn enough money, enough for them to pick up girls, play cards, drink, buy a house, start a family and even old age, because, he knew that even if he lived for so many more years, he would not be able to make such sincere friends again. Chapter 6, 100 Mistakes. After making up his mind, Zhang Duo accelerated his steps and walked towards the dormitory through the crowd that gradually became bustling. It was 9 p.m. A time when the nightlife had just begun for college students with too much energy. But Zhang did decide to go back to the dormitory early and rest early after washing up. Go to bed early and get up early to ensure sufficient sleep and a healthy lifestyle. There are too many things that Zhang Du needs to win in this life, and the prerequisite for all of these is the need for a healthy body. Returning to the dormitory alone, Jung Duo took a cool shower, and by the way, finished washing and drying his clothes that had been accumulating for 3 days, and then went to bed at less than 10 o'clock. The first night after being reborn, he slept particularly peacefully. Early the next morning, the sky just dawned. Zhang did sleep until he woke up naturally. Stretching his waist long, he saw that Wei Shuai, Huang Guan, and Wang Xiaojian in the same dormitory were all still slumbering, so he eased up on his movements. After putting on his clothes and washing up, Zhang did find his sneakers under the bed. Surprisingly, it was a pair of red and white back-to-back shoes. Due to the fact that they hadn't been washed for a long time, the surface of the shoes had already begun to turn yellow. Holy, it's actually a throwback. Real to where it's a slow memory. Zhang Du muttered softly while putting on the long-lost wheelie. He decided yesterday that every morning in the future, when he got up, he would go to the school playground to run 2 laps first, then do a few sets of pull-ups, and when he had time to play basketball, he should grow a little taller than in his previous life, and wait until he was in his 30s without being physically sub-healthy. The campus is quiet in the early morning. Most people are still sleeping at the moment. Occasionally in the grove next to the school road there will be people reading English aloud. That should be enrolled in the 4th and 6th grade. Zhang did breathes in the unpolluted air and ran towards the school playground with a brisk pace. Came to the playground. The sky has brightened a lot. The sunrise in the east bright red. Heralded today is another sunny day. The large playground is very few people. 3 or 2 in the morning run. Far away from the sand pit, there are 7, 8 sports students practicing long jump. Zhang Du followed the runway, slowly running. Suddenly the back again came a familiar fragrance. Zhang Du slowed down his pace, looked back. It was actually the short-haired girl that he met in the library yesterday. The girl's features are very delicate, clear eyes like a pool of clear water as deep, short hair just shoulder length. In the early morning breeze fluttering, a set of Audi red and white sportswear cannot hide the shapely body. Feet are also a pair of red and white Audi running shoes, spotless. When the girl saw Zhang Du turn around, she also recognized him, her expression slightly surprised. Zhang Duo politely slowed down his steps and smiled faintly at her. What a coincidence! The girl nodded and with a shy face, she accelerated her running pace, overtaking Zhang Du and running towards the front. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders and didn't speed up to catch up. There were still a lot of things to do at the moment, and in this current penniless situation, he definitely wouldn't go chasing after girls. Moreover, the object of his future marriage will certainly be the wife of his previous life, so he also did not want to take the initiative to provoke too much love debt. The most difficult to consume the grace of the beauty reason he knows. Just Zhang Du some curiosity. He did not know the school in his previous life. There is such a rich white beauty. To know that Zhang Du and Huang Guan did not have a girlfriend. The two ran to the student union secretly will be the whole school of several thousand girls. Information are copied down, detailed to the big head photographs, dormitory phone and even home address. 100% of the secret is not enough. Zhang Du sighed. Zhang Du ran 2 laps on the track, his body slightly sweaty. Only 19 years old, body is still great, face without redness, not gasping for breath. Ran to do a few sets of pull-ups again, until his body sweating profusely before stopping. Walking slowly to the cafeteria next to the playground. There was still more than an hour before the first class started, and the cafeteria had just opened its doors not long ago. A few cooks were carrying large cages of meat buns, and the steaming buns made Zhang Do a sudden increase in appetite. Master, give me 3 meat buns, an egg, a bowl of thin rice, and a bottle of milk. Zhang Duo shouted. Good grin, young man, good appetite, a chubby chef said smilingly. It's okay, make sure you eat enough for breakfast. Zhang Du replied with a smile. That's $5 in total. Young man, do you want to swipe your card or pay cash? The fat chef asked as he handed out Zhang Du's breakfast. Zhang Du was confused. The feeling of being out of this world came back. Swipe the card? Swipe what card? He reacted more than 10 seconds later. He almost forgot that you need to swipe your meal card to eat in the cafeteria. Or you can give cash if you can't. And Zhang did come out to run today and didn't bring anything with him. Thinking, it's over. This is embarrassing. This era does not have an Alipay or something. Even if you want to brush your face, you do not have that technology. Swipe mine. A short-haired girl in a sportswear outfit came to Zhang's side at an unknown time, and sharply inserted her meal card into the card swiper. The fat chef looked at Zhang Du suspiciously, then quickly finished swiping the card. The short-haired girl didn't say much, picked up her own meal card, turned around and walked towards the table. The fat chef asked towards Zhang Duo with a bad smile on his face, your girlfriend? Ha, quite pretty, nice young man. Zhang Duo awkwardly took his breakfast, scratched the back of his head, and looked at the back of the girl who hadn't gone far yet and replied, that. It's not a girlfriend, it's a classmate. After saying that, He took his breakfast and walked quickly towards the short-haired girl. A man can't eat white food. Even more so, he can't eat soft rice, even if he's eating the soft rice of a big beautiful girl. Classmate. Thank you. You're from that branch. I'll return the money to you tomorrow. Zhang Du sat opposite the short-haired girl, took a big bite of the bun and asked with a slurred voice. No need. The short-haired girl glanced at Zhang Du and quickly lowered her head again, hurriedly eating 2 bites of her own breakfast, standing up in a panic and turning away. Zhang Du looked blankly at the short-haired girl's departing back. Holy, do I look that scary? Chewing slowly and cleaning up all of his breakfast, Zhang Duo slowly walked back to the dormitory again. At this time, Wei Shuai and the 3 of them were still sleeping, not knowing what time they tossed and turned last night. Zhang did not wake them up, hurriedly took a shower and changed into a set of clothes. Coming out of the bathroom, Wei Shuai was already up, yawning while pulling out a cloth bag from under his pillow. Doer, this is the money that everyone helped you put together yesterday. A total of $7,000. So count it. Zhang Du took the stack of money Wei Shuai handed over from the cloth bag. Alright, what's there to count? Can't you trust your own brothers? I'm going out on an errand this morning. You guys will help me cover for the roll call. Chapter 7 Fight for Your Life. Doer, do you want me to go with you? Are you safe alone with that much money on you? Wei Shuai knew that he might have to go for that deal and said with concern. It's fine, don't worry. The people I chose to trade with are all internationally reputable. Zhang did pat Wei Shuai's shoulder and comforted him. Alright then, be careful with everything. Wei Shuai was quite relieved to see Zhang Du's confident appearance. Zhang Du casually straddled his army green crossbody bag, put the money into the satchel, then carefully zipped it up, waved at Wei Shuai, and walked out of the dormitory. Betting requires money to be deposited into the bank first, and then transferred to one's betting account through internet banking, and one can bet on it. Frankfurt's match was tomorrow, and Zhang did want to place his bets today, because, some of the more sensitive matches, the odds fluctuations will be very violent, and even, if the bookmaker found that a certain ball has the possibility of playing a fake ball, it will be closed in advance, or the odds will be open to an incredible point. Zhang Du just walked to the school gate, intending to get on the bus to go to the city center. The body's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Du pulled out the phone to see. It is Lu Sha came to the phone, so pressed the answer button. Hello, Lu Sha? Yesterday, Lu Sha, like a few other players, also left without eating. Although Zhang did not take it to heart, he also silently classified him into a category of people who could not make deep friendships. Zhang Du, I went to your dormitory early in the morning to look for you, and they said that you had already gone out. Where are you now? I borrowed a few $100s last night for you from my hometown. I'll take it to you now. Lu Sha spoke urgently. I'm at the school gate now. That, Lu Sha, thank you. Zhang did not expect that Lu Sha would be so righteous and go to help him borrow money overnight. You're at the school entrance? Then wait, I'll be right there. Lu Sha said and hung up the phone. Zhang Du silently put away his cell phone, lit a cigarette for himself, casually sat on the steps of the school entrance, and waited for Lu Sha. Although, he is not very concerned about the hundreds of dollars, but he knows that he is waiting for a friend of the liver and gallbladder. A friend is true or not to see what he said to you. The most important thing is what he is willing to do for you. Zhang Du, who had lived for more than 30 years, had long understood this truth. Therefore, when Lu Sha ran over sweating profusely and handed over the crumpled $650 to Zhang Du didn't say much, but just patted Lu Sha's shoulder and said lightly, tomorrow night at the usual place. We'll have dinner together. By then everyone will know if the money you lent me can be doubled. Hey, Zhang Du, don't say that. I helped you go borrow money because when you are a brother, between brothers, there is no need to mention these interests. Even if you do business and earn money, that is also your own ability. You return the money to me which also use double the return. That is not treat me as a brother? Lu Sha tugged at his blacktop to wipe the sweat from his face while saying unhappily, okay, brothers, let's talk about it when the time comes. I'm going to run my errands first. Zhang Du waved his hand at Lu Sha and turned around to get on the No. 33 bus that had been parked in front of the school. After the bus arrived at the city center, Zhang did first go to the ICBC savings office where he last ran a card, and deposited all the 600 yuan he had on him into the new bank card. While depositing the money, Zhang did scan all the counters with his eyes and did not see the beautiful bank employee Xiao Ran that he met last time. Thinking about the agreement he had made with her because of his negative feelings, Zhang Duo began to look forward a little to the time when she would see her card filled with $1 million. He himself did not know why he suddenly wanted to ask her out at that time. Speaking as an old man with a heart age of more than 30 years, he should not be so impulsive. Although his previous life is not how rich and wealthy, but the beauty or seen a lot. His several girlfriends and his wife are beautiful. Should not be so impulsive think about their card is still only more than $7,000. according to the current scoreboard odds, or win less than 1 million, touching the cell phone in his pocket. Forget it, pawn it too. So, Zhang did again in accordance with the memory of his previous life, came to the city's cell phone street. Will be his Phillips palm also pawned, change back $500, then ran to the bank, and deposited this $500. After all this, and non-stop rushed to the internet cafe called NetTide. After paying a deposit of $10, the webmaster assigned a machine to him, and then played his own games without a care in the world. Zhang did come to the machine designated by the webmaster, opened the computer, entered the last good gaming site, input their own registered account number to log in, and then began to play money in it. Because now the domestic network banking just started. The payment is not with Shield or something like that, but a thin card, called the electronic password card. Zhang do in accordance with the site's payment prompts, enter the corresponding number on the electronic password card, successfully completed the payment. Betting site Zhang do the account shows a balance of 8,000 yuan. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Zhang did take out a cigarette from his pocket, and after lighting himself up, he took a deep breath. This is not betting. This is fighting for his life. If he lost this one, he really didn't know where to get so much money to pay back his friends. If there was any deviation from the results of his previous life, then he would really be finished. Half a minute later, Zhang Du resolutely clicked on the Frankfurt match betting disc. In the scoreboard shows Frankfurt 5-1 win. Zhang Du found that this time the odds rose to 1 to 103. Zhang do not hesitate to enter 8,000 yuan in the betting column. To make sure that the betting has been successful, Zhang did a long sigh of relief, quickly closed the site, and then off the plane. By the time Zhang Du returned to school, it was already in the afternoon. Because of the morning get up early, get up and has been non-stop busy betting, feel a little tired, so returned to the dormitory and began to catch up on sleep. 18 or 19 was still a very sleepy age, and although he had invested all of his borrowed money into the betting sites, Zhang Duo quickly fell into dreamland, keeping his energy up. Tonight, regardless of whether the outcome of the match was the same as in his previous life, it was expected that it would be hard to sleep at night. Only when Wei Shuai and the others returned to the dormitory from class did Zhang Du wake up leisurely, running to the washroom to wash his face in cold water. He quickly became energized. Brother Du, are things still going well? Fatty Huangguan asked with concern. Zhang Du nodded. It's fine. Everyone wait for the money tomorrow, Zhang Du said confidently. Chapter 8 The Impossible Task. There shouldn't be any problems, right? What kind of business is it anyway? I'm really curious about it. Fatty Huangguan pulled out a pack of Golden Saint cigarettes from his own pocket and gave one to each person in the dormitory respectively. Huangguan was a non-smoker when he first came to the university, but because when he first started military training, he had his eyes on a girl in the next class, encouraged by a group of brothers ran to confess. The results were rejected. Later, it slowly followed Zhang Du, Wei Shuai. They smoked cigarettes. He often used one of his most popular lyrics from 1999 to describe his encounter. Sad 1999. From now on died a desperate pursuit of tenderness. One more love killer. What's the problem? The big deal is that our dormitory collectively gnaw another month of steamed bread. I believe that do children do things or reliable. Wei Shuai took the cigarette handed over by Huangguan, who always unconditionally trusted Zhang Du. Alright, let's go to Shuaiyou. In a while Brother Yat and the others should arrive. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders in a pretense of relaxation. Chewing on buns for another month? Resolutely not. He silently said to himself in his heart. Even if this match was planted, he would have to think of other ways to earn his money back. When people arrived one after another, everyone sat in the same box from yesterday again. In contrast to yesterday's drinking, there was one more Lu Sha, with a table of wine and food much the same as yesterday. Everyone ate absent-mindedly, not knowing what kind of medicine Zhang did buy in his gourd. Li Yi finally couldn't help himself. Duer, what kind of business are you in? You took out the money, but I didn't see you buy anything. I'm not going to urge you to pay back the money if you are cheated, or loss, this money you when you have, what also I can. I am afraid of brother you were cheated Li Yi is the small-scale crowdfunding to contribute the most money, a person out of $5,000. And, he said so Zhang Du also know that this is his heart. A brother for more than 10 years in his previous life, he knew his character too well. It's like this. I said everyone don't worry, I still say that I have 90% certainty of making a lot of money. I took everyone's money, as well as my own cell phone and pawned it. It was taken for betting. Zhang did speak the truth smoothly. He knew that if he didn't say it yet, everyone wouldn't have much heart to drink today. Betting? What is it for? Everyone was full of questions. Let me tell you all simply. A brother of mine received insider information from a betting company. Today's relegation battle in Frankfurt. The score will be 5-1. So, I found a betting company and bought a 5-1 scoreboard. If today's match is this score, then everyone is going to be rich, Zhang Du explained. Hearing Zhang Du's words, the little ones were stunned. Gambling on soccer, betting down so much money in one go, and still buying a 5-1 score. Everyone here had never touched betting, but they all watched soccer. Frankfurt's 4-goal win over Kaiserslautern was, to quote a popular movie, Mission Impossible. Do you think that friend of yours is trustworthy? He shouldn't be cheating you, right? Li Yi thought about it and asked. He felt that Zhang Du should have his reasons, otherwise he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Dependable. Brothers, don't worry. Since it's insider information, since it's a rigged match, it must be an unbelievable result for the betting company to make money. Zhang Du replied with a face full of confidence. There was no other way. He could only explain to everyone like this. It couldn't be that he told everyone that he was reborn from 2016, and that not only did he know the outcome of this match, but he also knew what everyone looked like 17 years later, which would be even more unacceptable. Zhang Du raised his arm and looked at the watch on his hand. It was already 7:30 p.m., only half an hour short of the start of the tournament. This is also the tournament organizers know that Yang Chen is very popular in China. In order to take care of the Chinese audience, the match time was advanced. This was rarely seen in Europe's top 5 leagues. Zhang Du turned on the TV in the box and tuned it to the sports channel, then said to the group, "Let's all watch the game together. Whether the news is true or not will soon be revealed." Then ran out again, and greeted the owner of the restaurant, said in the box to watch the game, may have to eat a little longer. The owner of the restaurant, Old Su, was not surprised. At that time the student dormitory had not been installed TV. Often students, in order to watch the game, eat in his place. There were cases where a meal was eaten until midnight. The TV was still broadcasting commercials. Zhang Du ran to the restaurant owner to get 2 pairs of poker again, called the waiter to come over to clean up a bit, cleaned up a coffee table out. Come, the game hasn't started yet. Let's all play poker for a while. There are so many people. Let's play Zikinhua together. Zhang Du greeted everyone smilingly as they sat over. Li Yi was the first to respond. Yeah, good. It's just idle anyway. It's rare for the brothers to get together today. Zhang Wen, Wei Shui, several people also sat over. Only Lu Sha, a person still sitting in place, did not move. You guys play it? I will watch a little TV can be. Don't play much. Just $10 capped. Li Yi greeted warmly. Zhang Du saw Lu Sha's expression was a bit unnatural and knew that it was probably because he had taken all his money to himself and was already penniless. So he said, I reckon that everyone might be similar to me, with no money left on them, but it's okay, let's play for a while, so it won't count as money. There's still wine here, so let's just drink if we lose. Zhang Du's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. 7 people one by one gathered around and began to jajinua. A few rounds down, Fatty Huangguan was the most miserable, being poured a dozen cups of beer in a row. His face was red and he shouted, Holy, I cannot. The ball game has started yet. Let's watch the ball. Asterisk. Fatty, don't try to escape. Li Yi's hand was flourishing and he was unforgiving. No goals in the first 20 minutes. Yang Chen scored the first goal for Frankfurt in the 25th minute. Kaiserslautern equalized before the end of the first half. 1-1. The second half also had to wait until the last 20 minutes to score. By then Frankfurt scored 3 goals in 10 minutes, and then scored a goal a few minutes before the end of the game. The result of the game 5-1. Zhang Du just now was also poured a few glasses of wine, red-faced, and set it out of his former life on the process of this game. Holy, isn't it? Du brother. The crowd listened to Zhang Du speak with a sense of humor, also began to feel that there should be a spectrum before going to bet, so the hanging heart put down quite a lot. The first 20 minutes of the game really did not score a goal. The game went to 23 minutes. The big guys did not have the heart to play cards. They each find a good position, staring at the TV. Chapter 9 the same thing. Seeing Frankfurt wearing a red jersey, a long diagonal pass into the penalty area. Wearing the No. 21 jersey of Yang Chen in the penalty area cannot stop the ball. To meet the ball a foot shot. The ball should be sound into the net. 1 o'clock. The crowd's long suppressed mood was released and let out a loud shout. The violent sound waves almost toppled the whole restaurant. As Zhang said, Yang Chen scored the first goal around 25 minutes. By this time the crowd unconsciously looked at Zhang Du and began to believe that Zhang Du really had inside information about the fake goal. Zhang Du took out his cigarettes and gave one to each member of the crowd, then smiled cheerfully and said nothing. In fact, his own heart has been happy, for the first time, to use the advantages of Rebirth. Confirmed that the world is still in the original track development. There is no change. After another 10 minutes, sure enough, Kaiserslautern scored. The score was 1-1, and by this time the first half was drawing to a close. The crowd had completely believed Zhang did. They all looked at Zhang Du with reverence. This is the top 5 leagues, What kind of person can control the matches of the top 5 leagues? Not only do they control the results, But the process is just like Zhang was said. And Zhang Do actually know such a person. Does that mean that in the future, everyone as long as the Tai Zhang Do will be followed by endless winnings? Just as the crowd was immersed in shock, Li stood up as if he had been electrocuted and was about to run outside. Zhang Shui pulled him back and asked, what are you doing? I'm going to get some money together. While the second half hasn't started, I'm going to get some money to invest in it. Li gritted his teeth and shouted, it's too late, brother E. The banks are all closed now. Even if you can borrow money, there's no way to call the account. Zhang Du stood up and explained. Li Yi's action made the crowd realize, and they all began to regret why they didn't borrow more money yesterday. What a great opportunity. No wonder Zhang Du swore to everyone that he would double it back. Seeing that everyone was a bit lost, Zhang Duo patted Li Yi's shoulder and said, don't worry, since we are brothers, I will definitely inform everyone if there is another opportunity like this in the future. At that time, we will all get rich together. As a veteran fan, Zhang Du might not remember the results of every game, but he still remembered some of the relegation battles, championship wins, Europa League and World Cup results of some major leagues. With these alone, he was surely never going to be poor again in his life. Just this time netblogging has just entered the country. The country has not explicitly prohibited, but after all, it is gambling, not legal. Wait until the country attaches importance to this issue, will increase the strength of the crackdown on law enforcement. Therefore, Zhang did not intend to rely on this money for a long time. When he completed the accumulation of raw capital, will go into more industries, industrialization. After the crowd heard Zhang Du's words, they were all overjoyed. If there really is an insider in every game, it would be hard not to get rich. Just when the crowd was excited, the second half of the game started. Time passed by, and everyone was silently praying. Suddenly Kaiserslautern had a defensive counterattack, and a one-touch chance appeared in front of their striker 10. Everyone stood up and screamed in horror, only to see Kaiser's No. 10 striker make a dashing move past Frankfurt's last defender, and kicked a powerful shot towards the goal. But it was too late, only to see Frankfurt's goalkeeper leaping up as if he were a god and pouncing the ball out of the bottom line. The hearts of the crowd were hanging on the edge of their seats. If the ball had scored, it would have declared the complete failure of Zhang's betting plan. Luckily, the game went as Zhang did predicted. In the last 20 minutes of the second half, Frankfurt scored 4 goals in a row, and succeeded in relegation, with a score of 5-1. The moment the final whistle blew, 6 pairs of eyes coincidentally stared at Zhang Duo without speaking or making any movements. Zhang Du scratched the back of his head, smilingly said, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to run. I'll get the money back tomorrow. Everyone here has a share. Money is a small matter. Doer, are you sure there are still opportunities like today? Wei Shui asked out of the hearts of several other people. There is of course there is. When the time comes, I will inform everyone. Why don't you believe me? Zhang Du still spoke with a smile that made the other people here seem more and more mysterious. That's enough for today then. The dormitory will be closing in a while. By the way, Schweier, I won't be going back to the dorm today, because it takes more than 10 hours to go to withdrawals. I'm going to the city now to go online and apply for withdrawals. Brothers wait for the money tomorrow. Zhang Du at the moment heart is also beautiful. More than 800,000 His own previous life has lived half a lifetime. Also did not see so money at once and, this is only a beginning. Do child, so much money, do you want us to go with you Brothers all go. Or there is a care, Li Yi said with concern, although he didn't know exactly how much Zhang Duo had won. But, yesterday he had promised to double everyone's borrowed money. That would be more than $10,000, which was definitely a huge amount of money for a college student in 1999. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. The websites I chose are all big global companies that are very reputable, and after sending out the application, they will credit my money directly to the top of my bank account. None of them need cash. Zhang did reassure too. These things, he currently does not want to let all these friends know. After all, it is not something to see the light of day. The less people know, the safer. So, Zhang Du and the crowd about tomorrow noon, continue to meet here to split the money. Then a person out of the restaurant, also did not forget to greet the boss. Tomorrow noon I come back to settle the bill The owner of the restaurant was currently sitting in the lobby, flirting with the 2 waitresses, waving his hand at Zhang Du as a promise. Zhang Du smiled faintly and turned towards the school entrance. When he came to the school entrance, the buses were already gone. In this remote suburb, if there wasn't a university here, the bus line probably wouldn't be located here. And after 10 o'clock at night, there were basically no more buses. Zhang did directly get into a cab, and after saying the name of the internet cafe in the city center, he began to lean back on the seat of the cab and rest his eyes. Just after the start of the game, although Zhang Du looked light and breezy, but in fact his heart than anyone else to tension and excitement. Wait until now the results of the game dust settled. Brain fatigue like a tidal wave of influx. Chapter 10 worth tens of millions of dollars. Cab driver did not say much. Guarding the school entrance half a day. Finally came a customer. Finally cannot empty the car back to the city. He did more than Zhang rush to the city center. Only there will be more customers. Less than 15 minutes. The cab will be Zhang Du brought to the net-tight internet cafe door. Zhang Du pay the money. Ran straight into the internet cafe. Threw $10 to the webmaster. Eagerly shouted to the webmaster to help him boot. Quickly entered the betting site. Logged in successfully. See his account balance display. A happy stream of heat straight to the head. 850,000 yuan. Zhang did cautiously look around. Today because it is the weekend. The popularity of the internet cafe than before to come to the 2 times a lot stronger. But there is no one to pay attention to Zhang Du. Are busy chatting QQ. Zhang Du a slight smile. And hastily click to enter the website of the withdrawal page. And then enter the withdrawal amount and withdrawal bank card information. After filling out the information, Zhang Du and give himself a cigarette. Detailed check the bank card number. And then enter the withdrawal amount, 850000. In the moment of clicking on the confirmation, Zhang Duan stop, but only more than 80 million. In addition to the money divided into these friends, from 100 million there is a gap of 20 million. Zhang Du decided, as long as the loaned money to his friends, should be 3 times the return, including credit to his own schoolmate restaurant boss Lao Su, the same 3 times the return. This is the newcomer should enjoy the benefits. In addition one wanted to open an internet cafe. At present, there is not even a single internet cafe outside the Lin University campus. Zhang Du know. At most 3 months later, the internet cafe outside the campus will spring up like a rain, and, no matter how many open, it will surely be full every day. Then he should also buy 2 sets of decent clothes. Although Zhang Du's dress is not too bad inside the college students, but as a man who has lived for more than 30 years, he still can't bear to dress too casually. Then also need to buy yourself a cell phone. Last time in order to get the money together, pawned his Philips Palm. All these actually do not spend much money. 170,000 is enough. So, Zhang did in the withdrawal of the column entered 170,000, and then clicked to confirm. The system prompted, withdrawal application has been confirmed. 10 hours after the account. Zhang did browse through the handicap on the betting website at the moment. One of the matches attracted Zhang's attention, Manchester United vs Bayern Müller, the European Champions Cup final, which will be staged in 1.5 hours. Zhang Du laughed out loud. This damn is again to send money? The impression of this game in Zhang Du's mind is too deep. Manchester United in the last moment after falling behind for 85 minutes, scored 2 goals, to 2:1 counterattack, won the Champions Cup, and in that season achieved the greatness of the Triple Crown. At that time, Manchester United, and Beckham, the face in the lineup, looked at his account balance of 680,000, and looked at the game's handicap, because it is the European Champions Cup final. So the bookmakers opened a variety of handicap. There are ordinary handicap, win/lose disc, and halftime win/loss, which side of the first goal and so on. Currently, the odds on the 2-1 Man United scoreboard are just 1-5, which is quite low compared to the high odds on that Frankfurt game. Yang made the decision that since there were rolling handicaps to buy, he would take his time and play with them. So, the account of 680,000 all bought Bayern first goal. The odds of this is only 1:1, 2, that is to say, by 10,000 can only be recovered to 22,000. After buying, Zhang Duan ran to the network manager there added $10, said to the network manager package night, has not been many years in the internet cafe night, because the game has not yet begun. Zhang did turn off the betting site, and then casually put together a sofa. Will be their legs straight, eyes closed to rest their heads. Half an hour later, Bayern really scored the first goal, because it is to buy the handicap of who scored first. So after Bayern scored not long, the website has completed the settlement. This time Zhang did the balance of the account has become more than 1.3 million. Zhang Du's sleepiness was driven away by this growth in wealth. It was too easy to make money like this, wasn't it? Zhang Duo began to envision that in the future, if he didn't do anything, he would just buy some balls every day, and without any pressure, he would become a party of rich people. But soon, Zhang Du drove away this tantalizing thought. Being born again, what was the point of being an obscure gambler if you just hid behind the internet? Even if one lived every day in fine clothes, what was the point of living a life without challenges? Thinking haphazardly about the future, planning messily for his future, Zhang Du found that there are too many things he should do. Real estate industry, automobile industry, internet, cell phone software and hardware development. The next 20 years is the period of high-speed development of this country. This is the best era and also the worst era. Those who conform to the development of this era will be given infinite space for development, while those who cannot adapt to the pace of progress will be eliminated by indifference. And no matter which line of business to start, startup capital is the most important. Now Zhang Du has accumulated more than 1 million funds, but to build his own business empire, just these are not enough. While thinking, Zhang Du pay attention to the score plate odds change. By Bayern 1 o'clock lead, Manchester United 2:1 to win the game of the plate odds has reached 130. The game time has also reached 70 minutes. Zhang made the decision not to wait any longer and bet all of the 1.3 million in his account on Manchester United to win the game 2:1. If he wins, he will win more than $30 million, and I am afraid that in this third-tier city in 1999, he is ranked in the top 10 tycoons. While smoking a cigarette, he watched the live text broadcast. At this time of the day, the general website live broadcasts don't have video, and the vast majority of the network is still dial-up, and the internet speed is very slow. The time had already reached 3 o'clock in the morning. Only 3 or 4 people were left in the entire internet cafe still tirelessly playing CS. It happened after all. In the 85th minute of the game, Manchester United manager Ferguson replaced Sheringham on the field. A few dozen seconds later, Sheringham scored a goal with his first touch of the ball. 1-1. Before the end of the game, Manchester United scored another goal. 2-1. The whole world went crazy. The greatest reversal in the history of the Champions League was staged as promised. The achievement of Zhang Du became a multi-millionaire. With such a large sum of money, Zhang Du was a little worried about whether the betting company would pay. However, the company he chose was a global top 10 BO lottery company with decades of credibility. By all accounts, tens of millions of dollars should not be considered an unaffordable payment for an international BO lottery company. After all, in his previous life, Zhang did once see a set of figures. Network BO lottery company won away from the mainland each year. Cash reached an appalling hundreds of billions of dollars. Whenever the international tournaments, such as the World Cup, the European Cup finals, the global financial market will be shaken down. That is because a large amount of money from the stock market, foreign exchange market, futures and other financial markets out of the investment in the BO lottery industry. Comparatively speaking, his tens of millions of dollars is just a drop in the bucket. Chapter 11 Encounter. Thinking of this, Zhang Du again closed the website browser, chose a relatively comfortable position, lying on the temporary put-together sofa, and fell asleep. Although his heart was still a little worried about whether or not the winnings would arrive successfully, but after tossing and turning for most of the night, he was also really tired, and Zhang did quickly enter dreamland. The other people in the internet cafe simply do not know. Just a few hours ago, in their side was born a rich man worth tens of millions of dollars. I'm afraid that no one would believe that a man worth tens of millions of dollars is sleeping on a couch in an internet cafe. Zhang Du was cleaned up. The network manager woke up. Open his eyes. Zhang Du the first time to raise his arm to see the time has come to 8:50 in the morning. The bank has long been open. The door. Did not think that I actually in the internet cafe are actually able to sleep so dead. Young is really good. Asleep to wake up yesterday busy most of the night's fatigue is swept away. Zhang Du from the internet cafe out. Straightened his sleep some messy hair. Long inhaled a breath. Although the road has long been traffic, car exhaust and dust, so that the roadside air is not necessarily how fresh, but breathing the whole night in the internet cafe in the turbid air Zhang Du at the moment but greedily enjoy. Swiftly across the road, Zhang did first to the ICBC savings office outside the automatic deposit machine to check the balance. The first 150,000 payment has arrived. It seems that 10 hours is only a conservative estimate of the period of time. The general situation to the account will be a little faster. Fortunately, the first money arrived early. From the internet cafe out of Zhang Du only have a few dollars on his body. In the city center to eat breakfast is a little difficult. In the ATM above took 10,000 yuan of cash on the body. Zhang Du at this moment fully realized as a rich man's confidence. As the saying goes, if you have food in your pocket, you will not panic in your heart. Zhang did look at the door of the savings center, and Xia Ran's appointment has only been a few days. Zhang Du very want to know. When Xia Ran's arrogant and beautiful face in the sea his bank card has more than 39 million when exactly what kind of expression will have. But now that payment has not yet arrived. Now can only stop. So turn around, hands in the bag leisurely wandering in the street. Because today is the weekend. The street is very lively. Everywhere you can see young couples holding hands in the busy street suite. So that single Zhang do not avoid side-eye envy. Young is really good Thinking about their own marriage has been almost 10 years. The feeling of being in love is already very far away from them. Passing by a Hong Kong-style tea house, Zhang did walk in faithfully. Cantonese-style morning tea, but Zhang Du's favorite in his previous life. In the past in the deep blue city, often in the weekend time to drink morning tea, with a cup of tea guanyin, a noisy restaurant, and rich and delicious food. A morning would be wasted leisurely like that. Life should be wasted on good things. Zheng did remember that classic advertising slogan. People said, eat in Yuezhou, but Zheng Du felt that a prefix should be added, breakfast. This tea house obviously also imitates the Hong Kong style. The decoration style is simple and bright. Long light-colored tables are orderly distributed in the not-so-big store. Each table is a small independent space. One step at a time. 2 TV sets are hung on different walls to ensure that every corner can be seen. The TV is clearly playing the news of RTHK. This in 1999, when there was no network television yet, made Zhang Du feel surprised. It seemed that the owner of this place was imitating the Hong Kong style in every detail. I hope the flavor can be imitated as authentic as well. Zhang Duo thought silently in his heart while finding a window seat and then took the menu handed over by the waiter. 1 each of barbecued pork bun, intestinal noodle, fried beef river, shrimp dumpling, and boat congee, plus a cup of tea guanyin. After finishing the morning tea in the tea house, the time was almost 10 o'clock. Zhang Du decided that if the second payment had not arrived by 11 o'clock at noon, he would go to the bank to withdraw $30,000 out of the money owed first. There is still more than an hour. Zhang Du ran to a cell phone street, intending to buy himself a new cell phone. In the future, there will be more and more things to do, and a cell phone is essential. The 2 sides of the cell phone street were full of recyclers and sellers of used cell phones. Zhang did now have money. Surely will not consider the second-hand cell phone, but straight to Nokia's store. Just like the Apple store in the latter days. This time of the Nokia store is the most prosperous store on the street. The crowd bustling in and out. A girl holding her boyfriend's newly bought Nokia cell phone, smiling like a flower from Zhang Du walked by. Zhang did not walk into the store. In a noisy bargaining sound heard a female voice hissed and scolded, "You a prodigal goods. No money to buy a cell phone actually to seduce my boyfriend? Are you looking for death? It's not that I don't have money. It was just stolen by a pickpocket on the way. I didn't try to seduce your boyfriend either. It was he himself who insisted on shoving the phone to me." A timid voice whispered in defense, but it was quickly silenced by the hissing female voice from across the room. And by this time many people had gathered around to see what was going on. Zheng Du fixed his eyes to see. Surrounded by the crowd in the center is actually the girl met in the library, only to see her eyes red, biting her lower lip fiercely, aggrieved about to cry out. And the opposite side of the woman's curses are becoming more and more difficult to hear. Zheng Du hastily peeled away the crowd, walked to the short-haired girl's side, an arm around her shoulders, asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Short-haired girl in the most helpless time, suddenly see a person who knows, as see the savior general, the heart of the aggrieved can no longer suppress, and leaned on Zheng Du's shoulder crying. Opposite the cursing of the woman saw the situation, still unforgiving, inserted waist loudly shouted, You have a boyfriend and still come to seduce my man. Do you still want to face Zheng Du while gently patting the short-haired girl's back, while glaring at the eyes, pointing at the cursing woman roared, "You say again a damn wannabe. I will tear your mouth now." The cursing woman was stunned by Zheng Du's cursing. Looking at Zheng Du's icy cold gaze, she didn't dare to curse again, and turned her head to a man with dyed yellow hair next to her and screamed, "You're dead Can't you see that other people's boyfriends are here, bullying me?" The yellow-haired man looked at Zheng Du who was hugging the short-haired girl and smiled grimly. "Kid, don't be too arrogant, or how to die without knowing." Zheng Du gave a disdainful look at the yellow-haired man. "Mind your own dog at home, don't put it on the street to bite people. Who are you calling a dog?" The yellow-haired man took a step forward and asked viciously. Chapter 12, Must Fly Money Raining Down on the Sky. At this time, the short-haired girl also stopped crying and tugged on Zheng Cheng's clothes, gesturing towards Zheng Cheng with a worried face to forget about it. Zheng Du patted the delicate hand that was tugging on the corner of his shirt, but his mouth didn't give in. "I think you two are a perfect match. You see, one likes to bark in the street, one likes yellow hair. Is there anyone here who is more like a dog than you?" The crowd of onlookers roared with laughter just after Zheng Du's words. The yellow-haired man was trembling with anger, and looking at Zheng Duo, who was dressed like a poor student. He pointed to a Nokia 8210 on the counter with a screen that had been shattered and said, "Okay, you poor guy, your girlfriend broke my store's cell phone. If you don't pay for it today, you guys don't want to leave the store." After saying that, several male employees of the store came over, vaguely surrounding Zheng Du and the short-haired girl. "It wasn't me who broke it. I was planning to come and buy a cell phone, but I realized that my wallet and cell phone in my bag were stolen by the pickpocket, so I was planning to come and buy it some other day. It was he who insisted on shoving the phone into my arms, and said he wanted to make friends with me and asked for my cell phone number. I let him go and the phone fell to the ground and broke. His girlfriend saw it and said I seduced his boyfriend and asked me to pay for the phone." It might have been Zhang doing it on the side that made the short-haired girl speak a little louder. "You two poor guys, if you don't pay up today, it's not over. My uncle is the deputy chief of the police station here. When the time comes, I'll arrest you in. The cursing woman roared in a shrill voice. Zhang sneered as he pulled out the $10,000 in cash he had just withdrawn from his bag and waved it at the yellow-haired man. Who are you calling a pauper? Here is $10,000 to buy you this cell phone enough This 8210 new or just over $2,000. Someone in the crowd said. The yellow-haired man didn't think that an ordinary-looking student actually had tens of thousands of dollars in cash with him, and froze where he was. Zhang Du walked over and picked up the Nokia 8210, ruthlessly slammed at the feet of the yellow-haired man. The cell phone was suddenly in pieces, parts flying everywhere, and then will be in the hands of a stack of banknotes. Tian made a general upward, said, money to you. The crowd looked at Zhang Du dumbfounded, hesitated for 2 seconds, while Zhang Du held the short-haired girl's hand. In the sky flying banknote rain dashing out of the door of the store. Zhang Du and the short-haired girl just walked out of the door of the Nokia store. The store was in complete chaos. All the people were grabbing money, whether it was the store employees or the onlookers. The bills flying in the air and floating to the ground were all targets for them to fight over. The yellow-haired man and the cursing woman had the most money where they stood, but the two of them were pushed aside by the frantic crowd. After a few seconds of stagnation, the cursing woman also joined in the money grabbing. She grabbed a banknote at the same time as the two middle-aged women, and so a new round of war began. Cursing, slapping, scratching the nostrils, pulling the hair, and was busy with a lot of things. If it is said that 3 women are a drama, then this action martial arts scene is simply brilliant. The yellow-haired man looked at the store in despair. His hands clenched his fists, and yelled, don't rob. I'll call the police. This is my store. My money. No one paid attention to him. Your money? Is it written in your name? At this time, people only have money in their eyes. Flying in the sky, falling on the ground, whoever snatches it is whose. Zhang did hold the short-haired girl long ago and had already walked out a long way, not seeing the mess in the Nokia store. He very much enjoyed holding the stunned beauty. The fragrance coming from time to time from his nose made Zhang Du feel very warm and peaceful. Without speaking much, Zhang did lead the short-haired girl towards the Motorola specialty store on the side of the road. The short-haired girl calmed herself a little bit and realized that her hand was being held by Zhang Duo. Instantly her face turned red with shame, and she weakly struggled a little bit, but Zhang Duo's hand was still firmly grasping her, so she had to give up. Hey, thank you. The short-haired girl looked at Zhang Du, a very durable man. When she first met him in the library, she thought it was mediocre, and then she thought it was a bit cute when she saw his awkward appearance in the cafeteria when he didn't bring his meal card, and today, he appeared like a knight when he was most helpless, and at the moment, he looked a bit more hardened and manly. It's okay, I still owe you breakfast. Zhang did smile and spoke softly. What did you spill so much money for just now? Even if your family has money, it's all earned by your parents' hard work. It's very defeating to do so. Those money, I will pay you back, the short-haired girl said with a slight frown. No need to return it. The money was spread by me. Why do I need you to pay it back? Moreover, the money I scattered wasn't mom and dad's money. I earned it myself. By the way, my name is Zhang Du. Zhang success of Zhang. Do things to do. Translated into English is just do it. What's your name? Zhang Du smiled and joked with the short-haired girl. You're annoying. The short-haired girl was amused by Zhang Du's witty explanation, and with a red face, she punched his back with her pink fist and replied, my name is Lin Yujie, from the 99th grade advertising class 3. Yujie, good name. It goes well with your temperament and barely matches your beauty, Zhang Du said in a serious manner. Lin Yujie was amused by Zhang Duo's seriousness and said, is this how you praise a new girl every time you meet her? No, I rarely compliment people, Zhang Duo said with full of concern. He indeed did not take to compliment anyone against his will. Hey, how long are you going to hold me like this? Lin Yujie said with a small mouth, raising her hand in dissatisfaction. Zhang Du remembered a phrase that was popular on the internet in the latter days and blurted out, if you don't leave me, I'll live and die together. Hearing Zhang Du's words, Lin Yujie's heart inexplicable throbbing, a trace of sweet feeling came to life, face is even more shy red. The two just walked into Motorola's specialty store. The sales clerk immediately greeted, welcome, handsome man, are you going to help your girlfriend buy a cell phone? Zhang did nod his head and asked Lin Yujie softly, did you have your wallet, cell phone, and ID card stolen? Lin Yujie nodded and pointed to her own Fei Yin's light-colored satchel, the outside of which had been slashed by a pickpocket up to more than 10 centimeters long. Is V998 on the market yet? Zhang did ask to the sales clerk, although the sales clerk had a professional smile on his face, but seeing Zhang Du's dress, he felt that he should not be a consumer who could consume this cell phone. Handsome, this cell phone has just hit the market. It costs more than 5,000 apiece. I would suggest that you buy the 191, which has fewer features but only costs more than 1,500 pieces. Chapter 13 Couple number. It's going to be 998. Can you take credit cards here? Zhang did not say much. Sir, we can swipe cards here. The sales clerk hurriedly went into the counter and took out a model prototype of V998. Zhang Du took out his bank card. Don't look at the model. Bring me 2998. I want it now. I don't want you to buy me a cell phone. Wait for me to replenish my own ID card, and then go to the bank to replenish the card. My family will give me money. Lin Yujie whispered. Zhang Did whispered into Lin Yujie's ear. You also said still have to replace the ID card. Also have to replace the bank card. How many days it will take to get it done? Good girl. Don't be polite to me. Don't I still owe you a meal? Buy you a cell phone, just as I pay you back. But, so much money. Lin Yujie still disagreed. Beauty, your boyfriend is really good to you. Spare to buy you such an expensive cell phone, the sales clerk said with an envious face. While saying this, he took out two V998s from the counter. Zhang did try the flip cover of the V998, and looked at the appearance, to determine that it is licensed. So the bank card to the sales clerk. How much? Brush it. A total of 10,200 yuan. Please enter your password. The salesman skillfully completed the swipe. Zhang did quickly enter the password, then picked up one of the cell phones and handed it to Lin Yujie. Do you like it? Lin Yujie nodded. Just kidding. The 1999 V998, that was simply the most wanted cell phone of all girls. After this for many years, it was popular to talk about the Motorola V998 strung on a string and hung above the neck. Sir, you are the first in our store to buy 2998 customers. Our store is currently engaged in activities. A one-time purchase of 2998 cell phone to send a pair of couples number. A number inside the phone bill of 200 yuan. You see, the numbers are all here. Come and choose. The sales clerk handed back Zhang Du's card with both hands and said. Zhang did look at the number book, and then pointed to the two numbers. This one, 139XXXX0066, 139XXXX0067. At that time, the management of cell phone numbers was not so strict, and there was no need for real name registration. When the salesman put both cell phones on the card, Zhang did the tail number 067 to Lin Yujie, whispered, anyway, they have to give away the number. I see that these two numbers are not bad. You do not need to go to the replacement card. Just use this. Lin Yujie nodded shyly. Zhang did stuff the cell phone charger and manual into Lin Yujie's already scratched bag, and then put all the cell phone accessories belonging to himself into his own satchel, and then led Lin Yujie out of the Motorola store. In the street hit a cab, straight to the city's largest friendship shopping center. Lin Yujie has been obediently followed Zhang Du. Do not know why. In his side when very secure. Feel that he is a person who can rely on the same. Obviously they have not known each other for a long time. Zhang Did and Lin Yujie went shopping at the mall again, and bought himself a few sets of clothes, leather shoes and sneakers. After changing into a set of clothes that had gotten Lin Yujie's approval, Zhang Zue felt a lot more energetic. After selling Lin Yujie a new fei and satchel at the mall, Zhang Du had planned to buy her some clothes, but Lin Yujie just didn't want them. She said she only wears a brand of clothes, and this brand has not opened a store in this city. Zhang did not insist. Looked at the watch on the arm. The time has reached more than 11 o'clock. Think about their own long ago with the brothers about to eat lunch together. So again pulled Lin Yujie out of the mall, straight to the bank to withdraw money. Nearby in the bank ATM withdrew another 30,000 yuan, stuffed into his bag. These are intended to be distributed to everyone. And Lin Yujie was scared by Zhang Du. Her family's condition is also very good, but never thought a college student's bank card will have so much money. He had spread close to $10,000 in cash at Nokia. The two of them had spent almost $10,000 more on cell phones, clothes and bags, and now he had actually withdrawn more than $30,000 in cash to take with him. Hey, where the hell did you get so much money? Lin Yujie still wasn't used to calling Zhang Du by his name. Don't worry La. It's not from the family. It's not stolen. It's not robbed. It's earned by this. Zhang Du mysteriously pointed to his head and smiled. In his heart, however, he began to worry a little. The second payment of more than $39 million again, still had not arrived, and he did not know if there would be any changes. Lin Yujie heard Zhang Du's explanation, also did not ask more questions. She inexplicably very trust Zhang Du, think he did not lie to himself. Such trust, even she herself felt surprised. Because of the experience of being stolen earlier, Lin Yujie said nothing and refused to take the bus again. She felt that she was stolen on the crowded bus, so the duo took a direct taxi back to school. Zhang Du looked at the time. It is already 12 noon. The brothers may not be able to wait, so he called Li Yi in advance, so that they can rest assured. Among the group of friends there is still only Li Yi with a cell phone. Zhang Du wanted to send them a phone each at the time. For him who came back from 2016, he is still really not used to waiting after making a call. After making the call, Jung Duo said to Lin Yujie, "A few of my friends are waiting for me. Let's eat together later. By the way, you lost your wallet and card. It will take time to reorganize them, so put this money on your body first and use it." After saying that, Jung drew from their own army green bag out of a few $1,000s in cash. Not waiting for Lin Yujie refused, directly stuffed through her newly bought fei and satchel inside. Lin Yujie wanted to refuse, but thought that Jang Du also said reasonable, even if the family to her money also have to wait for her to documents and cards have to be done before, so also did not refuse. The cab driver in the front row saw the scene in the rearview mirror, silently cursed in his heart, ********. The second generation of rich people to pick up girls is fast. Such a watery girl, it looks like she's about to be taken. What kind of people are eating together? Are they all boys? Lin Yujie asked. Yes, my friends are definitely all guys. It's not like I have a girlfriend. Jang made a pretense of being bitter and said, who knows, it's all boys. I'll be embarrassed to be a girl, or I won't go. Lin Yujie said, then why don't you call out all the girls from your dormitory? We'll all eat together and it'll be lively. Zhang did some thinking and replied, alright then, I'll go make a call and ask if they've eaten yet. Lin Yujie finished taking out her newly bought V998 cell phone and called their dormitory. It just so happened that the other 3 girls in their dormitory were about to go to dinner when they heard Lin Yujie say that they had a big meal, so they all agreed with gusto. Chapter 14. Lin Yujie hung up the phone after giving them an explanation of the location. Then she looked at Zhang Du with a playful face. Hey, how are you going to introduce me to your brothers later? I'll just say you're my girlfriend. Zhang Du replied with a smile. Cut. Who's your girlfriend? I didn't promise to be your girlfriend, Lin Yujie said with a pout. Then I'll say you're my benefactor. Zhang did say. Why do you say that? Lin Yujie asked curiously. You've done me the favor of a meal. Little student decided to repay your great kindness with his body. After saying that, he leaned his body up towards Lin Yujie's. Hate it. Lin Yujie smiled shyly and pushed Zhang Du away with both hands. Time passes very quickly between laughing and joking. The cab soon drove to the door of the school friend restaurant. Zhang Du paid the cab fare after seeing Lin Yujie still standing at the door of the restaurant refused to go in. Walked over to pull over her hand. We'll bring her into the school friend restaurant. When Zhang did hold Lin Yujie's hand and walked into the private room, the guys were stunned. On one hand, it was because Lin Yujie really deserved the word stunning. On the other hand, a few of them hung out with Zhang Duo every day and had absolutely no idea when Zhang Duo had a girlfriend. After more than 10 seconds of stagnation, a group of hungry wolves in general, the men together issued a wolf howl to express the shock they want to heart. Scared Lin Yujie lost color, and hastily hid behind Zhang Du. Zhang did smile and said, do not howl. Split the money, brothers. After saying this, he poured out the money in his satchel, stacking it into a small mountain. Quite shocking. Everyone looked at this pile of banknotes and froze again. Holy, brother, don't try to fool with money. Honestly explain, how did you pick up your sister-in-law? Fatty Huangguan said with a big grin. I picked up your sister-in-law. Fatty, watch what you say. Be careful your sister-in-law won't introduce you to a girlfriend. Zhang Du said laughingly. Holy, sister-in-law, my happiness will depend on you in the future. Huangguan said curtly to Lin Yujie. That, sis-in-law, I don't have a girlfriend either. Look, Zhang Shui also ran over to Lin Yujie with gusto. Alright, that's enough. The students from Xiao Yu's dormitory will come over later, so pay attention to your image. Now, brothers, let's split the money first. Brother E, this is yours. Zhang Duo said as he handed Li Yi 2 bundled stacks of bills. Li Yi alone took out 5,000 during the crowdfunding, so Zhang Duo divided 20,000 to him. Holy, so much. Doer, all for me. Do you have any for yourself? Li Yi excitedly took the bills. This money was enough for him to fool around for a while. Don't worry, I still have it. Brother E, call your sister-in-law to come too. It's rare for our brothers to make money today. So lively. Zhang did remember that amongst their group, only Li Yi had a girlfriend right now, but thinking back, it seemed like he never lacked a girlfriend at any time. In his previous life, Li Yi was a playboy. With money and style, his girlfriends changed one after another. Li Yi nodded and pulled out his cell phone. In the past, when his brothers were partying, he rarely brought his girlfriend over, mainly because so many of his friends were single, and he was afraid of irritating them by bringing them over. Now since Zhang Du had brought a girl over as well, he didn't have so many scruples. While Li Yi was on the phone, Zhang Duo gave everyone another share of the money, basically 4 times the amount of money they took out. Anyway, he still has $39 million of money that has not yet arrived, so he can't let these friends who are so close to each other suffer from poverty again. When Zhang Du finished distributing the money, everyone's face was filled with laughter. Since these few days are very worried about Zhang Du blood money, now see he actually brought a bag of money over to give everyone a share. The hanging heart finally put down. Moreover, everyone has made a fortune. Even Lu Sha, who took out the least amount of money, got more than 2,000 yuan. Enough to cover his living expenses for a semester. After Zhang Du finished dividing the money, there were still a few thousand left on the table, so he set aside 2,000 of the remaining money to hold in his hand, and then stuffed the rest into his own bag. Leaving Lin Yujie out of the private room, Zhang Du came to the cashier's counter in the restaurant's lobby, put $2,000 on the counter, and said to the restaurant owner, "Brother Su, this is the money owed to you for the meal." Old Su took the money with a smile and nodded. "No need for so much." "Ha, doer, is this your girlfriend? When did you find such a beautiful girlfriend?" "Girlfriend? It's a free gift from the mobile program. It's not much, just take it. The rest of it will be used as the money for today's meal. Any good wine and good food come up. Brother Su want to have a drink with us." Zhang Du returned with a smile. Lin Yujie stood behind Zhang Du and pinched the flesh on Zhang Du's back vigorously. "You brat, you can joke around. If you found such a beautiful girlfriend, you should treat them better. Be careful of being snatched away. I'm not going to join you. I'll cook for you later. I'll give you a taste of my specialty." Lao Su also did not with Zhang Du polite. "Will $2,000 into the drawer." Suddenly a silver bell laughter came from the doorway. "Yeah, Xiao Yu, I thought you have something good to invite our whole dormitory for dinner. It turns out that you have found a boyfriend." Only to see three girls ringing the doorway of the cafeteria, looking at Zhang Du and Lin Yujie with a smile. Seeing Lin Yujie's shy appearance, Zhang Du naturally let go of the hand he was holding and walked to the three girls in front of him with a big stride and said with a smile, "Hello, you guys, nice to meet you all. My name is Zhang Du." After saying that, he shouted to the private room inside, "Fatty, guests are coming, pick up the guests." Several girls were amused by Zhang Du's shout and laughed, their flowery branches twitching. Fatty Huangguan farted out of the private room and very appropriately stretched his voice. "Come low, several guests good. Are you traveling or staying?" The girls were amused by Huangguan's fussiness, and the girl in the lead was not afraid of anything. Following Huangguan's words, "What good wine and good food are served up? I have plenty of silver." This time, the whole restaurant was lit. We all laughed to the back and forth. Cannot breathe up. The crowd surrounded Zhang Du and Lin Yujie in turn, meeting for the first time. Because of this joke, everyone didn't have a bit of a gap, and soon chatted. By the time Zhang Du and Lin Yujie introduced their respective close friends, everyone's atmosphere became even more cordial. Lao Su put all his efforts to send the store's good food here. He also did not want Zhang Du to lose. After all, he heard the average meal is only more than $200, and Zhang Du at once gave him $2,000. Chapter 15. How beautiful. Wei Shui moved a few cases of beer from outside and placed them in the door of the private room, then bit open a bottle with his mouth and placed it on the table. Zhang did lower his head and asked Lin Yujie, "Xiao Yu, what kind of drinks do your friends like to drink?" "Drink fresh orange multi. Multi-C is so pretty. I'll go out and move it now." Fatty Huangguan knew that all the girls here were from the advertising department, so he dragged up the advertisement, causing another group of girls to snicker. Zhang Du took out his cell phone and said to the crowd, "I'll make a call and see how long before Brother Yi and his girlfriend arrive." Li Yi had just gone to pick up his girlfriend, and now that the table full of people had arrived, it was just the two of them. Wow, a couple's phone. What about the Moto V998? It costs $4,000 or $5,000. The girl who spoke was called Yang Zhao. She had long ago found out that Lin Yujie had changed her cell phone today, or changed to the most fashionable Moto 998, and was envious for a while. Lin Yujie blushed as she explained, "My cell phone was stolen by a pickpocket." "Xiao Yu, be honest, when did you guys start?" Yang Zhao asked curiously. "What start? We're just ordinary friends," Lin Yujie said shyly. "Ordinary friends? And holding hands with a couple's machine? Who are you kidding?" Another chubby girl named Sun Coco pressed. Alright, I'll explain it well. I was picked up by her from the cafeteria." Seeing that Lin Yujie was being forced to ask, Zhang Du quickly came out to relieve herself and told the process of how the two of them met. Not a moment later, Li Yi also came with his girlfriend. Zhang Du took a look. It was actually her? Li Yi brought this girlfriend Zhang Du recognize, but is only after the world to recognize. Did not think Li Yi also had a love affair with her. This female student Xiao Huixian, in 2 years will participate in the Star City TV Star Sister election, and all the way through, broke into the top 3, a time of bright stars, fame, but then, for unknown reasons, she slowly faded out of the public eye. Seeing Zhang Du staring at Li Yi's girlfriend, Lin Yujie was seething with jealousy and pouted as she stomped on him viciously. Zhang Du reacted to the pain in his foot and hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Brother Yi is here. Come, sit over here with your sister-in-law." Li Yi didn't notice Zhang Du's outburst and smilingly pulled Xiao Huixian to sit down. Since there were a few more girls on the table, The atmosphere of the meal was obviously a lot more lively, with colorful and flavorful dishes, and a running stream of consumed beer. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Jiao, Sun Coco and Xiao Huixian threw away the reserve, lifting up the beer cup and Huang Wan, Wei Shui and they spelled the wine. The atmosphere is getting higher and higher. Just at this time, there is a clamor coming from outside. Not long after, the restaurant owner Lao Su ran over, secretly in Zhang Du's ear and asked, "How did you offend the yellow hair Wei Mingshan? He's bringing a lot of people outside to look for you right now, and just now I was the one who stopped them and told him not to make trouble in my store." "Holy, yellow hair Wei Mingshan? Why is he here?" Li Yiting stood up at once. "He came to find me." Zhang did calmly finish the glass of beer in front of him, picking up the half bottle of beer on the table that he hadn't finished yet in his hand, and headed out. Lin Yujie pulled Zhang Du with concern. Zhang Du smiled and took her hand, comforting her with, "It's fine, it'll be fine in a while. You take care of your roommate here first, I'll be back in a while." The restaurant owner Lao Su pulled Zhang Du with a hand. Don't go out. There are more than 10 of them. Just stay here." Huang Maoshan, no matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to make a move in my store. "Brother Su, thank you. I don't have the habit of being a turtle." Zhang Du thanked old Su for his kindness and headed outside without looking back. The men in the private room all silently picked up the beer bottles on the table and followed behind Zhang Du. There were times when there were things that could not be avoided. For example, watching their friends get beaten up, and all the girls looked at them worriedly. After all, they had just been laughing and drinking together, and soon they were going to fight. Lu Sha walked to Li Yi's side and whispered to him, "Brother Yi, lend me your cell phone. I'll make a call." Li Yi cursed under his breath as he pulled out his cell phone. "Holy sand, what do you mean? It's not your turn to call someone." After saying that, Li Yi started dialing the number to call someone. At the entrance of the scholar's restaurant, 10 or so punks with colorful hair surrounded a yellow-haired young man, each with a cigarette in their mouths, their beady eyes staring at the inside of the restaurant. Many of the students eating in the hall were hairy from their stares, and if it wasn't for the fact that the restaurant owner had just greeted them at the door and said they weren't allowed to come in and make trouble, I'm afraid most of the students would have avoided them. A gangster with a haircut said to the yellow-haired young man, "Brother Sean, what if that kid hides inside and doesn't come out? Are we just going to wait here? Why don't I ask my brothers to rush in?" The man called Mountain Brother is today Zhang Du and Lin Yujie in the Nokia store encountered that yellow hair man. Zhang Du they came out of his store when he was going to rely on their own store more hands, and then Zhang Du a handful of banknotes a sprinkle. Messed up. Their own girlfriends and 2 middle-aged women in the chaos of the money and was scratched. Zhang Du they come out from the motorcycle store. Huang Mashan instructed the store a clever clerk to follow the 2 of them from afar, and has been followed to the back door of the University of Lin. Learned that Zhang Du 2 people may be Lin University students. Huang Mashan is even more angry. Did not expect to actually be a college student to fool, and then gathered a group of fox friends over to find Zhang Du trouble. Huang Mashan mouth crookedly holding a hibiscus king. A set of suit is not very well-fitting sleeve hidden a steel pipe. Condescendingly said, "Forget it," to give the old Su face. How to say that he said that year in the road is also a bit of fame. I'll see how long they can hide inside. In fact, although Huang Mashan's family has money, and he has made a lot of friends over the years, but when it comes to ruthless characters who don't want to die, he still can't mess with them. Back then, Lao Su was a ruthless character who chopped up 5 people for a woman. I don't think those few student pups dare to come out at all. Just this pose you put up today. Brother Sean, look at these students being scared and trembling when they see it. Another skinny gangster said curtly. Most of those who were able to go to university were still good students who took their studies seriously. Therefore, they arrogantly walked all the way from the back streets of Lin University, and the average students were afraid to avoid them when they saw them. However, they didn't know that most of them didn't represent all of them. For example, Zhang did and his friends. Chapter 16, The Poor Enemy Should Not Be Chased. Only to see Zhang Du rushing out of the restaurant in a flash, with half a bottle of beer in his hand, followed by Li Yi and the others who were also full of murderous rage. Zhang Duo had loved playing basketball since he was a child. His body didn't look tall and wasn't very strong, but that was just in appearance. A person who often fought against players who were over 180 tall or weighed more than 180 on the court would definitely suffer losses if you took him as an average person. Huang Maoshan was the one who suffered a loss. When he saw Zhang Duo rushing out from the restaurant with Li Yi and the others behind him, he didn't take out the steel pipe in his sleeve but greeted Li Yi first. He knew him. "Li Yi, there's no business for you here. Step aside." Huang Maoshan put on a big brotherly demeanor and yelled at Li Yi. The words had not yet fallen. Zhang did with the speed of a 100-meter sprint rushed to the front of him, followed the inertia of rushing over to the high leap, mid-air swinging up the hand of the bottle of beer. In front of the yellow hair head heavily smashed down. "I go to your sister still dare to come to Linda to find me." Splat. ground with a crunch. 2/3 of the beer bottle was smashed to pieces, and in a moment the yellow hairy mountain's head bloomed. Red blood, yellow beer, white beer foam, and green bottle crumbs along with his blonde hair were colorful under the afternoon sun. Huang Mashan only felt a sharp pain in his head, and his head became dizzy. Li then rushed over and flew a kick at yellow hairy mountain's crotch. My CNMD, this is Linde, where are you telling me to go? Huang Mashan was hit by 2 heavy blows, and immediately lost the ability to resist, and softly fell to the ground and shrunk into a ball. After all, the group of gangsters who came with Huang Mashan were also frequent fighters, although they were rushed out by Zhang to get a handicap, but after freezing for a couple of seconds, they quickly reacted, and all of them showed the weapons they had brought with them. The closest to the yellow hair of the mountain wash-cut hair took out a watermelon knife, at Zhang Du's head cut over. Zhang Du know that behind him are their own brothers, they cannot retreat, so yelled, clutching the remaining half of the beer bottle. Head down towards the scissor blow rushed over. Scissor blow a knife cut to the shoulders of Zhang Du. Just want to say a few words of morale-boosting rhetoric. Suddenly feel a burst of pain in his stomach. Look down. Zhang Du half a beer bottle into his abdomen, although not stabbed through the internal organs. But the stomach is, after all, the body's most supple parts of the body. Intense pain in the hands of his knife are almost unsteady. He could barely hold the knife in his hand. Zhang did not stop, ignoring the hot pain coming from his shoulder. Pull out half of the beer bottle, and then follow the trend of ruthless inserted into the thighs of the scissor blowers. This time wash-cut blow can no longer carry, fell to the ground in pain and kept howling. At the same time, Zhang Du other friends and punks fighting together. Lu Sha usually do not say much, but fight to no mercy, only to see him a hand held a beer bottle. 2 beer bottles in his hand was waved into 2 meteor hammer. A person and 2 gangsters battle hard to distinguish, but because the gangsters are more people, and is prepared, a time all the people are hanging color. The fat man Huang Guan was taken care of by the gangsters because he was the tallest. The 3 gangsters pressed him to the ground, and the iron bars fell on his body like rain. Seeing that Huang Guan was about to be seriously injured, only to hear another figure rushing out of the Shueyo restaurant. The restaurant owner Lao Su rushed out from inside with a pig-killing knife in his hand, and with a single stroke of his knife, he chopped over one of the punks who was beating Huang Guan with a steel pipe, and cursed loudly in his mouth. I said, don't make a mess in my store. Don't you guys understand the Mandarin language? The gangster who was hacked over lay on the ground and said aggrievely, we weren't in your store. Lao Su ignored him and made another slash, forcing back another punk who was beating up Huang Guan. Raw old Su joined, finally leveled the strength of the 2 sides of the contrast. The situation became evenly matched. At this time, lying on the ground half a day cannot move. Huang Mashan finally slowed down a little bit of energy, took out his cell phone and tends to move some more help. Suddenly saw Lin University's back door rushed out 40 to 50 people in the dark. The leader of a man as tall as a black tower. His hand is still carrying do not know which desks removed a wooden stick, shouted loudly, Brother E, we're late. Your sister. It's good to be here. It's better to be late than not to be here. Li Yi replied as he fought with the punks in front of him. Huang Mashan was instantly scared out of his wits. He didn't know where he got the strength, and ignoring the injuries on his body, he climbed up from the ground and ran towards the other side holding his head. Run away. We can't win. The other gangsters saw the leader of the Huang Mashan ran away. One by one, they all abandoned their armor, wishing that their parents would give them another pair of legs, and followed the Huang Mashan to run away with their lives. Zhang Du they made a gesture to chase a little, but also did not chase again. Zhang Du no poor enemy do not chase reasoning. These gangsters have a knife in the hand, in case the heart of a cross, fight to the death. Their own people are too high chances of injury. Soon, Huang Mashan brought a group of gangsters disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was only at this time that the black tower-like man panted and ran to Li Yi's side. Brother E, is everything alright? I received your call and immediately brought people over, but I didn't expect to miss it. Li Yi nodded. It's fine, you guys came in time. After saying that, he walked towards Huang Guan. In the fight just now, almost every one of the 7 of them were injured, and Huang Guan's injury should be the heaviest. Zhang Du pulled Huang Guan up from the ground and patted the dust on Huang Guan's body. Fatty, are you alright? Huang Guan grinned and screamed. Yikes, it hurts old me to death. Do brother, you gently, but hurt. MD was almost burst chrysanthemum. Aya, legs also hurt. No, I cannot move. At this time, has been witnessed the whole process of Lin Yujie from crying inside rushed out. See Zhang Du shoulder meter cut to turn over, and see his friends everyone hung color, sobbing, hey, I'm sorry, it's my fault. In fact, after Zhang Duo took the first cut, Lin Yujie was about to rush over to Zhang Duo. It was Yang Jiao and Xiao Huixian who pulled her back with a deadly grip and said to her, when a man fights, it's best for a woman not to go over there. and all you can do is wait for him to finish the fight and then take care of his wounds. Zhang did put an arm around Lin Yujie's shoulders and touched her head. Silly girl, what does it matter to you? Don't blame yourself. It has nothing to do with you. After comforting Lin Yujie, Zhang did take out a stack of money from his army green satchel and gave it to her. Good girl. Don't cry. I'm not fine, right? Take this money and go to a small store to buy 5 hibiscus king over. Chapter 17, Friction Friction Friction. And say it's okay. Bleeding so much. I still have money here. You haven't spent the money you gave me last time. I'll go buy it right now. After saying that, Lin Yujie obediently walked towards the small store at the entrance, and pulled Yang Jiao on as she left. Wei Shuai was currently sitting alone on a rock silently, smoking a cigarette. Zhang Du walked over and patted Wei Shuai's shoulder. Shuaier, is everything alright? Wei Shuai coughed twice and stammered. Fine, fine. It's just that I might have to go into the hospital. After saying that, he pointed to his back. Zhang did take a look, only to see that the crisscrossing wounds on Wei Shuai's back were already blurred. The deepest wounds were deep enough to see bone. Holy, let's go to the hospital. Zhang Du shouted. Wait, I called a car. It'll be here soon. Old Su was an old man after all, and had already contacted the car at the first opportunity. Brother Su, I really thank you for today, Zhang did said gratefully. Just now, in the most dangerous time, it was Lao Su who rushed out alone with a hog knife to turn the situation around. Otherwise, when the rescuers from the back arrived, I'm afraid that Zhang Duo and the 7 of them would have to be cut into serious injuries. All are brothers. What's the point of being so polite? Old Su waved his hand with a careless face. Li Yi at this time brought that black tower of a man walking away and said, Duer, this is the volleyball team's main second passer. Blackie, my buddy, especially righteous. Then he turned his head to Blackie and said, this is Zhang Du, my brother. Zhang Du nodded towards Hazy. Thank you brother Hazy, luckily you guys came in time today. Blackie smiled and said, you're welcome, we're late. However, Zhang Du, you guys are really fierce. Just a few of you dared to do it with a dozen or so gangsters, and they even brought their guys. Zhang Duo also smiled politely. Good talk, good to say. In the future, we are all friends. If there is anything to greet, don't be polite. At that time, Blackie thought that this was a polite word from Zhang Du. However, one day more than 10 years later, at the gate of the biggest office building in Shinnan City, Blackie, who had already become the head of security for the whole office building, bragged to his men. I think back then, I followed the chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Li, and they fought. Zhang Du saw that Lin Yujie had already bought the cigarettes back, so he said to Hazy, Hazy, give a pack of cigarettes to each of the brothers. These brothers will please take care of them. These friends of mine and I are a little bit injured. We need to go to the hospital to take a look at them. Blackie saw the 5 hibiscus kings that Lin Yujie and Yang Jiao were holding and his eyes glistened. How can this be good? We didn't even help. More than $20 a pack of hibiscus king. Usually Blackie, they usually smoke no more than $5 of white sand, red plum and so on. Zhang did take 5 cigarettes from Lin Yujie and Yang Jiao's hands, and shoved them into Haizi's hands. Cut the crap. You take me as a friend and take it. Blackie smiled embarrassedly. Then brother Du, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. A Wuling van stopped beside Zhang Du. Lao Su greeted the driver and assisted Huang Guan into the car with Li Yi. The car was a 7-seater, and the brothers left a separate spot next to the driver for Zhang Du. Zhang Du said to Lin Yujie, Xiao Yu, I'm going to the hospital with them. I'll contact you when I get back. Lin Yujie beamed and said, no, I'm going too. You guys were injured because of me. How can I go at this time? Alright then, you come up. Sit here. Zhang did pointed to his thighs. Lin Yujie saw that all the seats behind her were already full, and since Huang Guan and Wei Shuai were both injured, it was impossible to go and squeeze in with them. She could only blush and say a word to Yang Jiao, Sun Coco and the others, and sat on Zhang Du's lap. The van driver enviously looked at Zhang Du. A step on the gas. The Wuling Hongguang arrow flew out, leaving a large black smoke in the back of the door of the Lin University drifted. Now the weather is still relatively hot. Zhang Du feel the temperature and softness coming from his legs, even if he counts more than 30 men. But after all, is not Lu Xiaohui? How can you do not be upset? Lin Yujie's cheeks are red. Her heart is like a deer in the headlights. She has grown up for the first time with a boy so intimate contact. Her whole body is stiff. Do not know what to do. At this time, Zhang Du finally did not hold. Looking at the beauty in the arms, close to smell Lin Yujie unique fragrance. Lin Yujie sensed Zhang Duo's dissimilarity and moved towards the outside one more time, trying to get rid of him, but the friction rubbing brought by her movements made Zhang Duo so comfortable that he almost screamed out, and the pain of the wound on his back didn't even seem to be felt at the moment. He was in pain and happy. He remembered a joke from the latter days, the same thing that happened to him today. The man said, sit up. leather soft seat. Just as the two were embarrassed, finally the hospital arrived. Zhang Du took out another $2,000 from his body and handed it to Li Yi, and old Su familiarly led the crowd to register. Need to see a doctor on only Zhang Du, Wei Shui, Zheng Xuan Wang Xiaojian all need to go to the stitches. Huang Guan did not receive a knife, but the most serious injuries, but also need to go to the film to check the bones or not matter. The uninjured Lao Su, Li Yi and Lu Sha assisted their injured brothers to get stitched up or examined respectively, leaving Zheng Duo to Lin Yujie. After the first close contact in the car, the two people were a little embarrassed instead, glancing at each other. Neither said anything. After half a minute of silence, it was Zheng Du who broke the deadlock, only to see him scratch his head and say to Lin Yujie, "That, Xiao Yu, there's a lot of meat on your thighs." Lin Yujie had her head lowered, but when she heard Zheng Duo's words, she was so excited that she punched him in the face. "You bad egg, taking advantage and still selling your good behavior. Ignore you. I'm leaving." Zheng Du bared his teeth and shouted, "Ah, oops, I'm bleeding. It hurts. Where is it bleeding? Let me take a look?" Lin Yujie asked with concern. "The back. The wound on the back seems to be bleeding again." Zheng did pretend to be in pain. "Then let's hurry and go see a doctor," Lin Yujie said while holding Zheng Duo up. "Good. Over there. Old driver Zhang Du took the opportunity to lean on Lin Yujie's body, and a salty pig hand also took the opportunity to place on Lin Yujie's arse. Actually, Zhang Du's wounds weren't very deep. After all, he had already shortened his body at the moment he was stabbed, and also, his own beer bottle had pierced into Washout's belly, and hadn't allowed him to use his full strength. Chapter 18, The Man with Great Power. After the doctor gave Zheng Du 6 stitches, he helped him prescribe 2 bottles of external Yunnan Baiyao and anti-inflammatory oral medicine. After finishing all this, with a serious voice, he instructed Lin Yujie, "The wound can't be soaked in water, so pay attention to the hygiene of the wound. Don't get infected. Use plastic paper to wrap the wound whenever you take a shower." Lin Yujie nodded and said a thank you to the doctor before helping Zheng Du come out of the clinic. When Zheng Duo came out, Zheng Shui and Wang Xiaojian had finished treating their wounds as well, and one of them was holding a cigarette while bragging with Lu Sha and Li Yi. Seeing Zheng Du come out, they all asked with concern, "Duer, are you alright?" "It's fine. 6 stitches. Are you all okay too?" Zheng Du asked with a smile. "It's fine, just like being bitten by a mosquito." Wang Xiaojian said disdainfully, "It's good that it's fine. That, brother Yat, the fat man's photo may take an hour or 2 for the results. You guys wait for me here or find a place to rest for a while. I'll come back after I go do something with Xiao Yu. Let's rendezvous in an hour and a half." Zheng Du greeted his brothers and went out of the hospital with Lin Yujie. After a fight, all the people's clothes are torn. Dirty. This look back from the hospital out of the bad. A look is a fight. If you meet the police will be trouble. Zheng Du intend to go out first to withdraw some more money, and then buy a few sets of clothes back, before taking more than $30,000, has been spent. Luckily, the betting earned money. Otherwise, with Zheng Du a few of their living expenses, the injury is estimated to only go to the school nurse where to make do with a couple of stitches. Do not dare to enter the door of the big hospital. After going out, Zheng Du afraid of Li Yi when they want to use the car, did not sit in the van, but with Lin Yujie with another cab. Straight to the morning they have been to the mall. In the mall near a random bank, Zheng Du checked their balance. The card is still 120,000. That 39 million still did not arrive. Look at the time. From their own application for withdrawal has been over 10 hours. It seems that even for big gaming companies, mobilizing tens of millions of dollars at once is not an easy thing to do. Zheng did think to himself. He, however, did not know that at this moment in the distant England, in a small building with a long history, in a luxurious office with Turkish velvet carpet, the medieval-style crystal chandelier brilliantly illuminated the smoky conference room. This was the headquarters of Skybet International, and the reason that made a group of bigwigs gather here early in the morning for a meeting was because of the 2 bets made by Zhang. "George, are you really going to go to China to meet that Chinese guy? You have to realize that the market over there is just beginning to be explored by us, and our power over there is still very weak, and we can't even guarantee your safety," a bearded middle-aged man said uneasily, his English carrying a strong Irish accent. "John, for the sake of the company, I have to go. This is not an ordinary person. It's definitely not a coincidence that he was able to buy the scores when both games were big and cold. This is a man with great power, possibly so powerful that he could take down a betting company at any time. Either ours or Williams' company might become weak in front of him. I don't want Williams' people to get to him before we do. Thank God he is betting at our site and not at our rival's company. Everything about him, I suggest that his information be sealed, and even the existence of this man be kept absolutely secret, except for a few of us. A blond man wearing a set of well-fitted suits spoke firmly as he pressed out the expensive Cuban cigar in his hand. Alright then, I'll ask James to go with you. With him around, there shouldn't be any problems with your safety. Bearded John took a sip of his latte from his table and frowned. Damn, who put sugar cubes in my latte? James used to be the head of security at Buckingham Palace, and after retiring from the military, he lost a lot of money at Skyblog's website due to his gambling addiction, and then had to serve this company in order to pay off his debts. To the mysterious east, James is a tall and strong black man, at this time holding a huge fruit knife in his hand. He is meticulously trimming the nails of his left hand. It's really something to look forward to. I hope that there are still people in China who can fight like Bruiser Lee can fight like that. How do you plan to get in touch with that Chinese? Bearded John ignored the nervous security manager, picked up the latte on the table, shook his head, placed it on the table again and looked at George. George straightened the already meticulous tie around his neck. I'll meet with him privately to find out if he possesses mystical oriental powers, or maybe he's a genius at conceptualization? In short, I will approach him very carefully and try very hard to win him over. By the way, don't give him his withdrawals for the time being, after I meet with him. But, Mr. George, we give our customers a promised 10-hour withdrawal, and doing so might hurt our credibility. A small man sitting at the bottom of the pile spoke up. Let's go with that. I don't think it will go so well for George to meet the man. Can't have no little leverage in hand. Bearded John said firmly. Zhang Du, who was carrying a knife wound at the moment, didn't know what was happening on the other side of the globe. After withdrawing another $20,000 from the ATM with Lin Yujie, he went to the mall and bought more than 10 sets of clothes. The clothes were all picked out by Lin Yujie, and she was very careful to buy them according to the body shape of a few of Zhang Du's friends, because Zhang Duo had bought a few sets of clothes before and still kept them inside Lao Su's school friend's restaurant. He had to ask for a blouse himself, with Lin Yujie's help. Changing out of the bloody blouse, Zhang Duo lifted his arm and looked at his watch. Just half an hour after coming out from the hospital, there was still an hour left from the time he had arranged with Li Yi. Zhang Du wanted to go buy a car. Yes, buy a car. For Zhang Du, who came over in 2016, although he was still a beggar in his 30s, he also bought a car of about $100,000. After being reborn, running around without a car, this made him very uncomfortable. Besides, he has already thought of a way to take revenge, and he will definitely need to use the car. So, it was better to buy it late than early. So, again, he pulled Lin Yujie to buy a car. Buying a car was common for people in 2016, but in 1999, it wasn't something an average person could afford. Lin Yujie also did not ask more questions. She was more just concerned about the injury on Zhang Du's back. Having just stitched up the wound and running around in such weather, she was worried that the wound would become inflamed. But after Zhang Du insisted on going, she didn't say much more and obediently followed Zhang Du to take a taxi to Hushiado City. Chapter 19, Chrysanthemum or a Flower. The so-called automobile city in this era actually has more motorcycles than cars. As soon as he entered the gate of the automobile city, the billboard of a locally produced Manhwa brand motorcycle towered there. What makes Zhang Du feel surprised is that the spokesman of this advertisement is actually one of the four heavenly kings, Lian Lai. On the picture, Lian Lai is wearing a black leather jacket, riding a black Manhwa motorcycle, the back of the pack with a hot body of the long-haired beauty. The product endorsed by the heavenly kings and superstars. It seems that riding a motorcycle in this era is still a very cool thing to do. Unlike in later times, the streets are full of roadkill and flying dust, making riding a motorcycle a very painful thing. Zhang Du didn't stop at the motorcycle store for more than a few minutes, but went straight to the small car. What made Zhang Du's teeth hurt was that he and Lin Yujie walked around the car city, and only saw 3 cars in the huge car city, Santana, Jetta and Dragon Fukan, all costing more than 200,000 yuan, which is really pitiful. Zhang Du card only left $100,000. Cannot afford. 100,000 actually cannot buy a Santana. Zhang Du quite depressed. On the verge of despair, Zhang Du in the automobile city of an inconspicuous store to see a car, Cherry Son of the East. This car Zhang Du later life is known. This is the Cherry Company is developing a domestic car, and still intermediate car, very leather and durable. In 2016, 17 years later, Zhang Du can still occasionally see her figure on the street. 1999 should be the first year Cherry began to build cars. Zhang Du excitedly walked over. The store is very quiet. Car sales completely no sense of service. The 2 salesmen were just sitting there napping, probably because there was not much business. Zhang did a circle around the black sun of the Orient. 1. 8L displacement. Space. Self-developed engine. Black introverted appearance. Power is also enough. Zhang did very satisfied. In fact, he had seen in some forums in the latter part of the world to criticize the concept of national people to buy a car post, It said, the country from the foreign pander to foreigners. Good face, do not support the domestic car. Back then, if it was not for the emergence of Chery, Geely and other national automobile enterprises to bring down the domestic car prices, I'm afraid that in 2016, the nationals are still driving a 200,000 a Santana. Today Zhengdu is considered to have experienced the arrogance of foreign brands and the hardships of the rise of the national industry. Xiao Yu, what do you think? Zhengdu smilingly looked at Lin Yujie, seeking her opinion. Lin Yujie beamed her little mouth. You buy a car. You like it. Ask me what for. Car bought. I drive. You sit. Of course I have to ask your opinion. Zhengdu cheekily said. I don't want to sit in your car. Lin Yujie looked at Zhengdu's lewd face and vaguely felt as if she had fallen into some kind of pit. The old driver's set was deep. The salesperson on the side saw the two 18 or 9-year-olds flirting while looking at the car. They didn't even come over to greet them, still sitting there and continuing to snooze. Hey, how much is this car please? Zheng did ask politely to the two sales. There was no answer. Zhengdu froze? What's this? The car is on display and not for sale? So he walked over to the two and asked patiently and softly. Excuse me, how much is that black sun of the Orient? One of the salesmen raised his eyelids, seemingly unhappy that Zheng had dozed off. Isn't there a price on the wall? Don't you know how to read? Don't you know how to read? A series of several rhetorical questions. Zhengdu froze there. Your sister. Think back to the latter part of their own to see the car. The beautiful sales farting tea pouring water. Shushing warm. If not Zheng do not stop the price so that she did not earn. And even the two play a bit of subterfuge are possible. How to go back to 1999. The car seller has become this attitude. Zhengdu angrily slapped the two people leaning on the table. The two people from the doze wait completely shocked awake. I want to buy a car. What is your attitude Is this how you treat your customers? Kid, what are you arguing for? Have you taken the wrong medicine? You look so handsome. Why are you so unqualified? Can you afford this car? Another salesman huffed and puffed at Zheng Duo. In his opinion, Zheng did just bring his girlfriend to open his eyes. Buy a car? The average working class person was afraid that they couldn't afford a car in their lifetime. And even if they bit the bullet and bought one, they couldn't afford to use it. This was 1999 when even air conditioners and cell phones were not yet popular. How do you know I can't afford it? What if I can afford it? Zhengdu sneered. Lin Yujie pulled his shirt behind Zhengdu, signaling him not to be impulsive. The wound on his back could have just been stitched up. Two Oriental Sun in the store. The automatic top match 118,000. The manual 1 middle match 98,000. Can you afford it? Then you pay. The other male salesman said impatiently. Zheng did sneer and pulled out his bank card, placing it on the table in front of the two. I'll take it. 98,000 for the manual, right? Swipe the card. Are you playing with me? You have 98,000 in this card? The male salesman asked, looking at the plain and simple Zhengduo with a skeptical face. Zheng did put his arm around Lin Yujie beside him and asked the male salesman with a smile. This is my girlfriend. Do you think he's pretty? The male salesman froze, opened his twilight sleepy eyes, took a close look at Lin Yujie, and was immediately stunned, swallowed the saliva in his mouth, and subconsciously replied, beautiful, very beautiful. The male salesman thought to himself that this kid is not going to trade his girlfriend for this car, right? You don't say. His girlfriend is really worth a car. Unfortunately, he himself cannot afford to buy this car, or a car for such a beautiful girlfriend is also worth it. Lin Yujie depressed extreme. Do not know Zhengdu and wanna play what? So hard to pinch Zhengdu butt, because Zhengdu's back has a knife wound. Only the butt is good to start. Lin Yujie suddenly found that pinching the butt was much more tactile than pinching the back. But then she thought, what if Zhengduo returns the favor with his own? Hastily, she let go of the hand that was pinching the flesh. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Do you think I would be interested in playing with your asshole? Zhengdu sneered. The salesman's face showed anger. Although he still didn't know what a chrysanthemum was, in 1999, Jay Cho was still singing Old Indian Spotted Turtle Dove. And Chrysanthemum Terrace hadn't been produced yet. And chrysanthemums were still a kind of flower rather than a human organ in this era. But also knew that Zheng did was undermining him, and was about to have a fit when the saleswoman on the sidelines gave him a color, signaling him not to be impulsive. The two of them had been sent here by the company for a month, and not a single car had been sold. Not to mention the people who buy cars, even look at the car is less, mainly because the people of the country to cherry this brand has no cognition, let alone recognized. Chapter 20 The years are a killing knife. It's not easy to come to a not haggle said to buy a car lord, cannot drive people away in case people can really afford it. Just look at his girlfriend with the bag they have seen in the mall, to 700 or 800 it. The saleswoman put on a smile, this gentleman? Oh, you should still be a student, right? This student, you wait a moment, I will immediately give you the car's certificate of conformity and related formalities. You on the license plate when you use. Please wait a moment. The 98,000 I just said to buy this car is the price of the license plate. What I want is to drive the car away immediately after paying the money. Zhang did nod and said, which buy a car without haggling. Just now on impulse said 98,000 to buy it. But there is also the purchase tax and the cost of licensing. His 39 million has not yet arrived. Zhang do not want to all of a sudden on the body to get naked. Besides, he didn't have the energy to run to the tax and license plate. Alright, just give you the package for the license plate. Kid, if you don't have that much money in your card when the paperwork is done later, I'll make you look good. The male salesman said indignantly, going on an errand. Are you busy? I'll naturally pay when you're done. Zhang did returned coldly. I have to say, this era is still too few people to buy a car. Located in the auto city next to the DMV is very idle. The female sales less than 20 minutes to complete the formalities, but also brought 7 or 8 license plates to Zhang Du choose. Zhang Du choose a random license plate. Very calmly in the POS machine lost the password. Paid 98,000. Look aside the male sales envy and jealousy. His own salary to take 5 years without food and drink to buy the car, which is not yet dry. Looking at the student boy said to buy on the buy. The most add up is that he also has a so beautiful girlfriend. Their own more than 20 people are still single. It is really a person than a person to die of anger. Zhang do not pay attention to the male salesman's joy and sorrow, such as female saleswoman will vehicle formalities to him. Took the keys of the Son of the East, smilingly holding Lin Yuji's hand on the car. In his last life, he scrimped and saved and had to be sponsored by his parents to buy a beggar's car of 100,000 or so. And this life, he was 19 years old to have the first car in his life. After getting on the car, Zhang Dui's touch. West look, N. Interior brown point. I do not know how the power. CD player are not or put the cassette tape. Where can I find a cassette tape for you? Zhang Du chagrin said, subconsciously thinking that he was still in 2016, when cassette tapes had long since disappeared. Lin Yujie sat in the passenger seat, smiling as she watched Zhang Duo tossing around in the car like a child, pulling out a Sony Walkman from her satchel, opening the Walkman and taking out a cassette tape from inside, handing it to Zhang Duo. Hey, this is for you. Zhang Duo took the tape handed over by Lin Yujie and looked at it. Ha ha, it's still Xiao Yu who's good to me. Whose tape is this? Wang Jingwen? Why does this look so familiar? Holy, it's Fei Wong. Zhang did remember. There was a time when he also really liked Fei Wong songs. The Fei Wong of 99 wasn't called Fei Wong. She was called Wang Jingwen. Putting the tape into the car recorder. The car rang with Fei Wong's familiar ethereal voice. I'm like a chess piece, coming and going involuntarily. Age is really a pig-killing knife. Softened bananas, blackened fungus, purple grapes, and turned Wang Jingwen into Fei Wang as well. Zhang Du mumbled alone. What are you saying bad things about again? Do you know how to drive? Got a driver's license? Lin Yujie couldn't understand Zhang Du's words, but she knew that every time Zhang Du had that lewd expression, he definitely wasn't saying anything good. Zhang Du put away his lewd smile and said with a straight face, brother is an old driver. Don't worry, brother will take you. After saying that, a twist of the key, started the car, skillfully stepped on the clutch, shifted gears, a foot of gas rushed out of the sales store, leaving the two sales staring at each other wide-eyed. This? The store's first car was sold out like this? Zhang did like to drive manual cars, originating from the Fast and Furious movie he watched in his later life. It felt that when the car racing masters in the movie drove, these actions of stepping on the clutch, shifting gears, and refueling the accelerator were communicating with the car. The deeper the communication, the higher the degree of human-vehicle fit, and finally reach the realm of human-vehicle unity. Zhang did not have the car skills in the movie, but as he said, he is also an old driver who has driven the car for several years, so he quickly familiarized himself with the car's clutch and smoothly operated the Son of the Orient. In this era, there were few traffic jams in the city. Cars were still a luxury for a few powerful people. The Son of the Orient sped all the way. Even the traffic lights are rarely encountered a few, all the way to drive soundly, and soon arrived at the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Li Yi had already waited in the lobby, and the results of Huang Guan's examination came out. 2 bones were fractured and he had to be hospitalized, while Wei Shuai's injuries also required hospitalization. The results of the examination reassured Zhang Du quite a bit. As long as it didn't leave any aftereffects, it would be fine. Li Yi brought Zhang Du and Lin Yujie to the ward where Huang Guan and Wei Shuai were staying. A group of friends were playing cards in the room. Huang Guan's leg was also tied with a thick plaster, and he was watching the card game with glee, hating that he couldn't participate in the game himself. Zhang Du walked to Huang Guan's bedside, emotionally looking at Huang Guan who had trouble moving with his cast tied on and Wei Shuai who was covered in bandages and looked like a mummy. he said. Sorry for dragging the brothers down. Do son, what's the point? All brothers. Lee walked over and patted Jung Do's shoulder. Brother Do, it's fine. The conditions here are pretty good. There's 24-hour hot water and air conditioning. And pretty nurses. Pretty cool. Huang Guan said with a smile. Doer, what are you going to do about Huang Mashan? I reckon he definitely won't let it go like that. His family is still a bit powerful. The Nokia stores in the city are all owned by his family. Old Su said worriedly. The gun is easy to avoid, the dark arrow is difficult to prevent. After this estimate, Huang Maoshan certainly do not dare to bring people to Linde to find you trouble. I'm afraid that he will take other ways to retaliate. Jung Do Fierce Eyes said, Humph, he is willing to forget. I'm still not willing. Moved my brother, how can just let him go? Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll discuss it with you all when the time comes. Let's not talk about it. This is the new clothes that Xiao Yu and I bought for everyone. Let's all try to see if they fit. Holy, it's still sister-in-law who's attentive. My clothes can't be worn a long time ago, and I'm still wondering how I'll get in if I go back to school later. Zhang Shui laughingly complimented Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie was embarrassed by the compliment and said with a red face, I have to thank you all. It's all because of my things that everyone got hurt. In the future, everyone will be friends. No need to be polite. Chapter 21. Big Beautiful Lin turns around. Then I'll send Xiaoyu back to school first. Do any of you want to go back together? I forgot to mention that I just went to buy a car with Xiaoyu. Zheng Did said. A car? Holy, what car? Old Su was the most excited and threw away the poker in his hand. Take me to see it. As soon as the crowd heard that Zheng Duo had bought a car, they all lost the desire to play cards and scrambled to run outside the super ward. Only Wei Shuai and Huang Guan, who were seriously injured, had to lie on the hospital bed and stare because of their inconvenient movements. Zhang did hold Lin Yuji and smilingly followed the crowd out of the hospitalization building. Holy, so cool. This car is even bigger than a Santana. Old Su stood next to the Son of the Orient and rubbed his hands together while speaking excitedly. It's so cool, Duer, next time I go to pick up a girl, you can be my driver. Li Yi also said happily. Although he was considered a rich second generation, his family had all just bought a car not long ago, and buying him a car was still a very distant thing. After all, college students who bought a car to go to school in 1999 were still very rare. As long as you don't mind me being a light bulb for you guys, it doesn't matter if I'm a driver. Zheng did spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders and said, seeing Lao Su's eagerness to try, Zheng Duo put the key in Lao Su's hand. Lao Su, is your hand itching? Do you want to turn around twice? That, Duer, this is a new car for you, Old Su said politely. It's fine, new cars are better. Don't worry, the insurance is fully paid. Do you have a driver's license? Zheng Du shoved the key into Old Su's hand. Driver's license I have. I already got it when I was in the army. Old Su replied as he eagerly accepted the keys. Zhang Shui, Lu Sha and Li Yi also climbed into the car quickly when they saw this. Let's go go for a ride down. Zheng Duo and Lin Yujie laughed as they watched the group of friends was away. When Lao Su returned from their ride, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zheng Du from the Old Su took the keys, smilingly asked, how is it? Not bad. This car is really good. Much more comfortable than the truck I drove in the army. Old Su replied with an excited face. Brother Yat, I'll send Xiaoyu back to school first. I'll come back to meet you guys in the evening. I'll trouble you to arrange for dinner. After saying that, Zheng Du reached into his satchel again, intending to take a few more $1,000 to Li Yi. Alright, you guys go ahead. Don't you mind this side. You've only paid half of what you gave me. No need to take the money, Li Yi said as he pressed down on Zhang Du's hand that was holding the money. Zheng Du didn't bother to be polite with him, nodded and got into the car. Lin Yujie was good enough to sit next to him on the passenger side. From the hospital out, Zheng Du's stomach indisputably called up. He hadn't eaten at all since noon, and after pouring 2 bottles of beer, he ran out to fight, and had tossed and turned until now, when it was already time to finish eating. Why don't we eat dinner and then send you back to school? If we go back to school at this time, we probably won't be able to catch the meal in the cafeteria either. Zheng did ask Lin Yujie's opinion while driving the car. Lin Yujie nodded her head obediently. You take the idea. It doesn't matter if I eat or not. It's not like I'm really hungry. Just in time to lose weight. Zhang did a doubtful glance at Lin Yujie next to him. 165 in height, wearing a pair of fitted jeans that outlined the long slender legs just right, and the upper body was also the golden ratio present. So he said in a depressed manner, you've got such a good figure. What kind of fertilizer do you lose? You bad guy. Wasn't it you who said that people have too much meat there? Lin Yujie blushed again and pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Silly girl, wasn't I just teasing you? You're still taking it seriously? Your figure is already very great. No need to lose weight. Really no need. Zheng Du shook his head with a bitter smile. Little sisters are just childish. Then what if people become fat women? Lin Yujie pursued. I'll take it even if they become a fat woman. Zheng Du swore and said, cut. Who wants you to want it? Lin Yujie disdainfully gave Zheng Du a glance, but her heart was indeed happy. Zheng Du drove the car and found a restaurant that looked very well decorated on the side of the road, and the two of them casually ordered a few dishes and hastily ate their dinner. Tossed a day. Two people are a little tired. Zhang did send Lin Yujie to the dormitory downstairs, watched Lin Yujie into the stairway and looked back at him. Zhang did smile and waved the V998 in his hand, signaling the phone contact, until he saw Lin Yujie turn around and disappear in the stairway. Zheng Du started the car and turned around to leave. A few days later, the wounds on Zhang Du's body began to heal, and from time to time there was an itchy feeling on his back. Being young is good getting a cut only takes a few days to heal, and Wei Shuai also discharged from the hospital, just still can't move substantially, and Huang Guan's injury is the most serious, may still have to stay in the hospital for a few days. In these few days, Zhang did finally quietly enjoy the university life that he had always missed in his previous life. Every day, he insisted on waking up early, and then as long as it didn't rain, he would go to the playground and watch Lin Yujie run in the morning. Because his own injuries hadn't healed yet, he could only watch from the sidelines. When Lin Yujie finished running, he would follow Lin Yujie upside down, rubbing breakfast. The fat chef will, as always, give Zheng to do the 2 packets of meat buns, an egg, a bowl of porridge plus a bottle of milk. When the two of them finished breakfast together, they followed Lin Yujie to dabble in class again. This is not necessarily to stick to her, but Zheng Du in his previous life also did advertising, but after all, is not from the class. A lot of things are their own through the network and books self-taught, and now follow Lin Yujie to dabble in the class, is to listen to the mouth of the professors in the class of advertising is how. And Zhang made them at the back gate of the school with more than 10 social youths, and the incident also spread on campus. There are those who feel horrified. There are those who feel admiration. Zhang made a name for himself, and his popularity momentarily overshadowed that of the famous playboy Li Yi. Many people who didn't know him had heard of him. On the one hand is the black son of their trumpet, said Zheng Du, people righteous, fighting fierce. On the other hand, advertising major Lin Yujie have boyfriend news also through word of mouth. Suddenly Lin University boys tears like rain, countless brothers and classmates heartbroken, and the cause of all this, or the culprit is Zheng Du. You should know that Lin University's historical tradition is the scarcity of beautiful women. One of the most widely circulated limerick in Lin University reads, the moment a beautiful woman in Lin University turns around, she scares a cow to death on the side of the road. Now it's not easy to come to a school flower level Lin Yujie. A group of single dogs are still planning how to approach her, attract her attention, gain favor, and then ask out for dinner. But before the planning is finished, it's Zheng Du who got his hands on her first. These days, Zheng Du and Lin Yujie walk together in the campus. Zheng Du can always feel countless jealous eyes. If the eyes can kill people, Zheng Du estimate that I am afraid that he has died thousands of times. Chapter 22 Things played out. Zheng Du enjoyed this feeling of holding hands with Lin Yujie and then countless murderous gazes looking over. He dejectedly hummed Fei Quan's The Most Beautiful. Ha, what song are you singing? Why haven't I heard it before? Lin Yujie, who was on the side, asked curiously. Oh, Fei Quan's The Most Beautiful, a new song by two newcomers. If you like it next time I'll sing it for you, Zheng did said with a smile. At this point in time, Yuchuan had probably only just released their first album, The Most Beautiful, and the song hadn't even started to be sung yet. Humph, I thought you wrote the song for me? Lin Yujie said with a small mouth and a somewhat disappointed expression. Writing a song? Don't you know that brother is the best at writing songs? There's no point in writing a song for you. I'm just afraid that the song I write will make you cry. Zheng Duo said with a big grin. Just blow it off. Lin Yujie said with a smile. Whether it's bragging or not you'll know when the time comes. Jokingly, Zheng Du had hundreds of songs from 17 years later in his heart. Writing one wasn't at his fingertips. Dodo, you accompany me to class every day. What about your own class? At that time the test cannot pass to repeat the study law. Lin Yujie no longer calls Zhang as hey, but to help him get an English name Dodo. It is said that this nickname by all the girls in their dormitory unanimously recognized. Can you not call me Dodo? For example, call me husband, darling, whatever. Zhang was depressed. As a man in his 30s, being called Dodo every day was a bit weird. I prefer to be called that. I'm happy. You said yourself that your name is Zheng Du, which translates into English as just do it. Lin Yujie laughed and said, AI. Zheng Du sighed helplessly before continuing. I won't accompany you to class in a while. I have to go downtown. Zheng did want to go and see if his withdrawals had arrived in the end. His own revenge plan as well as the plan to open an internet cafe were both imminent things, and money was indispensable to do these things. Okay, then be careful yourself. Don't drive too fast and don't fight with people. Lin Yujie said with concern. Zhang did nod, then turned around and left after sending Lin Yujie to the bottom of the school building. Pulling out his Motorola 998, he dialed Li Yi's number. Brother E, where is it? At the driving school. Li Yi, in the past few days he is Linda's subordinate driving school to learn driver's license. Zhang made the Son of the Orient bought back. These days also seldom open. He parked the car in the Old Sue's restaurant outside. The key is also handed over to the Old Sue. They want to use the car and then look for the Old Sue to get. In the past 2 days, Li Yi and Lao Su often drove the Son of the Orient around fooling around. Li Yi also feel that there is a car to pick up girls are much more convenient. So enrolled in the driving school. I'm going to the city. The car in the Old Sue, that right? Zheng Du asked. It should be at Lao Su's. Let's not talk about it for now. Practicing. Li Yi finished and hung up the phone. Zheng Du put away his cell phone and slowly walked outside Old Sue's restaurant at the back door of the school and saw his Son of the Orient parked there. Walking into the restaurant, Old Sue was flirting with 2 waiters again. Old Sue, are you busy? I heard that you and Brother Yet went to Hall D to pick up girls again yesterday. Ha? Zhang Did said with a bad smile on his face. Don't mention it. Yesterday, a girl, I had already hit on her, but I went to pee in the middle, and when I came back, she was snatched away by someone else. Old Sue had a despondent look on his face. I'm going to the city. Do you want to go together? Zheng Du asked. Good. There's nothing to do anyway. Accompany you. Old Sue shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The duo walked out of the restaurant. You drive or I drive? Old Sue asked. You drive. Zheng Du said with a smile when he saw Old Sue holding the car keys lovingly. Lao Su happily climbed into the driver's seat and started the car, while Zheng Duo sat on top of the co-pilot. The two of them sped along and soon arrived at their destination. Zheng Du casually told Old Sue to stop the car at a place with an ATM, and got out of the car alone to check on the ATM, and the $39 million still hadn't arrived. Asterisk. This top 10 ranked company can't be trusted either? Zhang did shake his head in disappointment and returned to the car. What's wrong? Old Sue said with concern when he saw Zhang Du return to the car with a forlorn face. Nothing. That, Old Sue, take you to a place where you can pick up a lot of MMs. Zhang Du shook off his head, throwing off his negative emotions, and smiled as he spoke to Old Sue. It's a clear sky and broad daylight. Where to go to do those meticulous things? Old Sue asked in a serious manner. Asterisk. You do not pretend we'll die? Zhang did laugh and scolded. I'll drive it. You can't find the place. Old Sue excitedly and Zhang Du changed position. Zhang Du a step on the gas pedal. The Son of the East as an arrow towards the net-tight internet cafe sped away. To the internet cafe. Lao Su saw the internet cafe as a group of old men on the computer do not know and tossing something. Half of the girls have not seen. Disappointed said, do children, do not take you so cheap people, where there is a girl Zheng Du shrugged his shoulders, took out $100 and said to the internet cafe's webmaster, 2 on the machine, then pointed to Lao Su and said, he wants to pick up girls. You teach him to QQ, don't look for the rest of the money. Webmaster immediately and attentively with Zhang Du and Old Sue one person on a computer, and then, moved over a chair, sat next to Old Sue, hand in hand to teach up. See the Old Sue began to learn on QQ, Zhang Du their own began to busy up. The first thing he did was to log on to the betting site. The site shows that his withdrawal is still in operation, so he logged on to his QQ and email. There are a few unread emails in the mailbox. Zheng Du bored to open the inbox. Basically our advertising mail. A signed Tianhua International mail caused Zheng Du attention. He clicked on the email. The email was very formal. The top left corner was the logo of Tianbo International. From the format, to the bottom color pattern of the email, it showed the style of a big international company. The content of the email was written in both Chinese and English. Mr. Zheng Du, the person in charge of the Far East of our company has already gone to China to discuss cooperation with you, and at the same time, we will also pay the prize money that you have won in our company face-to-face. Since your registered phone number has not been able to get through, please call this number to contact George, the Far East head of my company, after you receive the email from my company. Asterisk. Things are playing up. Zheng did a bitter laugh. It wasn't a good thing that one of the world's largest gaming companies, Skybet, was staring at him. Zheng Duo didn't want to be captured and sliced up, and even more so, he didn't want to be reduced to a tool for the gaming company to make money, but he had no choice now. Could he look at the 39 million and not ask for it? Originally is their own winning money. If this is not have the courage to go to the words, the future still mix up the first thing you need to do is to go home and retire before it's too late. Chapter 23, Hidden Confrontation. At the same time, George, who was in the presidential suite of the most luxurious Huacheng Hotel in Star City, also received the news that the person he came to China to meet had logged onto the company's website a few minutes ago, and the IP address could only confirm that he was still in Star City. and that only the detailed address had to be tracked down further. Thank God, he finally showed up. George, still dressed in a well-fitted suit and holding a Cuban cigar rolled in the young girl's lap, spoke excitedly. Yes, Mr. George, as soon as his detailed address is determined, I will arrange for someone to bring him in to meet you. A middle-aged man with a yellow face said curtly. No, Mr. Hua, you have an old Chinese saying, it's called first show courtesy and then send troops. I think we'd better be patient. George flicked the cigar in his hand and said, are your men useful? I can put 10 of them by myself. James on the side said disdainfully, not giving that guy any face at all. Oh, how can they compare to you? You are a great inner master of the British Empire. Mr. Hua said curtly. It couldn't be helped. They were people from the British head office. Although he was a figure in the province of Hong Kong and Macau, but it was only through the power of the company that he climbed to the current position. He could not afford to offend the people from the head office. At this time, Mr. Hua on the phone rang. He looked. Is an unfamiliar number? Connected to the phone inside came a slightly young but very calm voice. Hello, I'm Zhang Du. I'm looking for Mr. George. Oh, Zhang Du. Hello, we've come to Star City to look for you for a few days. Mr. George is here. Wait. After saying that, he pressed the phone with one hand while whispering to George. He's calling. George extinguished the cigar in his hand as he pressed it down and couldn't wait to take the call. Mr. Zhang. Hello, I'm George, the head of the Far East region of Tianbo International. I'm very happy to receive your call. George spoke in a standard London accent. Oh, Mr. George, I wonder why you came all the way to China to meet me. And isn't your company known as the most reputable gaming company in the world? Why hasn't my withdrawal arrived after a week? Zhang Duo's English was so bad that even in his previous life, he hardly ever talked to foreigners. Luckily, Zhang Du had the habit of catching up on American dramas, so he was still barely able to converse with George. No, Mr. Zhang, we have always been the most reputable gaming company. We are now, and we will be in the future. Your withdrawal will appear in your bank account the first time I see you. I swear, but we have to meet. George, even guessing and understanding the black American street English with Chinese characteristics spoken by Zhang Du, replied, okay then, where are you guys? Zhang Du felt that since there was a reason why they had to meet, let's go and meet. We are at the Huacheng Hotel. I will be waiting for Mr. Zhang's arrival in the cafe on the 3rd floor of the hotel. George snapped his fingers excitedly and spoke excitedly. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Zhang did said and hung up the phone. Old Sue, on the other hand, froze at the side, who had just been chatting with a netizen who didn't know whether she was a man or a woman, an attacker or a recipient, looked at Zhang Du in surprise. Doer, what the hell? You picked up an American girl? How also speak English? Pick up your sister. Old Sue, let's go. Get down to business. After saying that, Zhang Du turned off the computer in front of him. ********. I just learned to chat with girls. Why do you have to leave? Old Sue said with disappointment. Alright, Lao Su. After this is done, I'll open an internet cafe behind Lindy. An internet cafe 5 times bigger than this one. You can play as much as you want at that time. Zhang Du said while walking towards the internet cafe. ***********. Are you telling the truth? Old Sue didn't hesitate and followed Zhang Du. The two exited the internet cafe and drove towards the Huachan Hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, the lobby of the hotel was decorated in gold and blue, and as soon as they entered, a doorman opened the door for Zhang Du and Lao Su. Zhang Du did not stop and directly took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He didn't notice that just at the moment they entered the elevator, a pair of grim eyes in the lobby were watching them, and when they got on the elevator, the owner of those eyes pulled out his cell phone. Entering the 3rd floor, a beautiful waitress wearing a hotel uniform stood at the entrance of the cafe and bowed. Hello sir, welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation for a place? I'm looking for Mr. George. Zhang did nod to the beautiful woman and said, is Mr. Du's surname Zhang? The beauty asked with a smile. Yes, Zhang Du replied. The beauty had a surprised expression on her face. She didn't expect that the person those foreigners were waiting for was actually so young and looked like a student, but the habit of her profession made her quickly return to her normal expression. Mr. Zhang, this way please. After saying that, she walked in front to lead the way. Lao Su followed behind Zhang Du, his naked gaze staring at the beautiful waitress's buttocks, not letting go for a second. Zhang Du shook his head and thought to himself, Old Su is holding back a lot. The waitress brought Zhang Du and them to the outside of the largest private room, gently knocked on the door, and after getting a response from inside, pushed the door open for Zhang Du and them. Zhang Du walked into the private room with his head held high, glanced around at the few people in the room, and quickly directed his gaze at George. You're George? George had long been eager to stand up, stretching out his own hands with a smile on his face. You are Mr. Zhang? I didn't expect you to be so young. Reminds me of an old saying in your country of China, since ancient times, heroes have been young. No, Mr. George is flattering. I didn't expect Mr. George to know so much about Chinese culture. Seeing that George was so polite, Zheng Du also smiled and replied, ha ha, China's 5,000 years of civilization history is the wealth of all mankind. Oh thank God, I finally found you, Mr. Zhang. I've been looking for you for 3 days, from England to Hong Kong and then from Hong Kong to Star City. Come, let's sit down and talk. George took out his cigar and used the silver scissors on the table to cut off the bottom of the cigar before handing it to Zheng Du. Zheng Du waved his hand. Thanks, I'm not used to smoking this. After saying that, he sat on his butt across from George, pulled out the fur-ong king he had on him, and handed one to old Su. Suddenly found that at this time Lao Su's expression was very wrong, only to see him with a very strange posture standing behind Zheng Du, hands from time to time clenched fists, from time to time and then loosened, forehead actually hidden sweat, eyes firmly staring at a tall black man standing behind George. That black man was James, who had let go of more than 10 of Mr. Was men by himself in Hong Kong. And at this moment, James also put away his usual cynical expression and looked at Lao Su in front of him warily. The two were vaguely confronting each other. Chapter 24, K-Love. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Zheng Du noticed Old Su's difference and asked with concern. Nothing, you guys chat. I'll just stand for a while, Old Su replied while not taking his eyes off James at all. Ha ha, Mr. Zhang, your men are not simple. George lit the cigar in his hand, sunk his whole body into the sofa and smiled. Ha, he's not my man. He's my friend, Zheng did explained. Fine, Mr. Zhang, I don't want to waste time, so I'll get right to the point of what I'm here for. We, Tianbo International, would like to hire you to be our company's chief trader, George said as he took a puff of his cigar. Sorry about that, I'm not interested in joining your company. Zheng did shake his head. $100 million a year, George said seriously. Zheng Du still smiled and shook his head. Pounds, George kept raising the stakes. Zheng Du still shook his head. George's face turned cold. The cup of coffee in front of him was knocked over by him, and the steaming coffee overflowed with its unique fragrance spreading in the private room. And behind him, James suddenly moved. The knife that James often used to manicure his nails did not know when he had gotten his hands, like a poisonous snake, stabbing at Zheng Duo's throat. Zhang did not have time to make any reaction. Eyes will be blood splattered on the spot. In a flash of lightning, only to see the old Su's pig knife like a tiger out of the cage generally toward James' head. James had no choice but to take back the knife stabbed at Zheng Du, and hastily blocked the old Su's pig knife. The two of them to and fro, sword battled together. Mr. Hua, who had not said anything, was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth, knowing that in Hong Kong, more than 10 masters under his command had sparred with James alone and couldn't even defeat him. Now come to the mainland, come to see two nameless kid. One of them actually can and James fight evenly. As if he did not see the two fighting in front of him, George put away the coffee cup that was knocked over, straightened his red tie and asked with a smile, can you tell me why? As far as I know, Mr. Zheng is still a college student. Even if you graduated from college, I'm afraid there won't be a lot of companies in the world that can offer you such a high salary. Right, Mr. Zheng's back was already drenched in cold sweat at the moment. He held down his inner fear and replied without changing his color. First of all, I won't cooperate with a company that doesn't have a reputation. Then, betting is just for fun for me. I have more and more important things to do, so I refuse. Zhang did experience the life and death situation just now, and his tone was cold. Zhang Shang, the moment you stepped through this door, $39 million had already been credited to your account. Mr. Hua, who had been silent at the side, said. Zhang did nod his head and continued to speak forcefully. So, is there anything else? Nothing, I'm leaving. You have to be clear. This is China, and although I'm an ordinary student, if anything happens, I believe that our country's law enforcement agencies won't easily let go of any criminal behavior like this. Mr. Zhang, since you are not willing to join our company, perhaps we can work together in a different way? George pressed out the cigar in his hand and said sincerely, tell me. Zhang did a concerned glance at old Su, seeing that both old Su and James were moving very fast, so fast that he couldn't see their movements at all. But it appeared that neither one of them had the means to end the fight in a short period of time, so he put his heart down. George straightened his tie. In this way, my company upgraded Mr. Zhang's account in our website to a super VIP. You in the future you don't have to deposit money into it. As long as it's under 100 million pounds, you can place unlimited bets. Zheng Du knew that this was giving him a credit account so that he could bet in their website without capital. What about the conditions? Zhang Du knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The condition is that Mr. Zhang must promise that you can only bet with one of our gaming companies in the future. George smiled. Zhang Du thought about it and it was clear what George was planning to do. They gave themselves a credit account with a limit of £100 million to bet on. They would track their bets at all times, and when they succeeded in their bets, they could mobilize their funds and manpower to go to their rival's website to bet. In this way, no matter how much money Zhang did win away from their website, they could win it back thousands of times from their opponents. It would be a great way to win large sums of money and at the same time strike a blow against their rivals. Zhang Duo knew that he didn't have the slightest possibility of gaming with the world's largest gaming company yet, and besides, their request wasn't too much. They just asked him not to go to any other website. After weighing his options, Zhang Duo nodded his head. Okay, I promise you guys, but you can't limit me on the number of times I bet. Maybe I only bet on one match for a year or two. You also can't force me to increase the number of matches, because I won't bet on matches I'm not sure of. Zhang Duo's subtext was that if you guys forced him to bet how many times for how long, then he couldn't guarantee the hit rate. What Zhang Du lacked the most right now was time, and when he grew strong enough, he naturally didn't have to care about other people's threats. But right now, the situation was stronger than others. Yes, as long as Mr. Zhang promises that we won't go to other sites, everything is fine. Actually, this request is also beneficial to Mr. Zhang. You know, there are still a lot of gaming companies in this world that have power similar to ours. If they know about Mr. Zhang's existence, I can't guarantee that they will be as friendly as our company. George said with a big smile when he heard Zhang Du agree to his request. Is this the way your company is friendly? Zhang Duo pointed at Old Su and James who were still fighting fiercely. Both of them were injured at this point. Old Su's left arm was cut with a gash that was bleeding profusely, while James' tan forehead also received a cut, and the bright red blood flowed very vividly on his tan skin. Alright, James, Mr. Zhang is a friend of our company. George lit another cigar for himself. James stopped his attack when he heard George's order, and Old Su obediently retrieved his killing knife and pinned it back to his waist. You're strong, James said to Lao Su. What is this foreigner saying? Old Su asked Zhang Du suspiciously. Zhang Du shrugged. He said you're strong. You, good. Old Su pointed at James and gave a thumbs up. Speaking in even more broken English than Zhang Du, the two men fought, but began to sympathize a bit. James rarely smiled, put away the knife in his hand, and stretched out his big dark hand towards Lao Su. Lao Su froze, and also stretched out his hand, and the two big hands clasped tightly together. For a time the private room was. Chapter 25 People with Stories. Zhang did coughed awkwardly. That, Mr. George, I'll keep my promise, and I don't need your credit account, so let's do everything as usual. Just pretend that we haven't met. Of course, I don't want other gaming companies to know of my existence. I believe that Tianbo International is a very reputable gaming company, now and in the future. Zhang Du didn't want to owe anyone a favor, or rather, he could be used, but he couldn't be bought. This was his principle. Money? He firmly believed that he could earn back any more money on his own. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you don't want to use that £100 million for your reputation account? You know, this is what you deserve. George asked in surprise. I'm sure. I expect both of us to respect the contract between us. Don't you Brits always boast about your contractual spirit? Young did say seriously. Of course, Mr. Zhang, we will abide by it. Before you go, let me introduce this Mr. Guo to you. He is our agent in Greater China, and has some influence in Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia. In the future, if Mr. Chang needs our company's services for anything in the future, please contact him. Your phone number is the same number you called before you arrived. George stood up and pointed at Mr. Guo. Zhang did nod towards Mr. Guo. Hello, I hope I won't have to trouble you in the future. Mr. Guo smiled and extended his hand, speaking a mouthful of Hong Kong accented Mandarin. Mr. Zhang is too polite. Even if you find me nothing, you can still ask me to drink tea with you. My old Guo loves nothing more than to make friends with young talents like you. For Mr. Guo to be able to get into this position, the ability to read people's words is essential. Although he didn't know what the significance of the agreement made between Zhang Du and George was, the people from the headquarters valued the young man in front of him so much, then it was very necessary for him to get on good terms with him. Zhang Du shook Mr. Guo's hand symbolically, then spoke to George. Then, Mr. George, let's say goodbye at this point. George smiled and nodded, waving his hand at Zhang Du. Zhang Du and Lao Su walked out of the private room side by side, with James still shouting behind them. Hey, Kung Fu, let's fight again sometime. James didn't know Lao Su's name, but he knew that Lao Su was a Kung Fu master, so he called Lao Su Kung Fu. Although Lao Su didn't understand what James said, He could also realize that Zhang greeted him, so he made an internationally accepted OK gesture, which made the black guy behind him split his mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Zhang Du and Old Su walked into the elevator, which was filled with just the two of them. Zhang Du gave Old Su a square look. Old Su, I'm afraid that you didn't hack people for a woman back then, as simple as that, right? Joking aside, James is a senior bodyguard or something like that any way you look at it. Lao Su can actually fight him to a draw. Surely he's not an ordinary person either. Old Su smiled. Doer, I'm afraid you're not just a college student so simple either, right? Alright, Old Su, we are all people with stories, okay? No matter what, we are still friends, Zhang did say sincerely. He knew that everyone would have their own stories that they are not willing to face up to, or not willing to mention in front of others. Lao Su's eyes were a bit complicated. After a long sigh, he didn't say anything, but just put his hand on Zhang Du's shoulder. Between men, many times it is like this. At this time no sound is better than sound. The two of them came out from the elevator. Lao Su suddenly said to contend to do. Oops, I'm going to lie down in the restroom. After saying that, he turned around and went to look for the restroom. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders and sat down on the sofa in the hotel lobby to wait for Lao Su. He just sat down. Suddenly from all around rushed over 7 or 8 big men to encircle him. 2 of them dressed in straight suits walked to Zhang Du's body. Are you Zhang Du? Zhang Du looked around and saw that the people who came did not look like punks at all, but very professionally sealed him off on the sofa, with hardly any angle that would make it possible for him to rush out. Zhang Du nodded suspiciously. It's me. Who are you guys? Zhang Du couldn't think of anyone who would come to find trouble for himself, except for Huang Maoshan. However, this group of people gave Zhang Du a completely out-of-place feeling. A man in a gray jacket took 2 steps forward, pulled out a brown ID from his jacket pocket, and waved it in front of Zhang Du's eyes. Police officer, there's a case I'd like to ask you to go to the station to find out more about it. I'm a student from Lin University, Zhang Du said. We know that. It's just that duty calls for your cooperation, the man in gray said with an expressionless face. Alright, Zhang Du stood up, then walked out of the hotel lobby with the gray-clothed man. He had never thought of confronting the state authorities, and besides, he had fought at the back door of the school, and then betting online, neither of which was a matter of principle. Zhang Du had worked for more than 10 years in his previous life in a public organization, and he was clear that as long as the government's bottom line was not involved, it was actually still very tolerant of the common people. Therefore, he believed that even if he went to the bureau, it was no big deal. In fact, Zhang Du's idea is right, but this has to have a premise. That is, no one is going to fix you. When someone wants to fix you, the unfounded charges will also make people cannot eat. Zhang did in a group of people surrounded by a police car. Lao Su came out of the restroom and didn't see Zhang Du. He quickly walked out of the hotel just in time to see the scene of Zhang Du being taken away by the police. He immediately called Li Yi's number and told him what happened. As far as he knew, Li Yi also knew some people from the public security department, and told him to go and find out what was going on first. He, on the other hand, quickly got on the Son of the Orient, drove his car, and followed the police car that had arrested Zhang Du, until that police car drove into a certain branch of the Public Security Bureau of the city before turning around and quickly driving towards Linda. Zhang Du's identity after all is still a college student, and did not bother anything big, even if temporarily arrested and will not have any big problem. When the time comes, fight to get together some fines, to bail him out is, what did you say? He just went out and was taken away by the police? George, who was still staying at the Huacheng Hotel, was about to call John to report that he had taken care of Zhang Du, when he received the news reported on by Mr. Gua's men. As soon as George pulled open the tie around his neck, he no longer cared about being a gentleman and rushed at Mr. Gua, I don't care what you use, within 24 hours, I want Zhang to come out of the police station peacefully. But, Mr. George, this isn't Yuezhou, it's not Hong Kong or Macau, I'm not familiar with this side. Mr. Gua's head was spinning. If his power was in Hong Kong and Macau, bailing someone out would still be doable. But this was the mainland after all. The mainland had its own rules. At least he hadn't learned them yet. Chapter 26, The First Man Who Gave Her a Sense of Security. The company has long ordered you to lay out the market in the interior of China as early as possible. And you're actually telling me that you can't do it until now? If you can't handle this matter, retire early. George roared in exasperation. Mr. Guo was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. 10,000 grass mud horses whistling past in his heart, but his mouth was still very respectful as he replied, okay, Mr. George, within 24 hours, I will rescue Zheng Shang. You can rest assured, I don't want to retire yet. Just kidding, go retire now? It would be better to die. After saying that, Mr. Wu took out his own phone and dialed a number. Hey, knife boy, You pull out all the people who owe you loan sharks in mainland Star City and see if there's one or two that work? If you don't hear anything within 2 hours, you don't have to mix. Inside a police station in Star City, Jung-do had been locked up here for more than an hour, during which no one cared about him except for the grey-clothed man who brought him in once. Jung-do's cell phone and belongings had been taken away, and he was bored as he looked at the ceiling of this interrogation room, which had a lot of subtle cracks on it because of the long days. Just upstairs of the interrogation room, inside a greatly decorated office, Huang Mashan and his girlfriend were sitting there, proudly bragging about a middle-aged man sitting across from them. Uncle Hu, this time it's really all up to you. You're the one who made the move. This kid can't do anything about it, called Uncle Hu's middle-aged man wearing a set of black high-grade suit, although high-grade, but can't help his body deformation is very powerful. Height and lateral width is about the same. Let a person feel as a monkey in crown. The middle-aged man with 2 legs on the desk above, mouth with a superb hibiscus king, hand is holding Zhang-Du's cell phone flip. In 1999, cell phones could not set passwords, so many public security officers liked to look at the suspect's cell phone after they caught the suspect. Look at the information and contacts inside. These are very valuable information. This kid doesn't have much background either. Huang Mashan, how do you even a college student cannot handle? The man surnamed who finished flipping through Zhang-Du's cell phone address book and didn't see a single heavyweight in his mind, meaning that he didn't have to worry about offending. This kid is just a bit stinking rich. Holy, arrogant. Huang Mashan, who still had a bandage on his head, spoke indignantly. Arrogant? After entering here, it's out of his hands. The middle-aged man surnamed who sneered to Uncle Hu, I'm really relying on you this time. Not only did that kid break Xiao Shan's head, he also said that he would tear my mouth apart. It's really too arrogant. Huang Mashan's girlfriend pouted to the man surnamed Hu. Don't worry, when you enter my place, tell him to look good. How come the screen of this cell phone you guys sent is blue? The man surnamed Hu took out a new Nokia cell phone and examined it. Uncle Hu, I'm sure I'll send you the best one. This is Nokia's new 8250 with a blue screen. It costs more than 5,000 apiece. Huang Mashan said curtly from the side. The cell phone is good. However, your aunt's cell phone just happened to break yesterday, and my cell phone also broke yesterday when I was on a mission. It's really a disaster. The middle-aged man surnamed Hu cocked his teeth and spoke slowly. Huang Mashan gave his girlfriend a meaty look and said, Okay, I'll bring another one over tomorrow. It's inconvenient for auntie not to have a cell phone. The middle-aged man surnamed Hu nodded non-committally. Okay, leave this to me. Lock him up for a day in the interrogation room now. Then plant a charge of brawling. Throw him in the detention center. Arrange for someone to add some programs for him. And finally notify their school to collect him. Upon hearing this, Huang Mashan immediately stood up. Okay. Uncle Hu is still great. As long as I can get out of this. After it's done, I'll definitely treat Uncle Hu and your brothers to a big meal again. The middle-aged man surnamed Hu waved his hand. Alright. You guys go out first. After saying that, he picked up the Nokia 8250 and played the game of gluttony. At this moment in Linde, because of the matter of Zhang-Du being taken away by the police, Zhang-Du's group of brothers had gathered together, and Li Yi had made several phone calls, but no one was willing to agree to help him fish for people. After all, he is now only a college student, can recognize the grassroots level of some police officers and so on, cannot speak. Just discharged from the hospital. Fat Huang Guan will also do. Zhang was arrested. News told Lin Yujie dormitory Yang Jiao to tell Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie knew this news when it was already in the afternoon. She hesitated for half a second, but finally dialed a phone. Hello, Brother Chen? I'm Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Why have you changed your phone number? No wonder no one answered the last time I called you. Uncle Lin had instructed me to take good care of you. The man on the other end of the phone was very pleasantly surprised to receive Lin Yujie's call, and couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Brother Chen, there's something that might need your help, Lin Yujie whispered. Since she was a child, she almost wanted what she wanted, except for her parents' emotional discord. Her life was almost perfect, and she probably hadn't even opened her mouth to beg for anything since she grew up so big, so the tone was very reluctant. Look at what you say. Xiao Yu has something, just say. Other than that, your Chen brother still has some face in this city. The man on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Yujie had something to ask for his help, and couldn't wait to get off the phone and appear by her side immediately. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Ever since he heard Lin Yujie's caution about coming here to study at the university, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. He had even taken the initiative to go to Lin University himself to look for Lin Yujie twice, but every time Lin Yujie had hurriedly met with him and then found an excuse to leave, causing him to have the feeling of a heavy fist hitting a cotton ball. His strength could not be utilized. It's like this. One of my classmates was arrested by the Star City police today. He probably did this to help me. I want to ask you to help me bail him out. Lin Yujie whispered. What's his name? I'll get back to you in half an hour. The man on the other end of the phone swore, but in his heart, he had a vague sense of foreboding. His name is Zhang Du. Lin Yujie whispered. Okay, wait for my call. Bye. The man on the other end of the phone hung up. After Lin Yujie hung up the phone in her hand, she looked at the cell phone in her hand that Zhang Du had given him and began to worry. She had a premonition that Zhang Du's behavior was definitely related to the last backdoor fight at school. Tracing back the root of the problem, it was still herself who had gotten him into trouble. She hoped that Chen would be able to fish him out. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to use her father's power to protect Zhang Du, because he was the first man who gave her a sense of security besides her own father. Chapter 27, The Storm in the City. Inside the Portuguese Gold Casino in faraway Macau, the lights are red and the atmosphere is pandemonium. Knife Boy is this Macau's largest casino in the financial controller. The so-called financial controller is specifically responsible for losing all the gamblers to borrow money people, also commonly known as loan sharks. This is a technical job. What people can borrow, what people cannot borrow, what people can borrow how much. Knife Chai, as long as you look at a glance, can estimate it roughly. Relying on this skill and their own dare to fight, Knife from an ordinary grouch mixed into the company's treasurer. His population of Knife Chai has become Knife Brother or Knife Master. The Knife Master, but today received a phone call from the big boss. To find out the mainland Star City borrowed loan sharks officials, listen to the tone of the big boss. If this thing is not done well, maybe Knife Brother to change back to Knife Boy. 4 eyes, you street smacker, the point solution has not yet found? Knife Boy yelled loudly. Brother Knife, you can't blame me. In the past 2 years, fewer and fewer mainland officials have come to play with us, and even fewer of them have borrowed money, so I can only look for it in the account books from a few years ago. Wow, found it. A few years ago, the Star City officials who had borrowed from us as loan sharks were 2 deputy directors, 3 division directors, and with interest, they still owe us a total of $23 million. The 4-eyed boy held up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said excitedly, immediately contact them. Tell them to help me fish out someone from the Star City Public Security. Fish out people. All the accounts are cancelled. Fish out not. Tomorrow we'll send their gambling evidence to the ICAC. Knife Boy said firmly. Inside the office of the director of Xingqing City Public Security Bureau, a middle-aged man with a magnificent figure was wearing a straight black police uniform, and his unruffled face was full of resentment at the moment. He placed the teacup in his hand heavily on the desk and said loudly to the secretary standing in front of the desk, a student from Lin University has made me restless here. Did you find out which institute arrested the student called Zhang Du? And what are you arresting people for? The secretary said with trepidation. Chief, haven't found out yet. Just now the chiefs of several major institutes in the urban area all talked to me on the phone. None of them knew that they had arrested this person called Zhang Du. Humph, a bunch of losers. Also don't know what background this Zhang Du has. Just now, directly door to door to find me. Give me a call to the head of no less than 5 people. You see? The city finance deputy director Zhang said if I do not put people out within 3 hours, this year's security funding will be pressed to the end of the year to give city development and reform of the old Su said, to not put this kid out, pressed in his hand that the new public security office building project will not be established, and the city education bureau of Lu, he a small director also dared to call me aboard, said if not put that Zhang Du put out, after we the public security system's children are no longer want to smoothly into the provincial key high school. This is really outrageous. The middle-aged man slapped his palms hard on his desk. He had been the public security director for many years, and it was the first time he was so frustrated. Report! A crisp voice came from the doorway. The public security director heard this voice and his eyebrows eased lightly. Come in. Reporting to Director Su. I think I should have found out that the one who arrested Zhang Du should be the City West Police Station. A wonderful female police officer in her 20s came in at the doorway. A well-fitted police uniform wrapped around a wonderful figure, matched with her clear face. No wonder the public security chief's brows lightened when he heard her voice. Ha ha, little Feng is good. So fast to find out the clues. Tell me, why are you so sure that it's the people arrested by the City West Police Station? Director Su asked smilingly, without the slightest hint of the majesty he had just shown to his own secretary. I found out Zhang Du's license plate number, and through the traffic police's surveillance system, I found out that his car had stayed at the Huacheng Hotel for more than 2 hours. Then, I went through the onboard system on the police car. And of all the police cars in the city today, only the police car from the City West Police Station was ever on duty there. So, I think that there's a high possibility that this man called Zhang Du was arrested by the City West Police Station. The police flower called Little Feng analyzed very methodically. But, I just spoke to the City West's Chief Lu on the phone earlier, and he said that their office didn't arrest this man today. The secretary at the side said aggrievedly, oh, that kid still has his own car? Looks like it's really not simple. In this case, little phone, you and Secretary Chiu go to the west side of the city. Focus on checking the police car that went to the Huacheng Hotel today on which those officers went, and ask them if they have arrested this Zhengdu. Director Su said. Yes, guarantee to complete the task. The police flower smiled sweetly and gave a standard salute. Chief, what should we do if we find out that it's the people arrested by Changshi? Make them release them? Secretary Chiu asked. Chief Su pinched his tight brows before saying, if the kid hasn't committed any major mistakes, let him go. However, if he has violated the criminal law, then he will not be tolerated. I don't care how big his background is or how many people are interceding with him. It will be done according to the law. This was he, Su Chang, who had never been upright. I know, Chief. Secretary Chiu finished answering respectfully before leaving the chief's office with the police flower. The duo had just left the house. When Director Su was depressed about his anxiety for the whole day, his cell phone rang again. He frowned, but when he saw the incoming number, he immediately answered the call. Xiao Chen how can you spare the time to call your Uncle Su today? What? Is Zheng doing it again? What the hell is this kid? Before you, there were already 5 heads of key departments looking for me for this person today. The man on the other end of the phone called Xiao Chen, also known as Brother Chen in Lin Yujie's words. At this moment he also felt very surprised. Lin Yujie said that she just asked him to protect one of her classmates. How could an ordinary college student have such a wide network of connections? Even if it was himself, it would be difficult for him to utilize so many connections at once. It seemed that this classmate of Lin Yujie's wasn't simple. The trace of uneasiness in his heart was once again magnified. Oh, I was also entrusted by someone. I'm not sure about that person's details. If that person didn't commit any major crimes, then I'd still have to ask Uncle Su to be generous, because the person who entrusted me to help is very important to me, Xiao Chen said sincerely on the other end of the phone. Alright, Xiao Chen, your father and I have been old comrades for many years. Since you asked, I will definitely help if I can. I'll give you a reply when I get things straightened out. Su Chang shook his head helplessly and said, sitting in the position of public security director, many times sticking to principles was a very difficult thing to do. Right now, he only hoped that the kid called Zhengdu wasn't arrested by his men, or was really arrested by his own men, and he also hoped that Zhengdu wasn't committing any major crimes, or else he would be faced with yet another hard choice between the law and human feelings. Chapter 28 Reversal. At this time Zhengdu is still locked up in the City West police station, that black interrogation room inside. Has been several hours. Still no one cares about him. Some frantic he did not know because he was arrested. The entire Star City public security system by this matter made the chicken and dogs, full of wind and rain. Finally, the door came. A low sound of opening the door. Came in 3 people. 2 of them are Zhengdu recognize. Zhengdu grit his teeth and look at the man in front of the head tied with bandages, shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's you? Huang Maoshan. Huang Maoshan followed Deputy Director Hu out of the office and went straight to the interrogation room. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Zhengduo was defeated. Hearing Zhengdu's angry shouts, Huang Maoshan felt as if he was drinking cold beer on a 3-volt day, and the physical pain of being extorted 2 cell phones just now also turned into nothing. He opened his mouth wide, pointing at Zhengdu, and laughed loudly. Kid, how dare you play with me? Is it fun? Don't think you have the money to be arrogant with me because you have $2. I'm telling you, you're not even close. Zhengdu coldly looked at Huang Maoshan and his girlfriend and replied, Huang Maoshan, what the are you playing this for? Do you know the rules? Call the police? Holy, your sister, you are really brazen. In Zhengdu's opinion, Huang Maoshan's behavior of calling the police is like 2 students fighting, and the first one to start the fight is you. You lost the fight and actually went to tell the teacher. This kind of person is shameless to the extreme. Kid, fall into my hands. You don't think much. What there is, just suffer. I will throw you to the detention center for a few days. Educate and educate you well. Reform well inside. Come out and behave well. Study honestly. Don't go around causing trouble again. Many people in this society are not something you can mess with. Big-bellied Director Hu slowly and methodically said to Zhengdu, Holy, who the hell are you? Still want to educate me? There are a lot of teachers in our school. The worst of them are all associate professors. Just you, with your fat head and straw bag look. You also want to educate me? You're not qualified. Zhengdu said disdainfully. You. Director Hu was so angry by Zhengdu's words that his hands were shaking. No longer the high and mighty that he came in at the beginning. Okay, I'll see how long you'll keep your mouth shut. When we get to the detention center, I'll surely ask someone to add more food for you. At that time, it's useless for you to beg for forgiveness. Have any tricks to spite come? Small master, I will follow it. Zheng did say boldly. No matter what, he would not give in. Xing, you have guts. Director Hu was infuriated. Kid, remember what you said today. If I don't play you disabled, I'm not going to do this, police station director. Then don't do it again. The door to the interrogation room was opened once again, and a group of people clustered around Secretary Chiu and policewoman Feng walked in. The person who spoke was Secretary Chiu. Because of the matter of Zhang Du being arrested, Su Chang was annoyed all day long, and even he touched a lot of nails. Finally, after checking with Feng to the City West police station, he was sure that Zhang Du was arrested by the police here, and listened to the police officer who went with him. All of this was instructed by Deputy Director Hu, and they did not know what Zhang did in the end committed. As soon as Secretary Chiu entered the door, he heard Director Hu's words intimidating Zhang Duo, completely unlike what a law enforcer should say, and in his heart, he remembered that the whole day today had been spent tossing and turning over this matter, and he was burning with rage. As soon as Director Hu saw this gesture from Secretary Chiu, he saw that he knew it wasn't an ordinary person, so he asked to the director who followed Secretary Chiu, "Director, who is this leader?" "This is the Secretary of the City Bureau's Director Su." "Secretary Chiu, how come you don't recognize it?" "Which one? Old Hu? I haven't been transferred yet. How come you're the director now?" The director's heart is also very suffocating. This Hu director is usually domineering. He himself, for the sake of overall unity, also let him a little. I did not think that he actually concealed himself to go to arrest a college student without authorization, so that the city bureau a hand to ask questions, but they are still not clear about the situation. People may doubt their ability to coordinate the whole situation. Where? This, dropped a vice word. "Ha ha, Secretary Chiu, what brings you here today to personally guide our work? Look at me. This getting older. My eyes are not good anymore. I don't even recognize the red man beside the chief." Director Hu groveled while leaving a cold sweat on his back, secretly wondering in his heart how he managed to provoke this master over. Secretary Chiu curiously glanced at Zhang Du, who was sitting behind the interrogation table, and seeing that Zhang Du was young, well-dressed, and although he had been locked up for a few hours, his face did not show the slightest bit of panic, secretly wondering, what's this kid's background? Never heard of it. Instead, his mouth turned to Deputy Director Hu and asked, "Deputy Director Hu, Zhang, did you capture him?" Mr. Hu was shocked. "Oh no, I'm not kicking the can down the road, am I?" If Zhang Duo had anything to do with this Secretary Chiu, then he would really be at a loss. He glared fiercely at Huang Mashan, who was scared into silence, and hurriedly replied, Yes. This Zhang Du is a student of Lin University. This nephew of mine had something to go to Lin University, and he was beaten like this. You see, hospitalized for a week. This head is still not good until now." After saying that, he pointed to the bandages wrapped around Huang Mashan's head. Secretary Chiu heart of stone fell to the ground. Fighting only did not violate the criminal law. So to Zhang Du said, "Xiao Zhang, do you have anything to say?" "A little, Zhang." It is very obvious that he has already stood on Zhang Du's side. Director Hu looked at Secretary Chiu dumbfounded. He had obviously gone through Zhang Du's cell phone before. It was full of students, family members and whatnot. The city's black and white heavyweights are not one. How Chiu secretary will call him Xiao Zhang. Zhang Duo also gave Secretary Chiu a slightly surprised look, and then replied, "Officer, my girlfriend and I went to his store to buy a cell phone, and ended up clashing with his girlfriend and arguing for a few moments. Then he brought more than 10 people to the school to look for me, with steel pipes and machetes. My classmates and I acted in self-defense. The stab wounds on my body haven't even healed yet. So it seems that Xiao Zhang is still the victim. Arrange a car to send Xiao Zhang back to school. Who director you arrest people indiscriminately, temporarily suspended, on this matter to write a profound review, when the review is good, and then reinstated. As for your nephew, provoking trouble, detain for 15 days, execute immediately." Secretary Chiu nodded and spoke to the director and deputy director Hu of the City West Police Station. "Fine, execute immediately." After the chief finished speaking, he made a face to the police officers under him, and immediately 2 police officers came over, twisted Huang Mashan's arm, and handcuffed him with handcuffs. Chapter 29 Owe Others a Favor. Huang Mashan was shocked and resisted while saying, "My dad is the general agent of Nokia in Star City. Our family is very rich. You can't arrest me, or else my dad won't let you guys off." This, Secretary Chiu. Director Hu looked at Secretary Chiu in fear. How could he have never imagined that he would be suspended one day? Suspension represents his status, glory once lost Secretary Chiu ignored Director Hu's pleading eyes, turned his head to look at Huang Mashan and asked, "Your father is the general agent of Nokia in Star City?" Upon hearing this, Huang Mashan and his girlfriend felt that there was something to it and nodded their heads, their mouths constantly emphasizing that their family was very rich. Secretary Chiu smiled slightly after hearing this. "Since your dad is so powerful and your family is so rich, let's add another 15 days. If you are detained for less than 30 days, I'll see who dares to release you? This is the meaning of Secretary Su. Hearing Secretary Chio's words, Huang Mashan and his girlfriend both froze, while Director Hu sat on his butt and thought to himself, this time, I've really kicked the bucket. Secretary Chio walked straight towards Zhang Du, who had been sitting behind the interrogation do, personally helping him to open the handcuffs, then patted his shoulder. Little Zhang student, aggrieved. Zhang Du did not make any pretense, stood up, moved his limbs, and said to Secretary Chio, thank you, Secretary Chio, for doing justice. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Ha ha, good. Let's get in touch more often sometime. This is my business card. Secretary Chio laughed out loud and pulled out a business card from his briefcase, handing it to Zhang Du. Although he didn't know exactly what background Zhang Du had, he knew that in Chinese society, connections were everything. One more friend was always better than one more enemy. For Zhang Du to be able to mobilize so many resources for such a small matter, and for the people who helped him to almost put their lives on the line to help him, that was not something an ordinary person could do. Secretary Chio felt that this was a young man worthy of his deep friendship. Zhang Du felt his pockets. His belongings had all been taken away, so he had to awkwardly say to Secretary Chio, I'm sorry, my belongings have all been taken away by the police here. Seeing this, the director of the City West police station hurriedly yelled at his men, why don't you quickly bring little Mr. Zhang's belongings over here? A police officer soon took Zhang Du's cell phone and belongings out of Chief Wu's office and handed them over to Zhang Du, who used his own cell phone to dial Secretary Chio's number, then said to Secretary Chio, here's my number, please record it, otherwise, the next time you want to treat you to dinner to express your gratitude, you won't even know who it is. Ha ha, won't. Secretary Chio replied with a smile. Zhang Du put away his things, looked at Director Hu, who was standing as if he was a lost dog, and Huang Mashan, who was handcuffed, walked up to them and whispered, be a good person when you come out. Don't go around causing trouble again. A lot of people in this society aren't something you can mess with. Said. Head also did not look back out of the interrogation room. The police on the way to see him have to avoid. They all know that he is the one that let the deputy director have been criticized by the superiors of the college students. Zhang Du swaggered out of the door of the police station, exhaled deeply, and secretly thought in his heart, Huang Mashan, if you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Secretary Chio waited for Zhang Du to go out and then called Su Chang at the first time to report the situation. And when Su Chang knew that Zhang Du had only been arrested for seeking revenge after self-defense, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was very satisfied with the way Secretary Chio handled the situation, and after hanging up the phone, he sent a 3-word text message to each of the 5 heads who were looking for him to fish for people, as well as to Tang Weichen, people released. Coming out of the police station, Zhang Du began to wonder who was behind fishing him out. By all accounts, Li Yi and the others shouldn't have that energy to influence someone at Secretary Chio's level, and although Old Su was mysterious, if Old Su had that much energy, he definitely wouldn't have stayed in the police station for so long, because Lao Su should be the first person to know that he was taken away by the police. Zhang Mei took out his cell phone. No matter what, it was better to give Lin Yujie a call first. He didn't want her to worry too much. Skillfully dialing Lin Yujie's phone, the phone was picked up after only one ring. Hey, Dodo, is that you? Xiao Yu. It's me. I'm fine. Zhang Du could hear the concern in Lin Yujie's tone, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. Worried to death about me. Was it that yellow hair that found trouble last time? I asked Brother Chen to go to the public security director to intercede. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Lin Yujie asked with concern. Brother Chen? Who is it? Zhang Du thumped in his heart. The son of an old colleague of my dad's from before, now working at the city hall. My dad said that I could look for him if there was anything. Lin Yujie explained. Oh, in the future, if there's anything you want to say to me first, try not to bother people. Zhang did say with a straight face. I know. This time, it's not that you were caught by the police and couldn't get in touch with you. Cheap bastard. Lin Yujie pouted and replied. Well, I didn't want you to beg. I'll come back to school as soon as possible. Wait for me. After saying that, Zhang Du hung up the phone. Zhang Du, who had lived for more than 30 years, how could he not know the pain of begging? Two people dating, as long as it is not begging you, even if there is a difference in status, will not feel inferior. But when you have to beg, it's not the same. Therefore, Zhang Du hated asking for help, and even more so, he was unwilling to let his girlfriend go to someone for help. However, he overlooked one thing. In China is a society of favors. No one looking for or not looking for help from another side shows that your ability to level things is not enough. Zhang do not want to owe others a favor, but still owed. Just after hanging up Lin Yujie's phone, Mr. Gui of Tianbo International's phone called. Zhang Du looked at the number and stopped a cab on the road while picking up the phone. Mr. Gua. Hello? Zhang Du had stayed in Deep South and you could speak a little Cantonese. Since he was on top of a cab, He spoke Cantonese cautiously. Oh, Mr. Zhang, hello, so you know how to speak vernacular. Fine, are you alright now? Mr. George was very worried when he found out you were taken away by the police and ordered me to get you out in 3 hours. I worked my ass off, and I'm glad I did. Let Zhang Sheng be aggrieved. Mainly this is the mainland. If in Hong Kong and Macau I would have helped you hire a lawyer to bail you out in minutes. Mr. Wu picked up the phone and said a whole lot. Ah, is that so? I'm sorry for the trouble. How did you bail me out? Zhang did ask. Chapter 30, Strike the Snake 7 inches. It's nothing, it's just that there are a few officials in Star City who went to our casino a few years ago and lost money, and borrowed some loan sharks, so I told them that if they could get you out, all their debts would be cancelled. If they couldn't, I would hand over evidence of their gambling to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC. Later, they did a good job and got you out. Mr. Was said proudly. Zhang Duo was already confused, not knowing whether it was Lin Yuji's brother Chen who had fished him out, or whether it was Tian Bo's loan sharks who had played a role. However, no matter what, after all, people are in order to help him to take substantial action. Zhang Du is still very grateful to them, so Zhang Duo said, Guo Shang, thank you, please send a message to Mr. George, and say that I will be logging onto your company's website in the next 2 days. Mr. George has already returned to England. I'll pass on your words to him. You're welcome, we'll all be friends from now on. I'm also going back to Macau. When Mr. Zhang is free to come to Macau, I'll treat you to tea. Mr. Kwok said politely. Mr. Zhang smiled and replied, well, okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Du fell into thought. The favor owed definitely needed to be returned. Tian Bo's favor was good. Anyway, when the time came to go on their website to bet on a game as for how they operate, how to go to the pit of other betting companies, that was beyond his control, but the Chen in Xiao Yu's mouth. Zhang did not know how to return the favor. Zhang Duo shook his head. When the time comes, let's talk about it. If the soldiers come, the water will come, and the earth will cover the water. One day we will be able to return the favor. Zhang Du felt that the most urgent thing right now was to completely defeat Yellow Hair Mountain. Although, this time, with external forces, Zhang Duo achieved an overwhelming victory, but after all, it is with the help of external forces. When Huang Mashan comes out from the detention center, surely this beam will be bigger and bigger. Zhang did not fear, but feel that always with him a rich second generation to mess around is not much fun. He is now at least also worth tens of millions of people. So Zhang Du decided, hit the snake to beat 7 inches, to fight on a one-time opponent down, in his strongest areas to beat him into submission. So Zhang Du patted the cab driver's shoulder and signaled him to go to the bank where he got his card last time first. Zhang Du remembered that he still had an agreement with that beautiful salesperson called Xiaoran. Now, the time had come to fulfill the agreement. The cab driver didn't say much and turned the car around, arriving outside the savings center that Zhang Duo had mentioned. Zhang Du paid the fare and went straight to the ATM to check his account balance. Although he believed that George had already credited the money to his account, he was still overwhelmed when he saw the series of numbers on his account. 39 million. In his last life, he never thought that he would be able to earn so much money one day. Zhang did withdraw his bank card from the ATM and walked into the savings center. He had to withdraw a portion of the money now. He would need to spend money for some of his next plans. Walking up to Xiaoran's counter, Zhang Du saw the familiar figure. He smiled and coughed. Hello, I'd like to make a withdrawal appointment. Xiaoran was busy reconciling her accounts at the moment, and looked up to see Zhang Du, and in a trance, recalled that the boy in front of her was the Lin University student who had a bet with her. Only, after not seeing him for some days, this boy seemed to be dressed more tastefully than the last time they met, and now he looked smoother as well. Xiaoran looked at Zhang Du with some skepticism. In the bank usually only large withdrawals need to make an appointment. Zhang Du as a college student should not need to make an appointment for this service. So Xiaoran blankly glanced at Zhang Du with her beautiful eyes. How much do you want to make an appointment to withdraw? Zhang Du thought about his plan and probably only needed more than 150,000 in cash at the moment, so he smiled and said to Xiaoran, make an appointment to withdraw 150,000. After saying that, he handed his bank card in. Xiaoran was surprised to receive the bank card handed over by Zhang Du and asked him to enter his password and then took a look. 39 million. Xiaoran was stunned. This was definitely not a huge amount that should be on a student's card. Zhang Du gently tapped the counter to wake Xiaoran up from his shock. Then with a bad smile on his face, he spoke to Xiaoran. I seem to remember that there was a beautiful woman who told me that if I had $1 million in my card, she would go on a date with me. Hey, I've heard that beautiful women are easy to forget. I don't know if she still remembers this bet. Oh? Xiaoran's pretty face chilled and scolded at Zhang Duo. Brat, where did you cheat so much money? Did you steal it or rob it? You don't even want to die in order to get a girl, right? I don't care where you got this money from, quickly give it back to the others. Maybe it's okay. Otherwise you'll be in deep when the public security comes looking for you. Public security. I just came out of the public security bureau for TA. I say, why is your little girl's mind so evil? How come you're flat out saying that I either stole or robbed this money? Do I look like a bad person? Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders with an unconcerned look on his face. Old lady is not a good thing once I see you. Humph. The reservation procedure is done for you. Young man, take the right path. Don't engage in crooked ways. Sign here and you can withdraw your money tomorrow. Xia Ran rambled on while handing out a reservation withdrawal slip. Zhang Du took the appointment withdrawal slip in a dashing manner, signed his name with a brush, and was about to hand it in when he realized that under the appointment slip, there was also a slip of paper with a cell phone number written in a line of beautiful script. Zhang did smile and put the note with the number into his satchel, handed the appointment withdrawal slip to Xia Ran, and made a gesture to her to call before turning to leave. Xia Ran received the note and stayed there for a moment. She felt that she couldn't understand Zhang Du more and more. His eyes that were full of disinterest contained too many mysterious and unknown meanings. She had just ghostly really told him her cell phone number. Xia Ran's heart was pounding violently at the moment, and the unknown curiosity and excitement made her look forward to a date with Zhang Du, but at the same time, she was also vaguely uneasy. Zhang did not half upset. Card money, a lot of money. He plans to rent a small courtyard outside the school gate. Unique kind of courtyard. Because of the suburban area outside Lin University, there were many such houses. As an old man who had lived for more than 30 years, it was really unaccustomed for him to be asked to live in a dormitory without air conditioning, water heater and internet every day now. He likes that planted a lot of big trees in the yard. Every corner is engraved with the traces of the years. In the absence of people, they can make a pot of tea, sitting under the trees, the sun through the leaves, dappled on the body, lazy nothing to think about. Chapter 31, More Women, Less Men. Zhang Du felt that the plan to open an internet cafe needed to be put on the agenda as well. He wanted to leave the internet cafe to Huangguan and Wei Shui to manage. In the latter days they spent half of their university years in internet cafes anyway. Zhang did return to Linde and went to Old Su's restaurant first. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of brothers sitting there with sad faces, while Li Yi was still making phone calls non-stop. When the crowd saw Zhang Du return, they first froze, then cheered in unison and got up to greet him, shushing him with concern. Zhang Du briefly told his brothers what had happened, and they were outraged, especially since Li Yi was about to call someone to go find trouble with Yellow Hair Mountain. Later heard that Huang Mashan has entered the detention center before stopping. After finishing his experience in the Public Security Bureau, Zhang did a proper look around the crowd and then said, there are a few things that I would like to ask for everyone's opinion. The first thing is, I want to rent a courtyard and move out to live. The place should not be too big, but it must be quiet and clean. Everyone, if anyone doesn't want to live in the dormitory anymore, can also live with me. This will ask Xiao Jian and Sandy to go and look for a place. My budget is $10,000 a year. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit more expensive. Another thing is, I want to open an internet cafe in the back street of the school. This is for Schweier and Huangguan to take care of. The budget for this is $100,000. I'll pick up the money tomorrow and hand it over to you. The last thing is that I am going to go to Deep South City and buy some parallel imports of cell phones there. I'm going to use these to bring down Huang Mashan's family's Nokia store. I want to ask Brother Su and Brother Yi to go with me, and when the time comes, each of you here will have a new Nokia cell phone to bring back to you. Zhang did not panic as he finished the few things he intended to do, and when the crowd heard that each of them would be issued a cell phone, they were all overjoyed. They had long since defaulted to his leadership position. Originally, the feelings between them were very good, and now that Zhang Du had suddenly become very capable, everyone had made a small fortune following him, and now that he was speaking with such certainty and planning, the crowd naturally wouldn't object. What's more, it seemed that everyone could benefit from everything. Old Su was the first to step forward and said, going to Deep South. Ha, good. I haven't left the house in many years. It's good to go out for a walk. Anyway, my restaurant can still operate without me. The others also said that there was no problem. After discussing the things that Zhang did say together, the brothers were all in high spirits. Li Yi proposed that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. In order to celebrate Zhang Du's safe return, Wei Shui and Huangguan were honorably discharged from the hospital, so we will rub a meal together, and then go to karaoke afterward, so we won't get drunk tonight. At this time, everyone remembered that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Yi's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Old Su hurriedly went to prepare dinner, while Huangguan ran to Zhang Duo's side, pleasingly said to Zhang Duo, Brother Duo, on the occasion of the festival, why don't you call your sister-in-law to come as well? She was worried when you first went in. Zhang Duo smiled and scolded. Fatty, Which flower are you thinking of in Xiaoyu's dormitory? No, that's not it. Isn't it more fun to call more people? Huang Guan embarrassedly touched his head and said. Zhang Du shook his head and ignored the stiff upper lip. Huang Guan took out his Motorola 998 and dialed Lin Yujie's number, asking her to call all the girls in the dormitory out to have dinner with her, which Lin Yujie happily agreed to do. It had been a whole day since I had seen Zhang do it, which was very long for a man and woman in love. Half an hour later, Lin Yujie and the girls from her dorm came. Li Yi also invited Xiao Huixian's entire dormitory of girls, and the dinner table finally had a situation where there were more women than men, making Wei Shuai, Huang Guan, and the rest of the bachelors happy, and they kept playing cute and funny to attract the girls' attention. A meal from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. The crowd is still not yet finished. The beer moved box after box, in front of many beautiful women. The brothers are not willing to concede. Even Wang Xiaojian, who usually does not drink much, drank several bottles in a row. Huang Guan was even on a collision course with Yang Zhao. He blew a bottle. Yang Zhao had a drink. The two of them went back and forth. The atmosphere became more and more warm. Lin Yujie saw Yang Zhao drank a lot of wine. Some worried to greet Yang Zhao drink less. Zhang did pat Lin Yujie's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, it's rare for everyone to be so happy today. Let them drink." Wei Shuai and Zhang Shui, who had gone to arrange for the KTV, ran to say that the better KTVs in the backstreets were all full, and that the remaining ones were either too poor in environment or too small to accommodate so many of them. "Why don't we go downtown?" Li Yi proposed. "I still have the phone number of the downtown Hedong KTV here. I'll get in touch." Zhang Duo and a group of brothers said that it didn't matter. Only a girl from Xiao Huixian's dormitory suggested that what if it was too late to go back to the dormitory to sing in the downtown area. Later, under the persuasion of Xiao Huixian and other girls, they all agreed to go to the city center for karaoke. Zhang did drink, and Li Yi's driver's license is still being tested, so the task of driving fell on Lao Su. Zhang Du said that since there was only one car, they could only go in groups, so Li Yi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Shui took the four girls from Xiao Huixian's dormitory to be the first to go. There were too many people and the car was too crowded, so Xiao Huixian graciously sat in the co-pilot's seat with Li Yi, while Lu Sha and Zhang Shui took the opportunity to squeeze in the back with the other three girls, because today we all drank wine, but also more than usual to let loose, and say this era to go out in a car to play with the 2016 Mercedes-Benz BMW A concept. The other three girls also did not say much, laughing and getting into the car. And Zhang Do they continue to sit in the box of the school friends and wait for the old Su sent Li Yi them to pick up again. At this time, men and women are no longer initially reserved. Huang Guan and Yang Zhao after just a spell of wine. The two people are obviously a step forward in the relationship. The fat man's hand on Yang Zhao's shoulder, and Yang Zhao does not seem to have any aversion. Wei Shuai, on the other hand, chatted with Sun Coco, and Wei Shuai didn't know what jokes he told, causing Sun Coco to burst into laughter. Zhang Duo on the other hand quietly held Lin Yujie's hand. The two didn't say anything and just looked at each other. Later on, Lin Yujie was embarrassed by the look and pulled her delicate hand out of Zhang Du's hand, glared at him and then said to him, "Dodo, my documents and cards have been replaced. My family gave me money. I'll return your money to you." After saying that, he took out a few $1,000s from his bag and handed it to Zhang Du. Zhang Du grabbed Lin Yujie's hand and said, "Return what? My money is your money. What's there to return? Since your money is also my money, then my money is also your money. Why don't you want it?" Lin Yujie tooted her cherry mouth and said, "That's different. It's only natural for you to use my money, and for me to use your money would be eating soft food. Good boy, put it away. Brother, now the least thing is money." Zhang Du pretend to be angry said. Chapter 32 King of Karaoke. Seeing Zhang Duo's insistence, Lin Yujie didn't force herself, but instead took out another red-wrapped cardboard box from her light-colored crossbody bag and handed it to Zhang Duo. "Hey, this is for you." Zhang Du's heart warmed. After living for more than 30 years, there really weren't many formal gifts like this that he had received. He looked at Lin Yujie with gratitude, then carefully opened the carton. Inside was a fully automatic mechanical watch with a silver face on a black background. The sapphire scratch-resistant mirror, stainless steel strap and golden hands all highlighted the splendor of the watch. Zhang did take a look at the logo of the watch. It was a universal brand watch, estimated to cost more than $10,000. "I see that the watch you are using now is already very old, so I bought this watch for you. Take it with you. No taking it off without my permission," Lin Yujie said capriciously. "Thank you." Zhang Du hastily removed the old watch and put it into his satchel, put on the new watch Lin Yujie sent him, and said joyfully, "I'll wear it in my sleep from now on. It'll be like you're accompanying me." "Humph, bad guy. Who wants to sleep with you?" Lin Yujie's pink fist punched Zhang Du's back again. "Xiao Yu, where's your own? How come I didn't see you bring it?" Zhang Du pulled up Lin Yujie's hand and saw that she wasn't wearing a watch. I only bought it for you. It's not like I'm in the habit of wearing a watch, Lin Yujie replied. The truth was, although her family was in good condition, it was impossible to hit her with tens of thousands of dollars at once. After she bought the watch, there were only a few $1,000s left, and she couldn't buy 2 pieces if she wanted to buy 2 pieces to make up a couple's watch. Zhang did shake his head. How can that be? Where did you buy it? If it doesn't make a pair, what's the point of me wearing it? Later on, you take me to the place where you bought the watch and make sure to buy another piece of the same type of lady's watch, Zhang did said firmly. Lin Yujie nodded her head obediently. She also knew that Zhang Du had a lot of money. Buying a watch would not be stressful for him in the slightest, even if it was a universal watch. The sound of 2 car horns came from outside the restaurant. Zhang Duo knew that it should be old Su coming to pick them up, so he greeted the crowd and went out to the car. He and Lin Yujie naturally sat on top of the co-pilot, probably because they had such an experience before, or maybe their relationship was getting closer and closer. When Lin Yujie sat on Zhang Duo's lap once again, both sides didn't have the awkwardness they had the first time. Lao Su drove very quickly. The Sons of the East flew to the Lotus East Casino. The crowd followed the waiter into the private room that Li Yi had booked long ago. Li Yi's style was never afraid to spend money and wanted the best of everything. He had booked the largest private room in Hadong, and even if 10 or so people crowded into it, the room was still very spacious. Hadong is the city's hottest KTV. Lighting, sound, sofa, service, environment are first-class level, and consumption is also quite expensive. Most people still came to such a high consumption place for the first time, and they all looked particularly excited. After Zhang Du went in, he called the waiter and ordered quite a lot more cooked food, drinks and fruit plates. In his previous life, Zhang Dao and his friends would occasionally come to such a place to go crazy, but the price for going crazy was a whole month of tightening their belts. In this life, money was no longer a problem, so Zhang Du had capriciously ordered quite a lot of things. Xiao Huixian was worthy of being a person who later mixed with the entertainment industry. She turned off the music when she saw that people had arrived, took the microphone and stood pavilion in the middle of the box, and said in good Mandarin, "Dear students, in order to make our party for a few days more atmospheric, I propose that everyone present sing a song, because today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. All of us have to sing a song that has to do with the moon, a song related to the moon. Those who don't know how to sing will be penalized 3 bottles of beer. Does everyone think it's okay?" Yes. Huang Guan and Wei Shuai, who were only concerned about the world and chaos, were the first to respond. Seeing that no one had any objections, Xiao Huixian quickly ordered a song and then said, "Then, starting with me first, I'll dedicate a song to Coco Lee's Moonlight Lover." By the time she finished, there was another round of hoots and hollers. As the music started, Xiao Huixian opened her voice and sang. Xiao Huixian's singing is average. Maybe that's one of the reasons why her later development in the entertainment industry wasn't very smooth. Zhang did put one arm around Lin Yujie and thought secretly in his heart. When Xiao Huixian finished her song, the crowd screamed and applauded. Fatty Huangguan also took 3 cups of beer and hard poured it into Xiao Huixian's stomach. Even Li Yi, who was on the side, wanted to save the day. He was not allowed to. After Xiao Huixian finished singing, Li Yi ordered himself a 1999 most popular "The Moon Caused Trouble," and sang to Xiao Huixian with deep emotion. When it was Lao Su's turn, he actually ordered a song called 15 Moons, and actually roared through the song, which also drew a chorus of applause from the crowd. According to the order of seating, it was Zhang's turn to do the singing. Lin Yujie secretly said to Zhang Du, "I don't care. If you don't move me to sing this song, I'll ignore you for 3 days." Women in love could never be ignored. Zhang Du nodded helplessly, thought for a moment, and took the microphone from Li Yi's hand, then stood in the middle of the private room, and said in a low voice, "The following song is dedicated to my lovely Ms. Lin Yujie. I hope that Ms. Lin Yujie will always be as beautiful as the moon tonight." After saying that, instead of going to the jukebox to order a song, he took the microphone and started to sing cleanly. That night was really romantic. "I'll take you to see the moon half bent. A little shy but very happy. This feeling I like very much. Let me be close to you, and you fall into my arms. I feel that love is coming. I don't care what happens to me." In the night, they exchange longing glances. It turns out that the feeling of love is not as subjective as I thought. The moon is half bent. So romantic. You look especially good under the moonlight. Zhang did use his unique voice to gently sing a simple but beautiful melody, although there was no accompaniment. But in such a night, the crowd was brought into the mood of the song by him. The romantic and sweet feeling of being in love flowed into the hearts of the crowd like a pot of intoxicating sake as Zhang did his heartfelt speech, while Lin Yujie was even more dumbfounded as she looked at Zhang Du and was moved to tears. This was Chin Cohen's Half Bend of the Moon, which was supposed to come out only in 2002, and was now being sung by Zhang Du on such a full moon night, in the middle of a group of young men and women with excessive hormones. in a deep and heartfelt manner. The crowd was stunned by the song's beautiful melody and Zhang Du's perfect rendition, and even old Su, who was in his 30s, was moved to tears. After the song was sung, the aftermath lingered on. The crowd was stumped for half a minute before thunderous applause and screams erupted. A large group of boys and girls were holding bottles of wine to toast Zhang Du and Lin Yujie. Chapter 33. Hopefully, people will last long. Zhang Duo had to block in front of Lin Yujie and kept pouring the cold bottle of wine into his hot chest. Lin Yujie, on the other hand, was now snuggled up next to Zhang Duo, happily watching Zhang Duo blocking his drinks while wiping off the beer that leaked out from the corners of Zhang Duo's mouth with her hand. After a round of drinks, everyone began to encourage Lin Yujie to sing again. Lin Yujie graciously took the microphone from Zhang Duo's hand and ordered a song called Wish People Lasted Long. The lyrics of this song are Song of Water written by Su Donpa, first sung by Teresa Tang and later covered by Fei Wang. Lin Yujie ordered Fei Wang's version. In fact, this song was more suitable for people who were partying and thinking of each other, and it seemed a bit out of place when someone was with them. However, no one would care about that. Lin Yujie's song is also very good. Bite pronunciation and melodic rhythm are grasped in place. On the spot, she sang, people have their sorrows and joys, the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish people would stay together for a long time, and we'd be together for 1,000 miles. When she sang this, she looked at Zhang Duo with a grudging look in her eyes, as if she had a lot of things to say to him. Zhang Duo thought that Lin Yujie was singing too much and didn't care about that. When Lin Yujie finished singing, the crowd started a new round of pouring wine, and even though Zhang Duo's drinking capacity had risen since he was reborn, he couldn't handle it anymore. Waiting to drink this round, Zhang Du really cannot top. Head fell on Lin Yujie's lap. Smell Lin Yujie unique fragrance. Feel their head pressure. Lin Yujie thighs bring elasticity. Enjoy Lin Yujie's delicate jade finger massage in the temple of the comfort. Zhang Du at the moment feel very happy. Happy so sweet but also seems so unreal. People tend to worry about losing when they just have. Zhang Du in the half drunk and half awake, cannot help but tightly keep Lin Yujie's waist. Wine has not known how much has been drunk. A few not too much alcohol has been like Zhang Du like lying on the sofa. Dinner time. The most arrogant Huang Guan and Yang Zhao both fell together. Two people's sleep are still twisted together. The private room of men and women threw away the last of the reserve. Have to pick to look at the eyes of the people to sing together. Drink, play dice. The private room did not have the initial lively, but the atmosphere is more psychedelic tantalizing. Zhang did not sleep over, although he enjoyed the happiness of collapsing on Lin Yujie's lap, but he knew that he could not indulge in this. Struggling to raise his arm, saw that the time has reached 12:30. Zhang did think that it should be almost time. Tomorrow he still has a lot of things to do. Struggled to get up from Lin Yujie's lap. Staggeringly ran to the restroom and the private room to wash a cold water face. The cold water washed away a lot of the drunkenness. Zhang Du came out of the restroom already much better. At least he could already walk normally, and his head wasn't as groggy as it was at the beginning. He came to Li Yi's side and put his mouth close to Li Yi's ear and said loudly, "Brother Yi, let's flash. We still have to go to Deep South tomorrow." Li Yi was currently carrying Xiao Huixian in his arms. When he heard Zhang Duo's words he also looked at the time. It's so late. The dormitory can't go back anymore. Where should we go now? Zhang Du thought for a moment. Let's go to a hotel. Get a room. Li Yi looked at Xiao Huixian in his arms, then nodded silently. When Wei Shui finished his last song, Zhang Du and Li Yi greeted everyone together and flashed. After calling all of them up, Zhang Du called for a waiter to pay the bill, and Li Yi ran over. "Doer, I'll do it." Zhang Duo shook his head. "Brother Yi, don't argue with me. I've made a lot of money recently. This is a small problem." Li Yi saw that Zhang Duo was adamant, so he didn't fight with Zhang Duo anymore. The group of people were almost half drunk, each helping each other out of the private room. Luckily, the upper floor of the Lotus East Casino is a 4-star hotel. Zhang Du holding Lin Yujie took the lead to run to the hotel's front desk, and then opened 2 double rooms, and then opened 3 suites. The suites are of the one-room kind, with sofas and beds. Zhang Du will standard room card to take A, then another standard room card to Li Yi, the last 3 suite room card to the most sober old Su. As for the last remaining vote is how to allocate the 3 suites. Zhang do not want to worry about it. The opportunity has been given to the brothers. As to whether they can kiss, it depends on their ability. As for whether or not they could mix into the girls' room, whether it was to sleep on the bed or the sofa, he wouldn't worry about it. Waving his hand towards the crowd, Zhang did walk into the elevator holding Lin Yujie, who was currently in a state of apprehension, and Li Yi also followed into the elevator with Xiao Huixian in his arms without hesitation. A group of drunken or indecisive boys and girls were left standing at the elevator entrance, not knowing what to do. When they reached the floor of Li Yi's room, Li Yi looked evilly at Zhang Du and smiled, then walked out of the elevator with Xiao Huixian in his arms. At the moment, only Lin Yujie and Zhang Du were left in the elevator. Zhang Du looked down at Lin Yujie and then gently kissed her hair. Walking into the room, Zhang Du inserted the room card into the slot and the lights in the room were on. Zhang Du smiled and said to Lin Yujie, "Xiao Yu, I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, he took off his own top and changed into slippers and walked into the washroom. Lin Yujie stood uneasily at the door of the room, hesitated for half a day, but still walked into the room, pretending to be calm. She turned on the TV and tuned in all the stations, her heart still pounding hard. Growing up so big, she was still the first time to spend time alone with a boy, and this place to spend time was a hotel. She was a little curious, a little expectant, but more than that, she was inexplicably uneasy and worried. What should she do if he really wanted to do that with her? Refuse him? Will he get angry and ignore himself after refusing? Does he really love me? Or will he really love me forever? Just as Lin Yujie was ruminating, Zhang Duo had quickly finished rinsing off. Coming out of the washroom, his lower body was still wearing a pair of jeans, and his upper body was bare, revealing a very well-proportioned muscle. Seeing Lin Yujie in a state of disorientation, Zhang did slowly walk over and painfully wrapped his arms around Lin Yujie's shoulders and softly said, "Xiao Yu, don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Go and wash up and rest, right? Otherwise, it won't be pretty if you turn into a panda tomorrow." Lin Yujie nodded obediently and stood up with a red face. Zhang did patted Lin Yujie's face lovingly. Not long after the bathroom came the sound of the water spraying from the poof. Zhang Du, who was still calm just now, was like a sprinter hearing a gunshot. All of a sudden he rushed up, and the picture of Lin Yujie taking a bath automatically appeared in his mind. Chapter 34. Will you love me forever? Maybe because of the latter's own reading countless movies, has already achieved the realm of the heart no code. Listening to the bathroom movement actually automatically brain fill inside the picture. Immediately the penis is not come up. Tight jeans seem to have been unable to resist his expansion. Zhang did a deep breath, ran to the window and opened the window, and then lighted a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, so that he can calm down. After one cigarette, he finally suppressed some of the blazing fire in himself. At this time Lin Yujie carefully walked out from the washroom. Zhang did a glance and immediately his heartbeat accelerated. His breathing became rapid and the blood in his veins almost boiled. Only see at this moment Lin Yujie upper body is still wearing that white blouse, while the jeans underneath but took in her own hands, only wearing a small panties printed with cartoon patterns, a long white and flawless legs from the waist to extend to the bare jade between the feet, the upper body of the t-shirt appropriately draped between the thighs, the inside of the small panties are hidden. Lin Yujie flew out of the washroom, sat on the bed, lifted the quilt, lifted the two long legs, quickly drilled into the thin quilt, while shyly said, "The pants are drenched in water." Zhang Du could no longer control himself at this time, letting out a low roar and charging towards Lin Yujie like a wild beast, only to see Zhang Du a hand lifted the quilt blocking him, revealing Lin Yujie a pair of long legs. Zhang Du hands cannot help but a hand towards the peak above the attack, mouth also to the frightened do not know how to do. Lin Yujie kissed the past. Zhang Du kissed her hard, and then hands keep rubbing. Lin Yujie exclaimed, "Let Zhang do the action." But when Zhang Du moved his hand down, Lin Yujie pulled hard on Zhang Du's hand, then bit hard on Zhang Du's shoulder. Her breathing had been messed up, her chest was rising and falling violently, and she looked at Zhang Du with a slight sadness. "Dodo, don't, is it okay?" Zhang Du's eyes touched Lin Yujie's sad eyes. His heart softened, and he suddenly regained a few moments of rationality. He gently kissed Lin Yujie's forehead again, and then with strong perseverance, he climbed up from the bed, and gently helped Lin Yujie cover the quilt, and said to her, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu, just now, your long legs were too tantalizing, and I didn't have control over it for a moment. Don't worry, brother said he won't force you to do anything. Sleep in peace, I'll sleep on the sofa." Then kissed Lin Yujie face scarlet, usually neat short hair at the moment also have and messy. A few strands of hair cover her beautiful eyes, adding a few more enchanting, only to see her deep breath. To Zhang Du asked softly, "Dodo, do you love me?" Zhang did nodded. "Yes, I love you. I think I fell in love with you the first time I saw you." Lin Yujie smiled and nodded. "Then will you love me forever?" Zhang did shook his head and spoke. "How far is forever? I don't know, so I don't know if I will love you forever, because there are too many changes and uncertainties in the future, but I can be sure that you will be the girl I care about the most in my life." Aside from his own wife in his last life, the one Zhang Du currently cared about the most was indeed Lin Yujie. He wasn't a man who easily said he loved or didn't love, and wasn't used to deceiving girls with flowery words. Love is love, and a man who doesn't know if it can last forever just doesn't know and doesn't lie. When Lin Yujie heard Zhang Du's words, she didn't have much of a disappointed expression, but continued to smile and said, "Dodo, thank you for loving me. I think I like you too, but I'm just as unsure as you are if I'll like you forever. So, we can't be like that yet. Do you understand? Jung-do lovingly stroked Lin Yujie's hair and lightly kissed her cheek again. Well, the future is still far away. Don't think so much. Let tomorrow's questions be answered tomorrow. I just need this moment for you to be by my side and I'm satisfied. Don't think too much. Go to sleep. I'll sleep on the sofa. Lin Yujie nodded her head obediently and closed her own eyes, secretly thankful in her heart that she had found an understanding boyfriend. Zhang did turn off all the lights in the room, leaving only a small lamp at the entryway, dimly lit in solitude in such a late night. Seeing Lin Yujie sleeping on the bed in a well-behaved and peaceful manner, Zhang Du was secretly glad that he had controlled himself just now. Many times, loving someone really wasn't about possessing her body. There was no double or triple sofa in a hotel room. If there really was, it was definitely a pitiful hotel. The sofa in the Hodong Hotel was the kind of single-person sofa that was quite comfortable to sit on, but if you slept on it, it would be a bit of a stretch. Zhang did put his feet on top of the coffee table, leaned his head on the armrest of the sofa, smiled and looked at Lin Yujie who had already closed her eyes but was clearly not asleep, and whispered, "Good night, baby." After saying that, he closed his own eyes, forcing himself to stop thinking wildly. The gradually calming mood and the anesthesia of alcohol made Zhang Du quickly fall into dreamland. Lin Yujie secretly opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Du who was sleeping on the single sofa next to her. Seeing his naked and four-legged appearance, she couldn't help but gently walked out of bed and found a thin cotton quilt in the cabinet at the entrance of the room and covered Zhang Du's chest, then carefully scrutinized the sleeping Zhang Du for a while, and then gently returned to the bed, peacefully sleep. The next morning, Lin Yujie used to wake up early woke up from a deep sleep, opened her eyes and saw Zhang Du still sleeping. Lin Yujie couldn't help but blush as she thought of the scene last night. She quickly put on her clothes and then carefully walked over to Zhang Duo's side, looking at Zhang Duo sleeping like a child. She couldn't help but mischievously use her hair to tease Zhang Duo's face. Zhang Duo, who was still sleeping, suddenly felt an itch on his face, and the familiar fragrance coming from his nose let him know at the first moment that Lin Yujie was beside him, so did not even open his eyes. With the feeling of a hand Lin Yujie in his arms, his mouth kept chanting, "You little bad guy, see how I can fix you." Lin Yujie laughed gently and fell into Zhang Du's arms. "Bad guy, get up." Zhang Du wrapped Lin Yujie in his arms and kissed her cheeks fiercely. "This is how you call your husband to get up, ah? Humph, who is your wife?" Lin Yujie blushed in shame and punched Zhang Du's chest with her pink fist. "Don't pull so hard, you're hurting people." Zhang Duo laughed and let go of Lin Yujie, rolling over and standing up. After washing up, the two of them came out of the room and ate breakfast at the hotel's restaurant before leaving the hotel hand in hand. Zhang Du still had a lot of things to do today, and as he was about to leave for Deep South City, Zhang Du also tried to stay with Lin Yujie as much as possible. Chapter 35 Separation. The two of them turned around again in the mall where Lin Yujie bought the watch, but they didn't look for the women's universal watch that matched the one Zhang did on his wrist, so they had to call it quits. In the mall to buy 2 sets of clothes, he and Lin Yujie 1 set. Yesterday 2 people after the bath are wearing old clothes. Sticky on the body is very uncomfortable. Zhang Du also give the old Su and Li Yi 1 person bought a set of clothes. Later will be out of town. There is no time for them to go back to school to clean up. What is missing to buy it? From the mall out, Zhang did take Lin Yujie went to the off and go to the net-tied internet cafe. Internet cafe as always dim. A group of geeks are dimly playing CS. One of the boys with the long parted hair noticed Lin Yujie this big beauty to come. Shocked open mouth. Half a day cannot speak. Until the cigarette that fell from his mouth burned his own crotch to react. Zhang Du and Lin Yujie did not pay attention to these. The two sat side by side in front of a computer. Zhang Du skillfully opened the browser, entered the home page of the Skyblog. Lin Yujie, on the other hand, obediently sat next to Zhang Duo and watched him busy on the computer. Not asking anything, Zhang Du turned back to Lin Yujie with a slight smile and whispered in her ear, "This is where I earned my money. But, in the future, I will try not to make money this way anymore." Lin Yujie curiously looked at the betting website that Zhang did open, only to see that on it were the names of some teams, and behind the names were some numbers. As time went on, these numbers would constantly change. She couldn't read it, but didn't ask much. Zhang did come to bet, mainly to return the favor of the last time George they found someone to fish themselves out, so symbolically chose a handicap. 1999 he can determine the game is not a lot. Only remember that year's NBA because of labor disputes the whole season shrunk by half, and finally the Spurs won the championship. Duncan, that year, was still young, so when the NBA championship option chose the Spurs, invested $100,000. This time has been the division finals, so the odds of the championship is not very high. The odds of the Spurs to win the championship is only 1:2. 3. However, Zhang Du has completed his own primitive accumulation. Win how much money for him is just a numbers game. As for George and how they will operate, then he does not care. After paying off the favor he owed in one game, Jung Duo felt relieved. After placing his bets, Jung Duo quickly shut down the computer and pulled Lin Yuji's hand out of the internet cafe. They had to rush to the savings center to withdraw money. Jung Du planned to leave for Deep South City after lunch, so they had to rush to withdraw money now, because she knew that she would soon be separated from Jung Duo for a while. Lin Yuje followed Jung Duo closely, thinking that the bully like Xiao Ran might be inside. Jung Du had no choice but to walk helplessly and stiffly into that savings center. Fortunately, Xiao Ran didn't work today. Otherwise, I don't know how she would react when she saw Lin Yujie. Zhang did think of Xiao Ran's vicious appearance and shivered for no reason, because yesterday on the reservation procedures, so, very quickly completed the withdrawal. Zhang Du very casually will be 150,000 cash into their own army green satchel, raised his arm to look at Lin Yujie, gave him a universal watch. This time has been more than 11 o'clock, the other people should be up, and Lin Yujie back to the hotel. Zhang Du used the hotel landline to call a few rooms respectively. Li Yi had only just gotten up, and he didn't know that he and Xiao Huixian fought for a few rounds yesterday, while Lao Su and Wei Shuai, Zhang Shui and the others accompanied a few girls to play poker all night, and were still sleeping now. The most surprising thing that Zhang did was that Fatty Huangguan actually slept in a room with Yang Jia last night, and he didn't know how many swashbuckling stories had happened between them overnight. After making an appointment with the crowd to have lunch together at the hotel restaurant, Zhang Du called the hotel restaurant again to make a reservation. At this time Lin Yujie finished changing her clothes from the washroom and stood in front of Zhang Du in a pavilion. This was a beautiful woman, and any clothes worn on her body would make people feel as if they were tailor-made for her. Zhang Du lovingly pinched Lin Yujie's face before picking up his own clothes and going in to take a shower as well. When the two of them had finished cleaning up, Zhang Duo took the clothes and belongings he had bought for Lao Su and Li Yi and held Lin Yujie's hand as he walked towards the restaurant. When the people arrived at the hotel's restaurant one after another, Zhang Duo and Lin Yujie had already ordered a table full of dishes. From singing yesterday to eating now, Zhang Du had spent close to $10,000 again, but he didn't think it mattered. He lacked everything now, just not money. If you are born again, but also like the last life, for the money thing headache, do not dare to spend money. Cannot and brothers wantonly waving their youthful passion. It would be better to go back to the future, guarding the wife and children plain to death, waiting for the crowd to arrive. Zhang Du handed the room card to Wei Shuai, and then said to Wei Shuai, there is still a deposit inside the room card. These deposits you take. Old Su, brother E and I are going to go to Deep South. Here's another $100,000 in cash. It's the money to open an internet cafe. You take it. You and Zhang Shui make the decisions on renting the store, buying computers, decorating as well as buying sofas and whatnot. Call me again if you don't have enough money. Wei Shuai nodded, gleefully received a large stack of cash. This was his first time touching such a large sum of money. He really couldn't hide his inner excitement. The girls at the table were even more dumbfounded. They knew that Zhang Duo had money because all of yesterday's consumption was paid for by Zhang Duo, but they didn't expect Zhang Duo to casually take out 100,000 yuan and hand it over to Wei Shuai. They couldn't help but look at Lin Yujie with envious eyes, while Lin Yujie was still eating her meal with a calm face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Zhang Du took out another $10,000 and handed it over to Lu Sha, Sandy. For the matter of renting an apartment, please take the time to bother about it. Lu Sha didn't say much and nodded. After arranging these things, Zhang Du started to bury his head and feast. He was about to go to Deep South. When he waited over there, he might not have such appetizing chili dishes. After lunch, the crowd came out of the hotel. Lin Yujie reluctantly pulled at Zhang Duo. Zhang Duo smiled and touched her head, whispering, "Good girl, take good care of yourself. I'll be back after a few days. It's fine, old Su and brother E are with me." Lin Yujie nodded obediently. "Be safe on the road. Don't drive too fast. I'll wait for you." And the way Li Yi and Xiao Huixian parted ways was much more direct. As soon as Li Yi bailed out Xiao Huixian, the two of them started kissing passionately right in front of everyone's eyes. After 2 minutes, Li Yi let go of Xiao Huixian, waved his hand dashingly, and sat down directly in the back seat of the car. Chapter 36, Fooling over the hurried passage of time. Seeing that Zhang Du and Li Yi both got into the car, Old Su quickly started the car and stepped on the gas pedal to drive the car towards the entrance of the highway. As the Son of the Orient sped along, Zhang Duo and Lao Su drove alternately, and 15 hours later, it finally arrived in Shennan City. It was only at this time that Zhang Dao remembered that he had overlooked one thing. In this era, mainlanders still needed proof of entry documents to go to Deep South City. Zhang Du parked their car at the Mailin Pass and got down from the car to light a cigarette and move their muscles. Li took a long drag on his cigarette and looked at the armed police with loaded guns standing at the entry point in the distance inside. This special administrative region is a special administrative region. It's not even easy to get in. Zhang Du looked around. He remembered that in his previous life, when he first went to Deep South City, the entry point was also particularly strict, but there were always some scalpers and such people roaming around outside the gate, constantly asking others if they wanted to enter the gate, and it looked like they had their doorway to bring people in, because at that time, Zhang Duo himself had an entry permit, so he didn't try to find out whether it was real or fake. Now, Zhang Duo planned to try it. Finally, Zhang Duo saw a man in brown clothes underneath a flyover, constantly peddling something to the passers-by on both sides. Zhang Duo quickly walked over towards the overpass and came to the side of the man in brown clothes. As soon as the two men's eyes met, Zhang Du pointed to the pass. "Can I go in? $50 a person." The brown man replied quickly. "There are 3 of us in one car." Zhang made no nonsense. To him, problems that could be solved by spending money were not problems. "The car is a bit troublesome. The road I'm taking you on can't be open to traffic. Why don't I ask someone to drive your car in, and return it to you after you enter the gate?" The man in brown clothes said with difficulty. "No, we can't separate the people from the car." "Just kidding, the car is for you to drive. Where will you find the people then?" Zhang did know deep down that Guizhou at this time of the year was probably the worst place in the country for theft and robbery. With an astronomical number of transient people, anyone in the country who is capable, skilled, educated, bold or poised will want to come here to make a break for it, which makes it the most chaotic area. "Then there's nothing I can do." The man in brown clothes spread his hands and said. Seeing this, Zhang Duo walked away without looking back. Seeing Zhang Duo about to leave, the brown man followed unwillingly and kept saying, "It doesn't matter. I'll take you in. I'll leave when you see the car. That's okay, right?" Zhang do not care about him again. "Go out. Everything must be careful." What's more, he didn't believe that he couldn't even get into one of the passes. Casually finding a small store, Zhang did buy 2 Chinese cigarettes and asked the store owner to take a file bag. A file bag is just enough to hold 2 cigarettes. The later Zhang Du, although not in a high position, but on these gift-giving things are still a little clear. This is also the unspoken rule. You send money as a bribe, but if you send 2 cigarettes, it will be treated as a contact. It is not considered a violation. Returning to his car, he said to Lao Su and Li Yi, "Let's go to their office building to do the entry permit. I don't believe I can't do it." After saying that, he sat himself in the driver's side and started the car. Old Su and Li Yi got into the car in a hurry. Zhang Did drove the car directly to the entry office, then took his and Li Yi's student ID card as well as Lao Su's ID card and got out of the car, came to the inspection office, smiled at the armed police officer sitting inside, then took out his student ID card and said, "Comrade armed police officer, how are you? We're students from the Central and Southern Forestry University in Shanghu Province, and our teacher brought us to a company over here for field study because of the urgency of arriving here, without a border certificate. There is no border pass. See if you can make up for it." The armed police officer looked at Zhang's student ID card, and then looked at Li Yi and Lao Su who were sitting in the car and said, "How come you are here for the internship now? How come the internship is just the 3 of you?" "Because the 3 of us didn't catch the train. We had to drive here. The other teachers and students should have arrived long ago," Zhang Did said smilingly. After saying that, he took out 2 Chinese cigarettes packed in a file bag and extremely stealthily stuffed them into the hands of the armed police, adding, "Buy a pack of cigarettes for your big brother to smoke, and please be accommodating. If we can't make it to the internship, we'll have to deduct credits." The armed police opened the file bag, looked at the Chinese cigarettes inside, and carefully examined Zhang Du and Li Yi's student ID card. After determining the authenticity, coldly took out a few blank entry certificates, filled in Zhang Du's 3 names, and then snapped on the big seal, and said to Zhang Du, "The validity period is 15 days. Come back to make up for it after 15 days. After saying that, he handed all the documents to Zhang Du. Zhang Du took the documents with a smile, turned around and got into the car, started the car and entered the customs smoothly, finally entered the customs. The 3 drove the car sped on the wide road in Shinnan City. If the gap between the customs of Shinnan and the mainland cities is not too big, then after entering the customs, the 3 saw a completely cosmopolitan paradigm. Towering skyscrapers erected shoulder to shoulder on both sides of the street. The roadside of the unique tropical trees lush, dense as if a green wall, while countless buildings and the road separated. Zhang Did mixed feelings looking at this, buried his youth and dreams of the city or this city, but people have changed. Zhang Zhua secretly said to himself, "This life must be in this city to win the year their dreams." Thinking of this, Zhang Zhua cannot help but think of a popular paragraph on the network in later years. Lan Xiang Sr. said, "Even if you dig through the earth, but also cannot dig his lost heart." The square dancer said that if she dances fast enough, her loneliness won't be able to catch up with her. The scavenger uncle said that if he turns over the garbage carefully enough, he will be able to retrieve his lost self, and the porcelain clinker Moncler outlet store said that as long as the acting is realistic enough, he will be able to deceive the time that passes by in a hurry. Zhang Zui came to Shinnan City, not only to find his lost self, but also to cheat the time passing by. Li Yi and Lao Su, two people, excitedly look at all the prosperity in front of them. Their mouths keep discussing the gap between Star City and this city, from the building to the road, from the weather to the beautiful women. After all-round comparison, the two people concluded that the SAR is good. Zhang Do rely on memory. Will drive the car to the coastal road, sprinting all the way. They hadn't rested for more than 10 hours. Zhang did find a hotel by the sea in Binhai Road, parked the car. The group excitedly entered the hotel. The hotels in Deep South were also much more expensive than those in the mainland, but for a thug like Zhang Zui, any price was not a problem for him. Zhang Zui in the front desk opened a suite with 3 beds. The price is actually smashing 1,088 yuan. Even if it has always been spending a lot of money, Li Yi cannot help but marvel at the level of consumption in Shinnan at this moment. After opening the room, the 3 went directly to the room, took turns to wash up, and then went downstairs to the restaurant to eat a lunch in the style of Guangdong province. Chapter 37, Old Friend Flyboy. Zhang Du's trio finished lunch and hoofed it to Huada North. Zhang Du read an article in the latter part of his life. In a certain year, 90% of the country's parallel imported cell phones were disembarked from the Great Northern China, and he wanted to use the huge price advantage of parallel imported cell phones to bring down the Yellow Hair Mountain family's industry, and he was going to start from here. Zhang Du very clear. The so-called parallel imports of cell phones does not only mean that the quality of the phone is very poor. On the contrary, really parallel imports of cell phones with the original licensed goods, there is no difference. The difference is only the software version. The real parallel imports of cell phones are divided into 2 kinds. One is the European water. It is from the European side of the goods over. The quality of this cell phone is generally the original, but there are some small problems, because Europe has a provision. The phone can be bought within 14 days of unconditional replacement. So the machine was replaced is called 14-day machine. 14-day machine is a common source of European water. Of course, there is also the original European phone. This is the best quality. In addition, there is Hong Kong water, that is, Hong Kong, Macau over. This kind of, although there is no warranty, but the quality is basically no difference with the original. Then there is the refurbished machine. This kind of cell phone is the most common in North China, mainly from abroad to collect a lot of problematic second-hand cell phone, and then refurbished processing, as a new machine sales. It is also because of the proliferation of refurbished machines, so that the people of China have misunderstood the quality of parallel imported machines, so that in later times parallel imported has become synonymous with poor quality products. Finally arrived at Huada North. 1999 parking space is not as tense as in later years. Zhang Du quickly find a parking space to park the car. The 3 side by side into the Huaqiang north of the cell phone city. As in the latter days of Huada Bay, everywhere is crowded. People of different skin colors could be seen here. And there were constantly people peddling CDs and fake invoices on the side of the road. Inside the cell phone city was even more crowded. Cell phone dealers from all over the country were concentrated here, haggling and bargaining. Zhang did know that behind every tiny counter here, there could be tens of thousands of channels for cell phones or computers hidden. Never underestimate the power of these channels. A sneeze here may have price fluctuations on the national cell phone market. In 2 years, the refurbished old cell phone industry upgraded to Shanghai cell phone, but also the Huada North Shanghai cell phone out of the country, assisting countless people in Asia, Africa and Latin America cannot afford to use the original cell phone. Do not underestimate the cottage technology. Others make it, you can imitate, is also a kind of ability. Not to mention that here were born a lot of great inventions. In later years, the world's popular dual card dual standby, triple card triple standby technology is the result of independent innovation of Huada North's cottage cell phone technicians. Zhang Du 3 people turned around in the cell phone city. Li Yi passed the initial curiosity and asked somewhat impatiently, Duer, what are you looking for? We've all turned around? Zhang Duo withdrew his eyes from looking around and replied, I'm looking for an old friend. An old friend? When did you have a friend in Deep South as well? Li Yi asked in surprise. Zhang Duo was indeed really looking for an old friend, Fei Zai. Fei Zai was his acquaintance when he was still in Deep South, because at that time Zhang did was a Nokia enthusiast. Basically half a year Huiyao changed a Nokia cell phone. The first time in Huaqiang North bought a refurbished machine, less than a month on the bad. To find the seller people do not recognize the account, and later to get the Flyboy store repaired. Later, Zhang Du every time to change the machine will look for the Flyboy, and he mixed well after the Flyboy is also particularly righteous. Every time will give Zhang Du the most favorable price, but also provide a lifetime warranty, so that later Zhang Du leave the Deep South, or will be in the Flyboy's Taobao store to buy a cell phone. Until the advent of the smartphone era, The parallel imports of cell phones have no price advantage in market. Slowly two people's contact is also broken. Zhang Do remember Flyboy's store called Hongfei Digital, but he just turned around and the cell phone city did not find. Maybe in 1999 Flyboy has not opened their own store. Zhang Do analyzed himself. However, in addition to recognizing the Flyboy, he could not find a reliable water goods channel. Zhang do not want to give up so early, and circled around the cell phone city. Suddenly, a curse in a store caught the trio's attention. Only a middle-aged man could be heard cursing with a broken voice. "You pouncer, you only loaded this much in one night? You eda, I give you so much money every day is not asking you to play here. Can't you do it? Can't you do it?" Zhang Do follow the sound, cannot help but be overjoyed, shouted, "Flyboy, finally, Kung Fu was not enough." Zhang Do still found Fei Zai, but now Fei Zai is not the spirited small boss that Zhang Do knew in his later life, but an ordinary apprentice in a cell phone store. "You recognize me?" the green-faced Fei Zai asked breathlessly with a panda eye. "Yes, I'm a friend of your cousin. Your cousin asked me to come and find you for something. Can you come out for a chat?" Zhang Du thought about it and told a kind lie. Zhang Du knew that Fei Zai had a cousin with whom he had a good relationship. Now in this situation, there was only a way to borrow Fei Zai's cousin to bring the relationship closer. "You can't say I'm from the future and we'll be friends 3 or 4 years from now, right? That would still not be treated as a lunatic by others." Fei Zai nodded. "You wait, I'll go talk to the boss." After saying that, he turned his head around and spoke to the middle-aged man with a broken voice. "Old fine, 2 friends outside are looking for me. Please take some time off. I'll just go talk to them and come back." The middle-aged man, like eating gunpowder, stomped Fei Zai to the ground, and angrily cursed in his mouth. "You pouncer, you've only loaded 100 cell phones since last night, and now you want to go out? Do you think I still picked up my money?" Zhang Du, the 3 of them couldn't help but be enraged when they saw this scene. Lao Su rushed into the store where Fei Zai was in a single stride and locked one hand around Fei Zai's boss's throat like lightning. Flyboy's boss looked at the 3 people who rushed into his store in horror, feeling that he could no longer breathe. A face full of grooves swelled red and his hands flailed about unconsciously. Zhang Did walked over to Fei Zai's side and patted his shoulder. "Fei Zai, come with me. No need to do it here." Fei Zai took a look at the situation and also knew that there was no longer any possibility for him to stay here as an apprentice. Besides, he could only get such a small amount of meager salary for working as a cow and horse every day, and he had to overdraw his body and life, so there was really no need to stay here. So, he nodded at Zhang Du, and then turned to old Su and said, "Big brother, look at my face. Forget it, at least he has taken me in for 3 years. Chapter 38 Hesitation. Seeing Fei Zai pleading for mercy, old Su glared viciously at the middle-aged man before letting go of his hand. The middle-aged man immediately went limp on the ground, cupping his hands around his throat and coughing desperately. Zhang Did, the 4 of them quickly walked out of the cell phone city, came to the parking place, and got into the car. Fei Zai didn't say anything along the way. For some reason, he always had a familiar feeling when he saw Zhang Zhua, and felt that he was worthy of his trust. Zhang Du took out his own hibiscus king and gave each of the other 3 a stick, then said to Fei Zai, "Fei Zai, I didn't expect you to be in such a bad situation now." Fei Zai took the cigarette handed over by Zhang Duo, helplessly shook his head. "There is no way. Eat other people's food, under other people's control. By the way, how is my cousin? He's pretty good." "This way, Fei Zai. Anyway, you can't go and become an apprentice again now. How about it? Follow me?" Zhang Du lit the cigarette in his mouth and asked, "Big brother, I don't know anything except how to repair and install cell phones," Fei Zai said with embarrassment. The current him completely lacked the kind of confidence he had in his latter days when he was a small business owner himself. "I'm going to buy goods. Lots of goods. We'll also have to open my own cell phone factory. All these need your help." After saying that, Zhang Zhuo started the car and drove towards the hotel on Marina Road. He knew that as long as he found Fei Zai, half of his plan to fight against Yellow Hair Mountain was accomplished, and the rest would depend on the specifics of how to operate. Along the way, the 4 of them introduced themselves to each other, and after the fiasco in the store just now, the 4 of them gradually became acquainted. Back to the hotel together, Fei Zai saw Zhang Do. They smoked good cigarettes, stayed in a hotel by the sea, drove a car although he didn't recognize what brand, but in his opinion, those who can drive a car are rich people, so he secretly thanked his cousin for introducing himself to a few young bosses. At least, they seemed to be much nicer to talk to than their previous human bosses. After entering the hotel room, Lao Su and Li both greeted Fei Zai and went to sleep. They drove all the way from Shangnan and hadn't slept for more than 10 hours, and now that they had found Fei Zai, they took the opportunity to rest. Zhang Du then pulled the Flyboy asked some of the water goods import channels. According to the Flyboy said, the current water goods gathered to the main 2 kinds, a kind of bulk. They are only with more than 100 units of goods each time, from Hong Kong customs, This kind of goods quality is not a problem, but the number is too small, the price is relatively high, and then there are directly from the European side of the goods over there. Mainly controlled in the Shiko a few smuggling groups in the hands of two of the flyboys and they had dealt with. As long as there is money and money, and they have dealt with. As long as the money, you can buy the goods. After learning that there is no problem with the purchase channel, Zhang did let go of his heart. He is most worried about the flyboys at the moment. Wings are not yet full, cannot find a channel to buy goods. As long as he could find a reliable supply channel, everything would fall into place. Seeing that Knife Boy also had a haggard look on his face, Zhang did take out a stack of money and gave it to Fei Boy, telling him to go downstairs and get another room to rest. Although this suite was large, it only had 3 beds. Flyboy refused, although he has not lived in such a good hotel, but just all the way here. In and out of the people are not rich or expensive. Do not have to think to no one here to add a room certainly need a lot of money. In the end, Fei Zai himself found a quilt in the suite's cabinet, rolled it up and slept on the carpet. Zhang did hoof it all the way and also got tired a long time ago. Looking at the time, it was still more than 3 o'clock at noon, and thinking that Lin Yujia was most likely still in class at this time, he gave up the idea of calling, and instead sent her a text message, safe and sound, all the best, don't miss it. After sending the text message, Zhang Du remembered that he still had a note with Xia Ran's phone number in his bag, and it had been days since then, so I guess that girl was going to freak out. Zhang Du hesitated for a while, decided to send a text message to explain. After all, it was his own missed appointment. So, from his bag, he rummaged for Xia Ran's phone number and sent a text message. Something's wrong out of town. Another appointment. After sending a text message, Zhang did put his cell phone on mute and fell back to sleep. Woke up with a start. Outside the hotel is already dusk. Zhang Du in bed comfortable stretch a lazy waist. See old Su has long been up. A person sitting on the sofa smoking cigarettes. Boredom drops watching TV. Seeing Zhang Du wake up, Lao Su threw over a cigarette. Wake up ah? Zhang Du took the cigarette and held it in his mouth. After putting on his clothes, he lit the cigarette and looked at this enigmatic man. Old Su, can you teach me kung fu? Old Su looked at Zhang Du. I'll teach you if you're not afraid of suffering. Zhang Du nodded. He does not seek to be able to practice to the old Su like the body, as long as in general circumstances can protect themselves can be, and besides their own at the very beginning of the rebirth of the plan, must pay attention to exercise. Looking for the old Su to learn kung fu was also feared to be the best way to exercise. Zhang Du wearing disposable slippers in the hotel, slowly walked to the room by the windowsill, opened the window, a sea breeze came to the face. Zhang Du looked downstairs a prosperous. Think of the moment less than 10 kilometers away from their own Huawei company is still a business communications equipment, has not yet begun to produce cell phones small company, not far away from the headquarters of Vank has just been identified as the company's core business of the mass residential development. Hesitant, SAR BYD is still producing rechargeable batteries, and Tencent is just a small company that was founded less than a year ago. Thinking of this, Zhang did a spirited shout, let me do better. Li Yi and Fei Zai were woken up by Zhang Du's roar. Have a hand to climb up. Look at Zhang Du and Lao Su with a confused face. The next day, the 4 of them split into 2. Li Yi went with Fei Zai to look at goods and negotiate prices with the parallel cell phone dealers, while Zhang Du and Lao Su went to stroll around the property market together. Zhang Dao had long planned to invest in some real estate in Shinnan City, because he had done a long time of real estate advertising. The Deep South City urbanization process is very clear. On the other hand, investment in real estate returns here is very high. Now the price of housing to 17 years later. That is at least to turn over 10 times. Some commercial real estate may also turn over 100 times. This is the city's rapid development brings dividends. Zhang Du intend to invest more than half of their funds to the city's real estate. The other half, take to start a business. Even if their business fails, real estate will be the capital of his turnaround. When Zhang Du worked in the advertising agency in Shinnan City, he knew that the development of Shinnan was advancing with the aorta of Shinnan Avenue. With this core investment guide, there is no fear of buying the wrong lot. Chapter 39 Bad Uncle. Zhang Du remembers Hong Kong's richest man, Li Ka-shing, famously saying about real estate investment, lot, or lot. Zhang Duo also thought deeply about it. Therefore, after the 4 people separated, Zhang Du and Lao Su drove along the Deep South Avenue, encountered a newly opened property will stop to take a look. Zhang Du investment focus is still upscale buildings and stores with great value-added potential. Investment stores on the location of the requirements of the more high, but it is difficult to do Zhang Du. He has a trick to ensure that his investment in stores can get a high return. That is to follow the KFC and McDonald's to buy store. The world thinks that these two are the world's largest fast food chain. In fact, people overlooked a point. In fact, they are still the world's largest store investment enterprise. No matter which corner of the world, as long as there is KFC McDonald's place, Then that place must be the city's commercial center. That is, the CBD. So follow KFC McDonald's to buy stores is a steady business. Zhang Du and Lao Su drove the car to the vicinity of Chiangmai Lake. Zhang Du is very optimistic about this location. Own advertisements in the deep south have done here to promote the property. Here does have unique natural resources. The world's only piece of wetland in the middle of the city here. Unique natural resources and convenient transportation facilities. So that this has become the entire city of deep south of the most upscale villa area. Housing prices have been high, but also a room hard to find. To the later generations of the house here is speculated into sky-high prices. Came to Chiangmai Lake, a new villa project sales office. Under the guidance of the security guard parked the car. Immediately there is a sales lady to welcome up. Zhang Du and Old Su get off. In a sales lady guided into the sales office. Because see Zhang Du and Old Su sitting in the car is not a luxury car. The sales lady is not very enthusiastic reception. Casually give them an overview of the property. And then go to receive other customers. Zhang do not care. Sitting on the sofa in the sales office casually picked up the property book. Read it with great interest. As the saying goes, the insiders look at the doorway. The outsiders see the fun. In his later life, he had written an unknown number of building books. No matter what kind of advertising you do, you need to connect the needs of consumers with the characteristics of the goods you are promoting. Whether you are selling a concept, or selling a location, or selling a lifestyle, you always need to find such a suitable entry point to be considered a good advertisement. Zhang did hold the building book to read with great interest. Lao Su also did not idle. Old Su hibernated in the Forest University, such a third-rate university near the opening of a small restaurant. Usually see either the relatively simple and green college girls, or as their own restaurant hired 2 village girl waitresses. Come to the most upscale villa sales office in Shenan City. The sales ladies here are naturally high-quality beauty, and each one a set of decent professional clothes, speak a good and standard Mandarin, wearing exquisite makeup, so that Lao Su dazzled. The duo just sat there enjoying themselves. The 10 or so beautiful sales ladies were busy receiving other customers, and no one looked at Zhang Du them more than once. The two of them really do not look like they can afford to buy a house here. They drove to the car is also very obvious to illustrate this point. To come here to which is not Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and then also have to drive a Japanese car too, which like the two of them drove a broken cherry on the villa to buy. Lao Su stared at a group of beautiful saleswomen, looked at half an hour. Feel not addicted. Intend to provoke a little. He saw the beautiful saleswoman who led them in had just finished a reception and was idling their drinking water. So he walked over to the beautiful saleswoman and said, "Beautiful woman, how can you bring us in but ignore us?" The salesgirl said with a cold face, "I'm sorry, I'm tired, please give me a break. If you need information about the house, you can just look at the building book like the gentleman who came with you." Lao Su immediately lost face. Your sister see people dressed in brightly run over to the butt, ask for warmth, serve tea and water, leaning on the body of others to talk about things, almost forked legs to climb to the body of others, how to turn their own so not cold and warm. Zhang Du see Old Su in the beauty sales there 8 feet, smilingly ran over, patted Old Su's shoulder, smilingly holding the building book to this cold-faced beauty sales said, here, near the wetlands of the house, to 6 sets. The beautiful saleswoman was stunned. The outwardly glamorous sales ladies, in fact, their base salary is not high. Their salary has a direct relationship with their sales, every month under the premise of completing the sales task, and then every set of house sold can take 1 or 2 points of commission. So, in order to earn more, you have to sell more. Beauty sales carefully surveyed Zhang Du. Sven appearance, wearing a decent lower slim pants, upper body is a Jack Polo fur, not very trendy, and there is no bling, but when she saw Zhang Du the hand of the watch of the World Wide Web, began to give her a little confidence. Hastily changing into a smiling face, she put her body just right in front of Zhang Du's body, her towering parts just pressing on Zhang Du's bare arm. "This gentleman, this is my business card. My name is Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, where is it small? Ah, come let uncle check." Old Su smiled badly and made a gesture to check her body. Frightened, the beautiful saleswoman lost her color and hurriedly dodged away. Zhang Du smiled and said, "You take my friend to see the house. I'll wait for you here. I'll pay if he's satisfied." Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Du and then at Lao Su, biting her lower lip. "Can I sign the purchase contract first?" Zhang Du looked at Lao Su with a bad smile. "No problem, take the contract." The contract was binding on both parties. Zhang Du had planned to buy a house here, so there was no problem signing the contract first. After determining the 6 villas Zhang Du wanted, Lu Xiao quickly prepared the sales contract and related information for the 6 villas, then said to Zhang Du, "Sir, here is the purchase contract, please show your ID card. In addition, may I ask if you are making a one-time payment or do you need to apply for a mortgage?" Zhang Du picked up the contract and quickly skimmed through it. Noticing none of the overbearing clauses often reported by the media in the latter days, he signed it quickly and then said without looking up, "I'll swipe my card. No need to apply for a mortgage. 6 sets of villas together is 21.2 million, because you buy 6 sets at once. Our company manager just said to give you the most favorable price of 19.2 million. After Lu Xiaoxiao said the price, he stared closely at Zheng Du, afraid that he would change his face and say that he couldn't afford it. Chapter 40, A Tiger in the Heart. Sniffing the rosebuds. Zheng Du heard Lu Xiao report the price of the villa, smiled and nodded his head. Okay, you take my friend to look at the house first. If there's no problem with the house, I'll make the payment when you guys come over. Joking. Such a good villa. As long as less than 20 million can buy 6 sets, Zheng Du can be sure that 17 years later, even if you add a zero behind it, you can't necessarily buy it. This gentleman, this way please. I'll show you the house. Seeing that Zheng Dao wasn't intimidated by the price, Lu Xiaoxiao spoke professionally to old Su, and bit the word house very hard. Lao Su gratefully looked at Zheng Duo, then followed behind Lu Xiaoxiao's buttocks and walked towards the villa area in a hurry. As a veteran driver, he of course knew why Zhang did want Lu Xiaoxiao to take him to see the house. Zheng Du sat on the sofa in the sales office and smiled badly. Old Su didn't know how long he had been holding back. Anyway, his own house was definitely going to be bought. And by the way, why not get some benefits for old Su? It's all a matter of you and me. Zheng Du got the villa he wanted. Lu Xiao could fulfill her performance and get a big commission, and Lao Su should be able to properly help the beautiful saleswoman to check her body, right? Zheng Du found a comfortable position to sit down and looked at the watch on his arm. He was curious if Lao Su's fighting strength was as strong as his body. The two salesgirls on the side knew that Zheng did buy 6 villas in one breath, paying $10 to $20 million without blinking. They were attentive to Zheng Du introduce them to the house on hand, but also Zheng Du also served a cup of authentic Brazilian coffee. Zheng Du spread his hands, smiled and said to the group of beauties, "Ladies, I'm sorry, I won't be buying any other residences for the time being after buying 6 villas. You guys go ahead." Zheng Du was a very upright person, and since he wouldn't do business with others, he wouldn't just eat their tofu. After 2 whole hours, Zheng Du waited for Lao Su to return to the sales office with the beautiful salesperson called Lu Xiaoxiao, only to see the beautiful saleswoman between the eyebrows more than a few after the rain and clouds of charm. And old Su was no longer before the dragon essence and tiger fierce, and become footsteps floating, eyes without light. Zheng Du see old Su's bear-like, cannot help but laugh. Details are naturally not shown in front of outsiders. After Zheng Du made a face at old Su, he turned his head to the contented Lu Xiaoxiao and said, "It looks like my friend is very satisfied with the villa here. Make the payment." Lu Xiaoxiao giggled, and after giving old Su a blank look, she nimbly began to handle the payment procedures for Zheng Du. Soon, Zheng Du took out his bank card and swiped away $19 million. "This is the purchase contract. The real estate license will be ready in about 3 months. May I ask if Mr. Zheng himself will come to pick it up in person, or we will send it to you by then?" Lu Xiaoxiao resumed her professional smile and asked politely, "You guys mail it to me." Zheng did say indifferently. He didn't necessarily have the time to make another trip to Deep South by then. Besides, with the purchase contract, he wasn't afraid that the real estate company would run away. A company that could engage in development in such a focal point location shouldn't be so unreputable. On the way out of the building, Lao Su lit a cigarette and leaned against the car window to rest his eyes. Zheng Du cannot help but laugh. "Lao Su, do not see what's the matter? Got played down by that little? Holy, doer, you don't know how fierce that girl is. You bought a total of 6 villas, and every time she arrived at a villa, she was very proactive in asking for it once, and said that she was letting me feel what it's like to live here. At first, I felt quite happy, but later I felt that I had been played by her. 6 times. I'm a handful of years old, almost got torn apart by her," old Su said indignantly. Zheng did not take it seriously and said, "Old Su, your sister, don't sell yourself short. I don't believe you don't enjoy this. If you don't want to, will the girls force you to do it?" That enjoyment is indeed quite enjoyable. I haven't met this kind of woman who looks like a high cool white-collar woman, but is so spirited when she yes." Old Su took a deep drag on his cigarette and closed his eyes to reminisce. "People are called having a fierce tiger in their heart and sniffing roses," Zheng did explained. At 7 p.m., the city ended a full day of busyness and began to slowly shed her serious face and began to debauch. Red men and women under neon lights squandered their youth on alcohol and deafening heavy metal music. Zheng did the 4 of them chose to have dinner at a music restaurant. The so-called music restaurant was one where you could eat while enjoying the resident singers singing. The lights were a little darker and the environment was a little more petty than the average restaurant. Today is a rewarding day. Zheng Du and Lao Su after buying the villa, and then went to Zhang Du after life is very impressed with a one-stop shopping mall, which not only has KFC McDonald's stationed, there are also a lot of international chain brands to join. With a few years it will become a new commercial center. Zhang Du and then bought 5 stores there. Spent more than 5 million. Only this time Lao Su no longer had the strength to check the salesgirl's body. And Li Yi and Fei Zai didn't dishonor their mission and managed to negotiate a price with a watered-down cell phone dealer. According to Zhang Du's instructions, a total of 5,000 cell phones, of which 1,000 units of the lower price 3210, a cell phone Zhang Du mainly intends to sell on the university campus, and the other 4,000 units of the current Nokia's new bluescreen cell phone 8250, because Zhang Du one time want a large amount, so the price is also much cheaper, coupled with the flyboy on the entire water goods market is very familiar with. That side is not good to call the high price. Both sides to determine the market price of 3,210 line goods is about 1,550 yuan. To Zhang Du the price is 800 8250 market price is about 5,200 yuan. To Zhang Du the price is 2,800 yuan 5,000 units totaled more than 1,910,000. And then Li Yi called the other side of the end of the number will be divided out. Said that they will come back later to find them into the goods. Finally agreed to 1.9 million to buy 5,000 units of cell phones. Tomorrow one hand to pay one hand delivery. The two groups of people each said today's receipt. Li Yi saw Lao Su's spirit withered. So he asked with concern, Lao Su, what's wrong? Not feeling well? Do you want to go to the hospital for a visit? Zhang Du laughed out loud and answered for Lao Su. He's fine. He overexerted himself. Damn. You guys fought again? Li Yi said with righteous indignation. If he could beat old Su like this, he must be an expert as well. It was old Su who fought with a beautiful woman. I didn't. Ha ha ha. Zhang Du said with a maniacal laugh. Holy, what's the situation? Upon hearing about the beautiful woman, Li Yi came into the spirit. Yeah, brother Su, tell me about it. Fei Zai, who was eating and chewing on the side, also came into the spirit when he heard about the beauty. Chapter 41, Love is Fragile. Long live buying a house. Old Su coolly exhaled a smoke ring and started to brag. From how to look at Lu Xiao, and then how to tease, and finally how to get it, but also opened 5 degrees. He was detailed and jealous to share with Li Yi and Fei Zai. Listening to the two of them, their jaws dropped and they looked at old Su with admiration. An old driver is an old driver. Zhang Duo, on the other hand, quietly ate a fairly tasty dinner on the side, drinking the beer in front of him unhurriedly. Lao Su blew the whistle with Li Yi and Fei Zai. The three of them ate their food while using Lao Su's fragrant experience to drink. Not long after the three of them finished a case of beer, Zhang Du billed brothers happy, and asked the waiter to call a box. Lao Su spiritedly blew through a bottle of wine, actually ran to the stage, the resident singer to drive away, ordered to sing a song Big Sedan Chair, hug that hug, hug that hug, hug your sister on the palanquin. The song that old Su roared out with his hoarse throat was made distinctive by this unrestrained song, and it actually caused a chorus of shouts of approval in the music restaurant as well. A meal ate more than 2 hours. For people back to the hotel when it was already more than 10 o'clock, the crowd took turns to take a shower, each lying on the bed. Flyboy is still sleeping on yesterday's carpet. After familiarizing with everyone, Fei Zai is even more reluctant to sleep alone in a room. A group of people sleeping together, how lively. Li Yi and Fei Zai pestered Lao Su again to chat about the fragrant details of today, while Zhang Du took out his cell phone, and after sending another text message to Lin Yujie and Xia Ran respectively, he went to sleep. Wake up the next day, Lao Su's body finally recovered, but also fortunately as practiced. Zhang did estimate that if he had encountered this in his later life when he was in his 30s, it would have taken 2 or 3 days to slow down. 4 people in the hotel lobby drink morning tea, and then go together to buy a car. Buy a car as Zhang made the decision. 5,000 units of cell phones. Their own son of the East is certainly not loaded. So, drove to Cherry's 4S store to buy a large pickup truck, got a temporary license, a total of less than 80,000 yuan. Now buy a car. Zhang Du pay more attention to the practicality. As for what face, brand is not in the scope of consideration and so on. After buying a car, Zhang Du wanted to go to the city alone. He did not tell the 3 people he used to work in this city, just said that he wanted to go to Lin Yujie pick a gift, and by the way, also go to see an old friend. Zhang did in the roadside ATM withdrew another 20,000 yuan. To the old Su Li Yi and Fei Zai one person a stack of banknotes. Not easy to come to the deep south city, told them to take a good stroll. Lao Su, Li Yi did nod with Zhang Du polite. Smoothly took Zhang Du handed over the banknotes into their pockets, while Fei Zai is a little embarrassed. Zhang Du patted his shoulder and stuffed the money into his pocket, comforting him with, it's okay, this is considered in advance on your salary, you'll definitely have to earn it back for me in the future. Fei Zai smiled shyly and nodded. Boss, I will definitely work hard and help you earn more money. Zhang Du nodded, waved at Lao Su and Li Yi, climbed into his own son of the East, and drove towards the place he remembered. The place he was going to was a building called Modern City, and his biggest dream back then was to be able to put down roots in the city with his own hard work, and to have a house of his own, a nest of his own, in Modern City. No matter how hard it is to work outside, how much suffering outside, as long as you return to this little nest, you can let your own blood resurrection. Jung-do must buy Modern City because the third phase of the property sales advertisement copywriting was written by himself, when he just felt the gap between reality and ideals, and learned to look at the fate of the cold eyes, look at the cruelty of real life. So he gave the property some of the advertisement is love is fragile, buy a house long live, it is such a dream. Zhang did that year to fight for several years, but still out of reach. It can be said that Modern City is a knot in his heart. A knot in the heart of the failure is not willing. Jung-do cold face will drive to the impression of the Modern City address of the building. The memory of the past life is a tide like surging to the heart. Jung-do to light a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, said to himself, forget it, experienced is wealth. Perhaps God is to let himself after such a failure, become stronger later, and then call himself reborn over to do some business. Modern City is still a construction site. The location is not very good, although also in Guanyi, but from the traditional CBD is very far. From here to the company he was working more than an hour's drive. Site on a busy, in front of the construction site to repair a small house, decorated beautifully, written above the sales office. But the sales office here compared to the sales office of the villa of the Honey Lake is really a world of difference. Zhang Du from the car down, looking around the familiar and unfamiliar environment, clean up their mood, step into the sales office. The sales office is cold and quiet. Zhang did because the project's promotion. So I know that this time the property sales are very cold. Mainly because the location is relatively remote, and the developer's power is not very strong, coupled with early advertising and publicity, so the first phase of the Hyundai City sales is very unsatisfactory. Sir, are you looking for a house? A girl with eyes came over, in her 20s, white and clean, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Zhang did a non-committal nod and casually asked, how much does the house cost per square foot? Hello sir, our house is hired by the international architect to personally manipulate the design. The garden in the small area is also of international standard. Our property. The girl probably couldn't meet a few people who came over to look at the house throughout the day, so it was hard to see Zhang Du wanting to look at the house, and immediately said the lines she had already memorized from her best friend many times. Zhang Duo waved his hand, stopping her from continuing on, and then asked word for word, excuse me, how much does it cost per square foot here? The girl coughed awkwardly, pushed her eyes on her nose, and said softly, 5,000 a square foot. And the price is negotiable if sir pays cash. Zhang Du casually sat on the sofa in the sales office, put his feet on the coffee table, lit himself another cigarette, and said in a rippling tone, no need to be cheap, just this price, give me 2 sets. I want the top floor, with a distant view, with a terrace, and pay for it now. Ha! The girl with glasses couldn't believe her ears and froze there for a while. Zhang Du stood up from the sofa, gently pinched the girl's cheeks, and playfully asked, what? The house here isn't for sale op? Chapter 42, Settling a Matter of the Heart. Hearing Zhang do the teasing and pinching her cheeks, the glasses girl hurriedly replied with a red face, oh, sell. I'll wait for you to see the house right away. After saying that, she scrambled to find her keys. Zhang did smile and shook his head. No need to look, just do the formalities here. I'm very busy and don't have time to look at the house. Joking. Back then, in order to write a building book for this property and find a feeling, he was locked up by his boss in the model room of this property for 2 days. What else doesn't he understand? Eyes girl red face, took out the purchase contract, to Zhang Du for the purchase procedures. Zhang Du look, 2 houses together only 120 square feet, pay the full amount is only to 600,000, took out his card, in the POS machine dry brush 600,000, said to the eyes of the girl, real estate license, land use permit done send me, above has my address. After saying that he collected the purchase contract and receipt, turned and left, the rest of the glasses girl in a trance. Incredibly just in their own sold 2 sets of houses out, from a deserted modern city out. Zhang Du feel relaxed, finally settled a matter of the heart. Zhang Du feel relaxed a lot, driving the son of the Orient in the city wandering up at will. All kinds of people on the road are all in a hurry. A hot day wearing a full set of straight suit and tie businessman holding a briefcase in the race against time. Wearing a beautiful skirt of the female white-collar workers do not care about the sun will be their own with a small half a month's salary to buy sunscreen rubbed over the skin tanning. Everything and anything makes Zhang Du feel familiar, distant and touched. The car drove to the CBD of the entire deep south city. The traffic became crowded. Everywhere you can see the luxury car high and mighty shuttle between them. Zhang Du parked the car under the biggest shopping mall and took the elevator into the mall. He went straight to the floor where the watches were located, and stopped in front of the counter of Universal. The counter of the Universal watch is full of valuable watches. Zhang did carefully look for the matching lady's watch on his hand, but after more than 2 minutes, he couldn't find it. A beautiful shopper in a sexy halter dress came over to Zhang Du and asked, "Sir, what do you need me to do?" Zhang Du stretched out his arm. "I'm looking for a lady's watch that matches this one." The shopping guide lady carefully looked at the Universal watch on Zhang Duo's arm, then smiled, "Sir, this watch is the latest model of Universal watch. It seems to be a limited edition. We've just gotten a batch of goods here as well, and it's too late to put it on the counter." Zhang did nod and said with a smile, "But I want it now. Can you see if you can sell me a piece in advance?" The shopping guide lady maintains her professional smile. "Okay, sir, you wait a moment. I'll contact the warehouse to deliver it up." Zhang did nod and sat on the plastic stool outside the counter. 15 minutes later, finally waited for that piece of Universal women's watch that Zhang Du had been looking for 2 cities. Zhang Du finished the payment quickly, put the watch into his satchel and turned to leave. After leaving the mall, Zhang did take out the phone and Lao Su they made an appointment to meet the place. After the 4 people converge, together to go to yesterday Li Yifei's son and the other side of the good to pick up the goods of the place to trade. The transaction of the place selected very hidden. Zhang Du 4 of them 2 cars to the designated location. Li Yi took out his cell phone to make a phone call. Not a moment later over a 20-year-old man with a split head. The man with a parted head rode a very stylish motorcycle. A beautiful side-shift-wheel motorcycle parked in front of the Son of the East. The man with the parted head glanced at Zhang Du and Lao Su before turning to Li Yi and saying, "And these 2 are?" Fei Zai took over and replied, "This is the boss." The man with the split head looked at Zhang Du again, then said to the 4, "This way please." Then he led the 4 into an urban village. The roads in the urban village were winding and many places were just big enough for a car to get in and out. And Zhang Du estimated that it would be impossible for him to find this place if he had to look for it on his own. The crowd drove for about another 5 minutes and came to a large house in front of the house. The house looked a bit old already, and many of the walls were already modeled. After entering through a large iron gate, what came into view was a small playground. 3 cars were parked on the playground, and behind the playground were 2 old buildings about 4 or 5 meters high, which looked like warehouses. Split the head of the man to the warehouse inside the 2 honk. From inside one after another out of 4 or 5 people. The leader is a fat man with a plate inch, hanging a large gold necklace on the neck. The hand is also very retro to hold a big brother. Zhang did wonder in his heart. Not himself is doing cell phone business? How do you still hold this kind of cell phone? Ha ha, brother is really punctual. Ah, come, inside please, the big gold chain said with a smile on his face. "Mr. Huang, this is our boss Zhang." Fei Zai pointed at Zhang Du introduced. "Hello, Mr. Huang," Zhang Du said politely. "Wow, I didn't expect boss Zhang to be so young. Ha ha, I'm a person who likes dealing with young people the most. Inside please, Mr. Huang snorted and said. The group walked into the warehouse before it was an eye-opener, only to see the whole warehouse is piled up with cell phones. All of them are Nokia's packaging, has been yards to more than 2 meters high. Zhang did estimate that there were tens of thousands of cell phones here. "I'm afraid, Mr. Zhang, here's the goods you want. Order them," the big gold-chained Mr. Huang said smilingly, pointing at the cell phones that had been piled up into a mountain. Zhang did glance towards Fei Zai, who smartly started to go check the cell phones. It was impossible for each of the thousands of cell phones to carefully distinguish the real ones from the fake ones, but they could be randomly selected for inspection. Fei Zai selected 50 cell phones from different locations, unpacked and inspected them, and then nodded towards Zhang Duo. They should all be the original Oshue without a doubt. Seeing this, Zhang Du smiled and said to Mr. Huang, "Mr. Huang, find a place to swipe your card. It's not convenient to bring cash." "Good. It's true that heroes come out of youths. Doing business with young people is refreshing. Just swipe it here," Mr. Huang said. After saying that, he pointed to a table in a corner of the warehouse where a POS machine was placed. It seemed that it was often used to collect money in this way. Zhang did finish swiping the card accompanied by Lao Su, totaling 1.9 million, while Li Yi ran to be with Yifei to count the cell phones before loading them onto the Oriental Sun and the pickup truck. The 4 people under Mr. Huang were also very considerate in helping the duo move the goods, and also sent a tarpaulin to cover the compartment at the back of the pickup truck, so that there was no need to be afraid of the rain drenching the cell phones. After completing the payment, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Su had a polite chat with Mr. Huang and joined in the moving of the goods. Chapter 43, Sprinting Along the Way. Zhang Du 3 people will soon be the son of the Oriental car trunk and back seat filled. The newly purchased pickup truck back seat has also been filled. Pickup truck behind the trailer is also spread a thick layer of cell phones. Fei Zai is very careful to find a rope will be in the trailer of the cell phone tied tightly. and then used tarpaulin to cover up. After all this, Zheng did say goodbye to Mr. Huang, and then started the Son of the East, arrow-like rushed out of this big house. Old Su and Li Yi followed behind in their pickup trucks. Sprinting along the way, Zheng Duo felt relaxed, not realizing that his two main purposes of coming to Deep South had been satisfactorily accomplished just like this. Looking at Fei Zai, who was sitting in the co-pilot, Zheng Duo said, "Fei Zai, I am still a student of Lin University, although I will be getting some industries over there, but I would prefer you to help me support a company over here. A moment I will take some money for you to open the company. At present the company's main business is the water goods cell phone. In addition I hope you pay attention to the cottage cell phone things. Water goods cell phone, at most there are 2 or 3 years of good days. After that is the world of the cottage cell phone. You pay attention to netting some talents, those who have ideas and skills. I will make additional investment in the future." "Ah, boss, can't be? Starting a company? I'm alone. I'm afraid I can't do it well." Fei Zai had an incredulous expression on his face. "You can do it," Zheng did said firmly. A few years later, Fei Zai's own cell phone sales company was doing quite well. Zheng Du believed that as long as he showed Fei Zai the general direction, Fei Zai had the ability to take care of the other things. As for whether to worry about Flyboy take money to run away, Zheng Du also thought, even if the Flyboy took the money to run away, Zheng Du has spent 1 million to see clearly a person. After all, the latter's own relationship with him is still very good. Zheng Du casually took a cell phone thrown to the Flyboy. "This you take. Will be my cell phone number saved up? We left after you go on a number. And then tell me the cell phone number and your bank card number. How to engage in the company you look after yourself. I'll give you 10% of the shares." "Ha!" Fei Zai was shocked. He had been an apprentice in Huada Bay for 3 years, and only saved less than $10,000. Now the new boss casually is a few $1,000 cell phone to himself, casually is 1 million to hand over to his hand to open the company, and also give himself 10% of the shares. Happiness comes too suddenly. Flyboy has been blindfolded. Soon the two cars have driven to a bus stop. 1999 Deep South has no subway. Zheng Du will be holding a brand new 8250 face blindfolded Flyboy put out of the car, and then made a phone call gesture to him. Will be driven away. Zheng Du look at the arm of the universal watch. Just more than 10 a.m. And now non-stop to Xiangnan Drive. Probably early in the morning to return to the University of Lin. Zheng Du look now full of 2 cars of cell phones, afraid of the night-long dream more, so decided to now immediately rushed back to Xiangnan. 3 people in 2 cars all the way speeding. Finally in the dark when rushed to the territory of Hunan province, but from the Star City about 4 or 5 hours of driving. Zhang did see a very elegantly decorated restaurant on the side of the national highway, brilliantly lit, unusually conspicuous in the darkness of the national highway. So he hit the turn signal and drove the car into the restaurant, and Lao Su followed in his cherry pickup truck, all the way in addition to the side of the highway to urinate once. The 3 have been in a hurry, even lunch did not eat. This time to see this restaurant stomach cannot help but grumble. From the car down, Li Yi carefully checked the cell phone in the trailer. Flyboy tied very tight. Bumpy ride, the phone is still neatly placed there. Zheng Du took the lead and walked into this restaurant, seeing that there were already 2 tables of people sitting inside. So he said to the cashier, "Boss, dinner, serve up your signature dishes, and get 3 bottles of beer. Hurry up." There was a woman in her 30s at the cash register, and she agreed with a smile on her face, saying, "Good, how many handsome men are there? This way please." After saying that, she led Zheng Duo to a corner table. Zheng Duo shook his head and pointed to the table near the window and said, "We're going to sit there." After all, there were close to $2 million of goods on the car, and when people left, they always had to watch. "Fine, this way please, handsome." The boss's wife again led Zheng Du towards the table by the window that Zheng Du had mentioned. At this time, Li Yi and Lao Su also followed. The 3 of them sat down in turn. The boss's wife attentively poured a cup of hot tea for each of the 3 of them, and then went to the kitchen to arrange the dishes. Zhang did take a sip of the tea in front of him, then smiled at the 2. "How is it? Tired, right? Fine." Lao Su returned briefly. To him, what he valued more was Zheng Du as a person. Whether it was the meeting with the people from Tianbo International or this time he came to Deep South, he was feeling that Zheng Du was playing a very big chess game. As for what kind of pawn he had become, it didn't matter to him. He believed that Zheng Duo would not treat him poorly, not to mention that he would not take advantage of him. And after being incognito for so long, it was time to do something if he was idle anyway. Li Yi, on the other hand, waved his hand while sending a text message. "It's okay, we're all brothers. This time, I've had a real eye-opening experience. But, yesterday, can you take me with you next time you go to buy a house? Good things are letting old Su encountered." Zhang did laugh loudly. "Okay, next time I'll ask you and old Su to go together. Why are you still using this cell phone? Brother E? Zheng Du walked out of the restaurant, opened the car door and took out two 8250s from inside, handing them to Li Yi and Old Su. Li Yi didn't make a fuss with Zheng Duo and took the 8250 with the metal body and quickly changed the cell phone card. While changing it, he said, "Holy, blue screen, this cell phone can be a real drag to make a call in Linda." Old Su said indifferently, "Forget it? I'm pretty comfortable with this old phone." "Holy, Old Su, your crappy cell phone doesn't even have Chinese input. You still use it." Li Yi, who was on the side, said loudly, "Old Su, don't be polite. Besides, I said a long time ago, when I come back, all the brothers will get a new cell phone each. You don't want it, don't you take me as a brother?" Zheng Du also kindly advised. Old Su nodded helplessly, and also followed Li Yi's example to change his cell phone card over. At this time, the charming boss's wife brought up the dishes as well. A braised fish, a braised pig's trotters, a plate of small dishes, a splash of tofu, a bowl of 3 fresh soup, full of a table. "Busy these, and bring 3 bottles of beer." 1999. Basically there is no concept of drunk driving. And, 1 person. A bottle of beer. Zhang do not think that they will not have any effect at all. 3 people began to feast, because hungry for a long time. 3 people began to eat after all did not say much, mouth stuffed with food, only in the end up the glass of wine towards the other 2 people to raise a little, signaling cheers. Chapter 44, Catching a Thief. As a spicy-free Hunanese, Zhang did they were suffocating after eating Cantonese food for days in a row. Looking at the table full of authentic chili Hunan dishes now, they couldn't help but cry out for more. While eating and sweating profusely, they gulped down their beer. Soon, 3 bottles of beer were wiped out. Li Yi felt that it was not very enjoyable and asked the boss's wife to bring 3 more bottles. Zheng Du waved his hand and said, "I don't want it, you guys drink it." There were still a few hundred kilometers of road ahead of him, so Zheng Duo didn't want to drink too much. And Lao Su's drinking capacity. Zheng Du no. Drink 2 more bottles is no matter. The 3 of them swept away the wine and food on the table in one sweep, and after Zheng Du paid the bill, he immediately returned to the car. 3 people just walked out of the restaurant. Has been sitting in the corner of the restaurant of the big hemp face, took out his cell phone, dialed a phone, whispered, "Hey, 3 people, a cherry sedan, a cherry pickup. The car seems to have valuable goods." They are in the dinner, tightly staring at the car, afraid of other people close to the look. Zhang did the 3 of them completely unaware that they had been stared at by others. The 3 of them each got into the car and resumed their rush. Because there was no highway in this section, they still had to take the national highway. Zhang Du raised his arm and looked at his watch. The time had already reached more than 9 o'clock in the evening. The vehicle ownership in 1999 was not as amazing as in the latter days, and the vehicles on the national highway were already very sparse by the evening. This allows Zhang Du they can increase the horsepower to catch up. The speed is not much slower compared to the highway. The national highway is dark. Only 2 cars' lights can barely illuminate the road ahead. Zhang Du will be the speed of the sun of the east added to 100 kilometers per hour. And the old Su's pickup truck has been closely followed by Zhang Du. The 2 cherry car in the national highway speeding. A sharp turn. Suddenly, Zhang Du a foot brake, scared the old Su. Cold sweat. Almost head-on collision in front of the Zhang Du. Fixed eyes. It turned out that the road in front of Zheng Du car was blocked by a large tree. Zheng did not rush out of the car, but then the headlights to observe the surrounding environment. Found some strange, so from the seat under the toolbox took out the wrench with the car and then the waste, and then from the car down. The old Su was also very vigilant to observe the surrounding, and then with Zheng Du coincidentally took out along about 10 centimeters of the driver, followed by also out of the car. Li Yi saw the old Su manipulation of the guy, also followed in the toolbox to take out a small hammer in the hand. The leaves on the branches of the tree have long been yellowed, indicating that it is not just fallen, and fell down just to stop the way. Zheng Du can be sure, there is a problem here. Lao Su and Li Yi manipulated the guy, walked to the side of Zheng Du, stood side by side, Zheng Du from the body to take out a packet of Hibiscus King, issued to Lao Su and Zhang Du a personal one, and then lighted, coldly looking at the endless darkness ahead. He took a deep drag on the cigarette, a roar from far and near. The front emerged 4 or 5 motorcycles whistling stopped in front of them. Behind them also came the same roar. Look back. Behind them there are also 3 motorcycles will be the road behind them closed. In front of the motorcycle down 7 or 8 men. Hands seem to be holding a watermelon knife, iron bars and so on. The leader is a 30 or 40 years old tall man, holding a snowy watermelon knife. Across the tree stood in front of the 3 of them, provocatively looking at the center of the Zheng Du. Zheng Du held a cigarette in his mouth and calmly watched as they surrounded the 3 of them on their side. If placed before when he didn't know old Su well, Zheng Du would definitely panic when he encountered this situation. But now, Zheng Du believed that even if old Su was the only one present, he would be able to put down this group of rabble. Zheng Du arrogantly puffed a mouthful of smoke at the man leading the group. Brother, What do you mean by this? The tall man saw that Zhang Du's 3 people saw this formation but did not panic at all. His heart was secretly surprised, but his mouth was very tough. Nothing means nothing. This is my territory. You guys drove my tree into it. What do you say? Zhang Du disdainfully said. Say it? How much do you want? Although Zhang Du had confidence in Lao Su's force value, but after all, he was not familiar with the area. If he could get past it by spending a small amount of money, Zhang Du was not willing to choose to forcefully fight his way through whichever party was injured. It would be troublesome. The tall man laughed loudly. Good. Kid counts you as sensible. The 3 of you, 1 person, $10,000, plus 2 cars, $20,000, a total of $50,000. What if I don't give it? Zhang Du asked with a cold face as his heart flared with anger. At first, Zhang Du thought that it was someone from this place who was extorting money, but when he saw the tall man's lion's share of the money, he knew that it wasn't that simple. It was obvious that these people were the car bandits and roadblockers that he often heard about in the media. Then you guys are going to die. Brothers, on! The tall man shouted as his eyes showed a building ferocious light. Not waiting for them to come around, Lao Su was like a tiger coming down from the mountain, rushing to the forefront with a healthy step, kicking over the other man who rushed to the forefront in his hand, waving a 10-centimeter-long screwdriver in his hand. Although he wasn't quite comfortable with the guy, he was full of energy. Zhang Du and Li did not care about Lao Su. Back to deal with the 4 or 5 people rushed over to the rear. The other hand is holding a watermelon knife, although sharp, but the length does not have the advantage. And Zhang Du and Li hand wrenches. Hammers are full of weight. A hand smashed down will certainly hang a. So although the other hand is a lot of people, but Zhang Du and Li hand wrenches. Hammers are full of weight. A hand smashed down will definitely hang a. So although the other side of the crowd, but Zhang Du and Li also counted barely blocked the rear of the attack. Old Su seems to be a tiger into the flock like, under the hands of no enemy. Stainless steel is now also stained with blood on the starter. 3 attempts to get close to his men were stabbed by him in the non-fatal part of the penetration. Lying on the ground non-stop wailing, in such a pitch black late at night looks particularly horrible. The people surrounding Old Su unconsciously took 2 steps back, holding the iron bars they saw in their own hands, shivering. Seeing this, the tall man couldn't help but shout loudly. What are you afraid of? So many of us still can't beat him alone, ah? Charge up with Lousy and hack him to death. After saying that, the tall man carried a watermelon knife and rushed towards Old Su. However, he completely miscalculated this time. His people did not follow him the first time to rush up, only he himself single-handedly rushed towards Lao Su. As the saying goes, to capture the thief first. How could Lao Su let go of such an opportunity? Only to see Lao Su take a sidestep, dodging the tall man's incoming watermelon knife, and kicking him in the inner calf. With a click, one of the tall man's calf bone has been broken by Lao Su's foot, making a toothache-inducing sound. The tall man kneeled down on one knee, eyes penetrating despair and fear, used all his strength to cut the watermelon knife toward Lao Su's leg. Halfway through the action, he suddenly stopped. Chapter 45 Zhang did the wanton. Old Su's stainless steel starter had already been compared to his neck, and having just been subjected to the gusts of coldness from the steel, the tall man immediately had no movement. All ing stop it. Old Su let out a loud shout. Is in Zhang Du mixed into a mess of several men all stopped. Just now the melee, Zhang Du and the other side of the battle into a draw. To know Li Yi is also the gang leader cut over the strong man. In the case of the enemy, he also broke out of his own little universe. A hammer smashed over the other side of the most arrogant one, and his own head was also cut 2 knives. Blood flowed all over the face. Seeing that Lao Su had already taken control of the situation, Zhang Duo and Li slowly approached Lao Su. The 3 of them stood in a triangular formation, confronting the 7 or 8 people from the other side who were still standing. Tell them all to get lost. Old Su increased the strength in his hand, and the already bloodstained driver left another deep bloodstain on the tall man's neck. You guys have the guts to me up today. You won't be able to leave even if I die. Although the tall man's leg bones were broken and he was controlled by Lao Su, his mouth was still very strong. Now Li Yi came to the fire. He has not been so suffocated for a long time. 3 people were more than a dozen people such a siege. His head also received 2 knives. Just see he should not carelessly rush to the tall man kneeling on one knee beside the body. I'll hold down his broken leg. The hammer in his hand rushed to his knee. Hammer down. In the sparsely populated night, the tall man's let out a ghostly howl. He felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his leg, and that pain also grew stronger and stronger with the strength of Li Yi's hammer swing. Li Yi ignored the blood splattered on his body, still repeating the same action. His mouth still kept cursing. Asterisk you up. Screw you. Flash. All of you. The tall man couldn't stand Li Yi's madness any longer, and if he didn't tell them to disperse, he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. The group of men who had been standing all along had no opinion after their boss was controlled by someone else. After seeing Li Yi's madness, they were all scared out of their wits. After hearing the tall man's order, each of them scrambled away, climbed onto the motorcycle in a dusty manner and left. Seeing this, Li Yi stopped hammering the tall man and stood up, laughing maniacally. Zhang Du coldly said to the side of the three men who had been put over by Lao Su earlier, "Move the tree away from me, quickly." The three men who were lying in the place were already injured, lying on the ground, unable to move, and saw that their companions had already run away, leaving only a few of them unresisting here to be slaughtered, and had long been scared to death. Looking at the hammer still dripping blood in Li Yi's hand, the three men didn't know where to find the strength to struggle and crawl towards the tree, and slowly move the tree out of the way. After they cleared the passageway, Old Su also put away the driver in his hand, and lifted the tall man who had long since lost his ability to resist, and said with a cold smile, "Let's go, please also give us a ride." After saying that, he lifted him and threw him into the backseat of the pickup truck, while Li Yi lifted his hammer, stepped on the tall man's body with one foot and sat on the backseat as well. Zhang did quickly get on the Son of the Orient, and after starting the car, he kicked the gas pedal, and the Son of the Orient rushed out as if it were an arrow, sending a motorcycle on the side of the road flying out more than 10 meters away. Two-cherry car once again began to speed on the national highway, leaving behind a whale. The three drove the car out more than 30 kilometers later, finally came to the entrance of a highway. In the distance from the entrance to the highway there are more than 300 meters. Li Yi to determine the rear will not be someone to catch up, will be the tall man thrown on the side of the road, and then the old Su stepped on the gas pedal, followed by Zhang Du on the highway. After getting on the highway, Zhang Du and the others were relieved. At this time the time has come to 12 o'clock in the evening. The car on the highway has been very little. Zhang Du will be the speed of the Son of the Orient slowly raised, the throttle more and more added more and more. The car's speed soared to 180 kilometers per hour. The engine issued a smooth roar, driving the Son of the Orient under the body of the Zhang Du very fast forward, and the rear of the old Su had to step on the gas pedal to the end, followed in the back of the Zhang Du. Li Yi, on the other hand, was very experienced in rummaging out a cotton t-shirt from the car and bandaged up his head wound. Although, after wrapping it looks like an Arab, but it is better than nothing, finally stopped the blood from the wound. 4 hours later, finally returned to the familiar Star City. After getting off the highway, Zhang did the three of them first rush to the hospital where Huang Guan and the others were hospitalized last time, and treated the wound on Li Yi's head in the hospital, and then hurriedly rushed back to Linda. When the three of them parked the car outside the main door of the school friends restaurant, the sky had already dawned. Zhang Du made a phone call to the dormitory, calling Wei Shui and Wang Xiaojian to come together to move the cell phone. When the people combined their efforts to move all the cell phones in the car into Lao Su's restaurant, Zhang Du looked at his watch and the time had just come to 6:30 p.m. This time was Lin Yuji's time to run. Zhang Du didn't care about anything else, and after saying a word to the crowd, he ran towards the school playground. From afar, he saw the familiar silhouette running alone on the playground, with white headphones still hanging from her ears, and her short, flowing hair slightly disheveled in the morning breeze. Zhang did speed up his pace, running towards Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie quickly saw Zhang Duo running towards her. Unable to hide the excitement in her heart, she shouted, "Dodo!" Zhang Du smiled and slowed down his pace, looking at Lin Yujie closer and closer to him. When Lin Yujie was about to arrive in front of him, he rushed over and hugged Lin Yujie in a bear hug. "Aya, bad guy, quickly put me down. So many people are watching." Lin Yujie pouted. Zhang Du didn't care how many people were watching them. Regardless, he put Lin Yujie down, cupped his hands around that exquisite and flawless face, and kissed it deeply. Lin Yujie's pink fist symbolically hit Zhang Du twice before giving up struggling, closing her beautiful eyes and cooperating with Zhang Du's wantonness. A minute later, Zhang Du took out that newly bought universal watch from his own satchel and handed it to Lin Yujie, whispering, "Finally I found it. I didn't expect you to buy a limited edition watch. Do you still have money?" Zhang Du bought this watch in Shin'an cost 18,000. Zhang Du estimated that Lin Yujie had very little money left on her after buying this watch. Lin Yujie shook her head and said playfully, "I still have money. What's wrong? You want to support me so soon? Ha ha, why? Worried that your husband I can't support you ah?" Zhang Du said while placing one hand on Lin Yujie's arse and slapped it. Lin Yujie's face was red as she pouted again. Bad man. Chapter 46. Some things must be done. Zhang Du took the watch out of the packaging box, then compared it to Lin Yujie's jade root-like arm, then rummaged through the tools that came with the watch package to cut the strap and began to get busy. Lin Yujie only had the chance to scrutinize Zhang Du, who had been away for a few days at this time, only to see him with a panda eye, fatigue and haggardness written on his face. His hair was messy, and his body was still covered in blood. He couldn't help but touch Zhang Du's cheeks painfully. "Dodo, You guys fought again, ah? Jung Du was busy dealing with the watch chain while calmly returning. Well, I encountered robbers on the way back and had a fight with them. Jung Duo didn't say that Li Yi was injured, nor did he say that he almost wasted the legs of the other party's leader. This kind of thing, the more Lin Yujie knew, the more worried she would be. Promise me that you won't do this in the future. There are many ways to make money, ah. Besides, you're still a student now. You should focus mainly on your studies, ah. Lin Yujie said with concern. Jung did put the watch with the bracelet on Lin Yujie's arm, and then said uncaringly, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Let's go. After driving all night, I'm starving to death. Quickly go and buy breakfast for your husband. Otherwise you'll be widowed. After saying that, Zhang did hold Lin Yujie and walked towards the school cafeteria. Zhang did follow the usual practice of typing breakfast at the fat chef's place. Then after Lin Yujie swiped the card for him, Zhang did devour the food. Lin Yujie on the side took small bites of the bread while lovingly looking at the starving Zhang did with a heartbroken heart. After the two finished breakfast together, Zhang Duo went back to the dormitory to sleep, while Lin Yujie also went back to her dormitory to prepare for the start of the day's classes. Autumn in Shangnan would always come late. Finally, more than 10 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather finally turned cooler and the lingering coldness arrived unannounced. The sluggish autumn wind blew over every inch of land, yellowing the leaves and fruits, a pale landscape. Zhang Du drove Lin Yujie to a mountain not far from the back door of the school, where Zhang Du had once come with Li Yi and the others in the latter part of his life, and the mountain was full of chestnut trees, and every season, the students of Lin University would call for friends to come up to the mountain to pick chestnuts together. It's a small thing to get addicted to it, but more like Zhang Du and the others to get a fresh start. Zhang Du hold Lin Yujie along the mountain path up the steps. The roadside from time to time there are golden yellow wild chrysanthemums and the roadside bloom alone. Lin Yujie as a return to nature as a child, spread away from Zhang Du's hand, jumping and picking wild chrysanthemums, but also from time to time to put the flowers in their hands under their noses. In the fragrance of the flowers with a face of intoxication, along the way will occasionally encounter other couples. Everyone will be quite tacit, understanding to ignore each other. When they encountered a chestnut tree, Zhang would climb the tree and pick chestnuts for Lin Yujie, who excitedly held her head high and stood under the tree, shouting, where are the other big chestnuts? The two climbed to the top of the hill, sitting snugly on the grass. The autumn sunshine sprinkled on the warm body so that people do not want to move. Zhang did while chewing the chestnuts that Lin Yujie very carefully peeled for him, a hint of sweet flavor in his mouth that would last for a long time. He enjoys this feeling. There is no deceit. There is no pressure of life. If he is not worried about his wife and children in the afterlife, Zhang Du really want to be like this to snuggle with Lin Yujie until old age. The ringing of the cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Zhang Du take out the phone to see. The caller is Fat Huangwan, from the deep south back. Zhang Du to honor his promise. A few brothers each a Nokia latest model of 8250. Even Lu Sha are divided into A. Caused by the last crowdfunding when contacted a few ball friends read. Have regretted that they did not lend money to Zhang Du. And then frugal. Everywhere to get money to find Lu Sha to buy 3120. Zhang Du pick up the phone. He heard the fat man's excited voice. Do brother? 10 cell phones all sold out. Good job, fatty. Then you will hand over the cell phone payment to Brother Yet. And Brother Yet will give you a 5% commission to you. Zhang Du replied with a smile. Zhang did come back. Will be the task of cell phone sales to these brothers. Each person wants to take 10 units of cell phones to sell. You can take 5% of the profits. Zhang did also gave Li Yi and Lao Su 10% of the profits per person, by the two of them to take over the sales, because the price of the phone has an advantage, and the quality is guaranteed. So the brothers are using their own contacts, to their own classmates, seniors, hometowns and so on sales. Wang Xiaojian and Lu Sha even pushed the business to a few other universities in the same city, and the sales of cell phones grew day by day. But there is also a big problem. Zhang Du they into the 3210 because the price is more appropriate. In the middle of the college students sold very well. 103210 has long been sold out. And then Li Yi and Lao Suan ran a trip to the deep south, contacted Fei Zai into the 2000 units of 3210. However, as the flagship machine of the 8250 because it is a high-end product, the price is relatively high. The average student cannot afford to buy. So the first time into the 8250 as a flagship machine, simply cannot afford to buy. So the first time into the goods only want to sell out a few hundred units. Zhang did put away his cell phone and fell into deep thought. Although the vast majority of the college student market has been occupied by himself. But this is not enough to talk about a fatal blow to Huang Mashan's family's industry. It seems to be forcing me to make a big move. Zhang Du thought in his heart. Dodo, what are you thinking? Lin Yujie, who was snuggled up next to Zhang Du, saw him lost in thought and asked with a beep. Oh, I'm thinking about what to do to sell the remaining 8250s and monopolize the Nokia market in Star City. Zhang did smile and replied, Dodo, forget it, didn't that Huang Maoshan not come to us anymore? There's no need to fight him to the death. I just want you to be by my side in peace and stay with me. Lin Yujie said, good boy, as a man, there are some things that I have to do. Zhang Du patted Lin Yujie's head and said softly, coming down from the mountain with Lin Yujie, Zhang Du first sent her back to school, then drove his own car to the Shueyo restaurant and parked it, walking towards his newly opened internet cafe. Internet cafe is open next to the old Sue's restaurant. This time of the school backstreet stores are still nearby farmers' houses. The rent is not very high. Wei Shuai and the old Sue's help quickly took that two-story store. After Wei Shuai's efforts, internet cafes finally took shape. Computer equipment has been debugged almost. The decoration is Wei Shuai design. After graduating, Wei Shuai was the chief designer of a large design company in Star City, and often won awards in international design competitions. The current Wei Shuai is slightly youthful, but his talent is still there. And because Zhang did entrust all the things of the internet cafe to him, he also held his breath to reflect his own ability. Chapter 47 The Three Treasures of the Century. Zhang Du walked into the internet cafe, very satisfied with Wei Shuai's decoration. Even the more demanding internet cafe in the latter days may not be decorated in such a distinctive style, more suitable for college students in 1999, only to see the entire internet cafe walls present the main color of blue and white. The walls are printed with large and small game characters. Directly opposite the door of the wall will also be the most popular nowadays, the first close contact on the plankton. Kai wrote a halfway through the poem printed on the top. If the entire Pacific Ocean water are poured out cannot be quenched my love for you. The entire Pacific Ocean water can be poured out? Can the water of the entire Pacific Ocean be poured out? No, that's why I don't love you. With a very romantic male and female couple holding hands in the back. The whole internet cafe gives people a dreamy and beautiful feeling. Internet cafe computer desk is also very sophisticated. Is said to be Wei Shuai own design to find a furniture store customized. Stainless steel frame with solid wood panels. Make full use of space, but does not seem crowded. The floor of the entrance is printed with the advertising slogan that Fatty Huang Guan and his girlfriend Yang Jiao thought of, Three Treasures of the Cross-Century, Cotton Jacket, Internet Cafe, Nokia. A single tagline covered the two main businesses that Zhang did at the moment. It was said that in the past 2 days, Huang Guan and Yang Jiao led a group of advertising students to make posters of this advertising slogan. And not only did they put the posters all over Lin University, but also pasted them over to several universities in the same city. It can be said that this advertisement still hit the hotspot of college students nowadays. After all, the college campus in 1999 was filled with the joy of the millennium and the yearning for the new century, mixed with a hint of apocalyptic worry. A prophecy widely circulated at that time was that the world would end on December 25, 1999. Many people were very curious after seeing this jingle, and were looking forward to Wei Shuai's internet cafe. And along with it, Li Yi's cell phone sales were somewhat boosted. Zhang Du was very satisfied with the efforts of a group of brothers. He handed these matters over to them more in the hope that they could share more pressure for him in the future. What will be the most expensive in the 21st century? Talent. After all, to build up one's own business kingdom, there must be a group of capable and reliable brothers around. As the saying goes, father and son in battle, pro-brothers in war. Zhang Du was a typical after 80, only child. For him, now around these people who do not count the return to help themselves, with his own brother almost. See Zhang Du came, the crowd have to give and he greeted. Because the internet cafe was not yet open for business, these computers became the exclusive property of Zhang Du's friends. A group of people would come to the internet when they were not doing anything. This time, Old Su was a big hit. Inside the group of friends, besides Zhang Zhuo, he was the only one who had been to the internet cafe, so although he wasn't very skillful, he still acted as a mentor for everyone to go online and flirt with the girls. The crowd in the Old Su's leadership have applied for QQ, and then snapped to start typing to tease girls, typing speed that is called a fast. However, after all, the crowd is still a novice, chatting for several days, but also did not meet their light dance fly. Only Wei Shuai chatted about a girl from Shang'an University, who was said to be meeting him in a few days, making the crowd envious for a while. Zhang Du smiled with a group of brothers' greetings, directly up to the second floor. Wei Shuai with a stack of bills also followed the Zhang Du said, to do children. Buy computers with a total of 150,000, is still only half of the payment. The other half in the internet cafe began to operate in 6 months after the installment of the payment is complete. The decoration of 80,000, tables and chairs and benches spent 30,000. Just the business license is still in the process of approving because the internet cafe is a new thing. To deal with the internet cafe is a new thing. The business license is still in the process of approving because the internet cafe is a new thing. To deal with the internet cafe is a new thing. Internet cafe is a new thing. For an internet cafe license needs public security, culture, fire and several other departments jointly approved. Several other departments have passed. It is the public security there are still some problems. You're in charge of the money. Not enough to report the budget to me again. In addition, this internet cafe you and Huang Guan each accounted for 10% of the shares. Other brothers come to the internet without charging. Zhang did sit down in the largest private room on the second floor of the internet cafe, then rushed to the following. A group of brothers shouted to, "Brothers, do not tease the girl. All come up to talk about something serious." As soon as the crowd heard Zhang Du say to talk about business, they stopped the work in their hands and ran to the second floor in a swarm, and then sat or lay down on the chairs in front of the computer. Thank you for the support of brothers. Today our business finally has some upsurge. Lao Su, Yat and I went to the deep south to run a trip, brought back 5,000 units of cell phones. Although in everyone's efforts under the 3,210 sales are very hot, and we all followed to earn a little bit of money, but our 8,250 sales are very bad. I came to discuss with everyone to see if the big guys have any good ideas. Zheng Do issued a cigarette to everyone here, and then after lighting it for himself as well, he said unhurriedly, "I think this path that Dur is taking us down is the right one. Although Du's original intention may have been to combat Yellow Hair Mountain, but these days everyone is involved in the sale of cell phones, and the profits in the middle of the road are all blindly eaten by soup dumplings. We all know what we are talking about. I think this road is very right. We have to stick to it. Surely we can make a lot of money, and later even if you can't find a job after graduating from college, you don't have to worry. However, our current sales channels are mainly concentrated in Ling University and a few universities in the same city. The consumption level of college students is limited after all. High-end machines like the 8250 should still be sold to the rich." Li Yi then spoke. Lu Sha then said too, "Yes, I also think that this is a good way to make money. These days, the last time ran away from the few ball players have privately found me. Want to take goods from my hands, but I'm afraid to do." Child has a comment. So I did not agree to them. It doesn't matter. They want to buy goods. As long as they have money, they can all buy goods from us, provided that the profit we should earn is still to be earned. Zheng Du waved his hand and said, "I seem to speak a little. I very much agree with Yat said. Mainly we are now students. Our sales gather to still cannot extend to the high-end consumer groups. From the marketing 4C theory consumers, consumer, cost, convenience, and communication. Our cost control is very advantageous. Convenience is also very good. Basically we are home delivery. Now need to strengthen is consumer and communication," Huang Guan said in a serious manner. The crowd was stunned. They did not think that in a short period of time, Huang Guan had been running cell phone sales for a while and actually knew about marketing theories. Wang Xiaozhen looked at Huang Guan playfully. "Fatty, not bad. People say that if you want to know, sleep with the master. This is different for you to have slept with a girl from the advertising department." The crowd burst into laughter, and for a while Rao's thick-skinned Huang Guan also blushed in shame at this moment. Chapter 48 about? Zheng Du smiled and waved his hand at everyone. Fatty is still good. No matter if he slept on the idea or figured it out on his own, he at least took this matter of our cell phone sales to heart. I think both Brother Yat and Fatty have spoken very sensibly. Combined with our cell phone sales, the difficulty that currently exists is how to strengthen communication with the high-end consumer groups. Let them know our products, understand our products, and arouse their desire to buy. Let's talk about it. Is there any practical way? Zheng Du said. Zheng Du finished. The crowd have fallen into a deep thought. Such a problem in front of them is indeed a little difficult for them. Even if it is really marketing practitioners are not necessarily come up with a good program. People scratching their heads, smoke a few cigarettes, or no one to put forward a constructive program. Old Su saw that everyone was not talking. He said to Zheng Duo, "Forget it, Duo Air. If you have any solution, just say it. Everyone here is a big girl in a sedan chair, first time doing cell phone sales, so I really can't think of any good solutions." Zheng Du nodded, thinking in his heart, "Okay, zoom in." He looked around the crowd and said, "I do have a way. Which one of you has connections in Star City Mobile?" Yes, Zheng did think of the China Cool Union to occupy the domestic market in the year with the mobile Unicom cooperation. Smartphones have just emerged. The domestic Huawei, ZTE, Lenovo, Coolpad and other national brands facing foreign Apple, Samsung and other brands of aggressive. In the cracks in the payroll, through the cooperation with China Mobile, China Unicom, to purchase the phone back to the way to rapidly capture market share. Through their own self-improvement, product brand image continues to improve, brand influence continues to expand, and ultimately dominate the domestic manufacturers. Zheng did the idea is that the use of mobile high-end customer resources, to promote their own hands Nokia 8250 sales. The crowd still did not react. Confused Zheng Du suddenly asked the mobile have no acquaintances. Seeing this, Zhang did not explain specifically, but just said to everyone, in this case, this matter will be handed over to me and Brother E. Tomorrow, I, Schweier, and Brother E will go to the city together. When everything has been negotiated, come back and I'll tell everyone what I think. The crowd was also used to Zhang Du's habit of doing things. The last time he said the same thing during the betting. The result was that everyone followed and made a fortune. Everyone believed that this time, Zhang Du would definitely be able to solve the problems as well. Since the solution is determined, Zhang Du no longer worry about it. In the internet cafe and everyone chatted for a while after the day, waved goodbye to the brothers. For him, there is no longer any interest in playing QQ, meeting netizens and so on, just ready to come out from the internet cafe. Wei Shui came up from behind and asked, Duer, the internet cafe hasn't got a name yet. Do you see what a good name to call it? For a while, Zhang Du's heart popped up countless internet cafe names. There is no way. His latter-day self has really soaked in too many internet cafes. He thought about it and said, let's call it New Century, suitable for the current hotspot. It was also mainly influenced by the advertisement lyrics created by Fatty Huangguan. Or else Zhang Du almost forgot about the matter of crossing the century soon. New Century? Well, good name. Wei Shui pondered for a moment and replied, alright Schweier, you take care of it here. I have some things to do first. Zhang Did waved his hand towards Wei Shui and walked out from the internet cafe, then went straight to the front of the Hakuho restaurant to start up the Sun of the Orient. While slowly dropping his head, Zhang Du dialed Xia Ran's number. Ever since Xia Ran gave Zhang Du his phone number, this was the first time Zhang Du had called. Zhang Du was a very trustworthy person, no matter what he wanted to bet with Xia Ran in the first place, but since he bet, he has to fulfill it, which is his principle. Some time ago, Zhang Du had been busy, and today he finally had the time to go downtown to meet with her. Of course, if she didn't have time today, then it would be fine. At least he had tried to fulfill the agreement. It was just that everyone's time was playing against each other. The phone rang 3 times, then came Xia Ran's vicious voice, brat, finally willing to call my old lady ah? Big sister, don't be so fierce, okay? Zhang Did said softly, his heart slightly weak. Who are you calling big sister? Am I that old? Don't you turn around and curse. Xia Ran picked at Zhang Du's name calling. I'm sorry, miss, you're still very young. You're in the prime of your life. You're a beautiful woman. You're a beautiful country. You're a beautiful woman. You're a beautiful woman. Zhang Du said countless idioms in one breath. You, who are you talking about who is still in style? You're still calling me a lady. Are you looking for death? Xia Ran was furious over this. No, didn't I say something wrong when I was excited? Alright, it's all my fault. I apologize. Okay, how about it? Do we still have a date? Zhang Du hastily accompanied him. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't talk to you like a little kid. It just so happens that I have time today. Treat me to dinner. Xia Ran said on the other end of the phone with teeth and claws. What time do you get off work? Zhang Did ask dryly. 5:30? What's wrong? Such a gentleman, still coming to pick me up from work? Xia Ran teased too. That's good. I'll pick you up in front of your unit at 5:30. Zhang Du finished and hung up the phone without waiting for Xia Ran to answer, but a cold sweat broke out on his body again. If being with Lin Yujie was that feeling of peace and serenity, then being in contact with Xia Ran was totally a war, and a war that always fell short. Zhang Du wiped the cold sweat on his face, and hurriedly lit a cigarette for himself to calm his nerves, and secretly thought in his heart, this woman is too fierce. Whoever marries in the future will have bad luck. Zhang did look at his watch. The time has come to 4:30 p.m. Counting the time is about the same. So he drove his car and rushed to the city center. Zhang Du first went to the city center's most luxurious a Western restaurant, booked a seat by the window, and then directly drive the car to Xia Ran work that savings office door. Just parked the car. Zhang Du can't wait to raise his arm to look at the time. The time has just come to 5:20 p.m. Zhang Du long breath of relief. Fortunately not late, or later, and do not know by that evil woman how to taunt. Light a cigarette for himself. Before he had time to inhale a couple of puffs, he saw a beautiful silhouette elegantly walk out from the savings center. Xia Ran today dressed very beautiful. A khaki-colored pants aptly outlined her attractive curves and slender figure. The upper body is wearing a small crimson suit, competent with a few points of spontaneity. Zhang Du a time to look out of focus. Chapter 49. Drinking is not wine, but ambiguous. Xia Ran also found the Zhang Du sitting in the car. Deliberately wiped Zhang Du a glance. Viciously said, what to look at? Have not seen a beautiful woman ah? Zhang Du quickly ran out of the car. Attentive to help, Xia Ran opened the passenger door. Mouth curtly said, not seen a beautiful woman. Just have not seen you so big beautiful woman. After saying that, he also intentionally toward the towering part in front of Xia Ran looked colorfully. Bastard, where are you looking? Xia Ran said viciously. Look wherever you are pretty. Zhang did thick-skinned and didn't care. Oomph. I can't believe you drove a domestic car to pick up this lady. Aren't you rich? How come you drive this car? Xia Ran asked with a displeased face. I'm afraid that apart from Zhang Duo himself, Xia Ran knows the most about how rich he is. Isn't all the money stored in the bank? The car is not just a transportation tool, and I think this car is quite good. Zhang did not follow Xia Ran's words to answer this time, but said in a serious manner. Well, it's still quite low-key, unlike those rich sons who drive luxury cars and pick up beautiful women. Xia Ran gave a rare praise to Zhang Du. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders and said to Xia Ran with a smile, please fasten your seatbelt. We're off. Did I say where to go? Ha Ran asked. Do I need you to say? I've already arranged it. Zhang Did replied. Do you have any sincerity? You should have asked for my opinion before you invited me to dinner. Xia Ran said relentlessly, fastening her seatbelt as she did so. That tantalizing peak was even more mouth-watering to see Zhang Du after fastening the seatbelt. Of course you women should listen to men. Do you know the 3 from 4 virtues? Zhang Du secretly stabilized his mind, while his mouth forcefully replied to, Che, it's almost the 21st century. What are you talking about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? You crawled out of a museum, right? Xia Ran's mouth was still unforgiving. The 2 people carried on like this on the road with 1 sentence from you and 1 from me. Zhang Duo didn't know why he became like this. Usually he was very graceful in front of ladies, but when he met Xia Ran, he would become bottomless at one time, and then he would be vindictive and fight for every inch of his life. The 2 people happily argued for half a day, and finally arrived outside the restaurant that Zhang Did book. Xia Ran looked around before proudly addressing Zhang Du. Forget it, count on you to still pick a place to date here. It's still barely worth my attendance for once. That. You're so beautiful. How can I match your looks and temperament if I don't find a place with a higher class? Zhang Du may feel that it's really an eyesore to be arguing like this even after arriving at the Western restaurant, and actively started to compliment Xia Ran. Zhang Du parked the car, and the 2 of them walked into the Western restaurant side by side. Xia Ran changed the previous flighty and domineering image, but warmly holding Zhang Du's arm, Birdie walking in Zhang Du's side. It immediately attracted many envious gazes in the Western restaurant. Zhang Du has already gotten used to pulling in the hatred because of the beautiful women around him, and calmly brought Xia Ran to the seat that had been set long ago. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, the waiter immediately came over with the menu. Hello sir, what do you need to order? Zhang Did waved his hand and said to Xia Ran, you order. Xia Ran elegantly took the menu and then began to pick out her order. Seeing her skillful appearance, Zhang Du let out a long breath of relief. Even in his later life, he himself seldom ate Western food, and I'm afraid that if he was told to order, he really wasn't very good at it. After ordering the food, Xia Ran softly asked for Zhang Du's opinion. Do you want a bottle of red wine? Zhang Du nodded and said to the waiter, come with a bottle of Louis XIII. The waiter hesitated and said, sir, the price of Louis XIII is 888 yuan a bottle. Zhang Did pretend to be surprised. The expression on his face was quite exaggerated. 8,888? You open it for me. The red wine has to be aerated before it tastes good. Xia Ran was amused by the show Zhang Did. Brat, what's the point of fooling around? Don't think that after ordering such an expensive wine, Lao Ma will give her body to you. Zhang Du was thunderstruck. By Xia Ran such a big beauty tease is really a very painful thing. Don't look at her mouth debauchery, but when you really attached to chase her, will find quite difficult to chase. Xia Ran saw Zhang Du was his own thunder to speechless, smiled and continued to say, or, you point more a few bottles to try, maybe the effect will be better. Zhang Du said with a bitter smile, can we not joke? Can't we eat properly? In fact, Zhang did not really have an intention to Xia Ran before ordering such an expensive wine, but in his later life, he often heard people talk about whoever was more tycoon and opened a bottle of Louis XIII in which hotel. Now that he has money, he also wants to try the feeling of being a tycoon. A few minutes later, 2 beautiful waitresses pushed a stainless steel cart, which placed a bucket full of crushed ice, and a transparent wine pot, crushed ice in the center of a bottle of red wine with high-end packaging, only to see 2 beautiful waitresses come to Zhang Du their table, first bowed deeply, and then said, sir, the Louis XIII you want, I will open it for you now, is that okay? The waiter's voice was not loud, but in the Western restaurant where all the talking had to be lowered, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that resounded through the entire restaurant. The men and women in the restaurant all directed their gazes at Zhang Du and Xia Ran. At first when Zhang Du and the girls walked into the Western restaurant, many men secretly slandered, thinking that Zhang Du was just a poor boy who had gotten lucky and found such a beautiful girlfriend, so after saving up for a long time, they could finally bring their girlfriends here to have a good time. I didn't expect people to order a bottle of Louis XIII as soon as they came up, knowing that many people have only heard of this kind of wine. even if they often come to this high-grade Western restaurant, but they can't meet a few people a year who open this kind of wine. Zhang did not pay attention to the various gazes around him and nodded to the two waiters with a bland face, "Open it." In fact, he once had a buddy who worked in a five-star hotel told him that inside the price of Louis XIII, 8,000 is the price of wine, while there are 888 yuan is the corkage fee. It is so arbitrary. Zhang did recall that the hotel work buddies told him to drink men divided into three kinds: white wine, beer and red wine. Like to drink white wine men have more enemies, because often drunken offenders; drink beer people have more friends, because drink bottles of wine people often say a word is dry finish not drunk; and drink red wine more lovers, because drinking red wine often drink not wine, but ambiguous. Chapter 50, My family's bed is huge. Zhang Du now thought of these words and felt that they were just too reasonable. He looked at the choo-choo charming Xia Ran in front of him. To say that he is not moved at all, that is impossible, but he obviously already has the same excellent Lin Yujie. If he really develops like this with Xia Ran, I'm afraid that a friend will inevitably turn into a lover. And at this moment Xia Ran did not think so much at all. She elegantly took a highball cup. The waiter immediately attentively helped her pour a small half cup of Louis XIII. Xia Ran high swan-like neck, carefully tasted a mouthful of wine, and then smiled and said, "Not bad. It's true." Zhang Du bellyached to $8,888. He dares to buy a fake, see if I don't tear down his store. Hey, brat, you don't seem very happy. I didn't ask you to open such an expensive wine. You ordered it yourself. Don't blame me for your heartache. Xia Ran noticed the difference in Zhang Du. Where, with such a big beauty like you, how could I not be happy? By the way, let's formally recognize each other. My name is Zhang Du. Your name is Xia Ran, right? Zhang Du replied in a hurry. How do you know my name? Xia Ran asked curiously after taking a small sip of wine. Didn't you have your name on your badge at work? Zhang Did said. Well, that's more like it. I thought you went behind my back to check me out. Xia Ran said. At this time, the Western food ordered by Xia Ran also came up one after another. Zhang do not know because the Western restaurant noticed that Zhang Du has ordered Louis XIII luxury guests. Do not dare to slacken off. Every dish made out. The lobby manager will personally ask about it. Western restaurant playing melodious music. Dim lights. A flowery woman sitting in front of Zhang Du. Strange and intimate, so that Zhang Du have a kind of feeling like a world away. For a time do not know where he is. Xia Ran, eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhang Du said softly. Finished picking up the knife and fork in his hand, and started eating, not caring what left knife and right fork or left fork and right knife, completely without the gentlemanly demeanor that should come with eating Western food. On the other hand, Xia Ran was strictly following the rules of eating Western food, cutting the food in the plate into small pieces, and then eating extremely ladylike. When the two of them wiped out all of Xia Ran's order of food, both of them were a bit stretched out, and the wine, too, had been slightly drunk. Zhang did smile and said to Xia Ran, "Beautiful Ms. Xia Ran, where do you live? Send you home." Xia Ran's heart froze. Is that how this stupid kid picks up girls? Just after opening an 8,888 renminbi Louis XIII, he wants to send someone home? Murphy, he is trying to. I live in Shangjiang Flower City. Xia Ran blushed and said. It was not known whether it was because he thought of something shy or because he had been drinking. Zhang did finish the bill and walked out of the Western restaurant with Xia Ran. When he came out, the restaurant manager brought a group of waiters to the door and then said in unison, "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit next time." After the two of them got on the car, Xia Ran couldn't help but ask, "Kid, what exactly do you do? I don't think you're just a college student, right? Ordinary college students, even if their families are rich, they will not just open a Louis XIII bar." Me? What's wrong? Are you scared? To be honest with you, I'm actually a human trafficker, specializing in selling quality beauties like you. Zhang did joke with Xia Ran while driving. Good it just so happens that my family is worried that I have a bad temper and can't get married. Where are you planning to sell me to? Xia Ran also joked. Ha ha, no la. In fact, I'm really a student, in addition to doing cell phone business. In addition, intends to open a net bar outside the school. The computer are bought. Just to take the net bar business license will be able to business after. Zhang did a serious answer to. Oh, not bad young to do so much business What kind of cell phones do you have there? It just so happens that I want to change my cell phone too. Xia Ran took out his own Ericsson cell phone and shook it, saying, Nokia 8250, do you like it? I'll bring one for you some other day. Zhang did reply with a smile. A blue screen one? I like it. How much is it? Xia Ran asked. Don't want your money. Give it to you. Zhang Du also did not know that he would be so generous in front of Xia Ran. Obviously just Ping Shuwei met two people. Zhang Du will drive the car to the entrance of the Shangjiang Flower City district. The district is in the Shangjiang River. Zheng Du know that this district is currently the highest housing prices in the entire Star City. No wonder just now Xiao Ran drink Louis XIII with the time as calm. Here the house of a square is also almost enough for a bottle of Louis XIII. This is still 1999. To 17 years later in 2016 it is estimated that it will be turned over a 4 or 5 times. Xiao Ran on the co-pilot seat looked at Zheng Du with seductive eyes and said, "My family's bed is very big. Do you want to go up and sit down?" Zheng Du was immediately aroused by these words and his blood boiled, so he hurriedly took a few deep breaths, pressed down the evil fire in his body, and said with a bitter smile, "Can you not be like this? I want to really go up. You will let me on?" Xiao Ran smiled like a flower and opened the passenger door. From the bag took out a pen and paper, wrote down a string of numbers, handed Zheng Du. "You opened the internet cafe. Should have QQ. This is my number. The online me might surprise you even more." Oh. Zheng Du results in the note and nods. "Beautiful MS. Xiao Ran, you've already surprised me enough. How else can I play? You will know later." After Xiao Ran finished speaking, she waved her hand towards Zheng Du and turned around to walk into the gate of the neighborhood, leaving Zheng Du with a seductive back. The more he spent time with Xiao Ran, the more Zheng Du felt a sense of déjà vu with Xiao Ran. He seemed to remember something, but had no clue. Zheng Du shook off his head, which was messed up by Xiao Ran, and faced the breeze blowing from the riverside, and lit another cigarette for himself. After a couple of puffs, Zheng did decidedly throw away the cigarette in his hand, started the Son of the East, and drove towards the school. "Anyway, I cannot think of it. Everything will go with the flow." The next day, Zheng Du and Li Yi, Wei Shuai in the New Century Internet Cafe Convergence, the three together to go downtown to find the management of the mobile to discuss cooperation matters. Zheng do not have a bottom in his heart. People will not care about him. To know that now on the surface of their own love is just an ordinary college students. I'm afraid to see the mobile company's boss is a very difficult thing. The three drove to the headquarters of the mobile company, parked the car in front of the towering office building. Li Yi worriedly said to Zheng Duo, "Do child, we do not know a person, so go to find their boss. Will anyone care about us?" Zheng Du said with a resolute gaze, "Whether he cares about us or not, we have to do everything we can to make them cooperate with us." Chapter 51 A Solid Friendship. The three of them walked into the mobile office area. Li Yi and Wei Shuai looked around in the brilliantly decorated office building. Zheng Du, on the other hand, looked at the office area map at the elevator entrance and found the location of the general manager's office. Turning to the duo, he said, "It's on the 9th floor. Let's go up." When they entered the 9th floor, they saw a coated door closed to death. Seeing this, the trio couldn't help but shake their heads helplessly. Li asked hopelessly, "Doer, what should we do? You guys wait here, I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, Zheng Du went back into the elevator. Zheng Du remembered that the area map downstairs showed that the office was on the 8th floor. Zheng Duo came to the 8th floor and went straight into the office. The door of the office was hidden. Zheng Du knocked on the door and then pushed the door in, finding two more wonderful women inside sitting in front of the computer. "Excuse me, is the office director in?" Zheng Du stood at the door and asked politely. One of the women pointed to an office inside. Zheng Du stepped inside and saw a woman with heavy makeup sitting there. Zheng Du nodded at her. "Hello, what's the director's name?" The woman looked at Zheng Du contemptuously. "What's your business? Doing business is in the first floor lobby." Seeing this, Zheng Du took out a Nokia 3210 from his satchel and placed it on the thick makeup woman's desk. "I want to see your general manager." The woman looked at the desk 3210, eyes bright, unwrapped the Nokia packaging, looked, and carefully looked at Zheng Du. 1999 a cell phone. Basically a working class a month or two of wages. Although the woman in thick makeup in the mobile work, but this era of mobile has not come out of the mobile heart machine. Their own cell phones have been used for more than a year did not change. A little smile appeared on the thick makeup woman's face, looked squarely at Zheng Du, and asked, "Excuse me, do you have something for our general manager? There's a business deal I want to talk to him about." Zheng Du replied without being condescending, "I'm sorry, I can't do what you're asking. Our general manager is on a business trip and is out of town." The woman in heavy makeup pushed 3210 towards Zheng Du. Zheng Du had to put the 3210 back into his satchel again and said to the thick makeup woman, "Sorry to bother you." Zheng Du went back to the 9th floor and said to Li Yi and Wei Shuai, "Let's go. I'll think of another way and we'll go to the Public Security Bureau to do the paperwork for the internet cafe." On his way downstairs, Zheng Du fished out Secretary Chio's phone number from his satchel. At first, Secretary Chio obviously also had the intention of befriending him. No matter what, it was still considered a person he knew. Zheng Du's experience in his later life told him that in this society of favors, it is difficult to accomplish many things without connections. Dialed the phone of Secretary Chio, and soon there came the bright laughter of Secretary Chio. "Xiao Zheng Ah, how did you remember to call me today?" "Hello Secretary Chio, There is something I want to trouble you with. Where are you now? Is it convenient to meet with me? Jung Do spoke into the phone, politely. I'm in the office right now. You can come over. You have my business card, right? It has the full address on it. Secretary Chiu replied. Jung Did looked at the watch on his arm and said, then come to the door in 20 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jung Do's three rushed to Secretary Chiu's office, and this time, they didn't have to eat the closed door again, as Secretary Chiu very warmly welcomed them in. Xiao Zhang, quickly, please sit down. Secretary Chiu, I'm really sorry that I have to trouble you as soon as I came to see you, Zhang Did said politely. He was clear about Secretary Chiu's energy. That day at the City West Police Station, the average chief and deputy chief had to curry favor with him. As the Public Security Director's secretary, he was privately known as the No. 2 head, and was sometimes feared to be even more powerful than some deputy directors. Don't always Chiu secretary. Chiu's secretary called, old brother, I stupid long you a few years. From now on you call me Chiu brother. We don't need to be so polite as brothers. Just say what you have. As long as it doesn't violate the principle or the law, I will try my best to help you. Secretary Chiu was very eager to befriend Jung Do. Brother Chiu, it's like this. I'm partnering with two of my classmates to open an internet cafe outside the school, and now the internet cafe's license is stuck at the Public Security Bureau, so I'd like to ask you to come out and coordinate. Seeing that Secretary Chiu had said so, Jung did not be polite to him anymore himself and opened the door to explain his intentions. Little Jung is not bad, starting a business at a young age. This old brother will definitely support you. No problem. Which precinct is it stuck in? I'll call their director right away, Secretary Chiu said very cheerfully. Zhang Did glanced at Wei Shuai, who understood and immediately replied, it's in Longtian District to the Public Security Bureau. Secretary Chiu nodded, picked up the white phone on his desk and quickly played a number, and a few seconds later, he was heard speaking into the other end of the phone. Hello Director Rao, I'm Chiu Ming. One of my cousins wants to open an internet cafe, and he's stuck at your place when applying for an internet cafe license, so help me out and go over it. Good. After saying that, Secretary Chiu hung up the phone and said to Zhang Du, it's done. Long Tian find Director Rao. Just say it's my cousin. Zhang Du nodded and said to Wei Shuai and Li Yi, Brother Yi, Shuai, you guys take a cab to Long Tian to find Director Rao to complete the formalities first. I'll have another chat with Brother Chiu here. Li Yi and Wei Shuai smiled politely at Secretary Chiu before walking out of his office. After the duo left, Zhang Du pulled out his pocket Furong Wang from his pocket and handed one to Secretary Chiu. Brother Chiu, my internet cafe will definitely make a lot of money when I open it. Are you interested in coming for a share? Zhang Du no. Chiu's secretary, so polite to himself, is mistakenly thought that he has a very strong backing, and in fact, that time he was Huang Maoshan harm into the Public Security Bureau. Step forward to retrieve people are not counted as Zhang Du their own forces. On one side is Lin Yujie looking for people. On the other side is the result of the operation of Tian Bo Company. Only by tying Secretary Chiu to his own ship, with a common interest, can there be a solid friendship? Secretary Chiu shook his head helplessly. Older brother, I also know that internet cafes are a new thing and am more optimistic about the prospect, but I'm a public official and can't do business. Brother Chiu, you are really a model of law-abiding, but just because you can't do business doesn't mean that your sister-in-law can't either. Even if your sister-in-law can't, your cousins or whatever can. Believe me, as long as my internet cafe is open, it's no problem to earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, Zhang Du said. Xiaoming lit the cigarette that Zhang Du gave him and took a drag, then said, to be honest, your sister-in-law was just laid off at the beginning of the year, so she happens to have nothing to do at home. It's just that it takes quite a bit of money to invest in an internet cafe, right? Chapter 52 My Savage Girlfriend. Secretary Chiu, although in a position of power, but after all, not very old, the treatment of public officials did not imagine so much, and his secretary Su Ming is a very clean people, along with him to follow a very clean life. Zhang Du smiled as said to Line, it just so happens that I also intend to open branches in other colleges and universities in the city. There are not so many people to help, just sister-in-law is fine, then I will ask her to help manage a cyber cafe. As for the capital you don't have to worry about, the cost of opening an internet cafe is not high. Brother Chiu, you can just mean $1 million or $2, or simply the capital I'll come up with. The shares of the store we are half, and so on, when we make a profit, I'll get it back from your dividends. Xiaoming resolutely shook his head, and squarely said, that won't work, this is too much of a loss for you, I'll put up $50,000, just according to the percentage of capital contribution. Zhang Du see Xiaoming very resolute, also did not fight with him, now are not very familiar, and so earn money, then how to share is not their own decision, so perfunctory too, okay, I'll listen to you. Specifically, I will ask me just that classmate to operate. Sister-in-law as long as every day to check the accounts can be. Xiaoming also nodded and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang ah, so young and so commercially minded. The future is unlimited. Zhang did hurriedly said modestly, Brother Qiu, you flatter me, but I'm not as peaceful as the average person. Then this matter is finalized. When I have determined the plan to open a branch, I will contact you immediately, and then directly call my sister-in-law to take over. Then I'll leave first, to see how my two classmates are doing with their photo shoot. Xiaoming stood up and politely shook Zhang Du's hand. That's fine. I have to travel with the head of the department later, so I won't keep you for dinner today. In the future, let's brother off and come and go. Zhang Du smiled and nodded. Brother Qiu, you stay back. I'll be sure. Zhang Dao came out from the Municipal Public Security Bureau and directly called Li Yi, asking how the internet cafe license was going. Li Yi's side said that it was going very well, and it was estimated that it would be ready to open tomorrow. Zhang did a long sigh of relief. At present there is only one problem left, is how to hand 4,000 units of 8,250 sold out. On the Yellow Hair Mountain Family Store Star City Destructive Blow. It seems that the mobile site has been unworkable. The monopoly of the big state-owned enterprises must not look at their own as start-up small people. There is no way. Many times success cannot be duplicated. When the China Cool Union has a certain scale and impact, and they are still just a buy and sell peddlers. Since it is a peddler, it can only use the peddler's method. Zhang did the car back to the University of Forestry, parked the car outside the Shueyo restaurant, and then went directly to the internet cafe. Zhang Shuan and Wang Xiaojian were chatting feverishly online, while old Su had no idea where he had gone. Seeing that Zhang Du had returned, both of them asked with concern, how did it go? Zhang Duo threw himself on the sofa of the internet cafe and lit a cigarette before answering. One thing is done. The internet cafe can open tomorrow. The cell phone thing is still not done. Holy, doer, so many cell phones won't be smashed in our hands, right? That would be a big loss. Wang Xiaojian said worriedly. It won't. There are always more ways than difficulties. It will definitely be fixed. Don't worry. Right, Xiaojian. How did the last house search go? Zhang Du suddenly remembered that he had planned to rent a house some time ago. Oh, it's already done. The contract is signed. The landlord is vacating the house in the past few days. I was going to wait for the landlord to move out before I told you. I think you will definitely like that house. A single door and yard. There is a big tree in the yard, a small pond, and a place to park. Wang Xiaojian spoke with a fluttering brow. Okay, go and take a look some other day. You guys play. I'm going to find Lin Yujie. Zhang Duer got up from the sofa, pulled out his cell phone and called Lin Yujie. Holy, Duer, don't hit us single dogs, okay? Wang Xiaojian and Zhang Shui protested together. When Zhang Duer called Lin Yujie had just gotten out of class, so Zhang Duer went straight to the school building to meet up with Lin Yujie. The duo then went to the cafeteria to finish their meal together, holding hands. Needless to say, Lin Yujie's meal card was used again, causing the cafeteria's fat chef to begin to despise Zhang Du a little. The duo picked a corner seat and sat down facing each other under the gaze of many complicated gazes. After dinner, Lin Yujie obediently took the two's cutlery and went to wash it. Previously, Zhang Duo did not have cutlery, and then Lin Yujie felt that the cutlery provided by the cafeteria was not hygienic enough, so she bought Zhang Duo a brand new set of cutlery at the school supermarket, and then deposited it in the cafeteria's cupboard. When Lin Yujie finished cleaning up the tableware for the two of them, Zhang Du said smilingly, "Wife has worked hard." Lin Yujie blankly glanced at Zhang Du, lowered her blushing face, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the cafeteria. Zhang Du chased after him from behind, holding Lin Yujie's hand as the two of them wandered along the dimly lit school path. People on campus hurriedly rubbed shoulders in twos and threes. Lin Yujie tilted her face up and said to Zhang Du, "Dodo, the school's movie theater is showing My Savage Girlfriend today. Yang Jiao and the girls all saw it yesterday. I heard it's very good. I want you to go with me." Zhang Du touched the back of his head. He had seen this movie many times in his later life, and also fell in love with the goddess Zhang Jihyun in it because of this movie. However, his current positive print girlfriend is not savage at all, completely gentle and lovely model, but it is Xia Ran who is somewhat like a savage girlfriend. Lin Yujie saw Zhang Du a little out of focus, pinched Zhang Du's back. "Dodo, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your internet cafe and cell phone business? What's wrong? What difficulties have you encountered?" Zhang Du woke up from being pinched, secretly introspecting himself. How can he be like other girls when he's with Lin Yujie? Although Xia Ran was a yukai, it really wasn't something he could handle. Zhang Du quickly replied with a straight face, "The matter of the internet cafe has been taken care of, and it can open tomorrow. Only, the sales of the cell phone is still a problem. The price of 8,250 destined its target consumer group can only be the high-end group. I had wanted to contact the mobile, using their high-end customer resources, to promote the sales of their own cell phone, only, I'm an ordinary student. I can't even see their general manager's face. After hearing this, Lin Yujie frowned and fell into deep thought. 2 minutes later, Lin Yujie stretched her brows and smiled to Zhang Du said, Dodo, I think your idea is great. It's just that right now, you don't have the capital to cooperate with mobile on an equal footing. I think you can still only start from the channel now. The biggest advantage of your phone is the price. As long as you have a big enough channel, it can definitely sell well. Chapter 53, Warming the Other Side. When Zhang did hear this, his eyes lit up. Right. He always thought about the successful marketing programs of the latter days, but many times the different environments and conditions he faced predetermined that those programs could not be replicated. As long as he occupies the channel, he can beat any opponent with the price advantage. Zhang Did excitedly put his arm around Lin Yujie and gave him a heavy kiss on his flawless face. My family Xiaoyu is so smart. I know what to do now. Let's go. Let's go watch a movie. The duo held hands as they arrived at the entrance of the school's movie theater. Zhang Did went to the ticket counter and bought 2 tickets with seats together, then led Lin Yujie into the outstretched theater. After finding their seats, the two sat down side by side. The weather in late autumn was already very cool, and there was no air conditioning in the school's movie theater. Not only did the movie theater not have one, but the classrooms, dormitories, library, cafeteria, all of the places were not yet air conditioned. There was also no heating in the south. So Zhang Du remembered that when he was in college in his later life, when the cold came, he would often hide under the quilt and didn't want to come out. The winter in southern Hunan province was kind of wet and cold, completely different from the dry cold in the north. It was said that many students from the northeast in the school couldn't stand the lack of heat, and one by one, they were similarly frozen into dogs. In this life, Zhang did decide not to freeze like this anymore. When the house is rented, must find a way to have a warm winter. And at the moment, Zhang Du had to tightly embrace Lin Yujie in his arms, warming each other. Lin Yujie was quickly attracted by the plot inside the movie, and Zhang Du had already watched it many times, so he concentrated on enjoying the feeling of holding Lin Yujie in his arms, the feeling of happiness. An autumn rain is a cold. Yesterday the sun was shining brightly, today it became cloudy and rainy. The humid air mixed with bone-chilling winds whistled in the fine rain that was flying all over the sky, seemingly announcing to the people the coming of winter. However, the New Century Internet Cafe at the back of the entrance of the University of Forestry is as warm as spring at the moment. 30 computers emit heat that is not enough to dispel the cold, but the people in the cafe make the whole cafe bustling with activity. Wei Shui kept explaining to the people who are still in the queue, we'll be down later, but sitting in front of the computer people but one by one to play in full swing. Do not remember that they just come to watch the fun. Also do not remember to sit here is the need for 3 yuan an hour. 1999 3 yuan. Can be in the school cafeteria to eat a good meal, for the 1999 college students, is not a small expense. Zhang Did a group of brothers had skipped class early in the morning. The first day of the new century opened today. We all decided to come to support people. Who knows, the internet cafe has just opened the door. The popularity of the full had to shift position. All went to the old Sue's restaurant to chat in a circle. Only left Wei Shui and Huang Guan in the internet cafe to greet the enthusiastic netizens. Zhang Did take the opportunity to tell everyone about the method he had thought of to sell cell phones. In fact, there is no very impressive way. Is the channel for the king, mobilizing their own brothers and help them to sell cell phones to college students. Go to all the city's large and small cell phone stores to promote 8250. Give them a profit. A cell phone only earns 200 yuan. Zhang Du aim is to monopolize the city's Nokia market. As long as these cell phone stores taste the sweetness of cooperation with their own, in the future we'll have to look for Zhang Du goods. Then Zhang Du can be placed in the retail colleges and universities, this piece of the high-end market by them to occupy. The other people here had no better idea. They contacted their part-time sales staff and arranged for them to do sales promotion. At Zhang Du's suggestion, Li Yi divided the entire city into 5 regions, with his own group of brothers each responsible for one region, and then organized salesmen to take the phones and sell them door to door. Li Yi believed that compared to the specialty stores run by Huang Mashan's family, a cell phone would have a profit of at least 500 yuan, while they only needed a profit of 200 yuan. The owners of those cell phone stores would definitely agree. After determining the direction of the marketing push, Zhang Du left things to Li Yi and Lao Su. There was no need for him to bother with the details of the operation. Zhang did from now on cultivate his own big picture view, but also exercise his own group of brothers to deal with the ability of things. In the future, really want to build their own business empire. It is not possible to worry about everything. After arranging the cell phone thing, Zhang Duan walked slowly to the side of the New Century Internet Cafe, which is still full of people. Zhang Du see Wei Shuai and Huang Guan, two people busy feet, did not disturb them, but their own directly on the second floor of the internet cafe. The second floor is the box area. Set up as a couple card seat. At the moment is also full. At the end of the card seat and a door. Zhang Du walk over, pushed open the door. This is Wei Shuai to Zhang Du left a small office. Because no Zhang Du the first bucket of gold is earned on the network. Wei Shuai although do not know the details, but think Zhang Du may need such a quiet environment to do some things. So the design of the internet cafe left a small piece of space. As Zhang Du's studio. Zhang Du entered his studio and casually closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the hustle and bustle outside. He skillfully opened his computer. First of all, he entered the website of Tianbo International, logged in his account, and soon saw that the NBA bets he had placed last time had already been settled, and the balance on his account had become $225,000. It seems that George they are still very trustworthy, did not give Zhang Du more money, also did not give less, just according to the odds payout. As for how much money Tianbo International made because of Zhang Du's bets, Zhang Du didn't blush and didn't want to know. Now he is still too weak compared to some international companies. The more you know, the more dangerous. Zhang Du completed the withdrawal procedure for the more than $200,000 in the website, then closed the betting website and opened his mailbox. In the mailbox was a letter to him from Skybet International. Zhang did point to look at it. It was written to him by George. A few words, Mr. Zhang, I'm glad that you're able to fulfill your agreement. Zhang did a quick tap on the keyboard and wrote back to George with an even simpler sentence. Same to each other. After doing so, Zhang Du also logged his QQ on. This QQ was still the one he had applied for when he first went to the net-tied internet cafe after he was reborn, and there weren't many friends in it. Zhang Du also tried to log in their own QQ number, but cannot log in. Being bored, Zhang Du suddenly remembered that Dai Xiaoran had given him a QQ number, so clicked on the query. Xiaoran will be added as a friend. When he clicked on Xiaoran's QQ profile, Zhang did as if he had been struck by lightning, and jumped up from the soft sofa. Chapter 54, Where Not to Meet. No wonder Xiaoran said that day that she might even surprise him, and it really was a surprise. Zhang did finally understand why he wanted to ask Xiaoran out when he first met her, and why the more he spent time with her, the more he felt a sense of déjà vu. It turned out that Zhang Du really knew Xiaoran in his later life, because Xiaoran was once a red-hot internet singer, and Zhang Du had seen her picture before. However, even in the 2 years when she was the most popular, her exposure wasn't very high, and more of her songs were circulating on the internet. Zhang Du also understood why Xiaoran was so unsuspecting in front of him and didn't refuse the first time he asked her out. Because she and Zhang Du were hometowns from the same place. Zhang did light a cigarette for himself, calmed down his mood of being shocked by Xiaoran. Zhang did click on the homepage address left in Xiaoran's QQ profile. Open this address. It was found to be the URL of Xiaoran's famous song. Listening to this song that was once sung in the later generations, Zhang did feel a lot of emotions. Really, where life is not, why not meet each other? Zhang Du after Rebirth. No, wait for their own career development to a certain stage. Certainly have the opportunity to know a lot of female celebrities. Did not think so soon to recognize a quasi-star. Only, back then, although Xiaoran's songs were very hot online, but not very popular with the traditional media. After 2 years of fire, signed a very bad record company. From then on, the singing career went downhill, and was soon obliterated by the wave of the national talent show, which is also the reason why Zhang Du did not recognize her at first. Zhang Du took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, dialed Xiaoran's phone, did not wait for Xiaoran to speak, he directly asked, Dogs and Stealing Love is your original song? Xiaoran on the other end of the phone giggled and said, What's wrong, kid, did you fall in love with me after listening to my song? I'm telling you, you'll be red, the very red kind. Zhang Du said with a bit of excitement. I know I'm famous online right now but only online. The people around me don't know. Brat, you're the first person who knows my identity. Oh, no nonsense. Xiaoran replied. Listen to me. I can make you a singing diva in the mainland. Zhang Du swore with conviction. The sense of fulfillment of cultivating a diva on your own and going to pick up a diva were absolutely incomparable. Although for the time being, Zhang Du had never done either. He believed that it was only a matter of time. Brat, are you hitting on my mom again? Don't think that you want to subvert me after knowing that I love singing. I'm not a random girl. Xiaoran said viciously. You're not a girl when you're casual, okay? Zhang Du recalled Xiaoran's vicious appearance and a cold sweat broke out behind his back. Brat, what did you say? Do you believe that I'll run to your school right now and pull you out? And then tell the girls in your school that you molested me? Xiaoran had clearly reached the brink of an outburst. Ha, don't ever. I'll send myself to the door, okay? Zhang Du's whole body was wickedly cold. knowing that Xiao Ran was still really capable of doing it. In case Lin Yujie knew about it, then he would be finished. Good is good. Invite me to dinner and make me happy. My old lady won't see eye to eye with you, or I'll make you look good, Xiao Ran said smugly. Alright, 5:30 in the afternoon. Go pick you up from work. Zhang Du started to regret a bit that he had made this call in a moment of excitement. When Zhang Du arrived outside the savings center where Xiao Ran worked, it was already lunchtime. Zhang Du just parked his car. Xiao Ran ran out from inside like an elf, jumping and running to the car. Don't you have to work today? Zhang Du asked in surprise. Yes, bank employees often only work half-day shifts. Don't you know? Xiao Ran replied with a smile too. Where are we going to eat? Zhang Did asked. Ha, why did you ask for my opinion today? Haven't you always been a big man? Could it be that you were really convinced by my old lady's singing voice? Xiao Ran asked with a smile. Let's listen to your arrangement today. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders and replied noncommittally. Then let's drive the car to the Xiangjiang River. We'll go to the surface of the river to eat. Xiao Ran had obviously thought of a place to eat long ago. Zhang Du drove the car to the side of the Xiang River according to Xiao Ran's guidance, and after finding a parking space to park, the two of them walked over towards the river. Xiangjiang River in late fall. Because it was the dry season, almost 1/3 of the river was exposed. There are few people on the river, and the autumn wind is even more powerful here, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao ran subconsciously close to Zhang Du, snuggled in his body, two hands tightly holding one of Zhang Du's arm. Zhang Du looked at the frozen shivering Xiao Ran, shook his head and said, "Such cool weather, why don't you wear more?" After saying that, he very manly took off his own top and draped it over Xiao Ran's body. Xiao Ran smiled smugly, "Brat, still quite good at caring for people." The two walked about 200 meters along the river, and saw a pontoon bridge laying on the riverbed in front of them, and at the end of the pontoon bridge was a large ship. The boat was about 50 meters long, but the wooden deck was obviously aging. Even with the red carpet, it still creaked when walking on it. Zhang Did and Xiao Ran slowly walked across the pontoon bridge and walked up to the dilapidated old ship. As soon as they boarded the boat, a waiter dressed as a fisherman greeted them and said with a smile on his face, "Two handsome men and women. Welcome, please find me a window seat," Xiao Ran said while sucking in cool air. "This way please." The waiter made a pleased gesture and then quickly walked to the front to lead the way. The waiter brought Zhang Du and the two of them to the cabin, only to see that the cabin was brilliantly decorated, completely lacking the simplicity that it looked like outside. The floor is covered with thick carpet. People walk up to feel like walking on cotton. Very comfortable. The walls are pure solid wood walls, hung with Chinese ink landscape paintings. Instantly the whole ship's B-frame unlimited pull-up. The cabin is not very large, about only 100 square feet of the appearance, but in this not very large space actually put 7 or 8 pots of charcoal fire. Burning charcoal fire makes the whole cabin it was as warm as spring. The waiter will Zhang Du two people brought to a window seat. Just below the table of two people are still burning a pot of charcoal fire. Roasted Zhang Du and Xiao Ran body warm. All the way to the cold instantly disappeared. After Xiao Ran finished ordering, after the waiter turned away, she playfully looked at Zhang Du and said, "Brat, you said you want me to become a diva superstar. Is it true?" Chapter 55, The Boyfriend Who Drives a Cherry. Of course, but you have to listen to my arrangements. Zhang Did retracted his distant gaze and replied seriously. "Listen to your what arrangement? Ah, that won't do. What if you have designs on my old lady?" Xiao Ran said unforgivingly. "First of all, you have to change your mantra a bit. Which diva is like you who opens and closes her mouth with Lao Ma? You are still very young, okay?" Zhang made a displeased face. "Good, this is still a human language. Okay, old lady later. This lady." Xiao Ran still couldn't change. "Speak properly." Zhang Did square up to. "I won't talk like that from now on." Xiao Ran also put away her naughtiness and said in a serious manner. The dishes in the restaurant were quickly served, and Zhang Duo ignored the beautiful view of the Xiangjiang River running outside the window and ate with all his heart. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, ate while looking at Zhang Duo. "The dishes are good. Just hit the fresh fish made of chopped pepper fish head. Lotus root stir-fried out is also fragrant, especially the table in the middle of the stewed pot of game, but also the aroma. I don't know where the owner of this place is from into these ingredients. Eat." Zhang Du mouth full of oil, shouted addictive. Xiao Ran looked at Zhang Du feast appearance. "Heart happy flowers, brat, how? Sister brought the places good right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You little girl, when did you become my sister?" Zhang Du replied with dissatisfaction while eating. "If you don't call me sister, what do you call me?" Xiao Ran asked curiously. "Sister, ah, what else can I call it?" Zhang Du a face of not caring. "They're own more than 30 years old. Call you a sister or put called old it. Okay, ah, do brother, then you will call me sister." Xiao Ran immediately heart happy flowers, do brother, later also take you to a place. "What for?" Jung Do's chrysanthemums tightened, and in his heart, he thought, this girl can't be measured by common sense. Hell knows what she's planning to do. Look, that bear-like. Those who don't know still think I want to do something to you. I'm asking you to go to a friend's music studio to listen to one of my latest recordings. Didn't you say you were going to help me? Xia Ran said indignantly. Oh, okay. Jung Do replied with a long sigh of relief. After the two of them ate lunch, Jung Do really didn't want to come out of the warm cabin, except that he had already promised Xia Ran that he would go to her friend's studio, so he had no choice but to go back to the car by the river with Xia Ran. After Xia Ran set an address, Jung Do drove the Son of the Orient as fast as he could and rushed to the outside of the studio. It was said to be a studio, but it was actually a villa in the suburbs. A lofty fence surrounded a three-story building in the center. Behind the house was a small hill. The fence could not be seen to the end. It looked like the owner of the villa had taken the hill as his backyard. Zheng did park the car outside the gate of the villa. After a few dozen seconds the gate opened automatically, so Zheng did drive the car into the villa. The villa was filled with all kinds of valuable seedlings, so lush that one could not feel the change of seasons. This kind of garden layout is too obvious in Zheng Du's opinion. Artificial traces. Zheng Du still likes that kind of Chinese garden style. Zheng Du parked his car on the lawn outside the villa. From the villa came out three men. Seeing Zheng Du and Xia Ran coming down from the car, one of the men with long hair was visibly upset. He pointed at Zheng Du and asked Xia Ran, Xia, who is he? My boyfriend? Xia Ran replied naturally. The long-haired man looked at Zheng Duo with a hostile face, then said to Xia Ran, Xia, you can't be? Found a boyfriend who drives a cherry? Yao Kong, you don't need to approve who I, Xia Ran, find as a boyfriend, do you? Xia Ran replied coldly. Zheng Du had lived for more than 30 years and had long seen that the long-haired man was interested in Xia Ran, and thought in his heart, this is taking the gun away from my old man. A man in leather pants next to Yao Kong saw this and hastened to act as a peacemaker. Kongzi, what are you doing? Xiaxia's sister's boyfriend. That's also our friend. Don't put on a smelly face. First time meeting, give people a good impression. After saying that, he smiled at Zheng Du and then said to Zheng Du, hello, welcome to my music studio. Zheng Du shrugged and smiled back, nodding at the leather pants man. Hello. The leather pants man then added to Zheng Du, I hope you don't mind. We're all very good friends with Xia and we often do some music together. Just now, this friend of mine got a little too excited, but he was also concerned about Xia, afraid that she would be cheated. You know, in this society nowadays, there are too many scammers, especially since Xiaxia's family is so rich. There are always some scum who think they have a few looks or a few talents staring at the rich girl, wanting to fly high. This sentence is obviously with a thorn in his side. Zheng Du smiled and didn't say much. In 1999 Star City, a second-tier city, how can he be considered a rich man? But today he was actually looked at as a white boy. Zheng Du not only did not annoyed, but also some complacent up. The original themselves have not been aware of their own potential to do a little white man. The side of the Xia Ran is indignant, is going to tell the three people in front of me, Zheng Du's family. Zheng Du hastily interrupt. He patted Xia Ran's shoulder then smiled to the leather pants man said, this big brother is right. The crooks are really too hateful, whereas you several big brothers, at a glance as a rich man with a good family fortune. Xia even said to me that you guys give her a lot of help in music. Several big brothers really have both money and talent. It's really rare. Good words anyone would like to hear. Once Sheng did say something, the three-dimensional men in front of him had a significantly better face. Even the long-haired man who had been full of hostility did not have the aggressiveness he had before. The man among the three who hadn't said anything was also wearing a smile at this moment. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm the owner of this studio. My name is Xiang Dong. Let's all go inside. It's windy and rainy outside. After saying that, Direction Dong brought the people into the villa, while Xia Ran very naturally held Zheng Du's arm and entered the villa with him. Looking at the eyes of Yao Kong on the side spewing fire, it was too much to hold Zheng Du down on the ground and beat him up furiously right away. On the other hand, as if he didn't even see Yao Kang's murderous gaze, he looked at the decoration of the house with interest. The decorations within the villa were also opulent. The European-style furniture in the living room and the crystal ceiling lights all highlighted the wealth of the owner of this place. Xiang Dong led the crowd to a room on the second floor of the villa. The 50-square-foot room was filled with all kinds of recording equipment, and there was also a recording studio inside the room. Chapter 56, Promise Me Yourself. Zheng Du lowered his head to Xia Ran and asked, Xia, is this where you recorded that song? Xia Ran nodded. Yes. Xiang Dong is my cousin's boyfriend. He also likes to play music quite a bit. There was a time when I often followed my cousin to come here with him, and thought it would be fun so I recorded that song. In fact, Zheng did know that the original singer of Xia Ran's hit song on the internet was not her. Xia Ran walked to a computer, skillfully opened a certain recording software, and said to Zhang Du, "Let me give you a listen to my new song. Besides them recording it for me, you are the first listener. Mention your opinion, ha." Zhang Du nodded, and soon, the large stereo in the room blared with music. Zhang Du listened carefully to Xiao Ran's new song. It was a song he had never heard before. The lyrics were written in a very realistic and somewhat far-fetched way, and the melody wasn't exactly catchy. The fact that he hadn't heard it before meant that it wasn't popular in the latter days. Zhang Du listened to a section and shook his head. Xiao Ran saw Zhang Du's expression, turned off the music software and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Du was positive too. "This song won't catch fire." The three men who had been on the sidelines changed color when they heard Zhang Du's such direct words. The long-haired Yao Kong said nonchalantly, "Kid, do you know anything about music? Who are you to say that this song won't catch fire? I wrote this song for 3 months before creating it. Everyone here except you thinks it's great. You're so good. Take a song out and let us hear it." And the leather pants man said sourly, "But don't just talk without practicing. It's easy to move your lips and comment on others, but it's not so easy to be original yourself." Zhang did not pay attention to the two people who were excited. In Zhang Du's opinion, they are just two ordinary second generation of rich people, without the baptism of life and the precipitation of experience. Learn a little music to learn others to engage in original. Write out the things pale and powerless. Zhang did look at Xiao Ran, who was obviously a bit lost, and said to her, "I'll send you a song. Do you have a guitar?" Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly led Zhang Du to find an electric guitar. And Xiang Dong also suspiciously turned on all the recording equipment. He also wanted to see how much weight this boyfriend of Xiao Ran's had. Zhang Du can play the guitar. Of course, that is the later life of their own in the university time to learn. He wasn't particularly good at it, and relatively speaking, he was more confident in his voice. But it didn't matter. He himself had no intention of hanging out in the entertainment industry, and now he sang it out in order to give this song to Xiao Ran. Zhang Du to the microphone, strumming the guitar. With a low voice sang the song Song Dong Yes Lillian, she found the lonely man ready to move. So she prayed dusk until the night. She turned her head and heard the whimpering of sadness, refreshing and warm melody and poetic lyrics. The whole song in Zhang Du's telling rendition seems particularly warm, and the whole song seems very warm and far away under Zhang Duo's telling interpretation. As soon as Zhang Duo started singing, Xiao Ran's goosebumps rose. She is a very talented singer, keenly recognized the value of this song. It turned out that Zhang Du said that he helped himself to become a diva is really not bragging. If this song is pushed to the market, it is difficult not to be on fire. Directionese three people are even more by Zhang Du stunned. They have always been to the musician self-proclaimed. Still know a little music. This song at the beginning of a firm grasp of their ears. Let a person cannot help but go to listen to the following story. As the saying goes, goods are still better than goods. This song Lillian sung by Zhang Du compared to the previous song created by Longhair was really a world of difference. Just like the gap between the homework of an elementary school student studying music and the work of a grandmaster-level musician. After the song was sung, the entire room fell into silence, and the crowd was caught up in the mood of the music and couldn't help themselves. Xiao Ran was the first to react. She jumped up like a child, and after turning off the recording device, she threw her arms around Zhang Du's neck and said affectionately, "Honey, is this song for me?" Zhang Duo smiled and put down the electric guitar in his hand and replied, "Yes, as I said just now, it's for you. However, I don't recommend that you guys upload the song online and leave it at that. The song finished recording is still only part of it. It still needs to be packaged and promoted. If you operate like this, even if you have a lot of hits, what's the point? It still doesn't reflect the commercial value of pop music. Wow, you're just fantastic. Love you." Xiao Ran gave Zhang Du a heavy kiss on his cheek, then put on her headphones again. She wanted to listen to the song Zhang Du had just sung again. Zhang Du resentfully touched the cheek that was kissed by Xiao Ran and thought to himself, "This little girl, sending her a song makes her happy like this. So if she sends another weighty song, will she give her body in return?" The three of them, Xiang Xiang Dong, woke up from their shock and began to look squarely at Zhang Du. The three of them had been hanging out together for many years. All three of them had very good family conditions, and they didn't know how much money they had smashed into playing music over the years, but they just weren't popular. Mainly, they have not encountered a song that can make them sing red. The three know a classic song, perhaps can change a group or a singer's acting career. Looking at the Chinese singing scene over the years, how many singers have relied on one song to eat their whole life? Xiang Xiangdong hurriedly piled a smile on his face and said to Zhang Du, "That, Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you still have any original songs on hand? If there is, would you see if you can sell us a song? Money is not a problem." Long-haired Yao Kong and the man in leather pants also put away their condescension at this moment, and hurriedly chimed in from the side. Yes, as long as Mr. Zhang still has a song of the same caliber as the one just now, we'll pay a high price. Pay a high price. Zhang Du shook his head and said, I have a lot of songs in my hand, but I only give them away and don't sell them. It's not like I'm going to be short of money. What's the point of selling songs? The three of them could not help but be furious, especially Xiang Dong, who gave the man in leather pants and the long-haired Yao Kong a look with a complaining eye before continuing. 1 million. Mr. Zhang, I'll offer 1 million to buy one of your songs. In Xiang Dong's opinion, it must be the leather pants man and Yao Kang's bad attitude that had offended them. Zhang did smile and shook his head, still refusing to agree to write a song for Direction East and the others. Long-haired Yao Kong shook his long hair and said impatiently, Hey, don't go too far, even if you have some talent, but you are not a famous songwriter. Brother Dong gave you 1 million and you still think it's too little? You should know that 1 million can buy you that broken car outside to buy 10. Zhang did coldly said to long-haired Yao Kong, So what? I won't sell it even if you give me 10 million. Bite me. Chapter 57, Chrysanthemum Remains. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Xia Ran hurriedly put down his headphones and spoke to Xiang Dong. Brother Dong, Zhang Du really doesn't lack money. Let's put it this way, the fathers of the three of you may be richer than him. I'm just saying maybe, but for the three of you, the funds that you are currently able to utilize may not add up to as much as he has. This is the difference between the rich second generation and the profiteers. Zhang Du's money is his own. He wants to spend how he wants to spend, while in front of these three, even if the family is rich again, spend money also have to look for the family to ask for, to give or not to give or another matter. Xia Ran finished, and a hold on Zhang Du's arm. Willon's seductive upper body tightly leaning on Zhang Du's arm, said to Zhang Du, Good boy, look at my sister's face, sell them a song, shall I ask them to raise the price a bit more? Xia Ran also knew that Xiang Dong and the others had dreamed of becoming stars and had been working towards it for years. Zhang Du smiled at Xia Ran and then said to Xiang Dong, In that case, brother Fong, you are cousin Xia's boyfriend, so I'll give you face, but there are 2 conditions. After fulfilling both conditions, I will give you an original song. The quality is definitely not lower than the one just now. As soon as Xiang Dong heard that there was a chance, his face turned cloudy and he hurriedly replied, Mr. Zhang, you say, as long as our 3 brothers can do it, we will definitely do our best to do it. Zhang Du nodded. First point, you guys put together some money to set up a media company. Hire professional producers and publicity heads. The way you are operating now, even if you are given good songs, you may not necessarily be able to make you a hit. This is no problem. I'll put up $5 million. Long-haired Yao Kong hurriedly jumped out and spoke condescendingly, then thought that he was now begging for something, and hastily withdrew his provocative gaze. Okay, no problem. The 3 of us will invest $5 million each, a total of $15 million to invest in opening a media company. How to operate you have the final say. Shares we 5 people each 20%. Xiang Dong still had a few points of vigor, knowing the reasoning of shedding the child and not catching the wolf. Long-haired Yao Kong became anxious upon hearing this and was about to speak out against it when the leather pants man standing next to him stopped his foot forcefully, signaling him not to speak anymore. Zhang did shake his head. I don't want your shares. How about this? The 3 of you take up 70%. Xia takes up 30%. The second condition is, after your company is established, the first thing is to launch Xia. She now has a certain popularity on the network. Plus I gave her this song. To read should not be very difficult. When she becomes popular, then I'll bring you guys to attend some performances, and I'll write a few more songs for you, and everything will be fine. Xiang Dong pondered for a while and gritted his teeth. Okay, Mr. Zhang, everything will be according to your arrangement. We'll have the funds in place tomorrow, and we'll sign a contract then. Zhang Du smiled. Brother Fong, no need to be like this. Since we are all working together, we are all friends. The contract thing is just a piece of paper. I believe in the integrity of the 3 of you. Since everyone is so forthcoming, I won't hide anything. Take the guitar. This song is specially given to Brother Long Hair. I see that he has a characteristic appearance. It's perfect for this song. As for the 2 of you, after the company is established and has successfully marketed Xia, I will also customize a song for you. Long hair Yao Kong felt happy from the sky. It seems that people who look handsome is another advantage. He has been working against Zhang Du. Did not think that Zhang Du was the first thing to write a song for himself, and quickly nodded his head and said, That, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Zhang Du nodded. That, Brother Long Hair, please bring the electric guitar over. Long hair Yao Kong hurriedly ran his ass off and brought the electric guitar to Zhang Du's hands. Zhang Du casually sat on the sofa, fiddled with the guitar twice, and then began to play and sing, Chrysanthemum Residue. Full of injuries, your smile yellow, flower fall people broken heart. My heart quietly lie north wind chaotic night is not yet central. Your shadow cut continuously, leaving me alone in the lake into a pair of Zhang Du the song sung out. Long-haired Yao Kong so excited that he almost cried out. My! The lyrics of the song are beautiful like a poem. The tune is full of the ancient rhythm of China, and the melody is smooth. This song should only be found in the sky, and can be heard a few times on earth. The crowd next to him was even more shocked beyond words. They looked at the long-haired Yao Kong with envious eyes. This song, even if a first-tier big name encountered, will not be easy to let go. Zhang Du, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said to long-haired Yao Kong, "How is it? Satisfied?" Yao Kong was so excited that he burst into tears. Trembling, he said to Zhang Du, "Mr. Zhang, I'm so satisfied. You really gave me this song to sing?" Zhang Du nodded. "Sing it well. This song will definitely be a hit." "Just kidding. If he can't sing such a classic song, then long hair can only go to our dog. As for the long hair Yao Kong sing this song after Red, will become a certain orientation posture spokesman, that Zhang Du cannot care about it. The song is your own want. No one forced you to sing." Direction East and the man in the leather pants. If they had some doubts about Zhang Du's ability to create, the song Chrysanthemum Terrace was thrown out. As soon as the song Chrysanthemum Terrace was thrown out, they no longer had any doubts, and had called to mobilize funds, striving for the fastest speed to open up the media company. And after completing the conditions put forward by Zhang Du, they also very much look forward to what amazing work Zhang Du will give them too. And Xiao Ran today on Zhang Du is completely impressed. She before in Zhang Du dating just a little bit of good feeling. Think and he together quite fun. Plus he is a little curious about him. But since Zhang did successively throw out 2 classic songs, Xiao Ran felt that she had completely fallen in love with this enigmatic man. Seeing Xiao Ran's pretty face with a blush, looking at Zhang Du with affection, both hands tightly holding Zhang Du's arm, hate to melt themselves into Zhang Du's body in general. Zhang did enjoy the warmth and softness into his arms, and said to Xiao Ran, "Sister, let's go. You can record after they open the company up and hire professional recording artists, arrangers, and producers." Xiao Ran changed her previous forcefulness and became gentle like a kitten, snuggling up to Zhang Du and nodding her head obediently. "Alright, brother Du, I'll listen to you on everything." As soon as Xiang Xiangdong heard that Zhang Du wanted to leave, he hurriedly retained, "Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll make arrangements for the evening. We'll go to Huacheng to have a celebratory dinner, in honor of our company's establishment." Long-haired Yao Kong also hurriedly said, Yes, Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Brother Dong, you don't have to pay the bill. I'll buy. Teacher Zhang just gave me such a classic song, it's only right that I pay. None of you need to grab it from me." Zhang Duo waved his hand at the 3 of them. "I won't eat the meal. When you guys get everything operational, we'll get together again then." After saying that, Zhang Du led Xiao Ran out of the villa, and the 3 of them, Xiang Xiangdong, hurriedly followed out the door to see them off. Chapter 58 Happy. Outside the Star City Detention Center, a bald man stood at the door with a haggard figure, looking at the gray sky outside the gate and sighed in frustration. The sight of Yellow Hair Mountain's hopeful brothers guarding the door of the detention center to greet him in a lively manner did not appear. Only their own store, a small clerk driving a broken Shally, guarded the door. Such a scene makes him angry and feel ashamed. Fortunately, only one person out of his own and the number of prisoners are always bragging with a group of prisoners have money in their own families. They are mixed, and how good. How many brothers. If this is seen by people, will not let people laugh off their teeth? What he doesn't know is that the punks in Star City now know that Huang Mashan has messed with a powerful character from Linda. Not only did he get Huang Mashan into the number in the police station against all odds, but he also monopolized the Nokia market of the whole city. At this time, who else would want to hang out with him? Isn't that looking for a fight? Huang Mashan huffed and puffed as he got into the car, slammed the door of the broken charade fiercely, and said indignantly, "Where have all these scumbags gone? Don't they know that Lao Zi is coming out today? Brother Sean, I've contacted them all. Washing and cutting and blowing, they all said that they went out of town, and that it would take some time before they came back." The clerk carefully replied, "Your sister, you came to pick me up. Why don't you drive a nice car over?" Huang Mashan said depressed. This car is still the first car his family bought when he was a child. Thrown in the garage, I do not know how long it has been put. Brother Sean, this is the big boss's intention. He's the one who told me to drive this to pick you up. The store clerk spoke timidly. Recently, the store's business had fallen apart, not to mention the commission. Their basic salary for this month had been delayed for several days before it was paid out. I heard that many of them meanwhile were planning to jump ship to the newly opened Siemens cell phone store. My dad, he's out of his mind, asked you to drive this car. Huang Mashan stifled a growl. The clerk no longer make a sound. Quietly drive the car. He has long seen Huang Mashan resentment is very heavy. He did not have to touch this nail. Huang Mashan returned home. His dad is sitting in the living room smoking. See Huang Mashan top a bald head down home. Gas is not to hit a place. To Huang Mashan roared, "You kid, in the end what trouble? When you were just locked up, I asked someone to bail you out, but I looked for all the connections I could find, and they all said they couldn't do anything about it. Now, our family's business can't be saved. You little bastard who can't make things happen, but can't make things happen. Huang Mashan had a bellyful of grievances, and once he came back, he was scolded by his dad, and immediately became furious. I didn't just find a student of Lin University and fight, he even went up to the sky. I'm going to find someone to kill him now. After saying that, Huang Mashan took out his cell phone again, intending to call more people and go find Zheng Du's trouble. Huang Mashan's father sat on the sofa shaking with anger, picked up a vase on the coffee table and threw it at Huang Mashan. Brat, you stop. If you go to cause trouble again, our store will be finished. We can't play with others. Don't give me any more trouble. Pack up your things right away. I'll take you to Lin Di to apologize to others. I hope this matter can be resolved peacefully. Huang Mashan thought he heard wrong. You're going to take me and go apologize to that Lin Di kid? Huang Mashan's dad sat down on the sofa disheveled, at that moment as if he had aged 10 years. How about not apologizing? Secretary Chiu of the Public Security Bureau is going to protect him. Who on the road would dare to touch him? That kid didn't know where to get a batch of goods. Now almost all the cell phone stores except us sell his Nokia. If we don't reconcile with him, our whole family will go to drink the northwest wind. Huang Mashan a moment paralyzed on the floor. He has always thought that Zheng Du, just a college student, can have much energy, did not expect to fight with him 2 times. He fell back to the wind. This time, actually even his own family's cell phone store is almost open. Huang Mashan began to deep fear. He knew that his family's entire fortune is invested in the Nokia store above. If the store cannot go on, their family will be finished. Without money, Huang Mashan will lose everything. Brothers, women, will leave him far away. Moreover, they are domineering. Once the power is lost, do not have to Zheng Du to find him. I do not know how many people will be willing to come out of the head to step on him 2 feet. After some inner struggle, Huang Mashan looked at his father, who has become old overnight, clenched his fists tightly, and then said to his father, Dad, this thing is I messed up. I'm a man. I'm going to take care of this thing. Don't need you to go. Don't worry. I won't fight anymore. People always have to experience to grow. Huang Mashan grew up in a wealthy family, raised his domineering personality, but he also still has his advantages, is very barefoot, cannot afford to mess with people do not mess with. He did not stupid enough to go to death with anyone. Huang Mashan took a bath at home, then changed into a set of neat clothes, took a pack of cigarettes at home, and then went out. Winter is getting closer and closer. The campus is filled with all kinds of atmosphere to welcome the millennium. There are expectations. There are worries. Now the most popular song inside the KTV is Li Ming's Happy 2000. Zheng did, on the other hand, live his own little life without worry. Lu Sha, they have long rented a farmhouse outside the school gate. The landlord of the family, out of work, heard that some people want to rent his house, but also a one-time payment of money for a year. The landlord did not how to shop the price. Agreed. Zheng Du and his gang of friends are scrambling to move in. This is a cold afternoon. The howling north wind wreaks havoc and penetrates the cold into every corner of the world. In less than 500 meters from the school friends' restaurant in a small farmyard, parked a muddy sun of the east. The corner of the small yard there is an old mulberry tree. Under the tree of the cowshed at the moment, but the hot and heavy. A burst of firewood burning issued from the cowshed emanated from the aroma. Cowshed surrounded by a simple awning cloth surrounded, will be the cold wind in the cowshed outside. Cowshed is neatly arranged full of firewood, has been yards into 4 walls. There is a huge fireplace wall. A piece of firewood is placed in the fireplace burning. A group of people around the fireplace, reading, playing cards, chatting, laughter and lively, the whole cowshed in the steaming heat. Zheng Du sat in the very center of the cowshed, holding a fire poker, fiddled with the fireplace for a while, pulled out 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes from under the split firewood, skillfully patted the surface of the piping hot sweet potatoes, letting the burnt black shells of the sweet potatoes soften, and then tried to break the sweet potatoes open with his hands. Instantly leaking out the inside was baked golden delicacies. Zheng Du broke the sweet potatoes in his hand into 2 halves, handing over half of them to Lin Yujie by his side, smilingly saying to her, "Eat it. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again." Chapter 59, 5 bottles of ergwotu. Lin Yujie carefully took the sweet potato that was covered in oven ash, stuffed the golden part inside into her mouth, and let out a gasp. "Dodo, I didn't realize that your baked sweet potato was so delicious." Huang Guan, who was on the side, said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Du, you really are a bigot. You don't even give me any." "Fatty, thanks for saying that. You've eaten 3 sweet potatoes this afternoon. You still want to eat?" Zheng Du replied with a smile. While saying that, he handed the other half of the sweet potato in his hand to Yang Jiao, who was beside Huang Guan. Yang Jiao giggled. She saw the way Lin Yujie was eating with gusto. She had long been curious about what this tasted like, and immediately took the sweet potato and ate it with gusto. At this time, Zhang Du's cell phone rang. He took the paper towel on the table next to him and wiped his hands, then answered the call. The call was from old Su, doer. Huang Maoshan is here to see you. Zhang Duo froze. Huang Maoshan? He still dares to come? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This grandson won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin, right? Last time, I was about to go find him. It's just as well. I'm going to chop him up now. Li Yi, who had been playing cards on the side, threw the cards in his hand and was ready to get up to chop someone. Xiao Huixian, who had been sitting next to him, hurriedly pulled him back. What are you doing being so impulsive? We haven't even spoken yet yesterday. Zhang Du waved his hand towards Li Yi, just until he got to hear old Su on the phone. He came alone, saying that he wanted to apologize to you and ask you to forgive him and let him live. Zhang Du feel very surprised, thought Huang Maoshan from the inside out. Know that he robbed his family's business, not likely to jump over the wall. Zhang Du are ready to fight a hard battle. Did not think that Huang Maoshan so fast to soften. At the same time, Zhang Du began to admire Huang Maoshan up a little bit. Pressure to hold down people when they have to be more arrogant and arrogant. Pressure cannot be people when it is also very barefaced to admit defeat. This kind of person, no matter how to mix, will not mix to the day of extinction. Ro, bring him over. We'll roast the fire in the small courtyard. Zhang Did said to old Su. Holy, you guys are just having a great time. I'm still busy chopping vegetables here. Wait here, I'll bring him over. Old Su said enviously. Zhang Du finished hanging up the phone and spoke towards the crowd in the bullpen. Huang Maoshan, he's gone soft, came over to apologize to us. Old Su brought the bare-headed Huang Maoshan into the barn, bringing in a cold wind that made the crowd in the warm barn feel a hint of coolness. Huang Maoshan, from now on, your nickname will be changed to Bald Mountain. Li Yi, who was playing cards, joked when he saw Huang Maoshan cautiously walk in. Brother Yi, don't laugh at me. Today, my brother came here to apologize to all the big brothers. In the past, if there was anything that my brother did wrong, please bear with me and don't take it out on me. Huang Maoshan nodded his head and spoke to Li Yi, while speaking a sneak peek at Zhang Du who was sitting in the center. Zhang Duo laughed. Huang Maoshan, there you go. Speaking of which, we don't really have any deep grudges, and since you're so sincere in coming over to apologize, then I'm not that petty. However, you brought people to chop up several of my friends, and now you want to clear this page with a light sentence. I'm afraid it's not that easy, is it? Brother Du, it's my fault for chopping people. I came with sincerity. For all the brothers who were injured that day, I'll compensate $5,000 each for the cost of tonics. What do you think? Huang Maoshan hurriedly said. While saying so, he pulled out a large stack of reddish $100 bills from his own pocket. Zhang Du shrugged his shoulders and smiled as he said to Wang Xiaojian who was sitting beside Li Yi, Xiaojian, please go down and go to the inner room to bring the half box of erguoto left over from our drinks yesterday to brother Huang Mao. When Wang Xiaojian heard this, he happily ran out of the cowshed, and while running, he said, Brother Huang Mao, right away. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll treat you well. Huang Maoshan looked at Zhang Duo in shock, stammered and asked to Zhang Duo, Brother Duo, look, what do you mean? In the fight the other day, my head was already opened by your beer bottle. Can we not do this? Huang Maoshan thought that he was going to take his head again to smash the bottle. Now he is bareheaded, so is a few bottles smashed down. I'm afraid that today we'll have to go into the hospital again. You panic what? And will not hit you. Today you came here alone. I will definitely not move you. You just proposed each person to pay $5,000. This thing is so forget. I estimate that these friends of mine will not agree. Or you ask them yourself? Zhang Did said with a smile. Huang Maoshan looked at Li Yi with a pitiful look. He knew Li Yi before the conflict with Zhang Duo, but he just didn't have a deep friendship. He hoped that Li Yi could come forward to help him at this time. Li Yi pointed at Huang Maoshan and said, Huang Maoshan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Who are you messing with? But you dare to mess with Duer. I'll tell you the truth. Right now we can sell at least 200 to 300 cell phones a day, and everyone here can take a cut. Do you think we lack money? If you really want to wipe this out, listen to Duer. At this time, Wang Xiaojian moved half a box of erguoto, about 6 or 7 bottles. Each bottle is only 3 taels in a small package. Zhang Duer pointed to the erguoto that Wang Xiaojian had placed on the ground, and said to Huang Maoshan, Brother Huang Maoshan, apologizing requires sincerity. In this way, today I will be the house for my gang of friends. You cut 5 people. In addition to Wei Shuai, people are here. You each toast a bottle. A dry. After these 5 bottles, this will be over. What do you think? Of course you can also choose not to drink. From where you came, back to where. Our game can also continue to play. 5 bottles of erguoto. To say much is not too much. The most capable drinker among them, Lao Su, can drink slowly and finish it alone, but if they finish these bottles in one breath, then they will definitely get drunk. Huang Mashan heard Zhang Du words, hanging heartroom wanna come down, just drink, cannot be killed. So, without saying a word, he threw open his arms, then bent down and took out a bottle of erguotu from the wine box on the ground, opened the bottle nimbly, and said to Zhang Du, Brother Du, I'm sorry. After saying that, gulp and dry. After finishing the bottle, Huang Mashan took out another bottle from the ground without changing his face, and said to the people gathered around the fireplace, Everyone, I'm sorry, please forgive me, said, and gulped down a bottle, which is already half a kilogram of white wine down. Huang Mashan knew he couldn't stop at this time, and opened 3 bottles of wine in one breath, then poured all 3 bottles of wine into his stomach, staggeringly stood in front of Zhang Duo, turned the last empty bottle upside down, and said to Zhang Duo, Brother Duo, our family's cell phone store, please let us live. Chapter 60, A Man Should Be Tough on Himself. Zhang Du stood up from his chair and patted Huang Mashan's shoulder. Brother Huang Mao, you have the guts. Just for your bravado of drying down 5 bottles of erguotu in one breath, I will give you this face. From today onwards, the goods from my hands, each unit price is raised by $300. In addition, you can also buy goods from me. Zhang Du hear the price of a raise, and Yellow Harry Mountain home cell phone price difference will be much smaller. Some consumers will spend a little more money to buy Yellow Harry Mountain homeline goods, also is considered to leave away for them. In addition, Zhang Du promised Huang Mashan can also take goods from him here. It represents the Huang Mashan family store can also with all the other cell phone stores have the same cheap water goods channel, no longer a store to the city's cell phone store suppression. Huang Mashan gratefully rushed Zhang Du said, Thank you, Du brother, you really do great things people. Yang Jiao, whom Huang Guan placed in his arms, also stood up and said to Huang Mashan, Holy, Brother Huang Mao, you perfectly interpreted an advertisement line. The crowd froze and looked at fatty Huang Guan, who slowly said, a man has to be tough on himself. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Du smiled and said to Old Su who was at the side, Old Su, please, drive him to the hospital to wash his stomach. Old Su looked at Huang Mashan, who was clearly already unsteady on his feet, and nodded with a smile. Okay. After saying this, he dragged Huang Mashan outside. While being dragged by Old Su, Huang Mashan smiled and said to Zhang Du, It's alright, Brother Du. I'm fine. Old Su, I'll go with you. Li Yi stood up from the poker table. I just got my license. I'll drive. Brother Yi, when you get to the hospital in a while, remember to ask his family to pick him up, Zhang Duo urged. Li Yi waved his hand at Zhang Duo, then cheerfully took the keys of the cherry pickup truck from Old Su. That pickup truck had basically become Old Su's special car now, using him for grocery shopping and deliveries to the cell phone store. However, now that Li Yi also got a driver's license, Zhang Du want to buy another car. Now Zhang Du's investment began to pay off again. The internet cafe is full every day. Every month can have about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan of income, and cell phone business is even better. Basically every month Lao Su and Li Yi to go to a trip to the deep south. Every month in addition to all the people's commission, Zhang Du their own can be another $200,000 to $300,000 of income. Only, Flyboy's company is still in the expansion. He will put more energy on Zhang Du account of the net Luo cottage talent above. Zhang Du is very curious to know. The best-selling Asia and Africa and Latin America Deep South cottage cell phone, in their own hands will become what? The internet cafes of several other colleges in the same city had also opened up. Wei Shuai was busy outside every day, while Huang Guan was guarding the internet cafes of Lin University every day. These days, Wei Shuai has also talked to Qiu Ming's wife. Xiangnan University's internet cafe will be Zhang Du and Qiu Ming's half share each. Star City and Paris, France have a similarity in that they both have a river running through the city. The river in Paris is called the Rhine, and the river in Star City is called the Xiangjiang River. The left side of the Rhine is called the left bank and the right side of the Rhine is called the right bank. The left bank represents youthful struggle and hard grassroots life, while the right bank represents grandeur and luxury. The east side of Xiangjiang River is called Hadong, which is the old city center, and the west side of Xiangjiang River is called Heshi, which gathers a large number of college students and entrepreneurs. There is a small island in the center of the Xiang River, where a great man of the generation left his immortal writings when he was studying in Xinjiang. Independent cold autumn Xiangjiang River goes north. Zhang Du at the moment driving his son of the east with Lin Yujie to the Heshi University city. Today is Lin Yujie a high school classmate's birthday. Zhang Du accompany her to rush over to participate in Lin Yujie classmate's birthday party. Xiangnan University is the largest institution in the entire Star City. Xi'an Southern University and Xiangnan Normal University connected to form a city within a city, plus a number of small colleges and universities. The entire university city gathered hundreds of thousands of college students. Is Zhengdu's cell phone business and internet cafe business focus on the target area? In the previous period under the efforts of Wang Xiaojian, the cell phone business has already built a few sales lines, but far from developing the potential. The internet cafe here has also been opened up. However, Wei Shuai has the confidence to compete with others, because, whether it is money or relations, the New Century Internet Cafe is not inferior to any rivals. Zhang did not go to his New Century Internet Cafe, mainly because he believed in Wei Shuai's ability to do things. Plus he had already absorbed Xiu Ming's wife as a shareholder, so there was even less of a problem. Did you buy a gift for your classmate's birthday? Zhang did asked while driving the car. Yikes, I forgot about it. She only called me last night. She was in class all morning today. And then she came with you in the afternoon, so she didn't have time at all. Lin Yujie muttered. Forget it, just take this? Zhang Du took out a Nokia 3210 from the drawer of the car and handed it to Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie shook her head. This is a bit too expensive, right? Zhang Duo smiled and said. It doesn't matter, since it's your classmate. It's nothing. Zhang Dao was also very familiar with the university town. In his later life, he had met netizens here, picked up girls, and often came here to find high school classmates to play. After all, this place was much more prosperous than Linde, which was far away in the suburbs, and there were many more girls. In particular, Xiangnan Normal University was full of beautiful women, and it was the college of choice for many rich second-generation and wealthy people to pick up girls. However, the current Zhang Du come here again has bought no more of the kind of admiration in the later life. Beautiful women or not, education or not, for a man who has lived for more than 30 years, are all floating clouds, only experienced enough betrayal, only to understand the preciousness of true love. University City bustling crowds then shoulder to shoulder. Zhang did have to be close to the Sun of the East parked, and then the two walked forward. Along the way Lin Yujie tightly holding Zhang Du's arm, snuggle forward, a pair of couples and a young face on the road, so that the whole university town is full of vitality. Lin Yujie was an eye-catching object wherever she went. There were constantly men staring at her and paying attention, while Zhang Du had long since adapted to the feeling of being the center of attention, and with a flat face, she brought Lin Yujie towards the target hotel. This is a 3-star hotel. In the university city is already considered to be more upscale hotel. When Zhang Du and Lin Yujie arrived here, the hotel lobby was abuzz with people. A dozen or so college students were laughing and joking in the not-so-large lobby, and Zhang Du and Lin Yujie's appearance immediately attracted their ideas. Xiao Yu, you're here! With a startled cry, a girl wearing a red jacket and permed curly hair jumped out from the crowd and ran over to pull Lin Yujie's hand affectionately. Chapter 61. All the good cabbages are letting the pigs arch over them. Oh, Xiaoli, happy birthday! Lin Yujie smiled as she took out the 3210 that Zhang did give from her own satchel and handed it to the girl named Xiaoli. Wow, Xiao Yu, how come you're giving such an expensive gift? Xiaoli said while her face was already blossoming with joy. She had wanted a cell phone for a long time, but her family didn't have any extra money to give her, and her boyfriend, although he seemed to have money, but after hinting twice, he still pretended not to understand, and never bought it for her. More than 10 boys and girls in the hotel are looking at Xiaoli with envious eyes. I did not expect her classmates will be so generous. Actually send a cell phone to her as a birthday gift. If it is not because Lin Yujie is next to the standing Zhang Du, they will even suspect that the two are not lesbians. A boy with a backcomb in the crowd walked out and smiled at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, this beauty is? Xiaoli couldn't hide her excitement at getting a new cell phone and intimately wrapped her arms around Lin Yujie and replied, "This is my best sister, my high school classmate Lin Yujie. How's that? Isn't she pretty? Even if she came to our Hunan University, she would still be school beauty level. Oh, it's classmate Xiao Yu. Hello hello." The back-headed man extended his hand towards Lin Yujie, looking like he still wanted to shake Lin Yujie's hand. Lin Yujie shyly pushed back a step and skillfully hid behind Zhang Duo. Zhang Duo saw this and extended his own hand to the back-headed man. "Hello, I'm Xiao Yu's boyfriend. This is your boyfriend. Ha, quite handsome. Welcome welcome welcome," Xiaoli said as she enthusiastically looked at Zhang Du. The man with the back of his head shook Zhang Duo's hand awkwardly and stood beside him. Ha twice. Xiaoli realized the awkwardness of the man next to her and smiled as she introduced herself to Lin Yujie. "Xiao Fei, my boyfriend." Lin Yujie nodded towards Xiao Fei and then averted her eyes. In her eyes, other than Zhang Du, all other men were air. Let's go up and eat first," Xiaoli said as she greeted the crowd of men and women in the lobby. The crowd walked up to the restaurant on the second floor under Xiaoli's leadership, and a large box was arranged inside the restaurant. It was said to be a large box, but in fact, it could only sit like 15 or 16 people, and it was a bit crowded when such a large group of people sat in it. Probably for the sake of the cell phone sent by Lin Yujie, Xiaoli arranged Lin Yujie on her side, while she herself and her boyfriend Xiao Fei sat on the main seat. The last two to come in didn't have a seat yet. so Xiao Fei yelled at the waiter to add 2 more stools. After yelling at the waiter, Xiao Fei also said with a big grin, "It's still a 3-star hotel, so this is the standard of service." Next to a long freckled girl said enviously, "Xiaoli, you are really lucky. Your birthday boyfriend to help you arrange in the star hotel. Oh, yes, oh, it's so enviable." Another chubby girl also agreed. Xiaoli's face was swirling with a happy smile. She gave Xiao Fei an affectionate look and then said proudly, "It's okay. After dinner in a while everyone don't scatter, huh? Let's go to Hadong to go karaoke together. How much will that cost?" The freckled girl asked like a nymphomaniac. "What's that? It won't cost much. Eating and singing together is only $1,000 or so," Xiao Fei dejectedly said, and while saying so, he also glanced at Lin Yujie. Seeing that Lin Yujie didn't even notice what he said, but instead leaned on Zhang's shoulder not knowing what he was saying, a trace of coldness crossed his eyes. Waiting for the waiters to serve the dishes one after another, the crowd stopped talking nonsense. One by one, like hungry ghosts, they began to sweep the dishes on the table. Only Zhang Du and Lin Yujie were a bit more reserved. Can't blame these college students for being so unimaginative. In 1999, the average college student has no problem getting enough to eat, but to say how high the standard of living is usually is impossible. Unless like Zhang Du they like, almost every day in the old Sue's restaurant to eat really tired, and then go to the school cafeteria for a change of taste. At night when there is nothing to do, but also often a group of people to engage in what barbecue and so on. Around down, the dishes on the table are almost all bottom. Xiaoli looked at her side of the Xiao Fei, signaling him to add 2 dishes, and Xiao Fei like did not see Xiaoli's hints, holding a bottle of beer around the toast. When Xiao Fei saw that Zhang Duo didn't eat much and didn't drink, he stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and said to Zhang Duo, "Why doesn't this brother drink? Come, let's have a toast together." Zhang Du waved his hand and replied with a smile, "You guys drink. I don't drink. As the saying goes, when you drink, you don't drink." Zhang Du didn't have a good impression of Xiao Fei, so naturally he didn't have the heart to drink with him. How can that be? How can a man not drink? "Then, I'll toast you with this cup. If you don't drink it, you're not giving me face." "Oh," Xiao Fei said unforgivingly. "Sorry, I'm not drinking," Zhang did replied dryly. "Holy, what do you mean?" Xiao Fei immediately changed his face. "If you ask around in Xiangda University, who among the boys in the 99th grade would dare not give me face? I toasted you for the sake of Xiaoyu's classmate. Don't be ungrateful." Seeing that a clash was about to happen, Lin Yujie worriedly pulled the corner of Zhang's coat, while Xiaoli also hurriedly greeted her own boyfriend and said, Xiaoyu's boyfriend doesn't know how to drink. What are you doing? Who does not give you face?" How to say they just took Lin Yujie a birthday gift, if their boyfriend and Lin Yujie's boyfriend conflict, how can not say? Zhang did smile indifferently towards Lin Yujie, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Xiao Fei, who was greeted by Xiaoli, also didn't bother with Zhang Duo anymore. For a while, everyone at the table could see that Xiao Fei was going to target Zhang Du. They all deliberately didn't talk to Zhang Du and Lin Yujie. Several boys took the initiative to toast Xiao Fei and Xiaoli, and slowly the atmosphere at the table livened up without the awkwardness from earlier. Zhang Du really wasn't interested in starting any conflicts with boys like Xiao Fei. It really wasn't at the same level. He really intends to sit for another 2 minutes, then take Lin Yujie to leave, to look at their newly opened internet cafe. At this time has even drank 3 or 4 bottles of beer. Xiao Fei has a few drunkenness. He lowered his head and asked Xiaoli about Lin Yujie's situation. After learning about Lin Yujie's family background, he is even more red-eyed sitting next to Lin Yujie's Zhang Du. The heart secretly thought, MD, the good cabbage are letting the pig arch. He stood up with a belly full of grievances, poured himself another glass of wine, and walked down the table to Lin Yujie's body and said playfully, Xiao Yu, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Don't give up face. Chapter 62 Standardized Man. Lin Yujie looked at Zhang Du handily before replying, I'm sorry, I don't drink either. Xiao Fei smoothly put his hand on the back of the chair Lin Yujie was sitting on and turned his head to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, isn't this your best sister? How come you don't give me face so much too? Seeing this, Zhang Du stood up and pulled Lin Yujie to her back. I'll drink with you. After saying that, he picked up the beer that Xiao Fei poured for Lin Yujie and finished it in one gulp. Xiao Fei was instantly enraged. Holy, kid, what do you mean? At first when I toasted your drink, you didn't give me face even if it's okay. Now when I toasted this beauty's drink you ran to help her drink it again. Is it okay if I want to drink now? Zhang Du looked at Xiao Fei disdainfully, then held Lin Yujie's hand and said softly, let's go first. Lin Yujie nodded her head obediently and glanced towards Xiaoli before following Zhang Du and turning to leave. Stop! Xiao Fei let out a roar. Brat! Do you believe that you can't walk out of this door and out of Xiangda University? Zhang Duo shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the door without looking back. He just took care of Huang Mashan. He really has no interest in fighting with a scum. How to say that he is now also worth tens of millions of dollars, has his own industry and career? There is no need to have a general understanding with this kind of scum. Watching Zhang Du lead Lin Yujie out of the box, Xiao Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking. Xiao Li hurriedly pulled his hand. Brother Fei, don't be like this, they are at least my classmates, don't go too far. Xiao Fei shrugged off Xiao Li's hand and said loudly, I don't care about you so much, since he offended me, I have to teach him a good lesson. In fact, even Xiao Fei knew why he had to make Zhang look good. He was just jealous that Zhang did find a white rich girlfriend, knowing that Lin Yujie was a cell phone at the drop of a hat. If he could find such a girlfriend, how nourishing the days should be. Shorty, go follow them and see where they get to before you call me. I'll go call someone, Xiao Fei said to a short boy sitting in the doorway. The short man took out a cigarette from the table, lit it up and said to Xiao Fei with a smile, don't worry, brother Fei. Xiao Fei took out the phone and started to call people. In fact, if there was really a kind of fight, it was just now on the table. Zhang did a man with his girlfriend, while Xiao Fei came with the people in their dormitory. But for some reason, Xiao Fei couldn't always muster up the courage to make a move when he was facing the calm Zhang Du. Even now, he just wanted to call more people, pose, lose face back, at the same time to scare Zhang Du. To Lin Yujie left a good impression of his own in this area. However, he really picked the wrong person. However, it is good for people to make mistakes sometimes, because people always have to grow in making mistakes. For example, Xiao Fei, after experiencing Zhang do this thing, he became a lot more low-key, and from then on, he no longer competes and is strong in everything. However, now he has not learned this, but is bent on finding Zhang Du's trouble. Zhang Du and Lin Yujie walked out of which 3-star hotel. Lin Yujie snuggled up to Zhang Du's body and embarrassedly said to Zhang Du, Dodo, I'm sorry, I didn't know that she had found such a boyfriend. Zhang Du smiled and replied, it's okay, people always change. Besides, I think that boyfriend of his only likes her that much. Otherwise how would he treat her classmates like that when it's her birthday? Lin Yujie nodded. Dodo, thank you, luckily I didn't meet such a scummy guy. Zhang Du laughed badly. A salty hand reached out and pinched Lin Yujie's arse. Are you saying I'm not bad enough? Lin Yujie blankly glanced at Zhang Du and punched her pink fist on Zhang Du's back. Hate it. People coming and going on the street. Squatting in the phone booth underneath looking at the beauty of the lewd man just happened to see the scene. A wave of blood rushed straight to his head. A horse face bloated red. Nosebleed unconsciously flowed down. Zhang Did and Lin Yujie came to the place where they started to park, and the two of them got into the car. Zhang Du sat in the car and called Wei Shui. He only knew that the branch of the New Century Internet Cafe was in this neighborhood, but he had never been here, so today he took the opportunity to go and take a look. Wei Shui talked about a landmark next to the Internet Cafe. Zhang Du put away the phone, started up the Sun of the East and drove towards the new Internet Cafe. Behind Zhang Du and the girls, a short boy hid in a public phone booth and watched everything. Then, he took out the IC phone card he had on him and quickly dialed a phone number. Hey, brother Fei, they got into a car, I guess I can't keep up. Holy, they came by car? Xiao Fei at this moment was like a heavy punch on cotton. There was no place to use his energy, and the resentment towards Zhang doing it deepened in his heart. Xiao Li said in an aggravated manner, can you not be like this? People came all the way here to celebrate my birthday, and you actually called for someone to have to beat them up. Xiao Fei impatiently said to Xiao Li, people drove away, I can't catch up. Damn it, what I despise the most in my life is a soft-eating white boy. That's right, brother Fei, don't be angry with that kind of white boy, that kind of person. Besides being able to feed off of women, what else can they do? A boy next to him also spoke indignantly. In their opinion, Zhang Du is a soaked-up the rich white boy. Lin Yujie's family conditions they all heard Shili said, that is very superior. And from Lin Yujie's gave Shili's birthday gift to no ordinary high school classmate's birthday to send a cell phone. Can't help but let them red-eyed heartbeat. Xiao Fei and Shili group of people extremely upset from the hotel. In the people of the street wandering, a group of people are waiting for Xiao Fei called them to go to karaoke, and Xiao Fei is still indulging in anger. Suddenly, a man beside Xiao Fei pointed at a black son of the Orient traveling on the road and shouted, brother Fei, look, that little white boy is driving the car. The crowd looked over and saw Zhang Du driving the son of the Orient, speeding away. Xiao Fei's eyes were on fire as he watched, picking up a rock on the side of the road and smashing it towards the son of the Orient. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides has been pulled away. The stone did not hit the son of the East. Zhang did not notice Xiao Fei and his party, and after turning the car around, parked it in front of the New Century Internet Cafe at Shangnan University. Zhang Did and Lin Yujie walked into the Internet Cafe. There is a familiar feeling. The style of decoration, the overall layout of the Internet Cafe are similar to Lin University's New Century Internet Cafe, but the scale of this place is much larger. More than 100 square feet of internet cafe is about close to 100 computers. Chapter 63, Fury Burns. At this time, the internet cafe was almost full. Zhang Did and Lin Yujie walked in, just in time to see Wei Shuai reconciling accounts with a woman who looked 27 or 28 years old. The woman had long hair and was wearing a yellowish tweed coat, with a pair of black jeans underneath, and a pair of knee-high leather boots, giving the first impression that she was beautiful and dignified. Zhang Du estimated that this was Qiu Ming's wife. Wei Shuai and the two of them were very surprised to see Zhang Duo and Lin Yujie walk in. Wei Shuai stood up from his chair and said excitedly, "Duer, why are you here?" Zhang Du patted Wei Shuai's shoulder smilingly. "One of Xiaoyu's high school classmates had a birthday, so I stopped by to take a look. It's been a hard time for you." Wei Shuai shook his head. "It's okay. Anyway, I've already opened one before, and the computers and furniture were all customized from the old place, so it wasn't that troublesome. As for the formalities, it was all done by Sister Lu. It was done in a day." Wei Shuai smiled and pointed at Qiu Ming's wife and said, "This old brother is the Zhang Du that our Qiu Ming always talks about, right? Aya, your girlfriend is so pretty." When Qiu Ming's wife saw Wei Shuai's attitude, she knew that the one who came was probably Zhang Du, and she also stood up and greeted Zhang Du and Lin Yujie cordially. "Good day, sister-in-law. I didn't expect sister-in-law to be so young and pretty. Brother Qiu is really lucky. This is my girlfriend, Lin Yujie." Zhang Duo said politely as well. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Yujie also greeted Qiu Ming's wife very nicely. "Aya, what a talented couple. A natural pair. Xiao Zhang, some other day when sister-in-law is free, you bring Xiaoyu to my house to play, and sister-in-law will cook you some delicious food. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Your brother Qiu is so old-fashioned. He didn't even know to find me a job after I was laid off. Luckily he still has you as his brother, and knows to think of his sister-in-law." Qiu Ming's wife said very enthusiastically. "I don't blame her for being so enthusiastic. The cost of opening this internet cafe cost more than 300,000 yuan, and Qiu Ming only took 50,000 yuan out of it. Zhang did still want to split the bill with him 50-50, saying that the other money would be deducted when the internet cafe shared the dividends. Qiu Ming's wife knew that this was a big favor. She didn't dare to tell Qiu Ming, but in her heart she still felt a little indebted to Zhang Du. "Okay, I'll definitely pay a visit some other day to try my sister-in-law's handiwork. How has brother Qiu been doing?" Zhang Duo politely chatted with Qiu Ming's wife. "He's busy outside all day. It's rare to see him in person." Qiu Ming's wife spoke with dissatisfaction. "Brother Du, you're here?" At this time, Wang Xiaojian jumped out from one of the computers and greeted Zhang Du with surprise. "Xiaojian, why are you here?" Zhang Du asked with some surprise. "I came over here to make a delivery. Old Su and the others went downtown to make a delivery, so I had to call the ministry over here by myself. It just so happens that Schweier is here to take care of the internet cafe, so I told all those salesmen of mine to come here to pick up the goods and check out." Wang Xiaojian pointed to the cashier. It was only then that Zhang Du realized that the inside of the internet cafe's cashier was piled high with Nokia cell phones, estimated to be 1 or 200 units. Thus, Zhang Du nodded appreciatively. "Not bad, Xiaojian. The net is spread quite big. Where? It's mainly because your goods are too competitive. Brother Du, I'm just running errands for you," Wang Xiaojian said with embarrassment. These days, their own gang of brothers are dipped in the light of Zhang Du. Less are followed to earn a few $1,000s. More have earned tens of thousands of dollars. Zhang Du in the internet cafe with them chatting. Xiao Fei and Xiao Li led a group of people wandering on the road. Xiao Fei mood extremely upset. There is no longer go to the city center Kaesong mood. He intends to take these people near the school to find a KTV to play forget about it. It is also a narrow road. Xiao Fei them turned a junction to see Zhang Du car parked in front of the New Century Internet Cafe. One of the men pointed to the Son of the Orient and said, "Brother Fei, look, that white boy's car parked there." Xiao Fei happened to have a belly full of grievances, and seeing the car that Zhang did couldn't help but brighten up. "Holy, actually dares to go online here. Follow me in to find him." After saying that, Xiao Fei led a group of people aggressively ran into the internet cafe. Into the internet cafe, Xiao Fei group of people were startled. To be honest, Xiao Fei is also the first time into the internet cafe. Some time ago, listening to a friend said, "The internet is quite fun. Today a look is really true to its name. A large internet cafe, almost full." Xiao Fei, after adapting to the dim light in the internet cafe, soon saw Zhang Du and Lin Yujie sitting at the cashier and a few people chatting. So leading a group of people, he walked towards Zhang Du. Xiao Li also saw Lin Yujie and hurriedly went to pull Xiao Fei, but Xiao Fei broke free with a force. Xiao Fei aggressively walked to the front of Zhang Du and said to Zhang Du, "Kid, I seem to have warned you that if you don't give me face I'll let you walk out of Xiangda, right?" Zhang Du see Xiao Fei again, ghosts and ghosts to follow over, cannot help but burn with anger. Originally in Lin Yujie's face, Not with you in general. You are not finished. Zheng Du pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, slowly and methodically lit, and then said to Xiao Fei, "Kid, are you sure you want to play with me?" Xiao Fei said viciously, "I just don't like you. If you don't apologize to me today and ask your girlfriend to give me a toast, otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to get out of Shangda University. Shorty, call someone." Zheng Du couldn't help but smile. Himself plus Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian. There were only 3 boys, but Xiao Fei had been bringing 4 or 5 boys with him, yet he still had to call someone. Zheng Du said to Wang Xiaojian, "Xiaojian, people are calling people, the time to test you has come, let me see your strength." Wang Xiaojian took out a Nokia 3210 and replied, "Damn, calling people? Fine, let's see who calls more people." After saying that, he started to call. Just kidding. Now this university town rely on Wang Xiaojian's sales of cell phones to earn money. There are at least hundreds of people, more or less have received his favor, and now called them to fight. How can they not come? What's more, they all know that Wang Xiaojian has a very powerful boss behind him. That's why there is a constant supply of such cheap original cell phones, whether it's for the sake of earning money, or in order to allow themselves to follow Wang Xiaojian in the future to obtain more benefits. These more than 100 people are all scrambling towards the New Century Internet Cafe. There are also some people who were supposed to come here to get the goods and settle the bill, and have already arrived halfway, received a phone call from their upline or Wang Xiaojian himself, and have rushed to the New Century Internet Cafe. This is also thanks to this group of part-time college students have a cell phone, because they themselves are doing cell phone sales, so they are early to give themselves with a good cell phone. Chapter 64 Hot-Blooded. Xiao Fei has always thought that Zheng Du is an ordinary Lin University students. Come to Xiangtai University is not at their own how to pinch. A distant cousin of his was originally this piece of a gangster. He came to the school, cousin with people to help him to support a few times. He also slowly arrogant up, relying on his own is the cadre of the student union. The family also has some money, often to 99 class big brother self-proclaimed. In fact, most of the college students in the university are still relatively qualified, usually focus on reading, or focus on love. The general public will not go with him to grab this name. Now really call him to call people. He called on his class in addition to a few good classmates and a few hometown outside, but also only to his cousin called. Seeing this, Xiaoming's wife took out her cell phone and intended to call Xiaoming. Lin Yujie saw this and pressed her hand on Xiaoming's wife's hand. "Sister-in-law, it's fine, you don't need to call. Zheng Du will take care of it. Come, let's sit inside." After Lin Yujie finished speaking, she pulled Xiaoming's wife and walked inside the cash register and sat down. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Xiaoli again. Since experiencing the last fight, Lin Yujie had calmed down a lot when he encountered this kind of thing again. Moreover, he also believed that Zheng Du had the ability to handle this matter well. Just kidding. Huang Mashan's old gangster was made to be obedient by Zheng Duo, ran to the door to apologize, and was also poured a bellyful of white wine, lying in the hospital for 2 days on an 4 drip. Xiao Fei such a scum if Zheng Du still cannot be leveled, then he will be hiding in the future in Lin University. Do not have to go out. Xiaoli saw Lin Yujie not even look at her. Also feel that he is really sorry. Lin Yujie, ashamed to shame, shouted at Xiao Fei, have you ever put me in the eyes? Thanks to me being so nice to you, why don't you leave me any face at all? Xiao Fei impatiently said, get lost, stay out of men's business. Xiao Fei's group of people surrounded here long ago attracted the attention of some students surfing the internet in the internet cafe. At this time, 4 or 5 boys came over. The leader thought to be wearing a set of cowboy clothes, only to see him come over. First arrogantly looked at Xiao Fei and the others, and then said to Wei Shuai, handsome, what's going on? Is there someone causing trouble? You matter, you say something. These boys are students of a nearby college, usually not much of a classroom. From the first day of the opening of the new century began to soak in the internet here every day, over and over again, and Wei Shuai also mixed familiar. Sometimes, they are inconvenient. Wei Shuai also open up, do not charge them money. They have been very grateful to Wei Shuai. Every time they see Wei Shuai are handsome. Handsome called Wei Shuai look at a few of them, although a little bit of work, but the nature of the essence is not bad. The people are also quite righteous, but also intended to. He also plans to ask them to be the webmasters here in a while. Wei Shuai smiled and pointed at Xiao Fei and others and said, these people are looking for trouble with my boss. Boss? You're the boss of this internet cafe? Xiao Fei asked with slight surprise. Zhang did not pay attention to him, but remained seated on a reclining chair smoking a cigarette. Things had come to this point. It was impossible for him to hold back any longer. Not only is this internet cafe his, the entire Star City's 6 new century internet cafes are all his, and 70% of the city's Nokia cell phones are all sold out here by Dubro. Wang Xiaojian said loudly from the side. Xiao Fei's group of people were all stunned. What kind of existence did they mess with? He had been so low-key before and had been letting them go. but they still didn't know better and chased after him to find trouble. All the boys are jealous of Zhang did find a good girlfriend. Who knows that people were doing a good business? No wonder his girlfriend casually out of a Nokia cell phone to send out. They have monopolized the city's market. The crowd could not help but secretly chagrin, half with a complaining gaze to Xiao Fei, for no reason to bring them to offend such a person. Handsome, your boss is our boss. Say it? What to do? Just listen to your words. The boy wearing a set of cowboys heard Wang Xiaojian's words, and his blood boiled even more. Such a big boss. If he tied him up, his own gang of brothers would have a good life. Wei Shuai shook his head calmly. There's no rush. It's Xiao Jian's showtime. After the cowboy boys heard Wei Shuai's words, they no longer said much, but very consciously stood behind Wei Shuai, looking at that posture. As long as Wei Shuai gave an order, they dared to rush up and beat up Xiao Fei's gang, and Xiao Fei's side of the group of people had begun to lax, are planning how to sneak away. And Xiaoli at this moment is even more regretful. Their own boyfriend than Lin Yujia's boyfriend that is as far away as possible. Look at people's heart and temperament. Mixed so well, but also so low-key. And Xiao Fei every day everywhere flaunting. What are dead face, on their own and petty. When he spends a little money for himself, he hates to let the whole class of 99 know. Xiaoli next to a few girls are also impressed with Zhang Du. Originally are a little small Zhang Du. I did not expect him to do such a big business at a young age. While they are on the wrong side of the line today, cannot do the tycoon's friends, just in the crowd are all thinking about the time. The door of the internet cafe came a burst of noise, a rush in more than 10 people. The hands seemed to be carrying things. Xiao Fei was like being doped up. Just now he was still a little stage fright. After seeing the people who came, immediately like a chicken blood general, rushed to the door and shouted, "Cousin, I'm here." At this time, 10 men came aggressively towards the side. The one in the lead had an arrogant shampoo and blow-dry hairstyle, only to hear him shouting with a broken voice, "Xiao Fei, who bullied you? I'll do him right away. Wash, cut and blow. The bottle you received last time wasn't enough, was it?" Wang Xiaojian pointed at the leading scrubs and cursed. The one who came was no one else. It was the scrubs who followed Huang Mashan and ran to Linda last time and fought with Zhang Du and the others. Scissors blow froze. Did not think that in the university city there are people dare to talk to him like this. He walked in to take a look. Immediately shortened half body, squeeze out a smile on the face of Zhang Du said, "Oops, this is not to do, brother. It's really a big water that washed over the Dragon King temple. Scrubber, you're doing well. I haven't settled the account with you last time. Today, since you sent me to the door, then we're going to settle old scores with new ones?" Zhang did elegantly exhale a mouthful of smoke rings and looked at Wash Cut Blow and said, "Wash Sheer Blow a cold sweater coming." Last time was his side of the people, but not dry win them. And then heard that the Yellow Hair Mountain where Zhang Du hold to the number to go. The home of a few stores by Zhang Du almost shut down, and now he is a small punk head how dare to do with Zhang Du head-on confrontation. Chapter 65, The Edge of Collapse. Wash and Scissors hurriedly piled up a smile on his face and spoke to Zhang Du. "Brother Du, you're a big man. The previous things are forgotten. It's all because of that Yellow Hair Mountain. I came here today because I didn't know you were here. If I knew you were here, then I wouldn't have come even if I had died." Xiao Fei's face immediately changed color. Did not think that has been in his own mind in the mighty cousin. How to Zhang Du in front of the meek as a cat. At this moment, his heart began to endless fear. He realized that he might have messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. A cold sweat beaded on his back at an unknown time. Just at this time, the door of the internet cafe in came a burst of footsteps. One after another came in 40 or 50 people. Hands with a brick, with a wooden stick. They are holding a Nokia cell phone. That is also quite spellbinding. They are more than 50 people will be crowded in the internet cafe. Xiao Fei holding the last hope, looking toward the door. He hoped to be his good old folks can bring people to save him, but the reality is once again let him down. The person who came he did not recognize. Wang Xiaoshui stood up at this time and said to the more than 50 people at the door, "The boss is here. A few of you leading sales come over here." Only to see 3 people stand out from within the 40 to 50 people and walk to Wang Xiaojian's front. "Brother Jian, who wants to fight?" Wang Xiaojian pointed at Xiao Fei. "It's that big brother." "Holy, Xiao Fei. You kid is getting more and more arrogant. You think you are the only one in Xiangda? How dare you threaten my boss? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." A boy who looked like a Xiang University student came out and yelled at Xiao Fei. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Du stood up from his chair and said to Wang Xiaojian, "Tell the sales brothers to guard the door. No one can go out until this matter is finished." Then he shouted to the group of students surfing the internet in the internet cafe, "Everyone, sorry for the noise. Please rest assured that we will take care of things here as soon as possible. Please cooperate. Just sit in front of your own computers. Play as you should. Don't move around. Today is my treat. Before the internet cafe closes for the day. How long you go on is free. The crowd of internet-addicted college students erupted into a huge cheer when they heard that Zhang was doing the treating. They all said that they would cooperate with the internet cafe owner and wouldn't run around. There were also a few who jumped at the chance to ask if there were still people left for the fight, but after Zhang Du rejected them, they resentfully sat back in their seats. After dealing with these things, Zhang Du looked again at Wash Cut Blow, who was standing there motionless, and smiled at him. Tell all your people to put their guys down. Without waiting for Wash Shearer's order, the dozen or so men behind him scrambled to remain on the ground with what they were holding. Only clanking and banging could be heard. The machetes and iron bars were all still on the ground. This sound reached Xiao Fei's ears as if it was ringing his death knell. He looked at Wash Shear Blow pleading for help. His face turned pale. One after another, the part-time sales under Wang Xiaojin came with dozens of people, and under Wang Xiaojin's arrangement, they all guarded the door. Xiao Fei knew that he could not possibly still have help coming, even if there are still people who seem to be there. Seeing the doorway like wolves and tigers of nearly 100 people standing there, who would still be so stupid be rushing in towards the inside. Wash Shearer was also fierce at this time, snapped and slapped himself twice, and then said to Zhang Du, "Du brother, I'm sorry." Zhang Du coldly looked at Wash Shear Blow, did not make a sound. Wash Shear Blow clenched teeth. Again he snapped 2 slaps, hit his own face, and then said, "Du brother, I'm wrong. In the future I see you will go around the road. Promise to disappear in front of your eyes in the future." Zhang Du nodded non-committally, then waved his hand at him. Wash Cut Blow hurriedly smiled and arched his hand at Zhang Du, then said to Xiao Fei, "Xiao Fei, you shouldn't have messed with Brother Du. I can't even afford to mess with him. It's not that brother won't help you, but I can't help you. You seek your own fortune." Speaking of which, Wash Shear Blow is not Xiao Fei's real cousin. The two people are just distant relatives without blood relationship. Wash Shear Blow just thinks that this relative got admitted to Xiangda University, and he should be more successful than him in the future. So he helped him, but now in this situation, he has no way to help him to hold on. After washing and cutting, he fled with more than 10 people of his own, not even daring to look at the weapons on the ground. At Zhang Du's hint, the nearly 100 people at the entrance gave way, waiting for the people brought by Scrubber to flee. Xiao Fei stood there in dismay, not knowing how to end the situation in front of him, his whole body shivering, his spirit on the verge of collapse. The group of people who had been following Xiao Fei around were also stunned. Zhang did give them too much shock. They all knew that they had been victimized by Xiao Fei today, and finally someone realized that the only one who could still save them today was Lin Yujie. So the group of people all directed their gazes at Xiaoli. Seeing the crowd all looking at her, Xiaoli knew that she couldn't escape at this time. She forced herself to hold down the shock and nervousness she felt inside, and cautiously looked at Zhang Du, then ran to the cashier's desk, and said to Lin Yujie, "Xiao Yu, can you come out and say something?" Lin Yujie was discussing the style of a certain clothing brand with Chiu Ming's wife. When she heard Xiaoli call out to her, she coldly glanced at Xiaoli and said, "I never talk too much about men's matters." Xiaoli was instantly close to collapse, and begged bitterly, "Xiao Yu, for the sake of our love in high school, can you please talk to your boyfriend and let me and my sisters go out?" Lin Yujie smiled and replied, "My boyfriend never makes things difficult for girls." After saying that, she probably rushed at Zhang Du and asked, "Dodo, isn't that right?" Zhang Du smiled and nodded. "Of course, if you can't get along with a girl, is that called being a man?" Once Xiaoli heard this, she knew that Zhang Du meant to leave them girls alone, so she pulled a few of her own close girls and headed out. The freckle-faced girl was so nervous that her feet slipped and she fell. She couldn't pat the dust on her body in time, afraid that she would be left alone. As soon as she got up from the ground, she chased after Xiaoli's ass towards the outside of the internet cafe. Nearly 100 people at the entrance of the internet cafe, after receiving Wang Xiaojian's instructions, released a path for them to go out. At this time, only Xiao Fei and the 4 or 5 boys with him were left, and this group of people had long been scared out of their wits and on edge. One of them really couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere anymore, and stood out, and said to Zhang Du, "Brother Du, we have eyes but we don't recognize MT. Tai, tell me, what do we have to do to let us go?" Chapter 66, No Place to Hide. Zhang Du smiled and spoke to the 4 or 5 boys beside Xiao Fei. "It's easy for you guys to get out of so door, but you have to show your sincerity. For example, draw a line with someone." The 4 or 5 men around Xiao Fei looked at each other, not knowing what to do to draw a line with Xiao Fei, and some thought of a way, but did not have the guts to do it. Wang Xiaojian said to Zhang Duo from the side, "Brother Duo, what's the point of nagging with them? We have so many brothers here. As long as you say one word, you can guarantee that they will all get down." As soon as Wang Xiaojin finished his words, nearly 100 boys were shaking their fists and slowly walking towards Xiao Fei and the others, and the few cowboy boys who had been standing behind Wei Shuai couldn't hold back and asked to Wei Shuai, "Handsome, what should we do?" "Do it!" Wei Shuai waved his hand. "Listen to Du brother. feeling the agitation of these people around. The 4 or 5 boys around Xiao Fei could no longer withstand the pressure. The short boy suddenly softened his legs, fell to the ground, and begged bitterly to Zhang Du, "Do brother, let us go." Xiao Fei also went out on a limb at this time. "Zhang Du, you're a great man. If you have anything, just come at me. It has nothing to do with my brothers." Zhang Duo contemptuously looked at the man lying on the ground, then said to Xiao Fei, "Damn, you're quite righteous. Let me ask you, if these brothers of mine hadn't come before I fought with you, would these people have made a move to help you? Now they say it has nothing to do with them. Then they followed you here for what? Today, brother is going to teach you a lesson. People should never stand on the wrong side, or else they will be miserable." The short man who was lying on the ground heard the words of Zhang Du, looked at the black crowd around himself, finally couldn't hold back, leapt up from the ground, kicked at Xiao Fei, and cursed, "Damn, pretending to be the boss all day long. When something really happens, you'll only get us involved." Xiao Fei froze. He did not expect with his own brother, the only order of the short man will actually turn over to beat him. At this moment by his friend's betrayal of anger has exceeded his inner fear. He just intended to fight back. He was surrounded by the other 4 boys also move. The 4 or 5 of them turned their inner fear into resentment and punched and kicked Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's heart at the moment was a mix of despair, loneliness, and fear. The punches and kicks of those 4 or 5 people didn't seem to hurt very much, but his heart was already broken. First it was his distant cousin's abandonment, then his girlfriend's indignant departure, and now his best brothers actually turned their guns around and came to beat him up en masse, and he began to suspect that his life was a mistake. The nearly 100 people gathered around were all dumbfounded at the moment, and for the first time, this group of simple college students experienced the despicability of human nature. Zhang Du looked coldly at the 4 or 5 men around Xiao Fei and said, "Alright, you guys get lost." Those 5 boys heard Zhang Du's words and first froze, then ran towards the outside of the internet cafe in a scramble. The nearly 100 boys at the entrance all automatically made way, watching with contempt as these 5 feckless boys fled. At this time, Xiao Fei, who had been beaten like a pig's head, suddenly howled. Just an hour ago, he was the most popular boy in the 99th grade of Xiangnan University, the cadre of the student union, the leader of the dormitory, with a pretty girlfriend and a group of brothers who supported him. At this moment, he had nothing left. He didn't even know how to face these betrayals after tomorrow. Zhang Du walked to Xiao Fei, pulled him up from the floor, then gently patted his face which had already been punched into a pig's head, and said softly, "In the future, be a low-profile person, get lost, don't let me see you again." Xiao Fei was like a walking corpse, slowly walking towards the outside of the internet cafe. The crowd surrounding him cast a pitying gaze, making him even more ashamed. Watching Xiao Fei's despondent back gradually fade away, Zhang Did glanced around at the crowd in the internet cafe, then said, "Thank you everyone, tonight is my treat. Let's go for a midnight snack together and not get drunk." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. "Good, oh, thank you boss." Zhang Did smile and said to Lin Yujie and Xiaoming's wife who were sitting at the cash register, Let's go get something to eat. We didn't have enough for dinner at all." Xiaoming's wife was impressed with Zhang Du at the moment. She had thought that it was just a dispute between punks. She hadn't expected Zhang Du to handle it so calmly. To the very end, Zhang Du and the people around him didn't lift a finger, while his opponent was dealt a fatal blow. Such a blow was not only physical, but also soulful despair and helplessness. Xiaoming's wife shivered without reason, silently thinking in her heart that it was fortunate that Xiaoming was in a partnership with him and not an opponent. But on the surface, she smiled calmly and replied, "You guys go ahead. You're all students. It's not appropriate for a big sister like me to follow. I will not go and greet the net here." It really wasn't appropriate for Xiaoming's wife to go on such an occasion, and since most of the people here were helping Zhang Du sell cell phones, there were some things that it was better not to let her know. Zhang Du nodded and said to Xiaoming's wife, "Okay, that's hard on sister-in-law. What do you want to eat? I'll ask Xiaoyu to pack it for you later." No need. You guys go ahead. I don't eat at night. If I get fat, what if your brother Qiu doesn't want me?" Xiaoming's wife snickered. Zhang Du laughed. "How is that possible? Sister-in-law has such a good figure." After saying that, Zhang Du held Lin Yujie's hand and walked towards the outside of the internet cafe. Behind him, Wei Shui followed with a few cowboy boys, and the nearly 100 people at the entrance automatically gave way, each gleefully looking at Zhang Du as the wealthy man. Zhang Did while walking, while asking Wei Shui behind the cowboy boys, "What's your name?" The cowboy boy hurriedly ran to the side of Zhang Du and replied, "I'm Pei Yong. Brother Du can just call me Xiao Yong." Zhang Du nodded at him. "Any good late-night snacks in this area? Go to the Joyful Heavenly stall. The place there is big enough and the food is cheap and delicious." Pei Yong thought about it and said, "Okay, wait, you take my car and lead the way." Zhang Did said with a smile. Pei Yong was flattered and said, No problem. Okay, brother Du. Zhang Du then said to Wang Xiaojian, Xiaojian, you and Wei Shuai also ride in my car. Go and tell these brothers below you that we want to order food first and tell them to meet us at the Joyful Heavens big stall. Wang Xiaojian nodded and hurriedly pulled a few of the leading salespeople, explained a few things, and then ran on to the Zhang maid Son of the Orient. Chapter 67, The Cold Scholar. Lin Yujie sat in the co-pilot seat next to Zhang Du, while Wei Shuai, Wang Xiaojian and Pei Yong sat in the back seat. Pei Yong sat in the middle of the back seat excitedly and nervously pointing the way as Zhang Du drove the car to the front of the Joyful Heaven and Joyful Earth big stall, and surrounded by a few people, he casually picked a table to sit down. The size of this stall is quite large. The hall set up more than 10 tables. The tables are covered with transparent film paper, looks relatively clean, which makes Zhang Du feel very satisfied. Wang Xiaoshuai and Wei Shuai, on the other hand, took the initiative to run to the kitchen to order food. Hearing that there were nearly 100 people who wanted to eat, the owner of the restaurant was overjoyed, and the owner's wife immediately and attentively ran over to the seated Zhang Du and the others to make tea. Waiting for Wei Shuai and the girls to order food, the nearly 100 people also came one after another, under the arrangement of a few leading sales staff, surrounding Zhang Du and others, divided into more than 10 tables to sit down. The people who came to have a snack before Zhang Du and them have lowered their heads, not knowing what kind of activity Zhang Du and them are going to do. Actually such a big gesture. The 2 tables of people who were timid hurriedly paid the bill and fled. The boss in the kitchen opened the full vigor. Winter busy sweat can come to too many people at once. The speed of serving food is still not very fast. Taking advantage of the fact that it has not been served, Wang Xiaojian simply took out a ledger and began to start with a few sales under his command to start checking out. Basically, the people here can make a profit after the checkout, although it has been through several layers of commission divestment, but even the lowest level of sales to sell a cell phone out can get $50 to $100. Generally speaking, selling 4 or 5 cell phones a month is not a problem, and for a college student in 1999, this is already a month's living expenses. Zhang did look at these part-time college students sitting around him. Most of them are poor students, some from the countryside, some from the city laid-off families. There are also some family conditions are average, want to work to earn money, also count their luck. Met Zhang Du is considered to give them a good way to earn money. Zhang Du know, these people will certainly have a part of the future will have success. They have a diploma, willing to suffer, which is those rich second generation. The official second generation does not have. If they can grasp, will be kept for their own use. This is also a very big wealth. 21st century. What is the most expensive? The most expensive thing in the 21st century is talent. Because Zhang did sit there, nearly 100 people were silenced. Even if they spoke, they all lowered their voices, because they all cherished the part-time job of selling cell phones and didn't want to leave a bad impression on their big boss in this situation. Although, this boss looks about the same age as them, but people gave you the opportunity to work, you should give enough respect to each other. The poor man's child as an early starter is reflected in these details. Seeing some deliberate seriousness in the crowd, Zhang Du stood up and shouted to the kitchen, "Boss!" The boss's wife hurriedly agreed. "Coming, what do you need?" Zhang Du smiled. "I have so many brothers waiting here. How long do I have to wait?" "This way, you serve me all the cold dishes and peanut rice you have here first, and set up all the wine for me. The dishes that are ordered you guys can then help me fry them slowly." The boss's wife wiped the sweat from her forehead and hurriedly called it good. Then Zhang did a glance around the crowd and said loudly, "Thank you all for your hard work. Very happy to have the opportunity to get together with you all. In the future, we are both partners and even more friends. Whoever is here, if you have any difficulties, just tell Wang Xiaojian. We will definitely help. Today, I suggest that we have to finish all the wine in this stall. Do not finish, do not disperse." Relying on the fact that he had just sat in the same car as Zhang Du, Lai Yang bravely asked, "Brother Du, if we finish the wine here, what if the brothers haven't had a good drink yet?" Zhang Du smiled faintly. "Then go buy wine. Keep drinking until everyone is well drunk." When the people heard Zhang Du's words, they all felt a warmth in their hearts. Obviously they were just working for others, but now they were treated as friends by the boss. They all secretly admonished themselves to do a good job, and their mouths all followed Zhang Du's words. "If we don't finish it, we won't break up." Soon, the boss's wife served 2 plates of cold dishes on each table. What cilantro mixed with fungus, chicken claws, peanut rice were sent to the table, and then put 2 bottles of white wine and a case of beer on each table. Wei Shuai skillfully picked up a bottle of beer, using his own teeth to bite open, and then ground to Zhang Du. Zhang Du filled a cup for himself, then said to the crowd, "Drink beer or liquor. Everyone is free to drink what they like, but must drink. Come this cup I toast everyone." Seeing Zhang Du stand up to toast, the crowd got up to fill their own cups with wine. There were those who drank beer and those who liked to drink white wine in the middle of winter. Seeing that the crowd had all filled their cups, Zhang Du raised his hand at everyone, then finished off the beer in his hand before saying, "Everyone feel free to do as you please, we're all on our own here." After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed up, and at this time, the owner of the stall also began to serve the main course. Some of the more daring part-time college students began to take the initiative to come over and give Zhang Du a toast. Zhang Du naturally come to refuse. A few rounds down, some cannot hold out, had to drink half a cup, every over a person. Wang Xiaojian will be introduced on the side. Some Wang Xiaojian recognize. Zhang Du asked people's names, and then amicably clinked glasses with others. At this time, two boys with black-rimmed glasses came over, standing there timidly, wanting to come over and seemingly a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang did and smiled at the two brothers. "Come and have a drink." The two hurriedly ran over. Wang Xiaojian took a look. "You guys also came, ah?" The duo smiled shyly at Wang Xiaojian. "Come over and toast to the boss." "These two are?" Zhang did asked suspiciously. Wang Xiaojian replied with some indignation. "The two of them? Ha! All the people here have followed us to make money. Only the two of them haven't sold a single cell phone so far. Instead they broke two." Hearing Wang Xiaojian's words, Zhang did become even more puzzled. The cell phones that they entered over are all original goods, and Nokia's cell phones are known for their sturdiness. What method did they use to break them when they were two? "Brother Do, really sorry, we too are actually learning software development. Originally from small Jen brother here to take two cell phones intended to part-time to earn a little extra money, and then could not help but itchy hands. The phone inside the software optimization, the result of brushing brush into a brick. Do brother, don't worry, the two of us will soon be able to restore the phone, and will not renege on the debt." One of the boys wearing black-rimmed glasses said. Chapter 68, The Frontier of the Times. "Holy, you're messing around with the cell phone I gave you? What's wrong with you? Do you know how much those two phones cost? Can you afford to pay for it?" Wang Xiaojian said excitedly. He for some no capital and want to do part-time college students. Take the form of acquaintance introduction. Usually as long as there is a reliable person guarantee. As long as the college students in school can take the cell phone from him first, sell out and then settle the bill. Zhang Du look at wearing black frame glasses boy asked, "What is your name?" Zhang Du clear. Now Nokia's software version or S40. And then after 2 years a lot of Nokia's high-end machine will be replaced with S60 system. That is, the Symbian system, until Apple and Android appeared. Symbian system is the existence of a global monopoly. These two boys now began to play with brushes, is also considered to be in the forefront of the times. "My name is Guan Zhongfei, and he is my younger brother, Guan Qingfei," the boy with the black-rimmed glasses replied. "What? You're Guan Zhongfei? You're studying software development?" Zhang did asked excitedly. "Yeah, my name is Guan Zhongfei. Ah, brother Do, you know me?" Guan Zhongfei asked in confusion. Zhang Do pick up strong hold down his inner shock. Tube Zhongfei, the latter-day Apple Core software creator. More importantly, he is the only one who participated in the whole Apple iOS system development of Chinese. Zhang did look at the Tube Zhongfei in front of him, not sure if he was the strong man he knew, but from some of the current situation, 9 times out of 10 it was him. Picked up a treasure. This was Zhang Du's first reaction. Zhang Du smiled inscrutably, then said to Pei Yong, Pei Yong, go and move 2 chairs over. Zhongfei come on, let's 2 brothers have a good drink. Guan Zhongfei didn't know why Zhang Duo was suddenly so polite to him, and apprehensively joined his brother to sit at the same table with Zhang Duo. Your brother and you are also studying the same major? You two often study cell phone systems? Zhang Du picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, pulled 2 out of it, and handed them to the Guan brothers. Guan Zhongfei nodded. Yeah, brother Du, we didn't mean to break your phone, please don't mind, soon we'll be able to recover the phone. Zhang Du waved his hand full of concern. That's all trivial. You 2 brothers are going to college together. Your family must have quite a heavy burden, right? Guan Zhongfei nodded in embarrassment and said, Brother Du, those 2 cell phones are as good as new after we fixed them, only the software is broken. There is no damage to the hardware. He was still worried that Zhang Du wanted them to accompany the phones. The price of the 2 phones combined was almost equal to his and his brother's living expenses for a semester. Zhang Du laughed and patted Guan Zhongfei's shoulder comfortingly. I told you, it's a small matter. After saying that, he took out a stack of money from his own satchel, and without counting it, he took it to Guan Zhongfei. Take this first. I see that you and your brother are living in a bit of a pinch, so take it and go buy 2 sets of clothes, or buy a computer or something. You are not engaged in software development? You can't do without a computer. However, if you need a computer in the future, you can go to the New Century Internet Cafe, and you 2 brothers can go for free. That's Wei Shuai. You recognize him. If you need a computer, look for him. Guan Zhongfei was flattered and quickly excused himself. "Du brother, how can I take your money? I still owe you now. Little Jian. In the future when a new model comes over there, first send a new machine to Zhongfei's place for their brothers to study." Zhang Du spoke again to Wang Xiaojian who was sitting at the side dumbfounded. Although Wang Xiaojian didn't know why, he subconsciously nodded his head. Guan Zhongfei didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhang Du threw out so many favors to himself at once that it made him a little dizzy. Zhang Du hard money to Pipe Zhongfei, then picked up a glass of wine, said to Pipe Zhongfei, "Nothing? You do not have to worry. This money is not for nothing. So, since you are sure you can restore Nokia's system, in the future I sell cell phones. Software problems you are responsible for fixing it for me. Is there a problem?" Pipe Zhongfei heart relieved. Nokia's S40 operating system he and his brother have studied almost, basically as long as it is Nokia's cell phone software, he is confident that he can recover. However, Pipe Zhongfei heart is still very grateful Zhang Du. To know this kind of function machine is not like the latter days smartphone. The chance of software problems is still very small. He so is to send a new cell phone, and send money, and also give them the opportunity to free internet access. Just ask yourself to help him deal with after-sales problems that have not yet appeared. More likely that people want to help themselves. After Guan Zhongfei thought clearly about these, he hurriedly picked up the wine glass in front of him and said to Zhang Du, "Brother Du, thank you. In the future, as long as it's something you've arranged, I'll definitely try my best to do it right." After saying that, he finished the wine in the cup in one gulp. Zhang Duo laughed and patted Guan Zhongfei's shoulder. What he wanted was these words. Regardless of what this Guan Zhongfei will become in the future, and whether he will become the main creator of Apple's software development like in the latter days, Zhang Du felt that he will not lose money on today's investment. When Wang Xiaojian and Wei Shuai saw that Zhang Duo was so polite to this Guan Zhongfei, they were both puzzled in their hearts. But since Zhang Duo was doing this, there must be another reason for him. So, the two people also stood up and drank with the two brothers. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. Guan Zhongfei also put away his initial wariness, and began to mingle with Zhang Du. After all, he and his brother were two poor students, and he couldn't figure out what he had to offer that was worth using by others other than software development, which was still a bit of a talent. So, also settled down. A late-night snack until 11 o'clock in the evening. Guan Zhongfei finally did not want the money Zhang Du gave him, but accepted the after-sales task. Zhang Du arranged Wang Xiaojian. In the future, every repair a cell phone, give them two brothers 100 yuan. Zhang did plan to wait for the vacation, told the two brothers to go to Deep South to feel, then told Fei Zai to arrange for them, so that they have enough to brush the addiction of cell phone software. For other sales, Zhang Du also gave them a not too small red packet. Is everyone's sales commission increased by 1 point? Also let the crowd a cheer. Pei Yong several people also as expected in the newly opened New Century Internet Cafe to do network management, although each person only $500 a month, or rotating night shift, but for them, do not want a money can be soaked in the internet cafe every day. There is a salary to take. That is also the best thing. Moreover, several of them are computer majors. Usually some hardware failure can also be quickly resolved. Chapter 69, The Cross-Century Concert. Recalling last night's dream, Zhang Du shook his head helplessly. He had been reborn over for so long and was still a standard virgin. Inwardly Zhang Du also hoped that yesterday's dream could be staged in reality. Just himself for Lin Yujie and Xiao Ran is still a little hesitant. His wife in the latter part of his life should still be a middle school student now. How to face it when the time comes? Just thinking about all this, Zhang Du had a bit of a headache. He could only say to himself, let everything take its course, because the quality of sleep yesterday was not very good. When he practiced sparring with Old Su in the morning, Zhang Du was completely out of shape. Old Su also did not deliberately give Zhang Duo high requirements. For him, he was only responsible for teaching. As for how much Zhang Duo could learn, it was entirely up to him. After practicing sparring, as usual, he went to the playground to go for a morning jog with Lin Yujie, and then ate breakfast together. After breakfast, Zhang Duo planned to go to his own class to take lessons. Looking back, after he had been reborn, he had almost never gone to class. Looking at the end of the semester, how to go in front of the teacher to mix a familiar face, otherwise it will be troublesome to retake makeup exams at that time. Zhang did in the school building and Lin Yujie separate, their own slowly leisurely looking for their own class, because the classroom is mobile. Zhang do not know his class today is in which classroom. Call Huangguan. Huangguan is still sleeping cell phone off, and Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian even more do not have to ask. The two of them are still in Xiangnan University, a management of cybercafes, a sale of cell phones. Just when Zhang did intend to ask other students, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang did think it was Fat Huangguan, but the results picked up the phone to see. The caller is actually Xiao Ran. When Zhang Du picked up the phone, he heard Xiao Ran's gentle and watery voice, which gave Zhang Du a nasty chill on his body. He was still used to Xiao Ran's vicious look. Brother, come over. Send me to Xiangnan TV. I don't care. I want you to accompany me today. Go to Xiangnan TV for what? Zhang Did asked suspiciously. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll go to your school to look for you. Xiao Ran said capriciously. Fine. Where are you? Zhang Did shook his head helplessly. I'm at home, washing and drying and waiting for you. Oh, Haran was teasing Zhang Du again. Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Zhang Du said and hung up the phone. This time the plan of going to class was disrupted again. It seems that the chances of failing his own class at the end of the semester are quite high. Zhang Du quickly walked towards the back door of the school, seeing that old Sue's restaurant was still not open, and his own New Century internet cafe was also closed at this time, mainly because Fatty Huangguan was still sleeping. Zhang did not care about these. Anyway, early in the morning will not have any business. Fat people like to sleep, let him sleep more. Back to his own rented courtyard, Zhang did start the Son of the East, toward the Shangjiang Flower City to drive. Sprinting all the way, Zhang Du arrived very punctually, parking his car at the gate of Shangjiang Flower City along the river. Zhang Du took out his own cell phone and dialed Xiao Ran's number, and soon Xiao Ran answered. Brother, do you want to come up and sit down? Speak properly. Aren't you looking for me for something? Come down quickly. I'll wait for you here. Zhang Du ignored Xiao Ran's temptation. Fine. Xiao Ran sighed sadly and replied. Even she didn't know if she was really disappointed that Zhang Du didn't come up, or if she was acting, or maybe it was both. Xiao Ran quickly came out of the small area, and today she even put on some light makeup, looking even more flirtatious. As soon as she got on the car, she put on a pair of sunglasses, and then smiled sweetly towards Zhang Du. Honey, miss me yet? Why don't you come to me if I don't give you a call? Zhang Du was wondering why Xiao Ran was wearing sunglasses and looked at Xiao Ran in a daze. Xiao Ran was embarrassed by Zhang Du's look. Thought Zhang Du was stunned by her again. Gently hit Zhang Du's arm and said, What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? Zhang Du reacted. Once Xiao Ran's latest single was released, it created a sensational effect, and she herself, because her face value was not low, more likely to become the focus of the media chase, and also had a certain exposure in the mainstream media. Therefore, now if Xiao Ran was still like before, she would definitely encounter sharp-eyed fans who would recognize her. Zhang did smile apologetically, then started the car and asked Xiao Ran, What are you doing at Shangnan TV? Doing publicity? It looks like your company is operating well. In a short period of time, it has helped you gain popularity. Xiangdong has no other skills, but he is willing to spend money. He used double the salary to pry the music producer of Bai Dai over, then recruited many marketing experts. The company is still in good shape now. I'm going to Shangnan TV today to rehearse. I'm going to attend their cross-century concert. Xiao Ran said as she flipped down the car makeup mirror on the passenger glass to check her makeup. Not bad. Then why did you ask me to accompany you? You're not afraid of those entertainment reporters spreading gossip about you? Zhang did smiled and asked. Afraid of what? You are my boyfriend, and also have talent, appearance and money. I'm afraid of what they report? Xiao Ran said disdainfully. Zhang did break out in a cold sweat. If he was photographed with Xiao Ran, I really don't know how to explain to Lin Yujie, so he hurriedly said, It's better to keep a low profile. You're just on the road now, and the scandal will have an impact on the promotion of your new record. You know why many stars in Hong Kong and Taiwan are 30 or 40 years old and still don't announce their love affairs? It's because they are afraid that their value will fall. Zhang did righteously said, That's fine. Photographed, I'll say you're my manager, or assistant or something. Right. First have to go to the company. The company was established, you haven't been there yet, right? Xiao Ran said without a care in the world. Zhang Du shrugged and said, Where is the company? In the Fairview world. Xiao Ran took out her makeup case and said while applying makeup to herself. Although, in Zhang Du's opinion, it was already very pretty, but women are always so faulty, especially for their own looks. Not bad. That place is quite expensive, right? Rented or bought? Xiao Ran just said that office building Zhang Du know. In 1999 there is considered the most expensive office building in Star City. Did not spend money. That office building was originally the direction of East's old man and Kongzi's old man together with a partnership to repair. I heard that their two losers want to open their own company. Their old man directly sent a layer to them. Didn't ask for a penny. Xiao Ran said disdainfully. Chapter 70, A Night of Confusion. Zhang Du came out from the joyful big stall. Nearly 100 people in a black mass, standing at the entrance of the stall to send off each other. One by one, their mouths were saying, Goodbye brother Du. Goodbye sister-in-law. Zhang Du waved his hand towards the crowd with a smile, started the Son of the East and sped away. Wei Shuai and Wang Xiaojian still had to deal with some things over here because they both still had to deal with some things over here. so there was still only Zhang Du and Lin Yujie in the car. Zhang did turn on the radio in the car, so that some drunkenness to sober up a little. A familiar melody and voice came from the radio, which drove away the drunkenness. It was actually Xia Ran's Lillian. Zhang Du drove the car while enjoying Xia Ran singing this song after rearranging. Sung by Xia Ran, less of a vicissitude of sadness, more of a beautiful mood. Lin Yujie on the side was also impressed by this song, quietly sitting on the co-pilot, sideways head closed, the beautiful eyes in appreciation. At the end of the song, the radio DJ's voice rang in his ears. The song that was just played is the latest single released by a familiar yet unfamiliar singer, Xia Xia, who is coming on strong. Xia Xia has already started to become popular online 2 years ago. I believe many of my friends have heard her songs on the internet, and this song Lillian is said to be the most mysterious one in the Chinese music industry. A songwriter who customized the song for Xia Xia, and once the song was released, it quickly occupied the top spot of the major charts across the country. Xia Xia, so it's her. I love her songs, very clear voice. Lin Yujie blinked her big eyes, sitting lazily on the co-pilot and said, "Ah, you like her?" Zhang did asked. "Why, can't jealous?" Lin Yujie seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Du's reaction and asked playfully. "No, oh no," Zhang Du said in a hurry, afraid that Lin Yujie would discover something through his expression. Passing through the streets of Star City that became more and more beautiful as the night went on, with songs and dances on the side of the road, and red lights, the city's nightlife had just begun. And Zhang Du and Lin Yujie didn't covet the bustle of the streets as they sped all the way back to Lin University. Zhang Du and Lin Yujie were both used to going to bed early and waking up early, and usually, as long as it wasn't windy, rainy, or snowy, the two of them would go for a morning walk. Moreover, Zhang Du had recently added one more task, learning sparring with Old Su. This was definitely a sport that had to consume physical strength, and even Zhang Du's 19-year-old body that worked out all year round was a bit overwhelmed, and his muscles were sore after waking up every morning. After Zhang Du sent Lin Yujie back to the dormitory, he returned to the rented courtyard alone. In fact, Zhang Du rented the entire courtyard, which had a 2-story building with more than 10 rooms. Zhang Du himself lived in the largest one suite. Later, Li Yi, Wei Shuai, Huang Guan and other people lived in one after another. The house is still remaining. Later, Zhang did give a suite next door to himself to Lin Yujie and the girls in their dormitory. The girls also built a small nest here, and when it was too late to go back to the dormitory, they would stay here, and some things that couldn't fit in the dormitory, they also put them here. However, in general, they still rarely lived here. Zhang Du live in, not only to the small building added air conditioning, water heater and TV, but also the former cowshed into an activity room, which has a very large fireplace. A group of friends often drink, play cards, chat, barbecue. Zhang Du parked the car under the old tree, the cowshed and the firelight in the jumping. Zhang did pull open the simple door made by the canopy and saw 4 people. Huang Guan, Lu Sha, Lao Su and Li Yi were drinking around a big pot of hot pot, and when they saw that Zhang did came back, the 4 of them gave up a seat. Li Yi held up the wine cup in his hand and asked, "Duer, why are you back so late? Come, have a drink." Zhang Du shook his head with a bitter smile. "No more, I've had enough to drink today. What's there to eat? All day long, just focusing on drinking. Now I'm really a bit hungry watching you guys eat." Old Su didn't know where to turn out a bunch of sweet potato flour. A handful of it was thrown into the boiling hot pot, and for a while the aroma was overflowing. Zhang Du picked up the bowls and chopsticks from the table and started to fish food out of the hot pot. As he ate, he complained, "Damn, you guys are really having a good time. I almost got held up in Hashi today. What's going on? What tricks is he playing again? Huang Maoshan?" Li Yi asked with concern upon hearing this. Zhang Du chucked a piece of boiled potato into his mouth. The hot and spicy potato made him unable to speak for a while. He waved his words at Li Yi, then slurred his words and told his brothers all the encounters he and Lin Yujie had when they went to Hashi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Count him lucky. If he was at Lin University, I wouldn't punch out his balls. Li Yi arrogantly said. "No, I think Duer played this trick beautifully. That Xiao Fei will probably have a hard time raising his head in Xiangda University in the future. The feeling of being separated from his family will hurt more than beating him up." Old Su didn't know where to turn out another fragrant, steaming hot chicken wing and said after taking a bite. Zhang did fished up all the sweet potato flour in the hot pot and then ate it freely. Seeing Lao Su change another chicken wing, he said to Lao Su with dissatisfaction, "Damn, Lao Su, can you take out all the delicious food at once? How come there's one tasty one at a time?" Old Su haha laugh, pointed to the open space between him and Li Yi. Zhang do stand up to see. There is also a fire pit, fire pot burning charcoal, or touch the surface placed a barbecue grill. Barbecue grill piled up leeks, eggplants, chicken thighs and so on. Li spoke of a grilled chicken wing and handed it to Zhang Du. This is almost done. Here you go. Zhang Duo nonchalantly took it and said as he ate it. Damn. You too. This skill. Not opening a barbecue stall on the side is a waste of your talent. How about Old Sue's restaurant starts selling late-night snacks from tomorrow? Holy, I'm not doing it. It's not like there's a shortage of money right now. How much money can I sell by selling barbecue? Li Yi said with disinterest. Zhang Du ate chicken wings, so full of oil, but finally could not resist, and gave himself a cup of beer. Eat barbecue if you do not drink beer. Always feel the lack of something. After eating a snack has been to the second half of the night, because the next day still have to practice sparring. Zhang did not continue to stay up with them, while Li Yi, Huang Guan and others are typical night owls. Less than 2 or 3 o'clock is certainly not sleep. Zhang did return upstairs alone, comfortably took a hot bath, and then fell asleep on the warm and soft bed. In his sleep, Zhang did have a beautiful dream. I don't know if it was because his 19-year-old body was too horny. For a while it seemed to dream of Lin Yujie, for a while it changed to Xiaoran, tossing and turning, confused for a night. Chapter 71 Hormones Accelerate. Ha ha, it's really good to have a rich old man, Zhang Duo said with a smile. Things like this were seen more often by Zhang Du in later generations. Heights that ordinary people could not reach even if they struggled for their entire lives were often possessed by the rich second generation as soon as they were born. However, if Zhang Du had to choose for himself, he still preferred to rely on his own efforts to win everything, although his own life in the later life was a mess. As long as he had worked hard, the result was sometimes not all there was to life. What's so good about it? Not coming home all day, and the family still needs to make an appointment with his secretary to see him. Kids growing up in that kind of upbringing is actually very sad. A lot of the time it feels like you want to be an orphan. Xiao Ran completely disagreed with Zhang Du's opinion. Zhang Du didn't argue with Xiao Ran about anything. Everyone grows up in different environments, and it's inevitable that there's a difference in the way they look at things. Zhang Du drove the car while pulling out an 8,250 from his satchel and handing it to Xiao Ran. I promised to give it to you last time. Wow. Thank you dear. You still remembered it. I thought you'd forgotten all about it. Xiao Ran excitedly took the 8250 from Zhang Du's hand and excitedly kissed Zhang Du's cheek. Hey, sister, I'm driving. Zhang Du was kissed by the red lips in the cold. He could not help but feel a flutter in his heart and almost rushed to the tree on the street. Oh, people are happy. Xiao Ran can't wait to take out his cell phone card from Ericsson's cell phone, load it into the new Nokia 8250 above, and then press and hold the boot button. The two hands holding the boot screen appeared. The screen is flooded with a pleasing blue light. She can't help but exclaimed, wow, the blue screen, oh, so beautiful. Ah. In the color screen phone has not yet appeared in 1999. Nokia's 8250 is also because of this blue screen to obtain the market's pursuit, become the best-selling high-end machine. The two rushed to Fairview World, just when the morning rush hour. Fortunately in 1999, the car penetration rate is still not to the horror of the latter days. Zhang Du under the guidance of Xiao Ran directly drive the car to the underground parking lot of the office building. Getting down from the car, Xiao Ran took the initiative to hold Zhang Du and brought him to the front of an elevator and said, this elevator is exclusive to our company. There is only one button for one floor. After saying that, he pressed the button of the elevator. Zhang Du smiled. A tycoon is a tycoon. It's just so capricious. The whole office building is feared to have more than 50 floors, and a company in the direction of the east occupies a separate elevator. The elevator quickly reached the 18th floor. It seems that even the floors were carefully selected by Direction East's old man. Xiao Ran and Zhang Du just came out of the elevator. A girl with crimson lipstick and big breasts at the front desk stood up from her seat and smiled at Xiao Ran and said hello, Sister Xia. Xiao Ran nodded and led Zhang Du towards the office area, saying as she walked, tell Mr. Feng that Mr. Zhang is here. Tell them to come to my office. On the wall behind the reception desk was printed Naichanga Cultural Communication in artistic font. In golden yellow color, the dragon and phoenix dance. It was very atmospheric. The office area is covered with the original color wooden floor, and the desks are placed in the hall in a well-organized manner. A group of young-looking men and women were busy. Seeing Xiao Ran and Zhang Du come in, they stood up and greeted Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran did not linger in the hall and nodded towards the crowd before leading Zhang Du to his office. Entering Xiao Ran's office, one would be attracted by Xiao Ran's promotional posters on the wall, which were beautifully shot, and coupled with Xiao Ran's already not low face value, one could not help but stop and admire them. The area of the office is not very large, about 15 square meters. In the middle there is a European-style desk. Next to the desk there is a piano. Xiao Ran casually brought her hand from the keys, sending out a crisp tinkling sound. She pointed to a leather sofa under the poster and said to Zhang Du, brother, sit down, this is my office. How's that? Zhang Du nodded. Not bad, just that you're not doing your job at the bank anymore? Now that Xiaoran was in full swing, if he was still working at the bank, there was a good chance that he would be surrounded by crazy fans who would surround that small savings center. I didn't like that job in the first place. It was my family who forced me to work there. Now it's not and I can't do it anymore. I want to thank you for giving me a reason to quit that job in name only. Xiaoran smiled and said while sitting next to Zhang Du, since the sofa was single, it was inevitable that the two people sitting together were a bit crowded. Zhang Du smelled a burst of seductive and mysterious perfume smell, like Xiaoran's crime-inducing body. For a moment Zhang Du's hormones in his body accelerated secretion, and he almost couldn't control it, wanting to push Xiaoran's impulses right here on this sofa. Xiaoran seems to keenly feel the changes in Zhang Du's body. Looking at his burning body, Xiaoran flirtatious smile, his body closer to Zhang Du's arm. Zhang Du feel the warmth and softness into the bosom. Last night's dream once again surfaced in the mind. Hands involuntarily into Xiaoran's pink jacket. Skin zero distance contact let both of them feel the inexplicable pleasure. Finally, Zhang Du's right hand reached that towering edge, but there was a knock on the door of the office. Who? Xiaoran opened her slightly closed eyes and roared in anger. It was too depressing to be disturbed from a good thing. Xia, is Mr. Zhang here with you? Direction East's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoran was full of blush as she straightened her clothes, then got up from Zhang Du's lap, huffed and opened the office door, yelling at the door, "Here!" Xiangdong didn't know where he had offended Xiaoran, and inexplicably walked into the office, and when he saw Zhang Du, he hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, why don't you say hello in advance if you're coming, so that I can go downstairs to greet you? Zhang Du waved his hand to him, said, Old Feng, do not organize those false. How? I see that your company is doing quite well. Xia's songs are coming out very well, and the publicity and packaging is spot on in every aspect. That, Mr. Zhang, Xia's single has already been released. Kang Zi's Chrysanthemum Terrace is currently being recorded. You see, my Xiangdong asked in embarrassment. In fact, after listening to the two songs created by Zhang Du, Direction Dong now dreamed that Zhang Du would give him a song and then make himself a hit. Zhang Du smiled and said to Direction Dong, alright, bring a guitar. This song is sung by two male voices, so when the time comes, whether you're with Yao Kong or the leather pants guy, it's up to you. Chapter 72, Your circle is too chaotic. Young man, you have quite a big frame, don't you? Did you really write Lillian and Chrysanthemum Terrace? Young people shouldn't be so impatient. At your current age, how could you have written these two songs? Tell me, where did you buy these two songs? A man with a mustache stood behind Xiangdong and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Zhang Duo sat on the sofa and looked at the mustache guy before looking at Direction Dong with an inquiring gaze. Direction Dong hurriedly gave a wink towards the mustache guy, then playfully said to Zhang Du, Mr. Zhang, this is Mr. David, who we hired over from Baiyai with high salary. Mr. David is a titan in the industry. 1/3 of the best-selling albums in Baodao came from Mr. David's hands. Zhang Du nodded. He still had some impression of this Mr. David. He had probably heard quite a few albums produced by him himself in his later life. So Zhang Du politely stood up and said to the mustached David, I've long admired Mr. David's name. I didn't think that Mr. David would actually condescend to come here. It's really an honor. However, Mr. David, don't rely on your old age. What makes you think that I didn't write these two songs? These two songs are once-in-a-decade masterpieces. The creator must be a genius with considerable musical and writing skills and life experience. As for you, I don't see you like that. The mustachioed David snorted coldly and disdainfully. Zhang did smile and shook his head. What if I come up with a few more songs like this? Is it because you still think I paid for them outside? If you come up with 2 more songs of the same level, I'll believe it's your original. The mustachioed David spoke without budging. Xiaoran on the side held Zhang Du's arm with concern and whispered to Zhang Du, David is an old-timer in pop music. You don't have to be angry with him. In fact, Xiaoran also does not believe that Zhang Du can still come up with 2 works of the same level as the previous 2. Just now, David also said, that are rare in 10 years of fine works. A one-time appearance of 2 is already very rare. To come up with 2 more, how easy it will be. Zhang did smile and patted Xiaoran's hand, signaling that she didn't need to worry. A black silk woman brought over an acoustic guitar and handed it over to Direction Dong. Direction East hurriedly handed the guitar to Zhang Du with both hands. Zhang Du casually fiddled with the guitar. Direction East woke up as if in a dream, and hurriedly shouted to the black silk woman again, recording, quickly get a recorder. The black silk woman twisted her plump ass, turned around and ran out to get a tape recorder. 1999, there is no MP3 and recorder. This time or cassette tape and CD world. Waiting for the Direction East, everything is ready. Zhang Du just intend to open the song. This time rushed in a long-haired man, like the wind generally ran in. Really as Zhang teacher came. I say brother East, How you do not inform me? Ah, how come I didn't inform you? You go around clubbing like a chicken blood when it's nighttime, and your cell phone isn't even on all morning. Xiang Dong said. The person who came was Yao Kong. He had just come to the company when he heard that Xia Ran had brought a man to the company. Then Direction Dong also immediately went to meet the man. He knew that 9 times out of 10 it was Zheng Du who had come, so he took 3 steps to find him. Zheng Du waved his hand towards the 2 of them, signaling them to be quiet. This song is sung by 2 people. It just happens to be for the 2 of you. So listen up. Oomph. I'd like to see what other good works you have. The mustache guy, David, snorted coldly again. He had long been jealous when he saw that both Xiang Dong and Yao Kong held Zheng Du in such high esteem. Zheng Du ignored David and began to hold the guitar and play and sing. Hearing the sound of tears entering the forest in search of pear blossoms white only a line of moss the sky is beyond the mountains the rain falls on the flower platform my temples are gray hearing the sound of tears entering the forest in search of pear blossoms white only a line of moss the sky is beyond the mountains the rain falls on the flower platform I'll be waiting for you to I'll be sending you away beyond the ends of the earth are you still? There the sound of the zither where does the sound of the piano come from it's hard to guess life and death it's hard to guess with a whole life to wait for it. The lyrics and melody filled with the ancient rhythms of China, sung by Zheng Du's slightly raspy voice, made people feel cut off, a feeling of parting, spreading in the hearts of all the people. For a while, all the people in Xia Ran's office were petrified by Zheng Duo's song. To be honest, Zheng Du's song can only be considered as a better amateur singing. Guitar playing is also sloppy, but can't help but this song is really too classic. The crowd unconsciously are attracted by the melody of this song, into which cannot be extricated. Although Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong had long been psychologically prepared, knowing that what Zheng Duo took out must be a classic, but when such a classic song was really placed in front of them, they still couldn't help but feel excited, rubbing their hands together, looking at Zheng Duo with a smile on their faces, and their mouths full of thanks. David put away his disdainful eyes and looked at Zheng Zhua dumbfounded. More than 10 years of experience in the industry told him that the young man in front of him was definitely a world-class talent. Zheng Du ignored the compliments from the crowd and instead asked Xia Ran, Xia, how many songs have you been assigned for your cross-century concert? Xia Ran recovered from her shock and affectionately kissed Zheng Du on the cheek and said, 2 songs, 1 Dog and Stealing and 1 Lillian. Zheng Du shook his head and said, Dogs and Stealing Love was already widely sung on the internet. On that big stage of Shangnan TV, 2 new songs should be sung. There is no better publicity platform than theirs. Listen up. This song, I prepared for you. You sing it at the cross-century concert. After saying that, Zheng do not pay attention to others, and began to play and sing Zhang Huimei's My Dearest. The world no matter how desolate love you are not afraid of loneliness my dearest how are you doing? The days without me you don't come to be well. The catchy melody, straightforward and touching, made the crowd feel as if they were in the spring breeze, and all of them were brightened up. When Zheng Du finished singing the song, David, who was on the side, could no longer hold back his inner excitement, and ran to Zheng Du, grabbing both of his hands. I'm sorry, I apologize for my previous rudeness. You're a genius, definitely a genius. Zheng Du laughed, then spoke to the crowd. I would like to ask you all to do me a favor. To advertise the lyricist to the outside world, please use a pseudonym. I don't want others to know of my existence. Xiangdong asked suspiciously, Mr. Zheng, why do you want to keep such a low profile? Isn't it good for us to be read together? Zheng Du shook his head and answered Direction Dawn with a popular internet phrase in the latter days. Your circle is too chaotic. Then what is the signature of the lyricist of these songs? Yao Kong asked. Dodo it. Zheng did thought about it and said. Before, he didn't like Lin Yujie calling him that, but after days and days, every time he heard Lin Yujie call him that, he felt very warm, so he casually said it. Chapter 73 Hot. The repertoire in my concert was determined a long time ago. Now if I want to change it I might have to interface with Xiangnan TV. Xia Ran's gaze never left Zheng Du. She thought about the matter of changing the repertoire and said worriedly, Change, it must be changed. Mr. Zheng is right. We must use Xiangnan TV as a big stage to launch the song as well. David said excitedly, please give me a little time. A little bit is fine. 2 hours. I'll finish arranging this song in 2 hours, and then we'll go to Hunan TV for rehearsal in 2 hours, and then we'll talk to them about changing the song. And I'm sure they'll say yes when this song comes out. Debuting a new song is also a buying point. Little Li, quickly go and make a call to the director of the Xiangnan TV concert. Just say that Xia is slightly late for the rehearsal. Oi, forget it, I'll make the call myself. Xiangdong said eagerly. Zheng Du smiled as he watched the crowd get busy, while Xia Ran happily snuggled up to Zheng Du. With such a boyfriend who didn't seek fame and fortune, who had a lot of money in his pockets, and who had a lot of talent, Xia Ran felt that she wouldn't change anything for her. Long-haired Yao Kong, on the other hand, attentively poured a cup of hot tea over to Zheng Zhua. and sent it to Zhang Zuo with both hands, while curtly saying, "Mr. Zhang, just now that song 8,000 miles away was sung for Dong and I together ah?" Zhang Zuo looked at Yao Kong and casually asked, "Where's that leather pants guy from last time? He doesn't play with us anymore. Sent abroad by his old man to study." Yao Kong said disdainfully, "This company is now funded by me, Don and Xia Xia. Xia Xia also invested money?" Zhang did asked with slight surprise. "Yes, Dong and I have 4 million each, plus this office floor. Xia Xia invested 5 million. Each of the three of us has 30% of the shares, and 10% of the shares Dong said to give to you, because only your creation can maximize our company's interest." Yao Kong replied unexpectedly. He thought Zhang Du already knew about this. Zhang Du shook his head. He knew that Xia Xia's family was rich, but he didn't expect it to be so rich that they could casually come up with $5 million. Moreover, the three of them actually left themselves 10% of the shares, but in terms of their investment 10% was a huge amount of money, not to mention that Zhang Du knew that under his own guidance, this company would only grow bigger and bigger. "Brother Du, I know you don't lack money, but this is a small token of appreciation from Dong and Kongzi, besides we can't sing your songs for nothing. Just take it." Xia Ran, who was on the side, tightly held onto Zhang Du as if she was afraid that he would run away. Zhang Du nodded. "Okay, I'll take the 10% then. However, Kong Zi, can you not sing that song 8,000 miles away with Dong Zi? Just let him sing it alone." When Zhang Du saw that Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong were so sincere with him and even gave him shares, he felt a little overjoyed. Originally, long-haired Yao Kong was very rude to him in the beginning. That's why he sent Chrysanthemum Terrace for him to sing. This would have been very likely to make Yao Kong become the spokesperson for a certain orientation, and now singing it thousands of miles away. That picture was so beautiful that Zhang Duo didn't even dare to imagine it. When Yao Kong heard this, he immediately became anxious. "Mr. Zhang, how can that be? Such a beautiful song. I must sing it. How about I move a little more of my shares to you?" "Alright, it's okay. No need. It's you who must sing it. Don't call me Mr. Zhang from now on, since we're in partnership together. We're all brothers. Just call me Zhang Du." Zhang Du said hopelessly. Yao Kong laughed cheerfully and said, "Ha ha, Brother Du, as long as you let me sing that song 8,000 miles away with Brother Dong, we can talk about anything." Zhang Du took a sip of the hot tea in his hand and shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever you want. You're the one who fought to sing it anyway." At this time, Xiangdong finished his phone call and said to Zhang Duo with a stack of documents, "Mr. Zhang, Xiangnan TV has agreed that Xia Xia will go over later. Did that Kong Zi tell you about the shares? If you don't have any problems, sign this contract." Zhang Du waved his hand. "Dongzi, don't get into all this useless stuff. I, Zhang Du, have never signed any contracts and have always kept my word. Don't you know that contracts are meant to be torn up? Also, don't call me Mr. Zhang in the future. We are all friends from now on. Just call me Zhang Du." Xiangdong smiled embarrassedly. "Okay, then Du brother, let's not sign the contract. In the future, this company will also have your share. I will take you out for a spin." Although Zhang Duo's grade was 1 or 2 years younger than Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong, but he couldn't help but be talented. So Fang Xiangdong and Yao Kong unanimously addressed him as Brother Du. Zhang Duo nodded and said to Xia Ran, then went out with Xiangdong and Yao Kong. Xia Ran, on the other hand, put on his earphones and followed the recording just now to learn the song My Dearest. 2 hours later, David had finished arranging My Dearest, and Xia Ran had long since learned this catchy song. Several people rushed to Xiangnan TV together. On the way, Yao Kong and David sat on top of the Mercedes-Benz driven by Xiangdong, while Xia Ran insisted on riding in Zhang Duo's Cherry Oriental Sun. The 5 of them sped along in the 2 cars and rushed to the broadcasting hall of Hunan South TV. Zhang did in his previous life to come to the South Hunan TV where the radio and television building, but into the performance hall is still the first time. When he entered the studio, David and the others were busy with the director of the cross-century concert to connect the matters of changing the song, and handed the song to the relevant person in charge. The director said that he wanted to listen to the effect of the scene before making a decision. Zhang Duo was sitting alone in the back row of the auditorium, watching Xia Ran and David and the others busy. 1 or 2 faces familiar to Zhang Duo appeared on the stage from time to time. All of them were quite influential artists in 1999. Not to mention the singers invited from both sides of the Taiwan Strait in 3 places. It is Xiangnan TV's leading host Li He and Yao Xiang are hot characters in the entertainment circle, and now they are not far away from Zhang Duo's place. If Zhang Duo had seen so many celebrities in his later life when he was in college, he would have excitedly run over to take pictures and sign autographs, but now Zhang Duo was not interested in chasing after celebrities at all. Bored, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it up when a staff member came over and politely said to him, "Sir, I'm sorry, you can't smoke in the performance hall." Zhang Du nodded at the staff member and said, "Sorry, Then he got up and walked towards the outside of the hall. Just coming to the corridor outside the door of the performing arts hall, Zhang-du was just about to light the cigarette in his mouth, when a man around 30 years old was carrying a huge box and strenuously walking towards Zhang-du. Chapter 74, All the Stars. Seeing that his waist was almost bent, Zhang-du didn't think much about it and went over to lend a hand to help the man in his 30s carry the heavy boxes into the performance hall. The man gratefully said to Zhang-du, "Thank you." Zhang Duo replied politely, "You're welcome." After saying that, Zheng Jin went to the corridor again, and the man in his 30s behind him followed Zheng Jun to the corridor, and said to Zheng Jin in a friendly manner, "Brother, what do you do?" Zhang Du looked at the man, took out a hibiscus king from his pocket and handed it to him, then replied with a smile, accompanying a friend over to see the rehearsal. The man took the cigarette handed over by Zhang Du and looked at the brand. "Wow, hibiscus king, you're doing well. What does your brother do?" Zhang Duo smiled, blindly, "Doing a little business with a few friends. My name is Wu Wu." "Brother's name?" the man asked after lighting the hibiscus king and taking a deep breath. "My name is Zhang Du." "Wait, what did you say your name was?" Zhang Du froze, not expecting to meet this man in this way. "My name is Wu Wu Ah." "What ah? Brother Zhang has heard of me?" Wu Wu asked in surprise. He had been in Xiangnan TV for many years, but he had never made a name for himself. Although he was often labeled as an assistant director, he often had to do miscellaneous things, and he was surprised that Zhang Duo seemed to have heard of him. Zhang Du more than heard of him. His name is simply like a thunderbolt. If there is no mistake, in the latter days of Xiangnan Satellite TV's ace variety shows, almost all of them are directed by Wu Wu. "What Supergirl, Happy Boys, I Am a Singer," are all his hand to create out. It just didn't occur to him that the current Wu Wu actually had to do some odd jobs. Zhang did react from the shock, smiled and said to Wu Wu, "No, just feel quite kindred with you. A moment free? Have a drink together?" Joking aside, if he were to get on good terms with this variety artist now, not to mention cultivating a diva, it would be possible to cultivate the new 4 heavenly kings. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhang, there's too much going on in the past 2 days. Why don't we make another appointment? My Kayer number is 127x times x times x times x, so I'll treat brother to dinner again then," Wu Wu said with embarrassment. "Holy, really," said a dog. Wu Wu is actually still using a beeper. Zheng Duo slandered in his heart, but his mouth said, "That's right, then I'll treat Brother Wu to dinner at that time." Seriously, why is Brother Wu still using a call machine? To be honest, brother, I happen to have my own cell phone business. If you don't mind, take a cell phone from me and use it there. Brother, I can see that you are a righteous person. I can't afford it because my salary is too low. Anyway, I don't have many people looking for me, so it's good to use a cell phone. When I have money, I'll buy a cell phone from you, Wu Wu said straightforwardly. "Brother Wu, if you really treat me as a brother, don't be polite to me." After saying that, Zheng Duo dragged Wu Wu towards the parking lot outside the performing arts building. His car was often driven by Li Yi and Lao Su to make deliveries, so there were often a few cell phones in the car. When the two of them arrived at the parking lot, Zheng Duo took out an 8250 from the tailgate of the Son of the East and handed it to Wu Wu. "Brother Wu, take this and use it first. When you have money, then we'll talk about paying for it. Besides, this is also for my own convenience. My least favorite thing is to wait for someone to go to the machine." Wu Wu looked at the 8250 in Zheng Du's hand and knew the value of the cell phone, but Zheng Du said that he was too embarrassed to reject it again, so he had to accept the phone. Zheng Du smiled and said to Wu Wu, "Brother Wu, my phone number 139xxxx0066. You remember. When you get on the number, remember to notify me." Wu Wu nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, Brother Zhang Du, I won't say anything more. I recognize you as a friend." Zhang Xiao laughed and took Wu Wu's shoulders in one hand. "Alright, Brother Wu, don't be a mama's boy. Let's have a drink together some other day, and I'll introduce you to 2 more friends to get to know. It'll be good for you." Zheng did intend to introduce Xiang Xiangdong and Yao Kong to Wu Wu, because doing programs also need to pull sponsors. Many times, the sponsors of the columns have the right to give advice to the program, and Zheng did also want to rely on the back of Xiangnan TV. If you can represent the advertisement of this TV station, it would be hard not to make money. Wu Wu didn't ask any detailed questions and said sorry to Zheng Duo, and then made an appointment to contact him by phone in a couple of days, and then walked away. Zheng Duo slowly returned to the performance hall, and as soon as he entered, he happened to hear Xiao Ran standing at the center of the stage singing the song My Dearest. The people in the entire performing arts hall were subdued by Xiao Ran's singing voice. Some female singers had privately inquired about Xiao Ran's origin, while the director of the concert on the side had decided to agree with Xiao Ran replacing this new song with Dog Cut Stealing after listening to a small portion of Xiao Ran's singing. As soon as Zhang did hear this effect, he knew that Xiao Ran's path to diva had already taken the most solid first step. and looking at the beautiful Xiao Ran in the center of the stage, he couldn't help but feel doubly gratified. When Xiao Ran finished the rehearsal, all the people surrounded Xiao Ran like a star and walked out from the performance hall, while Xiao Ran tightly held Zhang Du's arm, fearing that other people don't know that the two of them have a lover's relationship. This caused a group of stars in the showbiz circle to stare in disbelief. A female star who just became popular actually fell in love publicly in such a high-profile manner. Ignoring the gaze of others, Xiao Ran snuggled up to Zhang Duo like a bird and asked him with a smile, "How was it? I didn't interpret your creation completely, ah?" Zhang Du laughed and cupped Xiao Ran's chin with his hand. "Very good. Very perfect, brother Du. Let's not go back to the company at this point. It just so happens that it's time for dinner. You have to give me this opportunity today. We were about to treat you to dinner last time." Yao Kong shook his long hair and said, "Yes, brother, think of it as a celebration for me," Xiao Ran said daintily. Zhang did nod. "Alright, since everyone is interested, I can't spoil the fun. Where are we going?" Yao Kong said firmly, "Since Du has rewarded us with his presence, of course we'll go to the Huacheng Hotel." The crowd agreed. Besides, David and Xiao Ran were both influential in the entertainment industry. Going to a small stall to get together and being photographed by reporters would become news again. Zhang Du saw that the crowd did not object, and did not say anything more himself, although he had some unpleasant things happen in the Huacheng Hotel. The crowd drove to the Huacheng Hotel. Yao Kong had called on the way to book a private room and order the food. Under the guidance of the waiter, the crowd walked through the opulent hotel lobby and took the elevator to the top floor. Chapter 75. A rave is a lonely group of people. The Huacheng Hotel was a 50-story building in the CBD of Star City, and the restaurant was located on the top floor. In Star City in 1999, one could have a bird's-eye view of the whole city through the glass of the restaurant. Yao Kong had booked the most expensive box, and through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the private room, he could see the Shangjiang River meandering northward in the distance. Although Zhang Du was very familiar with the city, it was the first time he had eaten at this restaurant. Even in his later life, he had seen some of the world, but for the luxury of this hotel restaurant staggering, it is said that a meal here casually thousands of dollars, which in 1999 in the mainland city is already a very high consumption. The restaurant is divided into hall and private room area. Even in the hall, is also laying a thick carpet. Crystal chandelier in the daytime also open, with European-style dining table and sophisticated tableware in the hall staggeringly placed. The crowd was guided towards the restaurant by the waiter, but Zhang did find a familiar figure in the hall, which was actually Xiao Huixian. Xiao Huixian wore a very thick makeup, making Zhang Du realize that she didn't recognize her. She wore a pure black wool sweater, tightly outlining her figure. A fiery red down jacket in the restaurant because of the central air conditioning was not worn on the body, but placed on the backrest chair next to her. In Xiao Huixian's opposite side sat a middle-aged man wearing a set of gray suit, the man slightly some top. At the moment the two do not know what to talk about. Xiao Huixian smiled flamboyantly. Zhang Du surprised to look at Xiao Huixian. Xiao Ran holding Zhang Du. On the side of the Zhang Du found Zhang Du's different. Curiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Ah." Zhang Du waved his head and said, "Nothing." "Met a classmate." Xiao Ran curiously followed Zhang Du's gaze and saw Xiao Huixian and the man sitting across from her, but didn't say much. Although, at a glance, she knew what was going on, but after all, they were Zhang Du's classmates, so she didn't say much. Zhang Du also did not make more stops. He remembered that Li Yi in his later life also broke up with Xiao Huixian. At that time, he also did not ask Zhang Du the reason. Now it seems that it should be Xiao Huixian's reason. The people walked into the private room and sat down in turn. Xiao Ran sat down beside Zhang Du. At this time the waiter came in a line and served the dishes that Yao Kong had already ordered on the way to the table steaming hot. Zhang Du was still hesitant to tell Li Yi about Xiao Huixian's encounter today, and was distracted by the meal. On the other hand, Xiang Dong and the others were in high spirits. On the one hand, Xiao Ran's rise proved the company's ability to operate. On the other hand, now that both he and Yao Kong had a new song, the next step was to record their own songs and promote them. If all three of their company's people could be popular, it would be hard for the company to not make any money. Several people have taken the initiative to toast to Zhang Du. Zhang Du in politeness, one by one returned the salute. Even David, who had always been high-minded and proud, had also put down his stance and took the initiative to invite Zhang Du to have a drink. Today, Yao Kong ordered Mao Tai, a few cups of white wine down. Zhang Du feel from the throat to the chest are hot. Fortunately this wine is not head, otherwise a breath of a few cups. Really some cannot stand. Xiao Ran is on the side of the very considerate to Zhang Du clip food. Zhang Du just finished a round of drinking with a few people, and hastily clipped the bowl of food. Pressure of alcohol. The main course is often the last to be served. The waiter first gave each person a small empty bowl, and then poured crystal clear fans to the crowd in turn. Zhang Du know that this is the shark's fin. in the latter part of the world has only eaten so many times, while Xiao Ran elegantly picked it up and ate it in small bites with a spoon. The other few people also looked like they were used to it. Zhang Du shook his head. This is the life of a tycoon, right? Oblivious to the fact that in this life, he was also an unabashed tycoon. When the bill was paid, it cost Yao Kong nearly $10,000. After the crowd finished a valuable lunch, Zhang Du was slightly tipsy, and the crowd took a short break in the restaurant before walking out of the warm and spring-like hotel. When Zhang Du and the others came out again, Xiao Huixian's figure was no longer in the lobby. Zhang Du separated from the crowd in the parking lot, and Xiao Ran fondly held onto Zhang Du's arm and asked softly, "Brother, can you come and see me live at the cross-century concert?" Zhang Duo thought for a moment and gently replied, "I'll be by the TV to watch you." After saying that, he pinched Xiao Ran's chin. He definitely had to accompany Lin Yujie during the cross-century, and besides, Zhang Du didn't want to stand alone under the stage and watch a group of people partying. Didn't the lyrics say that? Carnival is the loneliness of a group of people. In this life, Zhang Du didn't want to be alone, nor would he. Xiao Ran was a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself and gave Zhang Du a gentle kiss on the cheek before waving goodbye to Zhang Du. Zhang Du greeted everyone, then started his own Son of the East and drove to Linda. The new century was just around the corner, and the legendary end of the world hadn't come, which seemed to give the students of Lin University even more reason to party. A heavy snowfall came unexpectedly, adding a few dreamy colors to the quiet campus. From time to time, groups of boys and girls were seen laughing in the snow-covered campus. Today is the last day of 1999. The new century is coming. Zhang-made friends have gathered. Wei Shuai handed over the internet cafe to Pei Yong to take care of it, and returned to Lin University with a girl from Shangnan University himself. Under the torture of the crowd, Wei Shuai still failed to keep his secret and honestly confessed the process of his acquaintance with this girl from Shangnan University. In fact, it is very simple. As long as you open the QQ in the internet cafe, it will be the first just logged on the last person's QQ number. Wei Shuai, because every day in the internet cafe, has long found this law. The day he saw this Shangnan University girls alone to the new century internet cafe internet on the mind. First, add her as a friend, and then chat. After 2 weeks of chatting, the two are about to meet. The girl to see in their own online chatting hot actually is the young boss of that internet cafe when, but also stunned. Later, she was guided by Zhang Du. Finally learn how to love. Zhang Du guffawed when he heard Wei Shuai's confession. In the later life, he and Wei Shuai were the ones who often used this method to pick up girls, and compared to casting a net aimlessly on the internet, this way had a much higher hit rate. First of all, it has to be a beautiful woman to go to add her, and then often a person bubble internet cafe beauty or temporarily no boyfriend or boyfriend is not around. Chase up. The difficulty is not so big. I did not expect this life. Wei Shuai still learned this trick without a teacher. Perhaps, this is destiny. Old Su and Lu Sha heard, chasing Wei Shuai to other Shangnan University beauty QQ number. But Wei Shuai bite his own only added a beauty QQ. Is his current girlfriend, Suing? While saying also winking at the old Su Lu Sha. Chapter 76 Cross-Century Concert. Wang Xiaojian, a person with a large amount of money earned by selling cell phones back. Huang Guan and Yang Jiao also in. Sun Coco see Wei Shuai found a girlfriend is very angry. Zhang Shui at the side of the non-stop tell her jokes. Li Yi and Xiao Huixian sitting in the corner, hugging completely do not put others in the eyes. Of course, there is Zhang Du Angel. Lin Yujie today wearing a pure white long down jacket, head wearing a certain cartoon pattern hat, the lower body rare to wear a black tight pants, playful and cute with a few sexy people sitting around the farmhouse and the barn. The barn in the center of the fireplace has been burning a roaring fire. Zhang Du also this morning with Lin Yujie went to the city center of the electrical city to buy a projection and sound projection early tuned to the Shangnan TV. We are waiting to see the Shangnan TV's cross-century concert. The ground is full of beer and a variety of drinks. Originally Zhang Du also intend to buy a few bottles of white wine, but a group of brothers strongly opposed, said the drink is the flavor. Zhang did not insist. Anyway, he himself usually drink beer. Lao Su had prepared the ingredients for the barbecue early, packed in baskets and neatly stacked on a shelf behind the fireplace. Verdant greens, purple eggplants, as well as Huang Guan's favorite chicken wings and drumsticks, making people salivate at the sight. There was still some time before the concert started. Huang Guan didn't know where to find a CD and very appropriately played Dawn's Happy 2000, and the crowd laughed and joked together in the cheerful rhythm. Zhang Du embraced the side of Lin Yujie, listening carefully to the lyrics in the speaker. Soon to 2000 years there is what appeared as long as in the present to open a party 12 o'clock to take pictures to miss over a day to change a change of love will never change 1,000 days 1,000 changes together with 1,000 years. Zhang did not know how many people around him would still be able to stay together after 1,000 days. For them, there was still too much uncertainty and unknown. Jung-do clearly remembered that when they graduated in the latter part of their lives, one of the hottest campus novels was The Day We Graduated We Broke Up Together. Jung-do shook his head and chased away this inexplicable sadness. In this life, he had a greater ability and more opportunities to change himself and the fate of his friends around him. At the very least, Jung-do could ensure that these friends around him would not break up because of money. He could make everyone around him rich. He could make them not have to go to the job market to squeeze their heads to find a job. He could make them not become house slaves, card slaves, car slaves. Of course, all this still needs him and his friends to work hard. Only by their own fight to success is the most solid. If just by virtue of the advantage of rebirth to make money. When one day Zhang do not have this advantage, by then Zhang do and a bunch of friends how to do? Waiting to sit on their asses? Never. Zhang Du secretly said to himself in his heart. The time for the start of the cross-century concert was getting closer and closer. Huang Guan also stopped playing the CD-ROM and switched the projection to the TD screen of Shang'an TV. The crowd chattered about this year's concert lineup, discussing the star singers they were looking forward to. Lao Su and Li Yi, on the other hand, were quietly there to help the crowd take care of the bunch of ingredients on the grill. Later, the most gluttonous Huang Guan joined them. It was Su Ying's first time at Linda University, but her cheerful personality soon made her chat with Yang Jiao and the others, while Wei Shui was relieved to see his girlfriend blending in with everyone and started sparring with Lu Sha. In order to get more beautiful women's QQ numbers from Wei Shui, Lu Sha kept on toasting and pleasing Wei Shui. Zhang Du quietly sitting with his arm around Lin Yujie by the fire, smelling her unique body fragrance. At this time, Zhang Du trouser pockets of the cell phone vibrated. Zhang Du take out the phone to see. Is Xiao Ran send a text message, brother? Will soon be on the stage. So nervous. Oh. Zhang Du quickly replied back for her. Cheer up. You are the best. Lin Yujie on the side saw the content of the text message and asked curiously, who is it? Zhang Du was scared out of his wits for a moment. How did he not notice that Lin Yujie was right next to him? Hurriedly said, a friend. Said she's going to perform a program soon. What friend? Lin Yujie asked seriously. Oh, just an ordinary friend. Zhang Du explained. But Lin Yujie had long since seen from Zhang Du's expression that she was afraid it wasn't as simple as an ordinary friend. However, unlike other girls who encountered this kind of thing, she did not break the pot to the bottom, not to mention crying, cursing and hanging herself. She just stared at Zhang Du's cell phone for half a minute before moving her eyes away. Zhang Du's cell phone is still that he and Lin Yujie together to buy the motorcycle Rona 998. Although the friends around them have changed to a more fashionable Nokia 8250, but the two of them have always insisted on using 998. Zhang Du feel that this half a minute has a century so long, until Lin Yujie moved away from her line of sight. Zhang Du only in the heart secretly relieved. If Lin Yujie insisted on pursuing the matter, he really didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, the concert started right away. After a burst of strong rhythmic opening music, Shangnan TV's two leading hosts Li He and Yao Xian walked onto the stage. The two of them tried their best to render the warm atmosphere of the cross-century, and then introduced the singers who were about to appear. The singer appearing below is performing publicly for the first time on the TV screen, but her music has long been sung on the internet. This year, as soon as her new song was released, it quickly took the top spot on the nation's major music charts, making her arguably the hottest newcomer of 1999. Li He used his characteristic speed of speech to introduce in a calm manner. Yes, I think we all know who you're talking about. Let's shout out her name together, shall we? Yao Xiang took Li He's words and then shouted to the tens of thousands of audience members on the scene, only to hear a mountain of voices on the scene chanting together to Xia Xia. Zhang Du did not expect that the director would put Xia Ran singing first, and what was even more unexpected was that before Xia Ran had even appeared on the stage, the subtitles on the screen had already typed out Xia Ran's song, Lilian, sung by Xia Xia, lyrics and music by Dodo. The crowd didn't pay attention to this small detail, while Lin Yujie saw Dodo at a glance, and then looked at Zhang Duo suspiciously. Did you write this song? Zhang Duo really couldn't bear to cheat Lin Yujie. If the relationship between two people needed to be maintained by cheating, then he would rather give up. He nodded to Lin Yujie with fear and trepidation. Lin Yujie angrily pinched Zhang Du's thigh. To actually write such a nice song for someone else. Where's the song you promised me? Chapter 77, Three People's Millennium. Although she knew that Zhang Duo was hiding something from herself, Lin Yujie didn't explode when she saw that Zhang Duo had been using their couple's cell phone and writing songs signed by the name she took. 2. Good girl. I'll definitely do what I promised you. Zhang did let out a sigh of relief. It would be too easy to send a song to fix this trouble. The text message just now was also sent to you by her? Lin Yujie asked with a jealous face, pointing at the projection screen, wearing a long white dress. Xia Ran. Zhang did helplessly nodded again. Yeah. How long have you guys known each other? Was it before or after you met me? What's your relationship? Lin Yujie clasped her arms in front of her chest. making the upper body's height even more tantalizing. Zhang did not have the heart to appreciate this beautiful view and said with his head lowered, "It seems like before I knew you. I don't remember clearly. I don't have a relationship with her." "Is it no relationship, or did you not have sex?" Lin Yujie asked. "There was no relationship." "No, absolutely not." Cold sweat had beaded on Zhang Du's back. Lin Yujie's pretty face turned cold as she looked at Zhang Du seriously. "Do you still love me?" Zhang Duo nodded his head hurriedly. "Love? Of course I love you." Lin Yujie's face turned from cloudy to sunny, smilingly helping Zhang Duo wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. "Alright, listen to your little lover sing." "You don't say. The singing is not bad, haha." Zhang Du coyly stopped talking. He really wasn't good at lying, much less dealing with this kind of thing. After the song was sung, the concert venue boiled over. Countless fans neatly shouted "Xia xia, xia xia." Zhang Duo was too weak to stare at the screen, but he didn't know where to look, and Lin Yujie's pretty face had a smirking expression, making Zhang Duo's heart even more insecure. Zhang Du's group of diehard friends did not know Zhang Du and Xiaoran relationship. Even less noticed Zhang Du and Lin Yujie what happened, but also in the non-stop praise Xiaoran people beautiful. The song also sang well, which makes Lin Yujie face expression even more difficult to see. It didn't take long for the melody of My Dearest to ring out. After the warm-up of the first song, Xiaoran's singing was more mellow and natural, interpreting this song, which has a high degree of popularity in the latter days, flawlessly, and it can be predicted that, after the cross-century concert of Shangnan TV on the big stage, this song will surely be as popular as the latter is, all over the north and the south of the Yangtze River. Lin Yujie see the second song-songwriter signed by Dodo, and cannot help but ruthlessly pinch Zhang Du thighs. The pain of Zhang Du closed his eyes, but still do not dare to cry out, had to clench his teeth to endure. Finally waited until Xiaoran finished singing and retired. Zhang Du only then a sigh of relief, is going to drink a bottle of beer to pressure the shock. This time the phone vibrates again. Zhang Du secretly look at Lin Yujie, do not dare to take the phone out again, but ruthlessly pour half a bottle of beer, let the cold wine to cover up their own panic. The crowd was immersed in the cross-century revelry. The beer had already been wiped out by who knows how many. Lao Su and Li Yi were busy on the barbecue, basically not waiting for the food to be fully grilled before it was snatched away. There was no other way. Lao Su could only grill a little more at a time. Later on, Yang Jiao and the girls also took the initiative to help out when they saw that Lao Su and Li Yi were too busy. Barbecue is actually very easy. Those ingredients Lao Su has long told the restaurant waiter to wash clean with bamboo skewers. Just put on the grill is. A few girls think it is very fresh, while barbecuing, while chatting happily. Seeing this, Lin Yujie also ran to grill things with Yang Jiao and the girls. From time to time, the projector appeared in the Sky Star, a pop gold song familiar to all. As time passed, the millennium was getting closer and closer. Zhang Du's phone rings again. This time it can't be hidden from Lin Yujie. In the last hour of the 20th century, Zhang Du has ushered in the biggest challenge of his life. The caller was Xiaoran again. Zhang Du apprehensively picked up the phone. He heard Xiaoran on the phone. "Brother, I'm at the entrance of your school. Come and pick me up." Zhang Du awkwardly looked at Lin Yujie. Lin Yujie quickly took the phone from Zhang Du's hand and said to the other end of the phone, "Hello, are you Xiaoran? I'm Zhang Du's girlfriend." She emphasized the word girlfriend very heavily. I don't know what Xiaoran said to Lin Yujie on the other end of the phone, but after a while, Lin Yujie could be heard smiling and saying to the other end of the phone, "Good, you wait, I'll pick you up." Lin Yujie finished hanging up the phone and handed the motorcycle 998 to Zhang Du, then said, "Give me the car keys. I'll go pick up your little lover for you." That, Xiao Yu. Listen to me. Zhang Duo scratched his head and was organizing his language in his mind, not knowing what to say to Lin Yujie. "Hurry up. It's not appropriate to ask people to wait at the school gate on a cold day. People are coming to the door," Lin Yujie said with a smile on her face. At this time, the crowd also found Zhang Du and Lin Yujie's abnormality, but no one came over to ask more questions. Many times the two people's things, only they can solve it. Similarly, the three people's things, only the three of them can solve it. The other people have no way to interfere. Zhang Du had no choice but to hand over the car keys to Lin Yujie. "Xiaoyu, can you drive?" "That, why don't we go together?" "Alright, you drink here. I'll go pick up your little singer lover." After saying that, Lin Yujie took the car keys, turned around and walked towards the sun of the east. Zhang Du watched apprehensively as Lin Yujie walked away, but he didn't know how to deal with what was in front of him. Relatively speaking, he liked the tranquility when he was with Lin Yujie, and also liked the excitement when he was with Xiaoran. Perhaps his own inner heart, really like Lin Yujie said, he subconsciously when Lin Yujie is his girlfriend, and when Xiaoran is a lover. Lin Yujie skillfully started the car and drove it out of the small courtyard. The crowd looked at Zhang doing it suspiciously. Only Lu Sha and Huang Guan were the only two people who had been still sparring and hadn't paid attention to what was happening here. Li Yi walked over with a glass of wine and asked with concern, "Duer, what happened? Xiao Yu doesn't seem very happy?" Zhang Dou looked at Li Yi, raised the glass of wine in front of him, and silently clinked glasses with him before drinking the beer in his own glass. He had never told Li Yi about the scene he had seen at the Huacheng Hotel, and he was afraid that the situation he was currently experiencing was not much better than Li Yi's. As the distance to the millennium is getting closer and closer, the atmosphere of the concert in the projection is getting more and more enthusiastic, and even the whole small courtyard is getting more lively. And not far away from the campus, there is also a burst of laughter coming from the campus, and everyone is welcoming the arrival of the new century in their own way. Chapter 78, a very cheerful type of thing. The time now, for Zhang Du is completely torment. He does not know Lin Yujie and Xiao Ran meeting will happen. Sitting in apprehension, finally waited until the familiar engine roar came from not far away. Zhang Du hastily looked towards the door of the small courtyard, only to see Lin Yujie driving the car skillfully a sharp turn, parked the car under the tree, and then came down from the car, and she got off together with Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran actually still wearing the same long skirt that she wore during the performance, outside of which she was wearing a knee-length black down jacket. In the chilly wind, she looked churlish and touching. After Xiao Ran got off the bus, she naturally took Lin Yujie on her arm, and the two beautiful girls walked into the warm bullpen like good sisters. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were attracted by the two girls. The two girls, one as beautiful as the heavens and the other as beautiful as the country, couldn't help but be breathtaking as they walked side by side like this, while Zhang Du was opening his own mouth wide. Half a day he couldn't close his mouth. He envisioned endings for today, but how could he not expect the scene in front of him? At this time, Wei Shuai's girlfriend recognized Xiao Ran and excitedly shouted, "Wow! Xia Xia! You're Xia Xia!" At this time, the crowd woke up as if from a dream. No wonder looking at Xiao Ran felt familiar. The crowd did not think that Lin Yujie went to pick up actually is now the hot new generation singer Xia Xia, have been excited. Lin Yujie smiled and introduced everyone, "This is my good sister, Xia Ran. Come on, Xia Xia, let's go eat barbecue." Xiao Ran also changed her flighty style and very cooperatively followed Lin Yujie towards the barbecue grill. Yang Jiao and the others hurriedly made room for Lin Yujie and Xiao Ran to sit side by side. Lao Su hurriedly handed over 2 bunches of grilled vegetables to the two beauties. Lin Yujie smiled and said to Xiao Ran, "Try it, old Su's craftsmanship is good." At this time, several girls surrounded Xiao Ran and Lin Yujie. Suing excitedly said, "Xia Xia, can you give me an autograph later?" Wei Shuai ran over and pulled Suing by the hand. Alright, it's so cold. Let people eat and roast the fire first." All the people's eyes were attracted by Xiao Ran, while Zhang Duo was dumbfounded at what was in front of him. The two people from the time they came in, neither of them looked at him squarely. Zhang Duo's heart was still in a state of confusion. However, what should be faced is still to be faced. He hardened his heart and walked to Lin Yujie and Xiao Ran. First looked at Lin Yujie and realized that Lin Yujie did not have the precursor of an outburst, and then said to Xiao Ran, "Why did you come without changing your clothes? It's so cold. Don't catch a cold. I'm rushing over to cross the century with you." Xiao Ran replied while elegantly holding a bunch of chicken wings. Zhang Du hurriedly looked at Lin Yujie's face again, only to see that Lin Yujie didn't seem half jealous, still smiling as she looked at Zhang Du and Xiao Ran. Seeing this, Zhang Du became more and more at a loss as to what to do, so he could only say to Lin Yujie and Xiao Ran, "That, you guys eat something here, I'm going to go drink with my brothers." It was the song Happy 2000 again. Xiangnan TV at the end of the 20th century was a dominant player in the country, and the cross-century concert even had one of Hong Kong's 4 heavenly kings, Leon Lai, in attendance. Lai Ming danced and sang, and immediately pushed the atmosphere of the entire cross-century concert to the boiling point. In the small farmhouse not far outside the Lin University campus, the theme of welcoming the new millennium finally returned. Nokia's classic SMS ringtones were heard all the time, and at the end of the 20th century, when there was no MMS, no WeChat, and no cell phone version of QQ, it was still a very joyful thing to send blessings to friends and family by SMS. Everyone's cell phones were using Nokia, except for Zhang Du and Lin Yujie. Everyone took out their own cell phones and edited text messages with Nokia's T9 keyboard. Zhang Du also received a few text messages. Qiu Ming, Xiang Xiangdong, De Wei, Yao Kong and others all sent messages of greetings, and Zhang Du replied to all of them. Xiangnan TV's future big director Wu Wu also got on a new number today and sent a text message to Zhang Du, who likewise gave a reply. Just as everyone was busy editing the text messages, the bell of the 21st century finally rang, and with the projection screen, Xiangnan TV's leading host Li He's Deep Countdown, all of them held their breaths and waited for the arrival of the 21st century. Zhengdu also silently walked to the middle of Lin Yujie and Xiaoran, reached out and put Lin Yujie in his arms. Lin Yujie put away the cell phone in her hand, did not say anything, but leaned on Zhengdu's shoulder as usual, while Xiaoran on the other side also very naturally held Zhengdu's other arm. The three people quietly leaned together, looking at Lu Sha. Zhang Shui and other single dogs' teeth hurt. All the boys in their hearts were starting to get jealous of Zhengdu's left and right arms. Even the love-struck Li Yi had to admire Zhengdu in his heart. With the ringing of the New Year's bell, a loud cheering sound came from the campus. I don't know which department students also set off fireworks. A brilliant fireworks in the sky above the Lin University. How can this time be less than Huangguan? Only to see him from the small courtyard of the inner room to carry out a long time ago prepared several barrels of huge fireworks, and then constantly greeted Wei Shuai and Lu Sha, who had already drunk a full face of redness. The three together will be 4 or 5 barrels of large fireworks in the small courtyard doorway on the open space, and then lit in turn. A time more brilliant and eye-catching fireworks rose up in the air. The entire campus are illuminated colorful. Triggered the campus crowd of students once again cheered. Zhang did pick up the wine cup in his hand in the midst of the singing and laughter, and said to the crowd, "Let's all have a drink together." The crowd responded in droves, and Yang Jiao hurriedly found a disposable cup for Xiaoran as well, intending to pour her a little drink. Xiaoran smiled sweetly, then said to Lin Yujie, "Xiao Yu, let's drink the red wine I brought." Lin Yujie nodded and walked towards the Sun of the Orient on Xiaoran's arm, carrying out a piece of red wine from inside. Xiaoran laughed and said to Zhengdu, "I knew you didn't prepare red wine." Sun Coco on the side cheered and hurriedly took the red wine from Xiaoran's hands and carried it with both hands to the table next to the fireplace. Zhang Shui also took the opportunity to run to help Sun Coco open the red wine box. Fortunately, the package of this red wine also came with this tool to open the red wine, which also saved the crowd the trouble of looking for a wine opener. Zhang Shui opened 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for all the girls. Then the crowd cheered together and finished the wine and the glass together. The first hour of the 21st century, Zhang Did and his friends reveled under the brilliant fireworks. It was a night they would never forget. Alcohol magnified sadness and happiness, love and desire, and parting and betrayal. A few years later, Zhang Du and his friends in the memory of such a night. Without a few sighs. Chapter 79 Becoming a Battery. When time slowly passed in the midst of the crowd's laughter and songs, it was already in the early hours of the pre-dawn, when the weather was at its coldest. Even if the firewood in the hut was burned vigorously, the cold air from the outdoors was still pouring in. Li Yi took the lead in carrying the already half-drunk Xiao Huixian into his room. This was like blowing a charge, and everyone headed towards the inner room. Zhang Shui had his arm around his coveted Sun Coco, Wei Shuai and Su Ying, Huangguan and Yang Jiao, all helped each other towards the inside. Zhang did drink a lot of wine today. The brothers are envious of him left and right, over and over to toast his wine. A few rounds down, has long been dizzy. He wrapped one hand around the wineless Lin Yujie, one hugged a shy Xiaoran, and walked back to his room. Seeing that the entire small building was about to become a cannon building, Lao Su lit a cigarette for himself and kicked Lu Sha, who had drunkenly collapsed on a chair. "Sand, get up, you can't sleep here, go back to your room." Lu Sha moved his body and did not respond. Old Su dangled a cigarette, looked at the single Lu Sha, shook his head, muttering to himself, "This poor child. People are in pairs, leaving us 2 brothers. However, old brother, I can't accompany you. I'm leaving. The time I spent with you little brothers is the most restful memories in my life." Old Su, you trusted each other. You relied on each other. There was no hard feelings. I will remember you. After saying that, Lao Su threw away the cigarette in his hand, and then after finding a quilt for Lu Sha in the inner room, he turned around and sat on the cherry pickup truck. Old Su skillfully hitched the engine, so that the car warmed up. Taking the time to warm up the car, Lao Su took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Zhengdu, "I'm leaving. Don't look for me, if I don't come back again. If I come back one day, I will tell you my story. Remember, don't forget your beginnings." After sending the text message, Lao Su stepped on the gas, and the cherry pickup truck sped away like an arrow, driving to an unknown faraway place. Li Yi had already brought Xiao Huixian back to his room, and the 2 of them directly collapsed on the bed. Xiao Huixian closed her eyes. The man in front of her should be considered his first man, but she still betrayed him. At this moment, there was not a trace of guilt in her heart. In school, Li Yi was a flirt, handsome, and a little bit of money, very popular with the girls. But in her opinion, all of this is not enough. Xiao Huixian is destined to be a shining star in the entertainment industry. She has always hoped since she was a child that she could become a star in the limelight. Just like Xiaoran today, in the applauding voices of millions of people, beautiful and touching. For this reason, she spared no expense. Xiao Huixian secretly dripped open her own eyes. The man in front of her was handsome, strong, and took care of her. Just be his girlfriend for one more night, Xiao Huixian thought in her heart. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes once again. At the same time, she was also thinking, why can't she take advantage of her youth and capital to take a shot at it, and perhaps actually become over a star? At this moment, Xiao Huixian was extremely satisfied both physically and psychologically, but after she was satisfied, she had to pursue more and higher things. She decided to break up with Li Yi. Meanwhile, in another room, Wei Shuai, on the other hand, at the moment, completely failed to find the right entry point, and both of them should be in love for the first time. Although Suing had a good impression of Wei Shuai, she was also not mentally prepared to go this far so quickly. After the two people entered the room, because both drunk on Wei Shuai's bed, the night passed and the people in this small building calmed down. Chapter 80, The Greatest Sorrow. Zhang Duo couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, but it was all true. However, it was such a ravishing scene that Zhang Du was drunk, so drunk that he could no longer move. There is no greater sorrow in the world than this. Zhang Du forced himself to endure the dull pain in his head and secretly swore that after today, he must quit drinking. Just more regrets. Cannot change his current situation. He even opened his eyes have no strength. Only his mind is still a little bit of consciousness. And this little bit of consciousness also with the deepening of drunkenness and become blurred. Zhang Du, on the other hand, was like a vegetable, both able to feel the teasing of the beauties on either side of him, yet he was unable to move, a feeling that made his life worse than death. It was clear that the burning had begun inside, while outside his body, he was powerless to invade. The anesthesia of alcohol made him drowsy, but the two fires around him made it unwilling to fall asleep. Finally, a flutter in his chest. Zhang did a hand to get up from the bed, woefully wearing a thin set of underwear to run to the restroom. Did not wait to find the toilet. A cloud of alcohol in his chest mixed with the barbecue he had eaten in the evening spewed out. In the restroom vomiting almost more than 10 minutes. Zhang do feel a lot better. Zhang did turn on the bathroom's water heater, letting the scalding hot water rinse his alcohol-anesthetized body and groggy head, slowly feeling better. After taking a hot shower, the surging in Zhang Duo's body stopped, but his head was still groggy, so he came out of the restroom, fell headfirst onto the bed, and fell asleep in the twinkling of an eye. Lin Yujie shyly looked at Xiaoran a glance, and then tried to pinch Zhang Du sleeping beside himself. See him, no reaction. She also gathered her violently throbbing mood and smiled bitterly at Xiaoran, then snuggled into Zhang Du's chest and closed her eyes. Xiaoran looked slightly apologetically at Zhang Du and Lin Yujie. The alcohol in her body began to rage. She settled down and sniffed Zhang Du's body odor after he had just taken a shower, and slowly fell asleep as well. On January 1st, 2000, it was still early in the morning, and the people who had partied through the night were all still asleep. Lin Yujie opened her eyes, although she had made the decision a long time ago and knew that she was powerless to change it, but when it really came to this moment, she was still very reluctant to part with it. After giving a slapdash kiss on the cheek of the sleeping Zhang Du, and looking at Xiaoran, who was sleeping on the other side of Zhang Du, Lin Yujie felt her heart ache. In fact, what girl would be willing to take out her first love and share it with another girl, even if that girl was a star? It couldn't be a reason. Besides, with her family background, she didn't have to care about any star diva at all. It was only after she knew that Zhang Du had met Xiaoran before he met her, and then the two of them were just a little bit fond of each other and hadn't done anything to wrong her, that she felt a little bit better in her heart. It was also because she cared too much about Zhang Du and was afraid that her departure would make Zhang Du wither away from then on that she took the initiative to go to the school gate to pick up Xiaoran. Kindly, she didn't know if there was a future for her in Zhang Du, and she hoped that there would be a reliable girl to take care of Zhang Du for her in her absence. Lin Yujie carefully put on her clothes and then took out a pink envelope from her pocket. Inside the envelope was a letter that she had written a long time ago. She believed that Zhang Du should be able to accept her departure after seeing this letter. After all, she couldn't help it. Reluctantly walking out of the small courtyard, Lin Yujie returned to the dormitory and put on a backpack, not even packing her own luggage, just wearing the watch and cell phone that Zhang Du sent her. She walked to the school gate. A lot of things need to be discarded. A lot of things want to cherish, but cannot take away. Lin Yujie sat on her own bed in the dormitory and looked at the cold and quiet dormitory. At this moment Yang Jiao and the others should still be warming up at the side of their respective boyfriends, and they will soon be traveling across the ocean. From now on with Zhang Du the world. Think of this, Lin Yujie cannot help but shed 2 lines of tears. She didn't tell anyone outside of Xiaoran about her departure, just because she was afraid that she couldn't stand the sadness of parting. But when she was about to leave here alone, everything here made her rush into a deep longing. After all, even the heir of Linda knew that Lin Yujie and Zhang Du were a pair. Lin Yujie choked back a sob and found her meal card from her window drawer, which still had several $100s in it. She tightly tugged on that meal card, as if grabbing bits and pieces of her past with Zhang Du, refusing to let go. At this time, The phone in her pocket rang. Lin Yujie took out her cell phone, took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then answered the call. Hey, Brother Chen, I'll be right out. Please wait for me at the school entrance for another 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yujie turned around and walked out of the dormitory, heading towards the school's cafeteria as usual. Coming to the window where she often bought breakfast with Zhang, Lin Yujie looked for the fat chef to buy a breakfast as usual, and then under the fat chef's astonished gaze, she sat alone in the seat where the two used to sit, and finished the breakfast in her hand one bite at a time. Then, he came to the fat cook's window and handed in his meal card. Uncle, I may have to go on a long trip. I'm afraid my boyfriend won't remember to bring his card for breakfast. Can I trouble you? I'll put my meal card here, and when he comes here for breakfast, please swipe this card directly, okay? The fat chef had long since seen Lin Yujie's abnormality. He said angrily, Girl, what's wrong? Did that kid bully you? Chapter 81, Pear Blossom with Rain. Lin Yujie held back her sadness and shook her head at the fat chef, saying, No, he's good to me. It's my family's relationship. I'm leaving here. Thank you for the breakfast you've been making. My boyfriend and I love the flavor here. Ha? Family reasons? The fat chef was also a person who had been there before. How could he not understand the sadness of parting ways? He quickly changed to a smiling face and comforted Lin Yujie. It doesn't matter. You're both still young. As long as both of you have the heart, you can definitely be together again. At that time, you guys come back to my place for breakfast. Uncle treats you. No charge. Lin Yujie smiled at the kindly fat chef, then walked out of the cafeteria with a forlorn face, her pearly appearance making the food in the entire school cafeteria tasteless. When Lin Yujie arrived at the school entrance, a boy in an expensive suit had long been waiting there. Seeing Lin Yujie come out, he rushed forward, intending to help Lin Yujie with her bag. Lin Yujie forced a smile and said to the man, Brother Chen, no need, it's not heavy. The man smiled and ran to the front of a Cadillac car at the school entrance, attentively helped Lin Yujie open the door, and when Lin Yujie got into the car, he carefully closed the door again, and then did himself into the driver's side, started the car, and sped away with Lin Yujie. Xiao Huixian also had to leave. She didn't leave without saying goodbye like Lin Yujie, but she got up early, washed up, and then said to Li Yi who was still sleeping in bed, Let's break up, and then fluttered away, so that the hangover Li Yi sleeping in bed in 2 feet, completely do not know what happened. Yesterday also together shocking debauchery. How to lift up his pants do not recognize people. He thought that Xiao Huixian was joking with him, but when he took out his cell phone to call Xiao Huixian's phone, found that her phone number has become empty. Call their dormitory phone cannot find her, only to find that the situation is really bad. However, dragging his hungover body, he searched the entire Lin University campus, but did not see that familiar figure again. On the first day of the 21st century, Lin University's old and new school beauty disappeared on campus at the same time, leaving behind 2 heartbroken and desperate men. When Zhang Duo woke up from his hangover, Xia Ran had long since finished washing up and was looking at him with 2 hands dragging her beautiful chin. Zhang Du rubbed his still somewhat groggy head, smiled at Xia Ran and asked, Where's Xiao Yu? Shi Ran gave Zhang Du a somewhat worried look before taking out the pink envelope that Lin Yujie had left behind and handing it to Zhang Du. Xiao Yu is gone. Gone? Zhang Du froze and hurriedly got up from the bed, putting on his own clothes in 3 tries before taking the envelope handed over by Xia Ran. Where did she go? Out of the country. Holland. Xia Ran's worries deepened in her heart when she saw Zhang Du's behavior. Zhang Du carefully opened the pink envelope with trembling hands, and Lin Yujie's familiar, elegant script came into view. Dodo. See the letter in. When you open this letter, I should have already set foot on a plane across the ocean. Have not known what way to say goodbye to you, because, no matter what, I have no way to stand in front of you to say goodbye. 2 words. I decided to leave without saying goodbye. I decided to leave without saying goodbye, because that was the only way I could leave quietly, without holding back, without tears or sadness. Because of family reasons, I had to study in the Netherlands. This was decided before I came to Lambda. I came to Lamu only because my grandmother was one of the founders of this university, and there was her youth and struggle here. When I was young, I was brought up by my grandmother, who often told me about the lush trees on Lamu's campus and the stories of her youth. After my grandmother left me, I have been determined to come here to see the trees that she planted with her own hands back then, and to see the place where she stayed when she was young. Therefore, I postponed my departure for half a year, wanting to have a good experience of the picturesque Linda in my grandmother's mouth during this half year. But I didn't expect that in this less than half a year, I would meet the boy I love most in this life. You are like a meteorite, rushing into my heart without reason, and writing your name and your look in my heart. So, Dodo, I'm sorry. From the first day I met you, I knew that we would be separated one day, but I never told you, because, I love you, so I selfishly enjoyed everything you gave me. I was afraid that if I told you the result, then I would lose even those little happiness, like the feeling of being pampered by you, safe and warm, like you will be all the wind and rain in front of you, like you accompany me to run when the absent-minded but rain or shine, like you cheeky not bring a meal card to find me to dilly-dally with meals, but also more like you impulsive to the nosebleed also will not force me. However, now all this beauty will be far away from me, my family origin destined my future, my life has long been planned by them, my studies, work and even love, family, everything. It's really sad to say that I am powerless in the face of all this. Thank you for the warmth, care and love you once gave me. I will always remember you. Xia Ran is a good girl. I'm glad to see that before I leave. I can see that there is a good girl to take care of you by your side for me. It will put me at ease a lot. Blessings to you all. Stao Yu. January 1st, 2000. Zheng Du read the letter in one breath. Tears do not know when is dripped the hand of the letter paper wet. The heart of the whole world as if collapsed. Empty but heart like a knife. Xia Ran saw Zheng Du this way. There is some loss, but also some heartache touched Zheng Du lowered head. Brother, don't be sad. Xiao Yu made a deal with me yesterday. If you are sad, she wants me to stay with you by your side to take care of you. Zheng Du did not say anything. His heart, like playing a movie like over and over again, recalled everything about Lin Yujie, the library encounter, the accident in the cell phone store, the sports girl on the wide runway in the early morning, the girl who would cry for him after he was injured. Just like that, he was far away from him, and still never come back. Zhang did not know what he should do. He wanted to go look for her, but he knew in his heart that since Lin Yujie had decided to leave, even if he found her, there was no way to leave her behind. Zheng Du lowered his head and pondered for half a second. Then, raising his head, he smiled at Xia Ran who was in front of him. Xia, I'll take you home first. I want to be alone for a while. I'm sorry, I have some hard feelings in my heart. Chapter 82, Since ancient times, there is no room for hatred. Xia Ran lovingly touched Zheng Du's tear-drenched face. Brother, you love her a lot, don't you? Xiao Yu said that there might not be a way for you to meet in this life. Forget about her. At least there's me. Zheng Du raised his head, smiled bitterly, took Xia Ran's hand that was caressing his cheek, and said to her, Xia, good boy, I really want to be alone at this time. I don't want you to see me like this now. Don't worry, I will be brave. Xia Ran nodded and obediently gathered her things, ready to go out. With her current influence, she was definitely not allowed to appear on Lin University's campus. As long as she appeared, she would definitely be recognized by her fans. Zhang did pack up his mood, carefully folded the letter Lin Yujie left him and put it in a pocket near his chest, then put on the piece of universal watch Lin Yujie gave him, and without washing up, he pulled Xiao Ran's hand out of the small building. The two got into the Sun of the Orient. Neither of them spoke much more. Xiao Ran kept stroking Zheng Du's head with her own hand, while Zheng Du drove the car as fast as he could, wanting to leave his grief behind. Soon, Zheng Du drove the car to the entrance of Shangjian Flower City. Xiao Ran looked at Zheng Du with concern and said softly, Brother, are you alright? Do you really not need me to accompany you by your side? Zheng Du bitterly smiled and shook his head. Good boy, be obedient. I'll contact you when I'm better. Xiao Ran gently kissed Zheng Du on the cheek before leaving in a flutter. Zheng Du looked at Xiao Ran's departing back, scratched his disheveled hair with both hands, pulled out the motorcycle 998 on his body, and dialed Lin Yujie's number. The phone prompted. The number you have dialed is turned off. Zheng did sigh in disappointment and was about to drive away when he saw another unread text message on the screen. It was sent to Zheng Du by Old Su when he left, and he had only just seen it. Learning that the mysterious Old Su had also left without saying goodbye, Zheng Du shook his head and said in his heart, Let's go. Go away all of you. One day, I will get you all back. Zheng Du lit a cigarette for himself, then looked into the mirror above the glass of the Sun of the Orient and straightened his hairstyle, then drove the car back to Linde as soon as he stepped on the gas. Returning to Lin University, Zheng Du parked his car outside the already closed Takuho dining hall and walked towards the school with heavy steps. He came to the school's playground. By this time it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The playground did not have the quietness of the early morning hours. A lot of people were playing soccer and basketball. Zheng Du again lost his soul and walked towards the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was still the same as it was before. 3 or 2 of the students who had just finished sleeping in their lazy beds were there eating breakfast while watching the TV hanging on the wall, which was broadcasting live the NBA basketball game. Zheng Du habitually came to the fat cook's window. Before he could open his mouth, he saw that the fat cook had long ago prepared 2 meat buns, a thin rice, a cup of milk and an egg for him. Zheng Du smoothly took the breakfast handed over by the fat chef, felt his pockets, and realized that he once again did not have his wallet with him. The fat chef grunted with a cold face. Kid, your girlfriend already knew that she didn't remember to bring her meal card. She put her meal card here with me. saying that she would swipe hers whenever you forgot to bring your card. Kid, it's not that I'm talking about you. Such a good girlfriend should be cherished. If you miss it, it's for life. Do you understand? Zhang Du, after listening to the fat chef's words, both eyes filled with tears at once. He forced himself not to let the tears flow out. Nodded at the fat chef. Thank you. I know. Can you give me my girlfriend's meal card? I'll bring it every day from now on. The fat chef also saw the sadness that Zhang did and said with a long sigh, AI. Since ancient times, there is no room for hatred. Young man, get a good grasp of it. After saying that, he turned around and carried out another large cage of meat buns from the kitchen. Zhang Du lowered his head, came to a corner where no one was, and with tears in his eyes, silently ate the breakfast that Lin Yujie bought him for the last time, one bite at a time. When the milk he drank turned back into tears, Zhang Du knew he couldn't keep losing his temper like this, and hurriedly wiped away the tears on his bruised cheeks, disregarding the fact that he had just finished his breakfast, and ran to leave the cafeteria. Zhang Du, like a headless fly, scurrying around the campus, he knew he could not get back anything but memories, but just cannot stop their own footsteps, until in a secluded path met the same lost soul of Li Yi. Li Yi at the moment also similarly haggard, sitting on a stone bench smoking a stifling cigarette, his feet messy, thrown more than a dozen cigarette butts. Zhang Du went over and patted Li Yi's shoulder. Brother Yi. Seeing that it was Zhang Du who had come, Li Yi pulled out his cigarette case from his pocket, intending to hand Zhang Du a cigarette as well, and realized that his own case was already empty. Zhang Du waved his hand and sat down beside Li Yi. You know everything? Know what? I don't know anything. Xiao Huixian inexplicably wants to break up with me, Li Yi said as he threw away the cigarette in his hand in chagrin. Zhang Du shook his head, pulled out the cigarette from his own pocket and handed it to Li Yi. Forget it, forget her. You're not right for her. Li Yi took the cigarette handed over by Zhang Du and asked curiously, do you know something? Xiao Huixian should be participating in the Hunan South TV's Chinese sister beauty pageant and you can't help her. She should have found someone who can help her get to the top, so you're no longer suitable for her. Zhang Du also lit a cigarette for himself and said, where did Lao Zi wrong her? For so many years, Lao Zi for the first time to a woman so serious, how she said to go away. Li Yi said angrily, forget it, brother Yi, there are some things that can't be undone just because you're nice to her. Xiao Yu is gone too. Zhang Du shook his head helplessly. He didn't know how to comfort Li Yi. He himself was still in the midst of grief. What? Xiao Yu also participated in the Sister Hua beauty pageant? Or is it because of that Xia Xia's appearance last night? Li Yi asked in surprise. If Xiao Huixian participated in the beauty pageant he believed in, then Lin Yujie participated in the beauty pageant that he wouldn't believe in anyway. Lin Yujie was obviously not suitable for that line. Neither. Because of her family's reasons? Specifically, I'm not very clear. She also left this morning, without saying goodbye, left me a letter. Want me and Xia Xia together. Also said bless us. Zhang Du flicked the cigarette in his hand. The cigarette was flicked out in an arc, and then landed on the distant grass, waning and smoking. What the hell is going on here? How come it's all centralized to today? Could it be that the theme of the 21st century is breakups? Li Yi cursed and said. Zhang did not answer Li Yi's words. Chapter 83, Situation is stronger than people. Doer, what you mean is that Xiao Huixian had already found a backer to try to get to the top before today, right? Li Yi asked reluctantly. Zhang Du nodded and told Li Yi about what he encountered last time at the Huacheng Hotel. Li Yi was so angry after hearing this that he was about to go and chop someone up. Zhang Duo pulled back. Brother Yi, calm down. Fighting doesn't solve the problem. Besides, I don't know who that person is. Where are you going to find him? Besides, I think the backer Xiao Huixian tied up this time is not that simple. Don't get carried away. Zhang Du clearly remembered that Xiao Huixian in her later life was successful in getting to the top and became the top 3 of that year's Chinese sisters, and to be able to help her operate to such a point, then that person behind her must not be an ordinary person. Li shook his hand angrily. He also knew that Zhang Du was right, so he could only say angrily, let's go, doer, let's go and have a drink. Zhang Du waved his hand. Holy, brother Yi, I can't drink. Last night's drink almost killed me. At this time, what else can you do but drink? Let's go. Even if you can't drink, at least stay by my side. Let's go to Old Su's restaurant, Li Yi said with dissatisfaction. Zhang Du looked at Li Yi and sighed as he replied. Hey, Old Su is gone too. Holy, what the hell? What day is it today? Why are they all gone? Li Yi said in exasperation. At this time, Zhang Du's cell phone rang and the caller was Wu Wu. Zhang Du picked up the phone. Hey, Wu Wu, elder brother Zhang, how are you? Are you free today? Older brother is finally going to make it. Are you free to come out and celebrate with me? Wu Wu said excitedly. Zhang Du replied with a bitter smile. Older brother. Brother is grieving? What good thing have you encountered that you're so happy? The station decided to come out with a new talent show. I'm the director. Brother, I'm the chief director, not the assistant director. Ha ha. Wu Wu didn't pay any attention to Zhang Du's loss at all and spoke cheerfully on the other end of the phone. Holy, brother Wu, in 40 minutes, I'll pick you up at the entrance of Xiangnan TV. Zhang Du finished speaking and hung up the phone. Zhang Duo remembered at this time that Wu Wu in the latter days should have become a pivotal figure in Xiangnan TV with this talent show. Zhang Du looked at Li Yi, then asked, Brother Yi, do you want to discuss Chao Huixian? Want to? Holy, she actually betrayed me. She's obviously looking down on me. Tell me, how do I disgust her? Li Yi also became interested. Go to the Joyful Boys audition. I'll work hard to make you famous. Zhang Did said to Li Yi. Holy, with my voice? Will it work? Li Yi asked skeptically. It'll work. Just ask an expert to train you when the time comes. Then, our first step is to go and drink with the person who just called me. As long as we get him done, I guarantee that your star will be 100 times brighter than Xiao Huixian. Tell her to regret it then, Zhang Du said to Li Yi with a smile. At this time, Zhang Du had also temporarily stepped out from the shadow of Lin Yuji's departure, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. Zhang Du dialed Xiang Dong's number again. Hey, Dongzi, I'm going to invite an important friend for dinner. You and Kanzi should both attend. Also, find a quieter place. We have something important to talk about. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Du turned towards the back door of the school, and after getting into the Sun of the East with Li Yi, he sped towards Xiangnan TV, where Wu Wu was. Halfway there, Dongfang called and said that he had already fixed a place, a small island in the center of the Xiangjiang River. The environment is very quiet. Zhang Du repeated the address that Direction Dong had said, and Li Yi nodded, indicating that he knew the place. Zhang Du then hung up the phone without saying anything more to Xiang Dong. Zhang Du drove the car to the main entrance of Xiangnan TV, where Wu Wu had long been waiting. Zhang Du waved his hand towards Wu Wu. Brother Wu, here. Wu Wu smiled and got into the car. Zhang Duo pointed at Li Yi and said, Brother Wu, this is my brother. I'll have to rely on you to take care of him in the future. Wu Wu smiled brightly. Ha ha, Zhang old brother is out of place. Your brother is my brother. What care or not, we all get rich together. Li Yi hurriedly stretched out his own hand and said to Wu Wu with a smile, Good day brother Wu. My name is Li Yi. Wu Wu also extended his hand with a smile and shook Li Yi's hand. You're welcome. You're welcome. Then he turned his head back to Zhang Duo. Elder brother Zhang, where are we going to eat? Today is a celebration for me. My treat. Can't go to too expensive place. Old brother also just mentioned the positive director. The program sponsorship are still empty. You don't have to worry about the sponsorship. I'll call in 2 friends later. They should be able to take care of those things. As for today, there's no need for brother Wu to break the bank. My 2 friends have made arrangements. Just listen to my oldest brother. Zhang Du planned to utilize Direction East's company to pack up and take down the Joyful Boys advertisements. Although, in this life, Zhang Du had no intention of engaging in the advertising industry again. But the situation was stronger than the people. There was no reason to see that there was money to be made and not go for it. Only he knew how expensive the advertising slots for Joyful Boys in the latter days were sold. Under Li Yi's guidance along the way, the Son of the Orient soon drove to the riverside, and the 3 of them got off in turn, with Li Yi stepping to the forefront to lead the way, while Zhang Du chatted with Wu Wu without a word. When they arrived at the edge of the Xiangjiang River, the long-haired Yao Kong had already been standing on a small boat waiting for them. Seeing the 3 of them walk in, he quickly piled up a smile. Brother Du, why do you have the pleasure of calling your brother out for dinner today? These 2 are? Zhang Du jumped onto the boat in the air and said, These 2 are my good brothers. Let's talk about it in detail when we arrive. Wu Wu and Li Yi both smiled kindly at Yao Kong as a greeting. The small boat quickly sailed away from the shore and drifted towards a small island in the middle of the Xiang River. Along the way, the sluggish cold wind made the crowd feel some cold, but no one had the idea of going into the cabin, mainly because the scenery in front of them was too beautiful. The running Xiangjiang River water was sparkling with light, and it was getting closer and closer to the island. The island is full of shrubs and the winter is still lush. An artificial pathway along the winding to the depths of the pathway. The crowd followed Yao Kong off the boat and walked towards the depths of the island. Wu Wu was probably here for the first time, looking around with an excited face, seeing that there were no more outsiders. Zhang Duo introduced the crowd individually. The crowd also took the opportunity to exchange phone numbers with each other, all knowing that since Zhang Du had called them for dinner, there must be something for everyone to do together. With Zhang Du's character, he would definitely not work with unreliable people as partners, so everyone was curious and looking forward to Zhang Du's plan. Chapter 84, The Depths of the Small Island. The people followed Yao Kong to the depths of the island, only to see here starry densely covered with many thatched huts. Yao Kong led the people into one of the largest thatched huts. The direction of the east has been waiting inside for a long time. See, the people came in, and quickly got up to greet. I say, do brother. At the loss of you still think of the brothers. The first day of the 21st century will be the brothers to come out to eat. Zhengdu also smiled. To the direction of the east said, East brother polite. Today called everyone out, mainly because I want to introduce two friends to you to know, and then is to want to set up everyone together to do business. Have money everyone together to earn it. Let me introduce. This is my friend, Wu Wu, Shangnan TV's gold medal director. In the future, a couple of brothers want to become famous. Look for him to be no mistake. Seeing that Zhang did think so highly of Wu Wu, everyone didn't dare to slack off, and greeted Wu Wu politely. Wu Wu was flattered and said, I don't dare to dare. I'm just a few years older than everyone here. Thatched cottage is just the exterior decoration. In fact, it is still a reinforced concrete building house, just decorated outside to look like a thatched cottage. The house is decorated with antique and luxurious, pure wood flooring, reflecting the antique wallpaper. A large air conditioner in the interior looks a little out of place. Zhengdu smilingly greeted all the people and turned to sit down. The direction of the east has long arranged a table full of food and wine. Red turtle, wild perch eel, outside the river dolphin, freshly roasted wild boar and other mountain treasures and seafood on a table. Yao Kong actively opened a bottle of Maotai wine and took the initiative to pour it full for everyone. Although Wu Wu had lived for more than 30 years, he had not been successful in front of him, and seeing the gourmet feast in front of him, he could not help but smack his lips secretly, and in his heart, he could not help but raise his appraisal of Zhengdu by another notch. Zhengdu waved his hand and said to Yao Kong, Kongzi, today I will not drink white wine. Drink beer well. I drank too much last night and haven't woken up until now. Yao Kong knows Zhengdu's habit, so he didn't force him, but after pouring the wine, he pulled a bell above the dining table. Soon a waitress dressed as a village girl came in. Yao Kong pointed at Zhengdu and said, quickly go and get 2 bottles of beer for that gentleman. The waitress smiled sweetly at Yao Kong. May I ask what brand of beer the gentleman wants? Zhengdu waved his hand. Anything. Waiting for the waitress to walk out of the thatched hut, Zhengdu glanced around the crowd before saying, I called everyone here for dinner today. One is to celebrate Big Brother Wu Wu's entry into Joyful Boys and becoming the big director of the program. And the second is to talk about how all of us can make the pie of Joyful Boys bigger by utilizing the resources that we all have in our hands. I believe that with Brother Wu's talent, this program will become the highest-rated entertainment slot in the country, and the commercial value of it speaks for itself. Wu Wu did not expect that the first time he came out to dinner with Zhengdu threw out such heavy information. Even Wu Wu himself had not thought about making this program the highest-rated in the country. For the moment, he considered the most is still just how to pull in enough sponsorships and advertisements so that the station won't cut down the program because of the loss of money. After all, it was his first time to be a positive director as well, and the pressure that he was under naturally was not small after all. It was his first time to be a full director, and he was naturally under a lot of pressure. Wu Wu organized his somewhat cluttered thoughts for a while, and then spoke to the crowd in a calm tone. Thank you for the love from elder brother Zhang. To be honest, I'm not sure that this program can achieve the highest ratings in the country, but I'll do my best to do a good job with the program and let the investors make a profit. At this time, the waitress dressed as a village girl brought 2 bottles of Heineken beer to Zhengdu and poured the beer into the cup in front of Zhengdu. Xiangdong saw that Zhengdu also poured wine in front of him, so he raised his glass and said, Come on. If we are lucky enough to get together today, we are all brothers, so we will take care of each other in the future and get rich together. The crowd raised their cups of wine and responded to Xiangdong's proposal. Zheng Zhuo saw that everyone started to eat, so he didn't talk about business matters anymore. Anyway, this thing is a sure thing. Even if Direction East and them are not interested, the big deal is that Zheng Zhuo alone will take down the advertisement of the program. Although most of his funds have bought a house in Shenzhen City, but there is still more than 9 million cash left inside the bank card. During this period of time, the internet cafe and cell phone business is getting more and more prosperous. Zheng Zhuo did not only recover his investment, but also earned close to $1 million. If the cash is not enough, the big deal will be all the houses in Shenzhen City to the bank loan. More than 30 million is estimated to be able to pack to take the 2000 Shangnan TV a program advertising agency. Although Li Yi comes from a rich family, but his family compared to the direction of the East and Yao Kong is still so far away, so he took the initiative to give everyone at the table a toast. He knows, today these people can sit together in brotherhood, that is to see Zhengdu face. People still have to rely on their own. A few rounds of wine down, Wu Wu has some slightly drunk. Big tongue to Zhengdu said, Come on, older brother, let's brother and sister go one. Zhengdu swallowed the wild perch eel in his mouth in one gulp, smiled and raised his glass of beer to clink glasses with Wu Wu before drinking it all down in one go. The food here was really great. The wild ingredients coupled with the superb cooking skills made Zheng Duo gorge himself, and the crowd one by one also ate with their mouths full of oil. Soon, a bottle of Mao Tai wine has seen the bottom. Yao Kong atmospheric from under the table and took out 2 bottles, said loudly, "Today's wine drink cool, that easy? Just now our brother and sister have not finished drinking, let's continue to come ah. Brother Wu, you sit up straight, don't get down, we're just getting started." While saying that, while the hand of Mao Tai opened again, Zhang Du see the situation, know that this second bottle of Mao Tai again down, the crowd will be a little drunk, so he stood up and said, "Kongzi, is this way? I will first everyone cooperation things clear, and then continue to drink. You see how?" Yao Kong waved his hand. "Do brother, you have the final say on how to cooperate, count me in any way, how much to contribute I will go and organize the funds tomorrow." Xiang Xiangdong also continued, "Yes, brother do, we are all brothers, just count me in for anything." Zheng Du smiled, "It's because we are brothers, we have to make it clear beforehand. Pro brothers, clear accounts. My idea is like this. Take out $50 million to buy the advertising agency rights of Brother Wu's 2-year program as a package. That, Brother Wu, next year's Joyful Girls will also be directed by you, right?" Wu Wu was shocked in his heart. The planning for next year even he had just heard the news from the station leaders. As long as Joyful Boys could meet the expectations, he would continue to be the director next year. Chapter 85 Great Joy and Great Sorrow. Wu Wu couldn't help but look at Zhang Du some more in his heart. Actually even the station's planning for next year is clear. It seems that you really can't underestimate this boyish little brother in front of you. Wu Wu hurriedly replied, how can this be a good thing? Letting a few brothers break the bank. Yes, next year's Joyful Girls is also an old brother, I'll be the director. It's just that we all need to be a little more cautious. Throwing in 50 million at once, I'm afraid that in case my program doesn't catch fire. Zheng Du waved his hand. Brother Wu, you don't have to worry. How can doing business not have risks? We believe in your ability. You will definitely be able to make this program work. Besides, we invested so much. On the one hand, it is to support your program. After all, it is the first time for you to dominate a program. The most important thing is that we are optimistic about your ability and the commercial value of your program. We are also in order to earn money, so you don't have the burden to do what you do, how to do it well. Wu Wu heard Zhang Du words. The heart cannot help but be touched. Even if again rich, is not picked up. Did not expect a casual acquaintance of the friend actually so confident in him. Wu Wu lived more than 30 years, has been depressed. Did not think to Zhang Du here, but so confident in him. Wu Wu trembling stood up, picked up the cup of white wine to Zhang Du and the crowd said, "Line. I won't say more. If I say more, I'll be out of line with all the brothers. Here's to the brothers, it's all in the wine." After saying that, Wu Wu tilted his neck and finished the white wine in the cup in one gulp. The crowd saw Wu Wu so emotionally toasted, also have followed the example, stood up and dried the wine in their own cups. Once this cup of wine went down, all of them felt a heat in their chests. The fiery white wine pulled a fire line from their throats to their stomachs, burning in their chests. Yao Kong shouted that it was too much. Zheng Du smiled and said, "That's it then. Whether $50 million can take the advertising agency for 2 years is still unknown, but I think basically this price should be quite competitive. I'll put up $10 million, and the remaining $40 million counting Xia Xia. The 3 of you will split it, and distribute the equity according to the percentage of capital contribution at that time. Just take the overall advertising agency in the name of Night Chango Culture Communication Company. At that time, how to operate. You guys look at it." Xiang Xiangdong waved his hand. "No problem. After the funds are in place tomorrow, I will go to find Brother Wu, and then go to negotiate with Shangnan TV at that time. I trust Du's vision." Before knowing Zhang Du, Direction East and Yao Kong is the whole Star City famous dude. Now they opened up their own company. Not only popular Xiaoran, even their own single song also on the up to be pushed to the market. The main thing is that Zhang Du not only write songs for them, but also bring them to earn a lot of money. Now, Zhang Du once again called them to invest. The Direction of the East did not hesitate at all. This time Zhang Du their own money out of the investment. How can it lose money? Zhang Du nodded, "Okay, my $10 million will be credited to your account tomorrow. Also, I have one more condition, which is that he must participate in the competition and make it to the finals." Zhang Du pointed at Li Yi who was sitting beside him and said. Wu Wu glanced at Li Yi and said, "Brother Li Yi's appearance is very good. I just don't know how good is his singing. Do you have any outstanding works?" Li Yi awkwardly looked at Zhang Du. Did not think that Zhang Du say to hold red he really put into reality, but also come up with 10 million to invest. Just their usual singing KOK, but also really to participate in singing competitions? There is really no time, very much confidence. Zhang Du waved his hand, "No problem. His works I help him have long been ready. As for the singing skills, I told him to go to the East Company to follow the teacher on a period of time. Should not be a big problem. Pop music. As long as it can move people on the line, there is no need to be too demanding on the vocal line. Wu Wu nodded, knowing that Zhang Du they have taken out enough sincerity, this time to their own attitude. He only saw him pondering for half a second before speaking decisively. As long as Brother Li can come up with a heavy hitter, I'll guarantee that he'll be in the top 3. Yao Kong laughed out loud. Ha ha, Brother Wu. Just don't worry. I'm sure EZ will be able to enter with a classic piece. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Du's face and seeing that Zhang Du had no intention of stopping him from speaking further, he continued. Do you know who wrote Xia Xia's Lillian and My Dearest? Wu Wu shook his head. Those 2 songs were widely sung now, but the lyricist was very mysterious and had never shown his face in front of the media. Xiang Dong and Yao Kong pointed at Zhang Du at the same time. Wu Wu and Li Yi looked at Zhang Du dumbfounded. Zhang Du nodded with a smile and said, the songs that Brother Yi will be competing in the competition I prepared for him a long time ago. You don't have to worry about this, Brother Wu. Wu Wu said excitedly. Okay, then there is absolutely no problem. Zhang Du then turned to Xiang Dong and Yao Kong and said, this program of Brother Wu's is mainly a talent show amongst the civilians, and requires that all the singers competing must be free agents, and they will be packaged up to another record label after the competition, so it's not suitable for the 2 of you to take part in. However, you guys can consider waiting for your new songs to be released and show up on the program as guests to brush up your popularity. And of course, you can also ask David to go to that program to be a judge. With David's jungle status, being a judge of a talent show should be more than enough. Wu Wu asked curiously, is it that Mr. David from the Treasure Island music scene? Zhang did nodded. Yes, Dewey is in Night Chango right now, and is now producing singles for Xia Xia as well as Dongzi and Kongzi. That's really great. I was worried about not being able to find a heavyweight judge. If Mr. David can come, it would definitely be a big boost to the show's popularity, and it would be a lot less difficult for me to find other judges. After all, not everyone can sit at the same table with Mr. David as a judge. Wu Wu spoke excitedly. Xiang Dong smiled. Alright, at that time, if the program has high ratings, Kongzi and I will make a guest appearance to show our faces. As for Mr. David, as long as Brother Du gives the word, I think he will definitely agree to participate in the program. Zhang Du said, it's better to do Mr. David's job. In this current situation, it really needs Mr. David to step in to support the show. The people set the intention of cooperation. The other Zhang Du also no longer ask. Anyway, the specific operation have direction east them. Zhang Du also no longer nagging. The people see things have been discussed almost, are let go of the drink. Li Yi was not small amount of alcohol, but because last night drank a night of wine, and now a few cups of white wine down, coupled with a whole day of emotionally great joy and sorrow, there are a few points of drunkenness. Threw off the reserve of the first time they met, stood up to beat the circle.